A gentle beam of sunlight cascaded upon Chu Xian's face, causing his eyes to flutter as if he yearned to capture its warmth. "Mm, delicious," he murmured in his sleep, clutching his pillow, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. Bang! As the door was forcefully flung open, Chu Yan's voice resonated in Chu Xian's ears. "What time is it? Chu Xian, if you don't get up now, it will be noon." Awakened by the shouts, Chu Xian rubbed his eyes and sleepily glanced at his phone. Seeing the time displayed as merely 7 o'clock filled him with a sense of dismay. One must understand, even university students with an 8 o'clock class usually rise no earlier than 7:30. Moreover, Chu Xian was on the cusp of beginning his freshman year, and it was still the summer following the college entrance examination. "Are you out of your mind, sister? It's only 7. Why are you waking me up?" "I'm so tired," Chu Xian replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. Even the cows in the fields wouldn't be roused this early to work, would they? With that, he prepared to lie back down. However, at that moment, Chu Yin grasped his arm. "What were you up to last night? Why are you so sleepy now?" Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, a flicker of concern crossed Chu Yan's gaze. "Little brother, you haven't?" she tentatively inquired. But before she could finish, Chu Xian interrupted. "Stop right there, sister. I know what you're about to say, that I didn't take it seriously after all. The person never liked me to begin with. It was merely my one-sided affection." Hearing Chu Xian speak so nonchalantly about it, a deeper concern welled up in Chu Yin. She vividly recalled the day he had cried for a long time. "Then why do I see those dark circles under your eyes growing heavier?" Chu Xian scratched his head sheepishly. Xiaowang recently updated the game season, and I was eager to rank up. The look of exasperation crossed Chu Yan's face as she playfully punched him on the back. "Can't you see those dark circles? They are quite worrisome. I'm sorry, sister, for making you worry." Chu Xian enveloped Chu Yan in a warm embrace. In their home, where their parents were often preoccupied with company affairs and returned only infrequently, the bond between the siblings, despite their frequent quarrels, remained undeniably strong. Fool, she thought, her heart aching as memories of that day resurfaced. It was the first day after the college entrance examination. Having been classmates for 3 years, the uncertainty of whether they would meet again loomed over them. Thus, the class monitor proposed a farewell dinner to commemorate their high school journey. Of course, another intention was to allow those with secret crushes to express their feelings one last time. Who knows, perhaps a couple may emerge from it. After some discussion, they settled on the following day at noon. The next day, Chu Xian rose early to prepare for the gathering. Noticing her brother's unusual behavior at breakfast, Chu Yin couldn't help but inquire. "Why do you seem so odd today?" Chu Xian, having nothing to hide, candidly replied. "Sister, if I were to find you a sister-in-law, how would you feel?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yin nearly spat out her porridge. "No way. Have you started dating? It's only the second day after the exams. You didn't secretly start seeing someone, did you? Trying to gauge my reaction? Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Don't make me hit you." Hearing this, Chu Xian smirked, pondering how unfortunate it was that Chu Yin didn't pursue a career as a novelist. "No, I just plan to confess to a girl I've secretly admired." Chu Yin regarded her naive brother with a look of intrigue. Oh. Tell me about her. Is she pretty?" "She's decent, more attractive than the average person." "Oh, really?" Chu Yin teased. "Brother, I wish you success. But if she rejects you, remember not to guilt-trip her." "Don't worry," Chu Xian chuckled. "I'm not foolish, I'm quite confident in my chances." After breakfast, Chu Xian meticulously prepared and first visited a flower shop to order a bouquet of roses. After agreeing on a time with the shopkeeper, he proceeded to the restaurant he had reserved. "Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The hostess approached him with a smile. I believe it's under 666. The entrance to the room. Chu Xian swallowed hard, attempting to calm his racing heart. Then, he slowly pushed open the door. The spacious room was already filled with guests. Aside from those who had previously stated they would not attend, only Chu Xian remained. Before he could speak, the class monitor ushered him to the seat that had been saved for him. Beside him sat a girl adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in a flowing dress. Her name was Lin Xiaoshi, the object of Chu Xian's affection for 3 years, and she was the belle of their high school. At that moment, Chu Xian noticed the expression on the class monitor's face. His eyes seemed to convey a message. "I can only assist you this far, the rest is up to you." Chu Xian clicked his tongue. Feeling a bit uneasy, he attempted to focus on the dishes before him. However, every smile and frown from Lin Xiaoshu captivated him deeply. Chu Xian, what do you plan to apply? Faced with her sudden inquiry, Chu Xian's cheeks flushed. Perhaps somewhere in the north. I want to be farther from home. Is that so? Lin Xiaoshu smiled faintly. I'm aiming for university in Langia. Would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's mind went blank. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Does her question imply that she likes me too? Do I truly have a chance? Throughout the dinner, the atmosphere was lively, with discussions of future aspirations. Some reminisced about the troubles they had caused during high school. Others recounted conflicts with classmates, yet, in the end, they all shared smiles. But Chu Xian was an exception. His mind was preoccupied with Lin Xiaoshu's words and the impending confession as the meal approached its conclusion. Chu Xian checked his phone, summoning his courage to address Lin Xiaoshu beside him. After we finish eating, could you wait a moment? I have something to tell you. Lin Xiaoshu appeared taken aback, her expression suggesting she had realized the significance of Chu Xian's words. Despite her surprise, she agreed. After the dinner concluded, Chu Xian, clutching the roses, paced nervously at the restaurant's entrance, repeatedly rehearsing his confession in his mind. Time passed, and finally, Lin Xiaoshu emerged from the restaurant with her friend, moving at a leisurely pace. Even with his preparations, the weight of the moment was palpable. Upon seeing the bouquet of roses, Lin Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoshu, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? As he spoke, Chu Xian offered the roses to her. Lin Xiaoshu accepted the flowers and chuckled softly. I'm sorry, Chu Xian, but I'm not ready to date right now. You know, my previous relationship left me deeply hurt, so I'm not considering starting something new. Besides, you are a wonderful person, and I believe you will meet someone truly special in the future. We really aren't suited for each other. As her words lingered in the air, Lin Xiaoshu cradled the roses and strode away with her friend. Chu Xian stood frozen for a few seconds before walking home, repeating to himself, It's all right. It's all right. Chu Xian was lost in thought, though he had anticipated this outcome. Yet, when confronted with such a blunt rejection, a sense of disappointment surged within him. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, the coolness seemingly mocking his current solitude. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his restless heart. It's okay. It's just a rejection. Gradually, tears glimmered in his eyes. He rubbed his nose and feigned nonchalance as he made his way home. Time passed, and suddenly he spotted Lin Xiaoshu and her friend seated on a bench at the bus stop. They were laughing and chatting, seemingly unaffected by his sudden confession. Just as Chu Xian was about to approach them, he overheard Lin Xiaoshu's friend say, Xiaoshu, why did you reject Chu Xian's confession? I thought you would surely accept, considering everyone knows he likes you, and you usually seem to enjoy his attention. Even I thought you two would start dating. Upon hearing these words, a wave of strong disdain washed over Lin Xiaoshu. She furrowed her brow, pressed her lips together, her eyes betraying an unmistakable annoyance. It was as if she had heard something utterly intolerable, her expression darkening. If you like him, you go date him. Who said that just because he likes me, I must reciprocate? If it weren't for the benefits I had in high school, I wouldn't have interacted with him at all. Now that we've all graduated, we may never meet again. How could I accept his confession? Honestly, even when he sat beside me during dinner, I felt nauseous. Her words pierced Chu Xian's heart like daggers. The trio was not far apart, merely a dozen meters away. Yet for the first time, he felt an unfamiliar distance from Lin Xiaoshu. He managed a bitter smile. When he regained his composure, he noticed that the bouquet had long been discarded in the trash. Chu Xian longed to confront her, but as Lin Xiaoshu had pointed out, who could guarantee they would see each other again? Perhaps it's best if we don't meet again. With a heavy heart, Chu Xian trudged home. It wasn't far from his house under normal circumstances. It would only take about 20 minutes. Yet this time, it felt as though an entire century had passed. Creak. Sis, I'm home. Upon returning, Chu Xian went straight to his room. He neither cried nor caused a scene. Nor was he elated, he was simply far calmer than usual. Seeing Chu Xian's demeanor, Chu Yin surmised that he had been rejected by the girl. Though she wished to tease him, witnessing her brother's state made her feel a pang of sympathy. Chu Xian, open the door. Chu Yin approached the door and turned the handle forcefully. To her surprise, the door was locked. Chu Xian, your sister wants to see you. Open up. I know you're upset. You can talk to me about anything. I'll give you a gentle hug. Suddenly, the door swung open with force. Chu Yin stared at Chu Xian, momentarily stunned. At that moment, he resembled a child who had lost a toy, desperately trying to hold back tears that shimmered in his eyes. Chu Yin smiled softly, pinching his cheek. Then, she dashed back to her room and retrieved several long-saved snacks. What's wrong, little rascal? You seem so happy this morning. Did you get rejected? Chu Xian ignored her, ushering Chu Yin into his room. Oh, come on, it's not a big deal. Have some chips to cheer up. Chu Yin offered him a bag of chips. I don't want to eat. Chu Xian replied, though he continued munching. Still claiming you don't want to eat? Feeling better now? It's just a rejection, sis. They'll find someone better. At this, Chu Xian burst into laughter. He shot her a skeptical glance, seemingly doubtful of his sister's connections. Did you know? Lin Xiaosher. Chu Xian poured out the details of his confession to Chu Yin. After hearing his account, the usually gentle Chu Yin couldn't help but curse. Although she was a woman herself, she believed deeply that such a girl was unworthy of her brother's devotion. She was precious, but was not her brother equally so. Time returned to the present. Even after a long while, Chu Yin still felt a twinge of heartache. At that moment, Chu Xian noticed Chu Yan's gaze lingering on his face. He extended a hand, awkwardly searching. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? With a mischievous smile, Chu Yin replied. Little brother, I remember you got into Jiqing University, right? How coincidental my best friend is also there, studying music like you. Shall I introduce you? Hearing this, Chu Xian nearly spat out the porridge he was eating. Please no. I'm afraid your friend will make me do all her chores. And, since she's your friend, she must be my senior. I fear she'll treat me as her free labor for 4 years. At this, Chu Yin playfully tapped his head with her chopsticks, exasperated. Don't be ungrateful. She's the school belle, with many admirers. If you weren't my brother, you wouldn't even get a chance. The more Chu Xian listened, the more uneasy he felt. Sis, you haven't told your friend that I'm attending Jiqing, have you? Congratulations, Chu Xian. You're correct. Don't be nervous. She's genuinely kind and beautiful with a great figure. Thanks a lot. You're really my sister, selling me out right at the start of the semester. Chu Yin grinned mischievously, pinching his cheek. Please, there's no need for formalities when good fortune arises. One must naturally think of their brother. On the other side, within a dormitory building of Jiqing University, a girl of delicate features repeatedly gazed at the chat box filled with green bubbles, a foolish smile gracing her lips. It has been such a long time, Chu Xian. Chapter 3. My arrival at university. Attention, esteemed travelers. We have arrived at Jiqing Station. As the train's announcement reverberated through the carriage, it gradually glided into the station. Before the train had fully come to a halt, Chu Xian eagerly seized his luggage and positioned himself at the door, awaiting disembarkation. Traveling from Tang City to Jiqing, a distance exceeding 900 kilometers, required nearly 6 hours, even by high-speed train. The prolonged sitting had left him feeling sore all over. His choice of the train was largely influenced by his acrophobia, an affliction that his older sister had inadvertently instilled in him. During their teenage years, they had visited a swimming pool where his sister, Chu Yin, had playfully pushed him off a 2-meter diving board. Since that fateful incident, even gazing down from the second floor would send tremors through his legs. Upon stepping off the train, Chu Xian immediately sensed the stark contrast between this place and Tang City. Although it was September, Jiqing's climate was considerably cooler than that of his hometown. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that most of the new students were of a similar age, though unlike him, they were accompanied by friends or family. The absence of Chu Yin at his side left him feeling a twinge of disappointment. He retrieved his phone, intending to open a messaging app to inform his sister of his arrival. However, the memory of how she had whimsically sold him to her best friend the day before extinguished any burgeoning nostalgia. Just then, Chu Xian felt his phone vibrate. When the screen illuminated, he paused for a few seconds, taken aback by the flood of messages from Chu Yin. Take good care of yourself out there, dear brother. If anything troubles you, do confide in your sister. Should you need anything, remember to reach out. There's money in your account. If it runs low, don't hesitate to ask me. Oh, and you little rascal, I love you. Reading these words brought a slight sting to his nose, evoking an emotional response. Just as he was about to reply, he noticed a business card that Chu Yin had sent along with a teasing warning. This is my best friend, and your future girlfriend. Be sure to add her, or I might just come to Jiqing for a little visit. At that moment, the warmth he had just felt dissipated entirely. As he trailed behind the crowd, he muttered to himself, "Come on, sister. I was genuinely touched by your messages until that last bit about the girlfriend. I can't possibly believe you." Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered out of the platform. Before arriving, he had heard that the university would provide shuttles for new students. However, now, as he gazed at the two signs indicating different pickup points, his mind felt foggy. Reluctantly, he decided to follow the throng of people toward the parking lot below. In his memory, the underground parking lot was a chaotic and damp place, where every driver resorted to desperate measures to pick up passengers. However, the reality was quite the opposite. It was not only uncrowded but remarkably orderly. Chu Xian briskly approached a taxi, and before he could utter a word, the driver had already opened the trunk. "Sir." To Jiqing University, Chu Xian stated as he settled his luggage and took a seat in the front passenger seat. "All right, you must be a freshman. Welcome to Jiqing." The driver replied cheerfully. "Yes, that's correct," Chu Xian replied somewhat awkwardly. "I had heard online that university students could be recognized in a crowd, and I didn't expect that to be true." The driver chuckled. "You mentioned you're heading to Jiqing University. Are you here for a meal? The reason I know you're a freshman is your luggage. Only newcomers carry 2 suitcases and 2 backpacks like you." As the two engaged in conversation, Chu Xian found himself animated by the driver's warmth, despite his naturally introverted disposition. He realized that the people of Jiqing were not as difficult to interact with as online narratives suggested. On the contrary, they were quite welcoming. Although he had been skeptical of the online portrayals, witnessing the reality firsthand alleviated his apprehensions. The journey from the station to Jiqing University took merely over 10 minutes, and soon the taxi arrived at its destination. After settling the fare, Chu Xian grabbed his luggage and headed towards the entrance. A long banner stretched across the front of Jiqing University, emblazoned with the welcoming words, "Welcome to all new students at Jiqing University." Seeing this, Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. University life. Here I come. It must be said that the enrollment period for freshmen is the busiest time of the year, with first-year students and their parents filling the square, alongside a large group of seniors in red uniforms responsible for assisting with the enrollment process. At last, after navigating through the crowd for a full 10 minutes, Chu Xian finally spotted the sign indicating the registration area for the music college. Beneath the red awning, a senior sat quietly. "Hello, senior. I'm here to complete my enrollment." Chu Xian approached and spoke softly. Upon hearing his voice, the senior slowly lifted her head and offered him a faint smile. "Could you please show me your admission notice?" Chu Xian handed over the document he had prepared in advance. After a minute, the registration process was completed. "All right, junior. Welcome to Jiqing University," the senior said, then turned to a nearby girl who looked somewhat exasperated. "Xiao Xiao, could you take this junior to the dormitory? Everyone is quite busy right now. I appreciate your help." The girl appeared somewhat reluctant, but maintained a friendly demeanor as she carefully scrutinized Chu Xian before proceeding. Upon first glance, this young man may not appear particularly striking. However, upon closer inspection, he possesses a certain charm. "Junior, I am Che Xiao Xiao, the president of the student council." The girl introduced herself as she approached Chu Xian. "Hello, senior. I am Chu Xian. Could you please guide me to the dormitory?" Che Xiao Xiao nodded and proceeded to lead Chu Xian to his residence. His dormitory, located in Building 9, was not particularly close, and Che Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity to enthusiastically introduce him to the school's facilities. "Junior, do not be deceived by the beauty of this fountain. Let me confide that it only operates once a year. Oh, and during official inspections as well." After some time, they passed an oddly shaped building. "Junior, this is our music college. Though its appearance may be peculiar, the interior is quite impressive," Che Xiao Xiao explained. "This circular structure is the concert hall unique to our music college, which was only constructed in recent years. Initially, we had to seek sponsorship for events, but in recent years, that has become unnecessary. I must tell you in confidence that other colleges must pay a venue fee if they wish to use it. Below the concert hall lies our practice rooms, which can be utilized for piano practice during free time. However, recent changes have been made. Previously, keys were distributed individually, but now, registration is required." At that moment, Chu Xian felt the warmth of the people from Jiqing once more. As an introverted individual, he found it difficult to interject into the conversation. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally arrived at the entrance of the male dormitory. Che Xiao Xiao returned Chu Xian's backpack and awkwardly said, "Junior, this is the male dormitory. I cannot enter, so I will leave you here. Perhaps we will meet again another time. Chu Xian politely bowed, smiling as he replied, Thank you, senior. I appreciate your help. Farewell. Chapter 4. Room 303. After bidding farewell to Che Xiaoxiao, Chu Xian first approached the dormitory supervisor downstairs. Is this you? The aunt asked, comparing Chu Xian's photograph with the young man before her. Yes, it is. Chu Xian replied with an awkward smile. I forgot about the photograph prior to my arrival, so I brought along the only middle school photo I had. Upon hearing this, the dormitory supervisor displayed a hint of exasperation. All right. There is a photography studio on campus. Make sure to have a new one taken at your convenience. Afterward, she produced a set of keys and handed one to Chu Xian. This is the key to room 303. Do not lose it. If you do not come looking for me, as I do not have a spare. Chu Xian nodded and, smiling, left the dormitory office. Once he noticed that the area was deserted, the dormitory supervisor glanced at the photograph and chuckled softly. Nevertheless, it was not entirely her fault. The Chu Xian in the photo appeared youthful and somewhat dark-skinned, with a buzz cut typical of students from the mountainous provinces, resembling someone just released from confinement. After a considerable time had passed, Chu Xian, burdened with a myriad of luggage, paused before the door of room 303. The cacophony emanating from within piqued his curiosity. He wondered what his roommate would be like and felt a sense of anticipation. As he pondered, the door swung open unexpectedly. A middle-aged man, sporting black-framed glasses, thinning hair, and a slightly plump physique, appeared before him. Upon seeing the man, Chu Xian instinctively exclaimed, Hello, teacher. The sudden utterance left the man momentarily bemused. Yet, moments later, he chuckled and replied, Classmate, I am a student. Chu Xian's eyes widened, and he felt a pang of embarrassment as he corrected himself. I apologize. Hello, senior. This exchange elicited laughter from those inside the room. At that moment, a boy facing the door chuckled and remarked, He is my dad, not a senior. Hearing this, Chu Xian's face flushed crimson, and he felt an overwhelming urge to sink through the floor, stammering, I'm sorry, uncle. The middle-aged man, unfazed, simply smiled and ruffled Chu Xian's hair. He turned to his son and said, This kid is quite amusing. Make sure to befriend him and don't bully him. Amidst the curious gazes of those around him, Chu Xian awkwardly approached his window. As he was assigned to the upper bunk and had no previous experience in dormitory living, he struggled slightly. In fact, while climbing the ladder, his leg got inadvertently stuck. Young man, do you need assistance? A middle-aged woman inquired. No, thank you. Chu Xian quickly extricated his leg and made it to his bed. After a considerable time filled with social awkwardness, he painstakingly arranged his bedding. Subsequently, he began to observe the others in the room with the eagerness of a curious child. His attention was drawn to a pair of twins, two short boys, who, unlike Chu Xian, had no parental accompaniment. Since his arrival, they had been leaning against the wall, engrossed in their game with serious expressions, giving off an impression of being rather formidable. He felt a twinge of trepidation. At that moment, his gaze was captured by the boy across from him. Tall, adorned with frameless glasses and tousled brown curls, he exuded an air of cool aloofness. His striking features bore a resemblance to Yang Yang. Eventually, after the parents had imparted their last pieces of advice, they began to leave room 303 in succession. In an instant, the once bustling dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Except for one boy who had yet to arrive, the faces of the remaining occupants were etched with uncertainty. Well, we are going to be roommates. Let us create a group chat, broke the silence a boy suggested. He introduced himself as Li Buer, the very son of the uncle from earlier. I am Li Buer, hailing from Tang City. Hearing that they shared a common origin sparked a sense of camaraderie within Chu Xian. A hint of joy unavoidably appeared on Chu Xian's face. I am Chu Xian, hailing from Tang City. Likewise, Li Buer shared a similar reaction, a wave of delight swiftly surfacing on his brow. However, what intrigued the onlookers was the stark contrast in the accents of the two. I am Fan Yen, from Yi City, declared a boy with an imposing demeanor. I am Zhang Hao, from Langya. Ho Qing Ran, a rather handsome young man, spoke with an air of cool detachment, stating he was from Jixing Shidu. I am Su Yu, a local resident. I am Zhang Yi from Cangzhou. As the remaining two introduced themselves, the dormitory once again fell into a silence. Suddenly, Li Buer's stomach grumbled, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his head and suggest, It's getting late. How about we take a stroll and then have a meal? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yet, at that moment, Ho Ching ran, clad in his jacket, seemed to have made a resolute decision as he left the dormitory without looking back. This created an awkward atmosphere. But the others paid it no mind and departed together. After a brief wander around the campus, they found themselves at a bustling snack street across from the school. After some deliberation, they ultimately decided to enter a crowded grilled fish restaurant. The waitress, holding the menu, warmly ushered the six of them to an available table. Being newcomers, they were uncertain about the flavors and thus inquired, "Which dish do you recommend?" The waitress smiled and replied, "Everything is great. They are all our signature dishes." This prompted an exclamation of surprise from the group, who then began to order casually. After a while, the dishes arrived, and they opted against alcohol. Apart from Chu Xian, who had no intention of drinking, the others wished to leave a good impression on one another. It must be said that this grilled fish truly lived up to its reputation, perfectly fried to a golden hue, paired with the owner's specially crafted sauce. It offered a delightful experience of crispiness on the outside and tenderness within. After dinner, the group walked back to the dormitory. Although the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward, they had begun to share a few topics of conversation. Upon returning to room 303, they discovered that Ho Ching Ran was already lying on his bed. Li Buer approached him with the grilled fish, saying, "I brought this specially for you." Without a word, Ho Ching Ran silently climbed down from his bed and accepted the fish. As night fell at 10 o'clock, the dormitory returned to tranquility, with everyone lying in their beds, eyes tightly closed. "Can I turn off the lights, guys?" Li Buer asked cautiously. Although none of them felt particularly tired, being the first night, they all murmured in agreement. However, Chu Xian lay in bed, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Che Xiaoxiao was venting to her sole roommate about the day's events regarding welcoming new students. She, let me tell you, today I was once again roped into welcoming the freshmen by the student council. Today, I encountered a junior. At first glance, he did not strike me as particularly stunning, yet upon closer inspection, he revealed an undeniable charm. Furthermore, he exhibited admirable politeness and respect towards others. After sharing this observation, Che Xiaoxiao leaped into the embrace of her roommate, Shen Mushi, the campus belle of Jiqing University. "What is the name of that handsome boy who caught your attention?" she inquired, to which Che Xiaoxiao pondered briefly before responding. "I believe he introduced himself as Chu Xian." Upon hearing this name, a chill flickered in Shen Mushi's eyes. "Keep your distance from him." Noticing the unmistakable expression on her dear friend's face, Che Xiaoxiao sensed the emergence of a juicy revelation. It is well known that while Shen Mushi often presented an aloof demeanor to outsiders, she was quite the opposite in familiar company. With a teasing glint in her eye, Che Xiaoxiao remarked, "Oh, what if I choose not to?" Shen Mushi appeared momentarily taken aback by the response, then slowly declared, "Then we shall sever ties." A soft laugh escaped Che Xiaoxiao at this declaration. Who would have imagined that the seemingly frosty campus beauty could reveal such a youthful side in private? "Mushi, do you know him?" she asked. "But rest assured, he is not my type," Shen Mushi replied with a huff, climbing back onto her bed in a huff. Cocooned in her blankets, she sent a message to Chu Yen, exclaiming, "Cheating, cheating, cheating." Chu Yen responded with confusion. "Who is cheating? What do you mean? You? Me?" Chapter 5. The rumored campus bell as dawn broke. Chu Xian awoke slowly, feeling a dull ache throughout his body. He stealthily descended from his bed and carefully made his way to the balcony, stretching his back as if it were second nature. The morning air in Jiqing was arid, yet its quality surpassed that of Tang City significantly. Peering through the window at the campus scenery, he was filled with a sense of novelty, reminding himself, "Ah, I am here to attend university." Climbing back into bed, he intended to scroll through some short videos. However, when his phone screen illuminated, he was utterly astonished. In the span of a single night, he had received a flurry of notifications from Chu Yen. Why is my sister calling me in the middle of the night? Missing me? A smile crept across his face at this thought. Yet, when he donned his headphones and played the voice message from Chu Yen, he felt somewhat bewildered. "What mischief have you been up to today? You're already misbehaving upon arriving at university? Respond. Are you asleep? Fine. Sleep away, and become a pig. Perfect for the New Year's feast." What is wrong with her? Chu Xian pondered, bewildered. Is she experiencing an early midlife crisis? With this thought, he stealthily slipped out of bed once more. To avoid disturbing anyone else, he discreetly hid on the balcony and messaged Chu Yen, "Sister, what is the matter? I was quite tired last night and went to bed by 10. After finishing his words, Chu Xian did not forget to attach a cute cat emoji, seemingly intending to evoke a sense of familial affection from Chu Yan. Moments later, Chu Yan replied, "Eldest young master, have you awakened? Someone had a sleepless night yesterday." What do you mean? You had insomnia? Chu Xian inquired. Don't change the subject. Have you added the green bubble? Chu Xian hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately chose to speak the truth. No, I haven't had the chance yet. The message was sent in the previous moment, while the phone call arrived in the next. Before Chu Xian could respond, Chu Yan, somewhat irate, stated, "Chu Xian, you better add her immediately, or else. I cannot guarantee I won't visit your school this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian was instantly flustered. Chu Yan was indeed beautiful, with a pleasant disposition, but that was merely how others perceived her. In Chu Xian's eyes, she was a veritable tormentor of her younger brother. "All right, sister, I will add her right away," he exclaimed. "TCH, you better behave yourself." With that, Chu Yan hung up the phone. Subsequently, Chu Xian sighed and leisurely climbed back into bed. He added the green bubble of Chu Yan's beautiful friend, even sending a screenshot to Chu Yan to prevent any disbelief. However, that beautiful friend had an aloof demeanor and had yet to accept Chu Xian's earnest request. As time ticked by, Li Buer and the others gradually woke up. After the previous day's brief interactions, they had begun to share small topics of conversation. They chatted about their college entrance examination scores, their chosen majors, and even gossiped about their romantic experiences. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, the door was suddenly flung open. Chu Xian clearly saw Li Buer, who lived next door, shudder slightly. Standing at over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, the stark contrast made Chu Xian struggle to suppress his laughter. "You must be Su Chun," Li Buer said, placing a hand over his chest and letting out a sigh of relief. The boy, wearing glasses and appearing somewhat introverted, nodded. "My name is Su Chun, from Tongling." After saying this, Su Chun sat down on the bed, beginning to organize his belongings. When the others introduced themselves, he merely nodded in a nonchalant manner. Observing this, Chu Xian and the others continued their casual conversation on the previous topics, seemingly uninterested in including Su Chun in their discussion. After all, they believed that making an effort to engage someone who was introverted might come off as off-putting. Chu Xian regarded him with curiosity. At that moment, Li Buer suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I say, do you fellows have girlfriends? Before I came here, I heard that our school has a campus beauty, and she's from our music academy. However, she has quite an aloof personality. It's said that many have confessed to her. Yet she hasn't even spared them a glance." Fan Yin cast a glance at Li Buer and remarked, "Such girls, either affluent or noble, are not within our reach. They have encountered all manner of suitors and dismissed them. Do we stand a chance? I never suggested pursuing her." Li Buer chuckled. "Let us merely appreciate her beauty. Is there truly a campus belle? It couldn't possibly be Chu Yan's close friend, could it?" Listening to the discussions among his peers, Chu Xian was instantly reminded of his sister's words. However, mere moments later, he chose to dismiss the notion of believing Chu Yan. After all, her tempestuous and carefree nature belied her porcelain doll-like appearance in public. It was inconceivable for her to have a belle as a confidant. Surely, Chu Yan is deceiving me. Absolutely. Meanwhile, within the confines of the girls' dormitory, Shin Mushi gazed at her phone, contemplating the friend request from Chu Xian, which she had not accepted. The memory of Che Xiaoxiao bringing him to the dorm the previous day incited a flicker of irritation within her. Strangely enough, her ire was directed not at Che Xiaoxiao, but at herself. Had she not been preoccupied with other matters, she might have had the chance to see the one she yearned for, Chu Xian. So infuriating. Chu Xian, you foolish boy. As the campus belle, Shinmushi was the object of many admirers, yet here was Chu Xian, effortlessly obtaining her attention without any intention of adding her. Contemplating this, she rolled over cautiously on her bed, mindful of the noise but inadvertently disturbing Che Xiaoxiao in the process. "Cici, why are you up so early?" Che Xiaoxiao inquired, rubbing her eyes, her voice hoarse. However, upon noticing Shun Mushi's dark circles, her eyes widened in astonishment. "This is not waking up. It is clear you haven't slept at all. Cici, you didn't stay awake all night, did you?" "Not really. I just didn't sleep well," Shun Mushi yawned, her mind elsewhere. In truth, she had spent the entire night venting to Chu Yan about Chu Xian. Glancing at the friend request, she haughtily thought, "Foolish Chu Xian. Foolish Chu Xian. Foolish Chu Xian. Now you're anxious? I shan't accept so easily." Despite her inner musings, her body betrayed her. And soon she found herself accepting Chu Xian's request. As she stared at the empty chat box, an inexplicable flutter of nervousness coursed through her. On the other side, in room 303, the conversation among the group remained spirited. Chu Xian felt a gentle vibration from his phone. When the screen lit up, he saw that the friend request had been accepted. Out of courtesy towards his sister's friend, Chu Xian greeted, "Hello, senior. I am Chu Yan's younger brother, Chu Xian." To his surprise, the senior responded with an air of aloofness, merely replying with a single word, "Oh." Chapter 6. Shen Mushi. As Shen Mushi sent a solitary character to Chu Xian, he found himself engulfed in perplexity. Why did this senior seem to harbor a disdain for him? Almost as if she were difficult to approach. Was he truly destined to become her subordinate over the next 4 years? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Yet, fearing that she might divulge something to Chu Yan, he steeled himself to continue the conversation. "May I ask your name, senior? I would like to note it down." "Why should I tell you? You can figure it out yourself. I'm very busy." Upon reading this message, Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, sensing that she genuinely disliked him. "What have I done?" Just then, Li Buer glanced at Chu Xian. Curiosity etched across his face. "Xiangu, have you ever been in a relationship before university?" At Li Buer's question, expressions of intrigue spread among the group. Although Chu Xian's appearance was not astonishing, less striking than Ho Qingran, he possessed a youthful charm. "No, I have never been in a relationship," Chu Xian replied, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. "However, I did have a crush on a girl during high school." Upon hearing this, the group inexplicably erupted in excitement. Even Ho Qingran, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly showed interest. "Where is she from? Is she pretty? Did you confess to her?" "No, we never got together. She didn't tea like me." With that, Chu Xian recounted the story of his past confession. After he finished, a heavy silence enveloped the dormitory. Moments later, the hot-tempered Fan Yin broke the stillness with a loud exclamation. "What kind of person is that? Enjoying your kindness only to kick you aside upon graduation. If she doesn't tea like you, she shouldn't be ambiguous." Li Buer echoed the sentiment. "Xiangu, it's all right. Such a person isn't worth your time. I'll introduce you to someone better in the future." Chu Xian smiled at Li Buer's words. Among the 8 in the dormitory, aside from Su Chun, who had not participated in the conversation, only Su Yu and Ho Qingran were in relationships. The rest were still single. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shen Mushi buried her head under her pillow, staring blankly at the chat history she had with Chu Xian. "Did I come off too harsh? Surely this fool doesn't dislike me now. Oh dear. Shen Mushi, you foolish girl, why did you say such hurtful things? What if that silly boy gets entangled with some other ill-intentioned woman during this time? How infuriating." At that moment, Che Xiaoxiao returned to the dorm after her shower and, seeing Shen Mushi in this state, couldn't help but question whether this was still the formidable, aloof campus flower she knew. "Cici, are you all right?" Che Xiaoxiao approached Shen Mushi and gently patted her back. "You've seemed a bit off since last night. You aren't dating that junior named Chu Xian, are you?" Hearing this, Shen Mushi's face flushed crimson, the blush creeping up to her ears. "No," Shen Mushi retorted loudly. "How could I possibly date him, especially a junior? I'll say it once more. I have someone I like." Regarding the matter spoken of by Shen Mushi, Che Xiaoxiao was already aware. However, Shen Mushi's behavior was exceedingly unusual, and various signs indicated that she had a story with that junior. Thus, she began to playfully coax Shen Mushi. "Cici, do tell me. Please. I promise I won't share it with anyone else." Seeing this, Shen Mushi sighed and reluctantly recounted her tale with Chu Xian in its entirety. When the story concluded, Che Xiaoxiao sported a cunning expression. "Cici, who would have thought you and that junior actually have a story? Yet that fool seems to have forgotten about me." Upon saying this, a hint of sadness flickered in Shen Mushi's beautiful eyes. "Oh dear, do not utter such disheartening words," Che Xiaoxiao comforted. "You both are at the same school, after all, with plenty of time to spend together. Moreover, perhaps that junior has not forgotten about you." Hearing this, Shen Mushi's brows lifted, revealing a charming arc. "Perhaps. Shall we go for a meal?" Meanwhile, in room 303, Chu Xian and his companions lay sprawled across their beds. The prolonged streak of defeats had left them feeling utterly despondent. At this juncture, Chu Xian glanced at the time on his phone and proposed, "It's getting late. Shall we go for dinner?" The group exchanged glances and then gradually descended from their beds. Within 5 minutes, they all arrived downstairs at the dormitory. This was the first time the 8 of them ventured out together, and a sense of anticipation filled the air. As they meandered through the school, Ho Qingran suddenly recognized a pressing issue. He asked in a rather indifferent tone, "By the way, do you all know where the cafeteria is?" Upon hearing this, everyone halted, their previously joyful expressions replaced by bewilderment. At this moment, Suyu suggested they inquire passers-by for directions. However, Li Buer pulled out his phone and opened a certain navigation app. The group looked at each other in disbelief. While using navigation to find one's way is reasonable, it seemed rather futile within the confines of the school. With this thought, they all followed Suyu towards a nearby pedestrian to ask for help. Suddenly, Li Buer excitedly called out from behind them, "I found it." Following the navigation's guidance, it wasn't long before they arrived at the first cafeteria. The structure boasted 3 floors and featured a minimalist design, predominantly adorned in warm orange hues. At the center of the first floor, there was a moderately sized stage, where several boys were passionately performing. Just then, Chu Xian spotted a familiar figure near a window. Che Xiaoxiao was standing there, laughing and chatting with a girl. Out of courtesy, Chu Xian strode over and greeted her. "Senior, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well?" Upon hearing a boy attempt to engage her in conversation, Che Xiaoxiao's face instantly displayed a look of disdain. However, as she turned around and recognized the newcomer as Chu Xian, an amusing thought swiftly crossed her mind. "Ah, what a coincidence. Is it truly you? Would you care to join me and my friends for a meal?" At the mention of Chu Xian's name, Shun Mushi's demeanor abruptly faltered, resembling a marionette caught in a moment of hesitation. After a prolonged internal struggle, Shin Mushi resolved to catch a glimpse of the boy from her memories. Yet, as she turned, her gaze fortuitously met Chu Xian's. Despite Che Xiaoxiao's undeniable beauty, she paled in comparison to Shin Mushi. With an exquisitely shaped face and flowing chestnut hair cascading like a waterfall, Shin Mushi's complexion was fair and luminous, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush. Her lips held a subtle rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled as if harboring countless stars, exuding an intangible allure at every moment. Chu Xian stood momentarily entranced, fixated on her. Observing this, Che Xiaoxiao suppressed a laugh and playfully teased, "Junior, she has never been in a relationship. Shouldn't your senior assist you in pursuing her?" Upon hearing this, Shin Mushi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, prompting her to lightly pinch Che Xiaoxiao's waist. With a shy smile, she gently bit her lip and introduced herself. "Hello, Junior. I am Shin Mushi." Witnessing this interaction, the boys seated at a distance who had been secretly observing Shin Mushi were momentarily bewildered. No, is my goddess actually shy? Chapter 7. I only have one green bubble, but you have already added me. Shin Mushi? Why does that name sound familiar? No, wait. The campus bell. Upon hearing Shin Mushi's introduction, Chu Xian stood frozen in place. According to Li Buer, the campus belle was supposed to be aloof and devoid of warmth. Yet, the girl before him was anything but cold. She bore the demeanor of a charming young girl. Gazing at her exquisite features, Chu Xian was certain that his unfortunate sister could never be acquainted with such a girl. Observing their amusing interaction, Che Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her laughter and softly teased. "Junior, not everyone gets the chance to dine with the campus belle. What do you say? Care to share lunch with us?" At this suggestion, both Chu Xian and Shun Mushi felt a flush spread across their faces, while a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Shin Mushi's eyes. At that moment, Chu Xian glanced back at his companions in room 303 and quickly waved his hand in refusal, saying, "No, thank you, senior. I merely came to greet you. My roommate is waiting for me." With that, he hastily retreated. Shin Mushi watched his figure, gradually lost in thought. "So how is it, Mushi? Is he not as you remembered?" Shin Mushi offered no verbal response, yet the blush on her cheeks seemed to convey everything. Li Buer gazed at the silhouettes of 2 beautiful women from a distance and couldn't help but jest. "Xian Ge, are you finally back?" Chu Xian, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied, "My apologies for keeping you waiting." The others exchanged amused glances at Chu Xian's earnest response. They were not upset, merely intrigued. It was astounding that he had acquainted himself with 2 stunning women in just a single day. "Xian Ge, who are they?" Li Buer inquired, captivated by their beauty. "Which academy do they belong to?" Chu Xian chuckled. "The slightly shorter one is the senior who escorted me to my dorm yesterday. The other is her roommate." "Are they taken?" Li Buer pressed on. "How would I know? Why don't you ask them yourself?" Chu Xian shot him a glare. "All right, let us head for a meal. I apologize for making everyone wait. I'll treat you all to some cold drinks." After lunch, The scorching sun drove the group back to their dormitory. They lounged shirtless on their beds, fiddling with their newly purchased fans, yet still found no respite from the heat. While enjoying his ice cream, Li Buer grumbled, "Goodness! Wasn't it said that the Northeast is cool? Why is it still so hot?" Ho Qingran replied nonchalantly, "Because it's summer." At that moment, everyone's phones vibrated simultaneously. Zhang Hao picked his up and saw a message from their instructor in the class group. "Everyone, there will be a meeting tonight at 6:30 in room 101. As it is the first class of the semester, no one may be absent or late for any reason." "Oh no," Li Buer exclaimed, "I don't want to go. This is unbearable." Before long, it was 6 o'clock, and the sky over Jiqing began to darken. The group from room 303 quickly tidied up their belongings and departed the dormitory. As had happened at noon, they found themselves lost once again. Having learned from their previous experience, Li Buer dutifully activated the navigation on his phone, but this time it proved futile, and they wandered aimlessly between two buildings. When they attempted to ask passers-by for directions, they discovered that everyone they encountered was also a new student heading to the same meeting. Finally, at 6:30, after much meandering, they arrived at a teaching building hidden in a corner. Since they had arrived at the tail end of the group, only the front row of seats remained vacant. With no other option, they settled for that. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, clutching a thermos, slowly ascended to the podium under the gaze of the attendees. Her demeanor was serious as she surveyed the audience, then took a sip from her thermos. "My name is Zhang Meng, and I will be your instructor. If you have any issues over the next 4 years, you may come to find me at the office on the first floor of the Music Academy." She provided a brief introduction and proceeded to discuss the traditional university guidelines. The process was monotonous, so much so that several attendees began to nod off. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Ming finally concluded her seemingly endless discourse. As Chu Xian and his companions prepared to rise and depart, Zhang Ming unexpectedly interjected, "Since today marks our first meeting and the inaugural assembly, let us each take the stage for a brief introduction." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian was instantly thrown into a state of panic. As a person of modest disposition, the mere thought of stepping onto the platform, let alone standing before a crowd, filled him with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Zhang Ming paid no heed and pointed decisively at the outermost candidate. "Ho Qingran, you shall begin." Watching Ho Qingran stride confidently to the front, Chu Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I am Chu Xian, from Tang City." Meanwhile, Shin Mushi and Che Xiaoxiao had already settled at the back of the classroom, engaged in hushed whispers. Their initial intention was to impart crucial insights regarding military training to their junior counterparts. Yet, little did they anticipate that Zhang Meng's fervor would overshadow their efforts, leaving their words unspoken. "Do you think young Chu Xian might attract the attention of other girls?" Che Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Shin Mushi and whispered, "After all, he is quite handsome." Shin Mushi glanced at the anxious Chu Xian at the front and smiled. "It matters not. If others seek his contact information, it merely signifies his excellence. However, should that be the case, I would choose to pursue Chu Xian." Che Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had never considered that such words would escape Shin Mushi's lips. Ah, girls in love can indeed be quite formidable. As Li Buer descended from the podium, Chu Xian made an earnest attempt to move forward, albeit he failed to notice his slight limping. The classroom erupted in uproarious laughter. Trying to maintain a facade of composure, Chu Xian grasped the microphone and declared, "I am from Tang City." This proclamation incited even greater laughter among the students. Even Shin Mushi, seated at the back, could not suppress a chuckle. Realizing his blunder, Chu Xian quickly corrected himself. "I am Chu Xian, from Tang City." "Cici, your junior is rather nervous, isn't he?" Che Xiaoxiao teased softly. "Not only is he limping, but his speech seems a bit jumbled." Shin Mushi replied with a sweet smile, "Indeed, he is rather foolish." Finally, after an hour of this torment, the group felt a collective sigh of relief as they escaped the confines of the classroom. Zhang Hao proposed they indulge in a meal before returning to their dormitories. Thus, they made their way back to the grilled fish restaurant. However, following the earlier ordeal, Chu Xian's mind was a haze. How utterly embarrassing. My prospects in college have been dashed. I am exhausted. Let it all come to an end. After dinner, the group headed towards their dormitory. Yet, upon entering the campus, Chu Xian's stomach audibly protested. Thankfully, he encouraged the others to return to the dormitory while he sought a stroke of luck at the campus clinic. Fortunately, the clinic was unlocked and equipped with a restroom. After leaving the clinic, Chu Xian instinctively focused on the ground as he walked back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Chu Xian looked up and was taken aback to see Shin Mushi standing before him. In an instant, he lowered his head once more. "Hello, senior. What a coincidence." Chu Xian stammered. Shin Mushi's lips curled into a charming smile as she teased, "Are you afraid of me? Or do I appear intimidating? Why don't you dare to meet my gaze?" Chu Xian hurriedly waved his hands. "No? I just think you're very beautiful." Shin Mushi chuckled lightly. "Is that so? That is good to hear. I certainly wouldn't want you to fear me. By the way, during the introduction, why didn't you seem more nervous?" "How do you know?" Chu Xian asked, bewildered. "Because I was right there," she replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian was once again reminded of those awkward moments. And at that instant, he genuinely wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just then, Shin Mushi, almost playfully, patted him on the shoulder. "It's fine. Who hasn't experienced embarrassment? It's getting late, so I'll take my leave." Watching Shin Mushi's figure gradually fade away, Chu Xian felt his cheeks flush as he called out, "Senior, may I add you on WeChat?" Shin Mushi turned around, a sweet smile gracing her face. "That won't do, Junior." Chu Xian had anticipated this response. After all, she was the campus belle, and he had little interaction with her, so rejection was certainly expected. However, Shin Mushi continued, "Chu Xian, I only have one WeChat account. You've already added me, so I can't provide you with another." Chapter 8. Because it's you. When Shin Mushi uttered these words, Chu Xian visibly froze for a moment. Even though he heard her say it directly, he still found it hard to believe that he was connected to his sister's circle. "Senior, you're really my sister's close friend?" Chu Xian asked, his face filled with disbelief. It's worth noting that aside from the 2 days before school started, he had never heard Chu Yin mention having a close friend who was the campus belle. Shin Mushi beamed sweetly and said softly, "Absolutely. Yin mentioned that you can be quite a handful, so she asked me to take good care of you." Chu Xian, feeling quite awkward, prepared to exchange a few pleasantries before hastily exiting. "I'll be relying on you in the future, Senior Mushi." At that moment, Shin Mushi suddenly blocked his path. "Are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there something on your mind, or do you simply wish to avoid seeing me?" "No." Chu Xian quickly waved his hands. "You're just too beautiful, and I'm not very good at conversing with girls. I'm afraid I might say something wrong." "Is that so? But earlier today, you initiated a conversation with Xiao Xiao, didn't you? Do you have feelings for her?" Hearing Shin Mushi's words, Chu Xian didn't appear overly surprised. Rather, he responded with a hint of calmness. "Senior, the reason I spoke to her was that Xiao Xiao explained a lot to me yesterday. I just thought that as a junior, it would be somewhat impolite not to greet her. If it had been me yesterday, would you have approached me in the same manner?" Shin Mushi asked cautiously. "Of course," Chu Xian replied with a smile. "However, if it were a senior sister, I might find myself at a loss for words." Gazing at the youthful smile of the boy before her, she felt as though everything had changed, yet paradoxically, nothing had altered at all. "Chu Xian, please escort me back to the dormitory. You are not permitted to decline. Should you dare to refuse, I shall inform Sister Chu Yan." This unexpected statement once again sent Chu Xian's mind into a tailspin. In his understanding, the act of a boy escorting a girl back to her dormitory typically implied a romantic relationship. Was it truly appropriate for him to accompany a senior sister? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He inquired. "In what way is it inappropriate? Or perhaps you wish for me to inform Yin Yan?" Chu Xian chuckled awkwardly, and, compelled by his fear of his sister, he silently followed the enchanting Shin Mushi. Throughout the journey, Chu Xian remained mostly silent, while Shin Mushi cheerfully recounted tales from her 3 years in university. Observing this gentle senior sister, he found it impossible to associate her with the term aloof. This girl in front of him would pause to play with the stray cats they encountered along the way. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he ventured to ask Shin Mushi, "Senior sister, I feel that you are quite different from what I've heard." Shin Mushi tilted her body slightly, gazing up at him. "What have you heard about me? They say you are very distant and difficult to approach. Yet, upon seeing you in person, you exude the charm of a little girl. So endearing." Gently stroking a kitten's head, Shin Mushi stood upright and approached Chu Xian, looking directly at him. "Is it possible that I behave this way only with you? It is because of you that I act this way." The night was serene, so tranquil that they could hear each other's breaths, the distance between them merely an arm's length. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian's face flushed crimson. He wished to articulate something, but at that moment, it felt as though his mouth had been glued shut. After much effort, he finally managed to utter, "Senior sister, we are not far from your dormitory. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Watching Chu Xian's retreating figure, Shin Mushi smiled softly and then proceeded toward her dormitory. However, she sensed that she had forgotten something quite important. Upon returning, she found Che Xiaoxiao sulking at the table, her face marred by displeasure. It dawned on Shin Mushi that earlier, Che Xiaoxiao had gone out to buy something while she waited, only to forget about her upon encountering Chu Xian. Xiaoxiao, are you upset? I am truly sorry. Not at all. Meanwhile, in room 303, the others began to tease upon seeing Chu Xian return. Oh, Brother Xian, you've returned at last. We thought you had fallen into the toilet and were about to call the plumber in the red hat to rescue you. Chu Xian listened to the playful banter of his companions with a hint of helplessness, yet he refrained from divulging his recent encounter with Shin Mushi. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he reclined on his bed and opened the green bubble chat application. As he perused the conversation history, he couldn't help but feel that Shin Mushi appeared to be an entirely different person online compared to her real-life demeanor. The memory of her words, "It's because of you that things have improved," sent a rush of warmth to his cheeks. This moment did not escape the keen observation of Ho Ching Ran, who was sharing the room. "Shin, are you unwell? Your face is quite flushed," she remarked. Upon hearing her comment, the attention of the group shifted to Chu Xian's countenance. He awkwardly replied, "No, I just have too many layers on. It's a bit warm in the dorm." The others seemed satisfied with his explanation and moved on. Chu Xian then opened the chat window with Shin Mushi. "Senior, I've returned to the dorm. Rest early." Before long, he received a response. "Got it. You should also turn in early and avoid staying up late playing games. Good night." A smile crept onto Chu Xian's face as he read her message, and he subsequently set his phone aside to freshen up. "Xiangu, are we playing games?" Li Bu Er inquired. "No, we have military training tomorrow, and I'm worried I won't be able to wake up," Chu Xian replied. The group then remembered that military training was commencing the next day. The thought of standing on the playground for 10 consecutive days instantly extinguished Li Bu Er's desire to play games. After a short while, Chu Xian completed his hygiene routine and laboriously climbed into bed. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chu Yan. "Sister, is your friend's name Shin Mushi?" Chu Yan replied, "Oh, little brother, not bad. You already know her name on the first day." Chu Xian, "You can't imagine what happened today." Chu Yan, "So, is she very beautiful?" As Chu Xian read his sister's message, he could almost envision her expression through the words. Before he could respond, Chu Yan sent another message. "You should put in some effort. I think she is quite nice." She even included a mischievous smiley at the end of her message. "And stop leaving things unsaid, it's quite irritating." Meanwhile, in another girl's dormitory, after calming Che Xiaoxiao, Shin Mushi climbed into bed. Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Chu Xian, her face flushed as well. "What was I thinking today? Why did I say it's because of you? What should I do? He won't think I'm a weirdo, will he?" The night was beautifully illuminated by the moon, yet it was destined that some would find it difficult to sleep. Chapter 9. The military training begins the next day. The residents of room 303 gradually awoke to the raucous sound of music. The vast horizon is my love, leaving behind a myriad of colors. How noisy! Whose alarm is that? The group groggily rubbed their eyes and turned their gaze towards Li Bu Er's bed. However, the current Li Bu Er exhibits no signs of awakening, even mumbling in his sleep. "Honey, eat honey." Fan Yin glanced at his phone. "It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Aren't we supposed to gather at 8? Upon hearing this, an inexplicable flame of frustration surged among the group in room 303, prompting them to approach Li Bu Er's bedside. "Li Bu Er, stop sleeping. Turn off your alarm," Chu Xian said in a calm tone. "Do you really think shouting at him will wake him up?" "Watch this," replied Ho Ching Ran, pulling out an object resembling a feather from somewhere, incessantly tickling the soles of Li Bu Er's feet. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xian instantly dismissed his earlier thoughts. This is not aloofness. It is clearly cunning. As Li Bu Er's feet twitched uncontrollably due to the tickling, Fan Yan, who was in the opposite bunk, quickly stood up and grasped both of Li Bu Er's feet together. After a few jests, Li Bu Er suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What is going on? What time is it?" Li Bu Er, still dazed, looked at Chu Xian and the others gathered at his bedside. However, upon hearing the sound of his alarm, he awkwardly remarked, "Hee, we're all buddies here, right? You won't hold it against me, will you?" Chu Xian and the others were nearly choked on their grilled fish from the day before at the stark contrast of Li Bu Er's hefty weight producing such a sound. "Next time you can't get up, Could you please refrain from setting an alarm? Su said irritably. I was just worried everyone would oversleep, Li Buer replied, scratching his head sheepishly. You set an alarm for 6 when we gather at 8? Fan Yin yawned. Oh, come on. We're all friends. Li Buer said in a tone that was almost pleading. Hearing this, the others involuntarily shivered. Please, just speak normally. That's truly nauseating. Chu Xian observed the playful banter among the group without interjecting, reflecting. It seems that after 2 days of interaction, everyone has become somewhat familiar. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly noticed Su Chun, who remained calmly engrossed in his phone. His expression showed no signs of irritation from the noise, nor any hint of amusement. Noticing this, Chu Xian sat on Su Chen's bed, attempting to stir his emotions. So, we didn't disturb you, did we? Not at all. I find the atmosphere quite enjoyable. Su Chen shrugged. Hearing this, Chu Xian smiled faintly, and then casually remarked, you could try chatting casually with everyone. We were just like you when we first arrived. Following the earlier commotion, the group had long lost any desire for sleep. As they saw it was nearly 8 o'clock, they decided to change into their military training uniforms, grab breakfast in the cafeteria, and then head directly to the playground for the gathering. However, it must be said that the military training uniforms could hardly be described as anything less than hideous. When Zhang Hao donned his military training uniform, the others could not help but burst into laughter at the sight. Zhang Hao stood at a modest height of around 160 centimeters. His military training uniform fitting him rather snugly, resembling a second skin. Furthermore, his cap was askew, lending him the appearance of a villain from a certain dramatic series. Zhang Yi glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, why does your outfit seem so small? I have no idea. Zhang Hao exclaimed, his face flushed from the tightness of the garment. This is what I was given. It's utterly ridiculous. Do you know what you resemble right now? Fan Yin chimed in with a grin. You look just like a captain from some television drama. Wow, that nickname has a nice ring to it. Li Buer laughed heartily. From now on, we'll call you Captain, Zhang Hao. Amidst the raucous banter, the group finally arrived at the cafeteria. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of little green figures. Are we really going to eat? Chu Xian asked in alarm, the scene before him reminiscent of a famine. Of course we're eating, Li Buer replied. What do you want? To faint on the playground. With that, the group from 303 began to scramble for food. But the crowd was overwhelming, and Chu Xian found himself pushed to the back. After enduring 20 minutes of this chaos, they finally managed to procure their meals and set off toward the playground. In stark contrast to their earlier demeanor, the group now appeared visibly disheveled. Chu Xian realized that his belt had somehow gone missing in the fray. Upon reaching the playground, they found it teeming with students. It took them quite some time to locate the music academy. Unlike other colleges, where students stood directly under the sun, merely turning to shield themselves from its rays, the music academy was tucked away in a corner of the playground, surrounded by teaching buildings, and remained shaded for most of the day. In comparison, the music academy's accommodations were considerably more favorable than those of the other faculties. As noon approached, having witnessed the formidable presence of the little green figures, Chu Xian and his friends swiftly dashed towards the playground's main entrance at the moment of dismissal. However, it seemed that everyone's thoughts were aligned, and soon the entrance was congested with a throng of students. Chu Xian and his companions found themselves quite far from the viewing platform. I have a suggestion, Chu Xian said, casting a wry smile at the group. How about we order takeout instead? The others glanced at the crowd and, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed to Chu Xian's proposal. With the entrance blocked by the masses, the 303 crew settled down on the playground to order their meals. As newcomers, Chu Xian surveyed the offerings on a certain delivery app, finding each dish tantalizing. Just as he prepared to indulge himself, Shen Mushi sent a message directly. Junior, are you training now? The cafeteria is quite crowded, and I doubt you can compete with your petite frame. So it would be best for you to head straight back to the dormitory. Isn't this too much trouble for you? Chu Xian replied, feeling a bit awkward. It's no trouble at all, Shen Mushi responded. Since Yin Yin asked me to take good care of you, I shall ensure you are well fed and chubby. The moment Chu Xian read this message, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, and he was entirely oblivious to the faint blush adorning his cheeks. Thank you, senior. I'll treat you to a meal next time, he said, placing his phone into his pocket. Yet curiosity lingered in his mind about how his senior had obtained his contact information. However, recalling his unfortunate sister's antics, all his doubts seemed to dissipate. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shen Mushi sat at her desk, Her face flushed as she gazed at the professional textbooks before her, seemingly attempting to calm her racing heart. Is your little junior quite excited? Che Xiaoxiao teased playfully. Perhaps, Shin Mushi replied with a gentle smile. He mentioned he would treat me to a meal after military training. After a prolonged wait of 10 minutes, everyone finally made their way back to the dormitory, during which several of them received notifications that their takeout had arrived. As they looked down at a pile of takeout boxes, everyone quickly began rummaging through them. However, Chu Xian appeared somewhat troubled. He noticed that many of the bags bore his last digits, making it impossible for him to claim his own order without assistance from his dorm mates. Senior, did you order too much? Chu Xian sent a photo of the food. Moments later, Shin Mushi replied with a picture of her reading. It's manageable. You can share with your roommates. After all, it's just a small act of kindness. All right, Chu Xian responded. Yet, only a few seconds passed before he felt compelled to add, Senior, I know you are close friends with my sister, but please don't order so much next time. I would feel quite guilty. Also, after my military training, you must come for the meal I promised you. I will certainly come. Shin Mushi sent a cute emoji. After your military training, remember to contact me. Setting his phone down, Chu Xian called his dorm mates over. Let us eat together. There is quite a lot. Are you a rich second-generation heir? One teased, eyeing the fried chicken, burgers, cakes, and pizzas. Oh, come on. Chu Xian's gaze darted away. He certainly couldn't reveal that all of this was ordered by his senior, as that would only burden her. Why are you talking so much? Are you going to eat or not? He retorted, as the others arrived. Chapter 10. Lunch after lunch, a few individuals lay exhausted on their beds. Although the morning had not been filled with numerous training activities, the members of 303 felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if their very essence had been drained. Li Buer inquired, What time are we gathering this afternoon? Fan Yin replied, I believe it's at 1:30. Li Buer continued, If only it could rain this afternoon. For Chu Xian and the others, nothing was more desirable than a torrential downpour, as it would spare them from military training. Yet, the heavens did not favor them. Before long, the appointed gathering time arrived. Gazing up at the clear sky, the group even contemplated squatting down and beseeching the rain with stones. Despite the approach of October, the midday temperature in Jiqing remained uncomfortably warm. As they approached the playground and saw that the music academy had already assembled, they quickened their pace to join them. However, running proved to be somewhat challenging for Li Buer. Hey, why am I struggling to run? Wait for me. Perhaps one of you could carry me, he exclaimed. I'll carry you. Not a chance, Ho Qingran retorted, rolling her eyes. Do you want me to transform into a pack mule? Listening to their banter, Chu Xian mused. Li Buer truly lives up to his name. Surely his parents wish for him to adopt a more serious demeanor. With this thought, he smiled gently and turned to Li Buer, saying, I believe you ought to engage in some exercise. Upon hearing this, Li Buer abruptly halted, flexing what he claimed were his muscles. See this? Chu Xian and Ho Qingran exchanged glances, regarding him as if he were a fool, before dashing toward the group. Unbeknownst to Li Buer, who continued to shout and flaunt his non-existent muscles, he was the very one the instructor had noticed. It was only at that moment that he began to temper his exuberance. As Li Buer joined the ranks, the Music Academy's students finally gathered. The instructor glared at Chu Xian and the others, sternly stating, Many in our ranks were late. Since this is our first day, I shall refrain from punishment. However, there are a few who were tardy yet appeared unperturbed. Mind your behavior in the coming days. I will remember you. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian and his companions understood that the instructor was referring to Li Buer. They exchanged knowing glances, while Li Buer, blissfully unaware, continued to smile foolishly among the crowd. An hour swiftly passed. Observing the weary expressions on everyone's faces, the instructor signaled for a break. However, as they were all new students from the Music Academy, merely resting seemed rather dull. The instructor's playful spirit ignited, and he addressed the group. Is there anyone willing to perform? I must tell you, a splendid performance could grant you the privilege of choosing your partner for the next 4 years. In previous years, many students began romantic relationships shortly after the start of the school term, despite the instructor's admonitions. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone had silently agreed to bow their heads in unison. Observing this, the instructor feigned a sigh of exasperation and, with his coarse fingers, pointed to Li Buer amidst the crowd. In that case, why don't you perform for us? However, Li Buer appeared oblivious to the fact that he was the one being referred to, as he gazed around at his peers. Had it not been for a gentle nudge from Chu Xian and others, he would have remained blissfully unaware, perhaps due to his unassuming appearance. Laughter erupted from the crowd even before Li Buer began his act. I play the clarinet, but since I don't have my instrument with me, allow me to showcase a unique skill instead. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's interest was piqued, completely unaware that he was about to become an unwitting participant in a comical fiasco. I need someone to help me, Brother Xian, would you? Although Chu Xian was reluctant, he was compelled to step forward due to Li Buer's insistence. Before he could even contemplate what the performance would entail, Li Buer lowered his voice and grasped Chu Xian's arm, exclaiming, bear big, I want to eat honey. It was at this moment that Chu Xian realized Li Buer's so-called unique skill was an impression of a bear from a certain anime. Had they been alone, Chu Xian would have undoubtedly praised him with delight. However, in the midst of the playground, this was akin to defecating in public. Chu Xian attempted to extricate himself from Li Buer's grip, but the latter only tightened his hold. Faced with this predicament, he had no choice but to crouch down. Resembling an ostrich hiding its head in the sand, I feel like I'm falling apart. Once the performance concluded, Chu Xian returned to his friends, on the verge of tears. Yet, Li Buer was intercepted by the instructor. You were asked to perform, not to be awkward. Come, let me teach you a proper act. With that, Li Buer found himself compelled to lie on the ground, raising his legs high into the air. Do not let them drop. You shall not rise for 5 minutes. Due to Li Buer's considerable weight, he struggled to maintain this position for even 30 seconds, emitting comical sounds of ya in the process. This ludicrous scene was captured on video by Ho Qingran. Perhaps it was a tradition at the music academy for during breaks. Several senior students would bring watermelon or entertain the crowd with performances. Among these, the one that left the deepest impression on Chu Xian was a senior who played the saxophone. Just when he thought the performance had concluded, the senior unexpectedly pulled out a bamboo board from his pocket and began a comedic monologue. At that moment, Chu Xian felt his phone in his pocket vibrate slightly. He took out his phone and discovered a message from Senior Shinmushi. Look behind. Upon seeing this, Chu Xian turned his head, staring blankly into the distance. At first, he noticed nothing amiss, but upon closer inspection, he discerned a young woman in a light blue dress, adorned with a large sun hat, gracefully seated on the steps. Her gaze fixed upon him. As he focused intently, he realized it was indeed Shinmushi. At that moment, Shinmushi spoke again. Come here. Seeing this message, Chu Xian seized the opportunity, stealthily approaching her while ensuring no one was paying attention. Senior, what brings you here? He inquired. I was bored, so I came. Shinmushi replied, shifting slightly to invite him to sit beside her. Your performance just now was quite remarkable. At her words, Chu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground, as he had never anticipated that his rather embarrassing moment would be witnessed by her. However, Shinmushi seemed unfazed, her hand casually brushing against his wrist. There will be a performance by the art troupe on the playground shortly. Would you like to attend? Chu Xian felt somewhat perplexed. As the school's belle, why was she not participating in such an event? Moreover, he was curious about what it would be like to see the school beauty sing and dance. It seemed she could sense his confusion, for Shinmushi smiled gently. I do not enjoy participating in such activities. However, if you wish to see, I could perform just for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's face flushed once more. Observing him, Shinmushi feigned indifference but found him utterly endearing. After a light-hearted exchange, Chu Xian prepared to return to his group. Just then, a distant, woeful cry echoed from afar, belonging to Li Buer. Chapter 11. The first holiday of Class 303 time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the 8th day of military training. Over the past few days, everyone had been engaged in the monotonous repetition of the same movements. Chu Xian felt a twinge of envy for certain schools in the south that had military training with real firearms. Yet, the thought of only 2 days remaining brought a sense of relief. By the way, what are your plans for the 11th? So you asked. I don't know. Chu Xian shrugged. I might just stay in the dormitory. In truth, Chu Xian longed to return home, but the lengthy journey, which involved enduring 6 hours of sitting, deterred him. Just contemplating it made him feel as though insects were crawling all over him. Li Buer seemed to appear from nowhere, as if he were an ordinary person. I suggest that we embark on a journey together. The two individuals exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. It is worth noting that during the National Day holiday, a rare 7-day respite, many would choose to travel, inevitably leading to overcrowding. Let us discuss it after the military training, they decided. Before long, The final day of military training arrived. There were no training tasks scheduled. Instead, everyone was gathered to take a collective photograph as a memento of their time spent in training. With the conclusion of the military parade, Chu Xian's 10-day training also came to an end. Upon returning to the dormitory, the group engaged in lively discussions about their plans for the upcoming holiday. Chu Xian, however, remained detached from the conversation. Suddenly, a message arrived from a senior. "Hey, do you have any plans for the holiday tomorrow?" Shortly thereafter, Shin Mushi replied, "I'm not sure, perhaps I'll go home." "Why do you want to hang out?" Upon reading this, Chu Xian felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. The person on the other end was indeed the school's belle, and moreover, a close friend of his sister. How could he dare to approach her? No, senior. I previously mentioned that I would treat you to a meal after the training ends." "Sounds great." Shinmushi responded promptly. "I know a fantastic hot pot restaurant. Once I'm back, let us go together." Seeing her agreement, Chu Xian's surprise was palpable, and a smile of eager anticipation graced his lips once more. This scene was inadvertently noticed by Ho Qingran and others, who exchanged knowing glances and remarked, "You're grinning so widely. Have you fallen in love?" "Love? Nonsense." Chu Xian retorted defiantly. "A wise person does not fall into the river of love." Observing this, his friends refrained from further inquiries and shifted the conversation to his plans for the holiday. They were divided into two factions. One group preferred to remain in the dormitory, while the other wished to seize the opportunity to explore nearby Shenzhou. After a lengthy discussion lasting 2.5 hours, they ultimately decided to venture to Shenzhou together during the holiday. However, as the hour was late and they felt somewhat fatigued from the military training, they resolved to set off early the following morning. Yet, upon reviewing the ticketing information, Li Buer exclaimed in dismay, "Goodness! All the train tickets have been sold out. Only standing tickets remain." Ho Qingran adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "Do not worry. Standing tickets are officially called unreserved seats. When we board the train, we can sit wherever there is space." Hearing this, the group, though skeptical, proceeded to purchase their tickets. That evening, everyone retired early to prepare for the adventures that awaited them the next day. Accompanied by the familiar sound of Li Buer's alarm, the group slowly opened their eyes. Still in a daze, they noticed Li Buer, who was still fast asleep, and collectively climbed onto his bed to rouse him. After a friendly exchange, they finally made their way downstairs to the dormitory. Joy radiated from each face, except for Li Buer's, who lamented, "Why do I have to get up? I thought my body was about to be torn apart. There's a necessity for it." Fanyan chuckled. "Everyone just wanted to get to know you better." Before long, they arrived at the bus station. While waiting for their ride, Chu Xian took out his phone, contemplating sending a message to Shin Mushi. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Are you awake, senior?" "No, that's not right. My roommate and I are going out to have fun." "Still not quite right." Just as Chu Xian was caught in his internal struggle, Shin Mushi preemptively sent him a photo of the train window, captioned, "Junior, I'm heading home. Hope you and your roommate have a great time. Remember to tell me about any fun adventures when I return." "Safe travels, senior," Chu Xian replied, only to be met with her swift response, "I'm off to the airport. Don't say safe travels." Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian and his friends began preparing for ticket inspection. After disembarking, unsure of where to go and with standing tickets in hand, the 8 of them decided to simply stand beside the stairs. Before long, the train slowly pulled into the station, and they stepped into the carriage before them. Initially, they intended to sit at the junction of the carriages, but upon spotting vacant seats, they quickly abandoned that notion and took their places. However, before they could even settle in, the rightful occupants of those seats arrived. Consequently, the group found themselves pitifully huddled back at the junction. As this was a green-skinned train, every jolt made them acutely aware of their discomfort. "Hey, I thought standing tickets meant no assigned seats," Chu Xian complained. "Surprises abound," Ho Qingran replied with an awkward smile. Who knew there would be so many people on such an early train? Perhaps noticing the group's dwindling spirits, she offered some consolation. "It's all right. Maybe it'll clear up soon." They fell into silence, perhaps believing her words or perhaps resigned to the reality. Yet, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. The carriage not only lacked any available seats, but even the junction where Chu Xian and the others huddled was crowded with passengers. Moving around became an unattainable luxury. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come home. My backside is killing me." Time slipped away, and they had no idea how many hours had passed. The train carriage echoed with a liberating announcement. "Dear passengers, We have arrived at Shinjo Station. Chapter 12. Shinjo, Part 1. As the train came to a halt at the platform, Chu Xian hastened to exit the carriage with remarkable speed. Upon retrieving his phone, he was astonished to discover that this journey had lasted a staggering 9 hours. This revelation stirred a momentary sense of irritation within him, yet it dissipated as swiftly as it arose, replaced by a serene expression. After all, the joy of embarking on an adventure with friends brought him considerable happiness. Having arrived in Shinjo at 6 in the evening, Chu Xian and his companions decided against checking into their pre-booked hotel, opting instead to seek a place to dine first. However, as this was their inaugural visit, they were utterly unfamiliar with the local culinary offerings. Upon exiting the station, they wandered aimlessly, resembling headless chickens. Before long, their peculiar behavior caught the attention of a middle-aged woman. She was of a stout build, somewhat diminutive in stature, resembling a winter melon in shape, and sported a conspicuous dark mole on her left cheek. Her visage bore the unmistakable traits of a classic antagonist, and the smile she wore as she approached sent a shiver down the spines of Chu Xian and his friends. "Hello, handsome young man. Is this your first time in Shinjo? Would you like a place to stay? We have many intriguing services available." Despite her lack of clarity, the group understood her insinuations. What surprised them, however, was the brazen manner in which she solicited guests at the train station in this day and age. With a look of disdain, Chu Xian regarded the woman. Before he could voice his discontent, the usually reticent Su Chen spoke up first. "No, thank you. We have accommodations. I suggest you tread carefully by the river. One day, you may find your shoes wet." With that, Su Chen turned, exuding an air of confidence as he strode past the others towards the station's exit. The woman, momentarily taken aback, was about to retort when Chu Xian interjected. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone this handsome before? Get your mind straight and leave us be." How distasteful. The group heard her mutter a curse under her breath, prompting Fan Yin to turn and confront the middle-aged woman. However, he was ultimately restrained by his friends, as they agreed that it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict while out and about. After this brief encounter, the group gathered by a column in the train station plaza, once again perusing their phones for recommendations on Shinjo's culinary delights. After 2.5 minutes, Ho Qingran suddenly slapped his thigh and exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yu. "How about we go for some barbecue?" he suggested, just in time to let you all taste the distinctive chicken rack. Upon hearing this, the group, without a moment's hesitation, eagerly concurred with Ho Qingran's suggestion. After all, they had long heard that no chicken could leave Shinjo alive. With that, they divided into 2 vehicles and set off towards their destination. Perhaps feeling somewhat fatigued, Chu Xian quickly fell asleep in the passenger seat, only to be roused by Zhang Yi's playful photo when they arrived at the barbecue restaurant. "Chu Xian, we've arrived." "Sleep later," Zhang called out. At the sound of his voice, Chu Xian groggily opened his eyes and followed the others inside. The young waitress, noticing their arrival, warmly guided them to a round table and enthusiastically introduced various specialty dishes. It must be said that once the boys warmed up to each other, they often veered into inexplicable topics. Seizing the moment, Chu Xian excused himself from the restaurant, yearning for fresh air and to capture some beautiful photographs for his senior. Upon entering, he had vaguely noticed that this barbecue establishment was situated by the riverside. As someone who had grown up in the inland, even a small lake would fill him with inexplicable excitement. No sooner had he crossed the street than he felt the refreshing river breeze caress his cheeks. Standing by the railing, he was captivated by the towering buildings across the river and the shimmering neon lights on the bridge. Those lights sparkled like fireworks, seemingly embellishing the entire city and the night sky in a dreamlike fashion. Seeing this, he took out his phone to capture the moment, intending to send the photo to Shinmushi. Yet, after just a few seconds, he resolved to share this joy with his senior in person upon his return. The evening was bustling with pedestrians, couples and spouses gathered by the railing, sharing tales of their daily lives. Naturally, in any plaza, there would be dancing and street performers. Chu Xian, seated on a nearby bench, after a spell of admiration, was struck by a curious thought. If only his senior could see this. Perhaps she would be delighted too. Alas, how wonderful it would be to share this moment with her. However, just moments later, the simplicity of this thought made Chu Xian chuckle aloud. Am I out of my mind? She's the campus belle, not to mention a close friend of my sister's. Although she suggested I try to win her over, who am I? Just an ordinary guy? A gust of river wind swept by, abruptly disrupting Chu Xian's musings. Glancing at his phone, He noted that over 20 minutes had elapsed. Rising to his feet, he prepared to head back toward the barbecue restaurant. On his way back, his attention was captured by two elderly gentlemen seated on a long bench, their white hair a striking contrast to the vibrant surroundings. They stood hand in hand, leaning against one another, as if time itself had come to a halt in their presence. The grandfather, slightly hunched, pointed with his other hand towards the shimmering skyscrapers ahead. His lips moved gently, seemingly sharing a delightful anecdote with the grandmother. Despite the silver frost of time adorning their heads, it had done nothing to diminish the profound affection they held for each other. On the contrary, as the years passed, their love grew ever more steadfast and precious. A gentle breeze tousled the grandmother's white hair, yet she paid it no mind, resting her head lightly upon her husband's shoulder. Chu Xian slowed his pace, pausing before the elderly couple. "Excuse me, may I take a photograph of you?" Upon hearing this, the two elders gazed kindly at Chu Xian. Although they were unaware of the reason behind the young man's request, warmth radiated from their eyes as they smiled in agreement. Chu Xian took out his phone and began capturing one photo after another, not instructing them on how to pose, for the couple epitomized the most beautiful essence of love. Afterward, Chu Xian dashed over to a nearby van labeled with photo printing. Moments later, he returned, presenting the freshly printed photographs to the elderly pair. They exchanged a silent glance, accompanied by gentle smiles. Just as Chu Xian was about to take his leave, the grandfather reached into his pocket, seemingly searching for something. Assuming the elder intended to offer him money, Chu Xian quickly prepared to decline. However, before he could utter a word, the grandfather produced a piece of milk candy from his pocket, saying, "Young man, thank you for this. Here's a candy for you, it's quite sweet." This simple gesture evoked a twinge of emotion in Chu Xian's heart. He accepted the candy, exchanged a few brief words with the elderly couple, and then turned to leave. As he unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth, he found it to be far sweeter than any he had tasted before. Perhaps it stirred memories of his late grandfather, or perhaps it was envy for the enduring love of the older generation. Chapter 13. Shenzhou, Part 2. After bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Chu Xian hurried back to the restaurant. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table brimming with a variety of delectable dishes. However, Li Buer and the others had not touched their meals, having waited for Chu Xian's arrival. "You really do know how to make an entrance. These skewers have only just arrived," Li Buer remarked, rising to make room for him. "My buddy here possesses a radar for good food," he added with a self-deprecating chuckle, as Chu Xian settled beside him, gazing at the array of vibrant and aromatic dishes before them. Tears of frustration streamed down Chu Xian's cheeks. He then focused his gaze on the chicken carcasses at the center of the table. As he picked up his chopsticks and savored a bite, he was reminded of the saying he had often heard. Indeed, no chicken ever leaves Shenzhou alive. After dinner, the group set out towards the hotel they had reserved, basking in the moonlight. Having just finished their meal, and with the distance not being far, they decided to walk. Before long, Ho Qingran and Chu Xian lagged behind the others. Perhaps seeking a topic of conversation, Ho Qingran glanced at the relaxed Chu Xian and asked, "Xuanzi, do you have any dreams?" Taken aback by the question, Chu Xian nonetheless responded with a statement that might provoke laughter from others. "I aspire to be a singer. That is my sole purpose in studying music. It's just quite challenging. I used to think that before college, I would use bel canto as a stepping stone. And after entering university, I would delve into pop music. But alas, our academy does not offer pop." Ho Qingran chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed." Chu Xian shrugged and inquired, "What about you, monkey? What do you plan to do in the future?" "I wish to be a salted fish," Ho Qingran said earnestly, "and spend my days lounging about." Unsurprisingly, as soon as he heard this, Chu Xian burst into laughter. Seeing this, Ho Qingran joined in the mirth. Time slipped away, and the group finally arrived at the hotel they had booked. After a brief freshening up, they exchanged goodnights and drifted into their respective dreams. The next day at noon, the fatigue from the previous 9-hour journey weighed heavily upon them. If not for the front desk urging them to check out, they might have slept the entire day away. "So sleepy. It's noon already. Should we extend our stay or check out?" Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and promptly donned their clothes, vacating the room. Thus began their first day of exploration in Shenzhou, albeit reluctantly. Fortunately, the night before their trip, they had prepared a travel itinerary in their dormitory. Before long, they reached their first destination, the Shenzhou Palace. After disembarking, they merely turned their heads, and Li Buer produced a small flag from somewhere. immediately assuming the role of a tour guide. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Shinjo Palace, one of the last two remaining royal architectural complexes, established in 1625. Hearing Li Buer's enthusiastic narration, Chu Xian and his companions were nearly left speechless. Even a professional tour guide passing by couldn't help but pause to listen. How do you know so much? Fan Yin asked Li Buer. Li Buer flashed a mischievous smile, displaying a certain encyclopedia on one's mobile phone to the gathered crowd. He remarked, "What is inscribed here is what my friend just recited." Upon hearing this, the surrounding assembly erupted in derisive laughter. Nevertheless, Chu Xian found himself intrigued, pondering the distinctions between this place and the majestic Forbidden City in the capital. However, the group appeared to have underestimated the holiday influx of visitors, merely standing outside. They observed that the ticketing area was already inundated with a multitude of tourists. Realizing this, the members of 303 exchanged glances and sighed before proceeding to their next destination. "Shall we depart?" Zhang Hao suggested, shivering at the sight before him. "I fear that if we enter, we might be trampled like vermin." "I concur," Zhang Yi added. "We could very well end up as mere ingredients in a meat sandwich." Despite their regret, the group was undeniably averse to the thought of navigating through such a throng. As the hour approached 1 o'clock, they found a noodle shop by the roadside. After enjoying their lunch, they decided to expedite their subsequent plans. In the afternoon, after witnessing the overwhelming crowd, the 8 members of 303 finally managed to symbolically visit the former residence and museum, among other attractions. Even the small flag in Li Buoy's hand had mysteriously dwindled to just a plastic pole. The group had initially anticipated a leisurely journey. Although they were aware of the potential for large crowds, they had not expected a series of attractions to be so densely packed. While smiles adorned their faces, their bodies had succumbed to fatigue, slumped in their seats. "Are there any attractions we have yet to visit?" Ho Qingran inquired with a look of trepidation. "Many," Su Qin replied, glancing at the itinerary he had prepared on his phone. After some deliberation, the group resolved to spend the next day exploring Xinzhou, returning to school the day after, vowing to revisit when the holiday rush had subsided. After a modest dinner, they returned to their hotel. Initially, they planned to book just one night to assess the environment, with the intention of changing hotels if it proved unsatisfactory. Earlier in the afternoon, they had found the prices on a certain platform to be quite reasonable. However, upon arriving at the front desk, they were taken aback. The room that was originally priced at 300 had now surged to 800, even for a standard double. Furthermore, the staff insisted that there was no price adjustment, stating that the rooms from the platform required a supplementary charge. As spirited young men, having endured a day of bustling crowds, their frustration finally erupted. Following an amicable discussion with the manager, the hotel ultimately conceded, settling on a compromise of 400 for the room. However, the situation remained fraught with tension. After the commotion, the crowd swiftly lost interest in the hotel and elegantly turned to leave. "Monkey brother, do you truly have a place to go?" they inquired. Soon, Chu Xian and his companions found themselves standing in front of a bathing center in Xinzhou. It was often said that when it comes to bathing, one must look to the northeast, and specifically to Xinzhou. It must be admitted that the bathing centers in the northeast are utterly distinct from those in other regions. Rather than merely being bathhouses, they resemble grand leisure entertainment venues, equipped with every conceivable amenity. The entire bathing center is divided into 3 levels. The first level is dedicated to bathing and swimming, while the second and third levels are reserved for buffet dining and recreational activities. Apart from Ho Qingran and Su Yu, who hail from the northeast, the expressions on the faces of Chu Xian and the others resembled that of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Chu Xian thought he caught a fleeting expression of disdain on Su Yu's face. After a thorough cleansing, they ascended to the 3rd floor, a designated area for resting and sleeping. Despite the nearby entertainment facilities, at that moment, none of them wished to engage in any activities. Except for Li Buer, who, like a robot, found everything fascinating. Chu Xian lay on the platform, gazing at the photos on his phone, pondering to himself. Upon returning, "I will surely have plenty to discuss with my senior sister." At that moment, his phone screen unexpectedly illuminated. Noticing this, Ho Qingran poked him in the side, teasingly saying, "Xuanzi, your girlfriend just messaged you." "Huh, where on earth would I have a girlfriend?" Chu Xian replied, casting a light glare before picking up his phone and discovering a message from his senior sister, which instantly filled him with excitement. Junior, what are you up to? Are you having fun with your roommates? She inquired. Aside from the crowd, it's quite enjoyable, Chu Xian responded. There are so many attractions here. And the food is delectable. Unbeknownst to him, he began recounting the events of the day to Shun Mu Shi, perhaps too exhausted to notice the noise around him, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Seeing that he did not reply, Shun Mu Shi sent a displeased emoji along with the message. Are you sleeping, Chu Xian? 1, 2, 3? Humph. Good night, Junior. The next morning, Chu Xian awoke from his dreams, the discomfort of sleeping on the floor leaving him feeling sore all over. He looked around, only to find that Li Buer and the others were nowhere to be seen. Chu Xian, Xiangu. Suddenly, he heard someone softly calling him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Li Buer and the others leisurely lounging on the massage room beds. After he had drifted off to sleep the previous night, they had ventured to the massage room. As the calls for Chu Xian went unanswered, the group decided to wait until the massage concluded before seeking him out. However, the chair seemed enchanted, as merely lying upon it rendered them reluctant to move. Today, Chu Xian approached the others and inquired, "Where do we plan to go?" Li Buer responded, but his words left the group momentarily speechless. Yet, in certain respects, he was indeed correct. I mean, where are we planning to go today? The group exchanged glances, perhaps momentarily dazed, and no one put forth any suggestions. At that moment, Ho Qingran broke the silence. The original plan was to visit a certain amusement park today, but given the crowd from yesterday, as you all witnessed, it is up to everyone to decide whether we go. Upon hearing this, the group contemplated for a few seconds before heading to the changing room to don their attire. However, since it was a rare occasion to rise early, they seized the opportunity to visit the morning market. Before long, they stood idly before the amusement park. A glance around revealed a crowd even larger than the previous location, predominantly parents accompanied by their children. For a moment, the group felt a sense of trepidation. Shall we turn back? There are too many people. Before anyone could respond, Ho Qingran spoke again. Li Buer, however, brandished the battle-worn little flag from the day before. He tugged at the others, exclaiming, "Come on, brothers. It's a rare chance to be in Xinzhou. We must enjoy ourselves. Who knows? There might be many beautiful ladies inside." His words elicited disdainful glances from the group, yet they ultimately succumbed to his relentless enthusiasm. Having purchased tickets online in advance, they swiftly entered the park. Upon entering, they were greeted by animated elements related to a particular cartoon featuring 2 bears and a human. As they ventured deeper, they encountered character mascots. Although they were eager to take photos, the throngs of visitors necessitated a preliminary exploration, postponing their snapshots until the crowd thinned. After wandering for a while, they exchanged knowing glances and began to tease Chu Xian and Li Buer with playful taunts. "Bear, bear, I want to eat honey." Upon hearing these words, memories that Chu Xian had long sealed away resurfaced, and he wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. Li Buer felt similarly, his ears flushing with embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the roller coaster. Despite the long queue, they quietly took their place at the end. However, due to a fear of heights, Chu Xian opted to sit on a nearby bench to await the others. Even though he merely glanced up, the screams of the passengers made his legs feel weak. In a sudden flash of realization, Chu Xian remembered that he had neglected to respond to senior sister's message the previous night. Seizing this opportunity, he snapped a photo of the roller coaster before him, captioning it, "Senior sister, this is so high. It looks thrilling. Have you all gone to the amusement park?" Shinmushi replied with an envious emoji. "I wish I could go too. I don't want to stay at home any longer. Come on. I'll be waiting for you in front of the roller coaster," Chu Xian teased. "Humph, I knew you'd irritate me. Next time, will you accompany me?" Upon reading this message, Chu Xian replied without a second thought. "Sure, next time at LLBU, me and Chu Yan. We'll all come together." On the other side of the screen, Shinmushi felt her face contort in frustration upon receiving the message. "Fool. Big fool. I've made it so obvious. Do I have to be direct? Such a dense man." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, rolling around on her bed. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Shun Mushi's mother. "Cece, how old are you? Still rolling around on the bed like a child?" Shinmushi was about to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. Just then, she received a new message. Upon opening it, her jaw nearly dropped. "Senior sister, I need to tell you that just now, a girl came to ask me for a green bubble." At that moment, a girl approached Chu Xian. She had flowing golden waves of hair, donned a black uniform, and wore short black boots. her makeup exuding a charming allure. Gradually, she took a seat beside him. After a moment, she discreetly glanced at Chu Xian. "Hey there, I've noticed you for quite some time. Are you alone? May I add you to my green bubble?" "Of course, I am alone," Chu Xian teased with a smile. "But as for the green bubble, I'll pass. I'm waiting for someone. And you're not really my type." Upon hearing his response, the girl was momentarily taken aback, but she simply said, "Sorry to disturb you," and turned to leave. This interaction was fortuitously witnessed by Fan Yin and his companions, who had just disembarked from the roller coaster. They approached Chu Xian with mischievous smiles, raising their eyebrows at him. "Who was that just now?" Fan Yin asked with a sly grin. "A passerby asking for a green bubble, which I declined," Chu Xian replied. "Wow, I saw her from a distance. She was stunning." Li Buer exclaimed in surprise. "Why didn't you give her your number?" Hearing this, a playful glint flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. "You should have said so earlier. My second brother likes her. Wait, while she hasn't gone far, I'll ask for you." This action completely stunned Li Buer, who hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I was just joking. I was just joking." The group bantered back and forth, oblivious to the flurry of messages arriving from Shun Mushi. "Did you give it to her? Did you? Where is she? Ah, can you respond to my message? You haven't been ensnared by any wicked woman, have you?" Upon reading the message sent by my senior, Chu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He found himself puzzled as to why she appeared to be tinged with a hint of anxiety. "No, she is not my preferred type. She is far too enchanting." As soon as the message was dispatched, Shin Mushi replied, "Oh, that's good. Don't overthink it. It's just that Sister Yin Yin asked me to look out for you. I fear that a bad woman might ensnare you, and Sister Yin Yin would certainly reprimand me." Observing the incongruous exchange, Chu Xian felt bemused. "Although my sister is formidable, she surely wouldn't treat her close friends as she does with me, would she? Never mind. I shall inquire about it the next time I return home." Meanwhile, within a certain villa, Shin Mushi lay on her bed, her face flushed crimson, seemingly overwhelmed by her own words. Chapter 15. Shinzhou, Part 4. After this, Chu Xian and his companions continued to meander through a certain amusement park. However, it seemed that all their luck had been entirely expended. Aside from the recently experienced roller coaster, every other attraction was beset by long queues. They attempted to wait in line for an hour, yet the line barely moved forward. "Shall we leave?" Just as Chu Xian proposed this, Li Buder suddenly noted that there would be a performance by Bear Big and Bear 2 in the afternoon. Seeing this, he seized the group, employing his persuasive tactics to dissuade them from departing at that moment. Reluctantly, under the influence of Li Buer's formidable skills, the group had no choice but to abandon their intentions of leaving. Chu Xian, however, was indifferent. All he desired at present was a place to recline and become a carefree sloth. With an hour remaining until the 2:30 performance, and considering the weariness of the group, they sought out a nearby restaurant and had a simple meal. Before long, it was time for the show. The group followed the throng and settled in a corner. Chu Xian glanced around, noticing that everyone else seemed to be accompanied by children. They stood out distinctly among the crowd. Occasionally, curious glances were cast in their direction, leaving Chu Xian feeling quite bewildered. Soon, the performance commenced, with Bear Big and Bear 2 taking the stage in succession. Chu Xian held little interest in the spectacle, busily fiddling with his phone. In contrast, Li Buer was quite captivated, frequently interacting with the performers on stage. At that moment, Bear 2 suddenly glanced down at the audience and proclaimed, "Children, Bear Big has been captured. Can anyone tell me what 11 equals to help rescue him?" This unexpected topic caught everyone off guard. Embarrassment washed over Chu Xian, causing him to instinctively lower his head. When he glanced at the 7 individuals beside him, he noticed they too were burying their heads beneath the gaze of other spectators. It was only at this moment that Chu Xian comprehended the peculiar looks they had received prior to the performance. A nearby woman, cradling a child, inquired of Chu Xian, "Young man, do you young people actually enjoy this?" Chu Xian managed a somewhat awkward smile, pondering to himself. All the other acts were queued up, yet here, there was no line. After what felt like an eternity, the torturous performance finally concluded. The group did not rush to depart, but instead continued to keep their heads lowered, fearful of revealing their humiliation to those around them. Once the crowd had dissipated, Suyu cautiously raised his head to survey the surroundings, and upon confirming their solitude, the group finally lifted their gazes. "Oh my social death! Is this any different from defecating in public?" As they made their way out, the group wore solemn expressions, uttering not a single word. Their sole desire was to escape this mortifying locale as swiftly as possible. Upon exiting the amusement park, they could no longer contain themselves and began conversing amicably with Li Buer. Li Buer, never invite me to such places again. I beg you, my friend. With those words, they ambled along the path ahead. Nevertheless, Chu Xian felt as though he had forgotten something. What are we doing now? Ho Qingren halted, glancing at everyone. I have a suggestion. Upon hearing Li Buer speak, the group chorused a resounding get lost. Shortly thereafter, on an unfamiliar street, 8 individuals crouched by the roadside, seemingly awaiting something. Passers-by occasionally strolled by, their voices carrying remarks such as, "Look, child, if you don't study hard, you'll end up like those few." Hearing this, the group felt their heads spinning. "Where are we headed, brother monkey?" Fan Yin inquired. With a cunning smile, Ho Qingren replied, "Come on, I'll take you to a place." In no time, they arrived at a street adorned with signs in both Chinese and Korean. Ho Qingren informed the group, "This is the Zeta Cultural Street in Shenzhou, said to have a history of over 120 years. However, it's my first time here, so I'm not sure what to expect." As they ventured inside, Zhang Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, brother monkey, you can find this place?" "A friend from Shenzhou recommended it to me," Ho Qingren said proudly. He mentioned it's a great place to explore. The group paid little attention to Ho Qingren's words, their eyes welling with tears of awe as they gazed at the surrounding signs. A few individuals meandered about, their hands already laden with an assortment of delectable treats. Along the way, Chu Xian captured images of the enticing foods and enjoyable activities he encountered, intending to share them with Shen Mushi upon their return. Unbeknownst to him, thoughts of Shen Mushi had begun to frequently cross his mind in recent days. After dinner, the group returned to the spa. When the staff spotted them, a hint of suspicion crept into their voices as they inquired, "Have you been here before?" The group exchanged awkward smiles without uttering a word. This time, they did not linger on the first floor, but swiftly ascended to the third. Just as Chu Xian reclined, he recalled his initial intention to purchase a small trinket at a theme park as a memento for Shen Mushi. However, the embarrassing incident had caused him to forget about it. Resolving this, Chu Xian quickly rose. Observing him in his bathrobe heading downstairs, his companions curiously questioned, "Xianer, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, monkey brother. I just need to step out for a moment, but I won't be charged again, right?" Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian had exited the spa. At that moment, a modest stall in an inconspicuous corner caught his attention. The vendor was a kindly old lady, who beamed at him when he approached. "Young man, do you fancy anything?" Chu Xian glanced at the array of hairpins and ornaments before his gaze settled on a jade-green hairpin lying in the corner. Its cool hue seemed perfectly suited for Shen Mushi. "This one is lovely. How much is it, grandmother?" "Not much at all," the old lady replied with a warm smile. "You've got a good eye. Is it for your girlfriend?" Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Chu Xian's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly corrected her. "And no, she's just a senior." However, his explanation fell on deaf ears as the old lady wore a knowing expression. I understand. Young people these days often start relationships this way." With that, she packaged the hairpin. Just as Chu Xian prepared to leave, she stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment, take these earrings as well. They complement that hairpin beautifully." When Chu Xian reached for his wallet, the old lady continued, "Meeting is destiny, and besides, they aren't worth much. This is a gift for you." Grateful, Chu Xian expressed his thanks repeatedly. Upon returning to the spa, he carefully concealed the hairpin and peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 16. I miss you, Xiangu. Xiangu, wake up. Amidst the calls, Chu Xian drowsily murmured, "Sister, what time is it?" Upon hearing this, beside him, Li Buer felt a moment of bewilderment. "What sister? Xiangu, are you still half asleep? Take a look at who I am." As the words fell, Chu Xian groggily rubbed his eyes. Once he recognized Li Buer beside him, he remembered that he was already in college. "I said, stop sleeping and get ready to return to school," Li Buer urged. Ho Qingren and the others have already gone downstairs. Chu Xian remained silent, seemingly rebooting his brain. Witnessing this scene, Li Buer immediately shook Chu Xian's body, worry evident in his voice. "Xiangu, say something. Don't scare me. I'm timid." The awkwardness of the moment compelled Su Chun, who had not yet walked far, to hasten his steps. Before long, the group packed their belongings and set off for the bus station. In the taxi, Chu Xian gazed out the window, momentarily feeling as though the past few days had been a dream. Soon after, he took out his phone and began scrolling through the photos from the past few days. Perhaps anticipating his departure, an inexplicable sense of melancholy surged within him. Quickly, they arrived at the bus station. After taking a commemorative photo, they hurried inside. While waiting for the bus, Chu Xian messaged Shinmushi, "Senior, I'm going back to school today. When will you return?" Moments later, he received a reply from Shinmushi, "I'll be back the day after tomorrow. What's up, do you miss me?" Noticing Shinmushi teasing him as usual, Chu Xian jokingly replied, "Well, I do miss you a bit, senior. Next time, let us hang out, just the two of us." Upon reading this message, Shinmushi's face flushed, a warmth spreading across her cheeks. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. Is this guy confessing to me? Or has he figured out my feelings? However, Shinmushi refrained from probing further, as it was merely her conjecture. "All right, let us go play next time. Just you and me." At that moment, the train they were to board arrived at the station. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xian recalled his own words, his cheeks involuntarily warming. Somehow, he felt that every time he chatted with his senior, his thoughts became less composed. What had started as playful banter now felt as if he were at her mercy. "Xingu, what are you thinking? It's time to board." Li Buer's voice jolted Chu Xian back to reality. Having learned from their previous experience, the group had purchased the earliest train tickets this time. Fortunately, it was during the midterm of the National Day holiday, and they finally had seats of their own. Suddenly, Chu Xian felt a menacing gaze fixed upon him. He looked up and discovered a visibly irritated Li Buer, whose clenched jaw suggested he might shatter his own teeth. Before long, Li Buer sent a photo in the dormitory group chat, accompanied by the text, "Xingu, what luck you have. That lady beside you exudes such elegance." It was only upon seeing Li Buer's teasing that Chu Xian noticed the striking young woman seated next to him. Observing the envy etched on Li Buer's face, Chu Xian mischievously smiled and remarked, "Shall we swap seats? I wouldn't mind, but I fear that lady might find it bothersome." Upon reading this message, Li Buer turned his head back towards Chu Xian and exclaimed, "No way. Not needed, my friend." With that, he unleashed a barrage of emoticons in the group chat, though everyone had long since set their notifications to silent mode. As the train came to a halt at Jiqing, the group felt a palpable sense of relief. Swiftly disembarking the carriage, without hesitation, they hailed 2 taxis from the roadside and hurried back to campus. Upon entering room 303, they shed all pretense, silently climbing into their respective beds, lying still like salted fish. Before long, nightfall enveloped the sky. Chu Xian, stirring from his drowsiness, retrieved the hairpin and earrings he had purchased the previous day from his backpack. Gradually, he began to envision how the senior would look adorned with them. Surely, they would suit her well, but would she even like such things? At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly realized that every time he thought of the senior, his heart would inexplicably race. He pondered inwardly, "Am I truly developing feelings for her? Yet, we have only known each other for a month. Would she think I am a fickle-hearted fool? Moreover, she was the campus belle. Even if I were to confess my feelings, she would likely reject me as she had with others. But why did she encourage me to pursue her before the semester began? Is she truly so trusting of her friend? Yet, why does it feel as though I have encountered Senior Shinmushi before?" The more Chu Xian contemplated, the more agitated he became, struggling to grasp his own thoughts. Ultimately, he lay back on his bed, lost in reverie. Just then, a message from Shinmushi jolted him back to reality. "Junior, I will return to school tomorrow morning. Let us have lunch in the afternoon." "But senior, aren't you scheduled to arrive the day after tomorrow?" Chu Xian queried, puzzled. "Indeed." Shinmushi sent a delightful emoji accompanied by the words, "But I was ahead of time. Chu Xian, I miss you." Upon reading the message, Chu Xian felt his face flush once more. He could distinctly feel his heart racing, its rhythm resonating in the tranquil night. "Senior, I miss you too. See you tomorrow." As Chu Xian regained his composure, he realized the message had already been dispatched, and he did not retract it. Instead, he continued with a smile, saying, "Senior, I have prepared a small memento for you, and I hope you will cherish it." "All right," Shinmushi replied with a head-patting emoji. "I have a gift for you too." Following this exchange, Chu Xian set his phone aside, dismissing the troubling thoughts that clouded his mind. Gradually, he found himself on the balcony, gazing at the exceptionally beautiful nightscape. He was uncertain whether his feelings were genuine or merely a fleeting whim, yet he understood that until he clarified his emotions, it was prudent to refrain from uttering anything peculiar to his senior. Just then, Li Buer's phone alarm rang once more, abruptly pulling Chu Xian back to reality and rousing all 7 members of room 303 from their slumber. Unsurprisingly, the initial pretense of politeness that had marked the beginning of the semester had dissipated. At that moment, Ho Qingran had climbed onto Li Buer's bed, vigorously tickling his soles. Xiangu, stop looking and help me. Chapter 17. The first date in the early morning within room 303. Everything unfolded with the usual tranquility. As it was still the 11th day holiday, several individuals remained in bed, occasionally stirred by the sounds of snoring. However, Chu Xian was not among them. At that moment, dark circles adorned his eyes, a testament to either insomnia or the exhilaration that had kept him awake throughout the night. He glanced at the time and stealthily climbed out of bed, wary of disturbing his slumbering companions. Amusingly, knowing he would dine with his senior, Chu Xian tidied himself up only to climb back into his bed once more. In truth, he was unsure why he behaved this way. The mere thought of his senior set his heart racing, prompting these peculiar actions. Now, he was in a state of anxious anticipation, waiting for the moment the train carrying his senior would arrive. Before long, the remaining occupants of room 303 began to awaken. Upon noticing Chu Xuan's meticulous appearance, they exchanged skeptical glances. What are you dressing up for? Li Buer inquired. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chu Xian replied, Oh, I just went for a run. The expression on his friends' faces was filled with incredulity. They knew all too well that Chu Xian had always yearned to be a sloth. It was utterly improbable that he would actually go for a jog. How remarkable it is that you would venture out for a run. Today, I find myself unwilling to languish idly. Listening to the playful banter of Su Chun and Zhang Hao, Chu Xian felt a mix of speechlessness and excitement within. Though he could hardly confess that his eagerness stemmed from the prospect of dining with his senior, time slipped away before he could grasp it. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Chu Xian sent a message to Shen Mushi. Senior, have you returned to Jiqing yet? No sooner had he sent it than he noticed in the chat that the other party was typing. I just got off the plane and will have to wait a while for the high-speed train in Shidu. I expect to reach the university around noon. Chu Xian quickly replied, Senior, would you like me to pick you up? At that moment, seated in the waiting hall, Shen Mushi's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson upon receiving Chu Xian's message, a smile gracing her lips. She revised her text multiple times. Sure, but if you're late, I might just be a bit upset. Following this exchange, Chu Xian found himself frequently glancing at his phone, the minutes ticking by. Yet it had barely been over 10 minutes. Noticing Chu Xian's unusual demeanor, Li Buer called out, Xiangu, want to join for 5-man matches? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian agreed, as it was the best means to pass the time at that moment. Due to insufficient numbers, Ho Qingran summoned a passerby to join their ranks. Initially, the team dynamic was quite typical, with Chu Xian leading as the Wild King while the others merely needed to lie back and relax. However, as time wore on, a critical flaw emerged in the team, embodied by Li Buer. As the saying goes, where there is a hidden dragon, there is also a phoenix chick. The passerby, unfortunately, found himself with the lowest economy in the match, facing off against the opposing 5 alone. Unsurprisingly, he was quickly overwhelmed, akin to a hapless bystander caught in a brawl. In a moment of desperation, noticing that the enemy's Marco Polo was low on health, he hastily activated his microphone to communicate, repeatedly exclaiming, Marco Polo, Marco Polo. Yet, as a southerner, his pronunciation sounded more like Mark Tua Luo, though Chu Xian and the others struggled to suppress their laughter. It was when they heard Li Buer being eliminated in a retaliatory strike and the passerby uttering a smooth series of local dialect phrases that they finally erupted in laughter. Li Buer, ever the jokester, quipped, Brother, I understand your urgency, but please calm down. We can't comprehend you. As anticipated, they lost the game. Just then, Chu Xian noticed a picture from Shen Mushi accompanied by the caption, Guess where I am? Chu Xian, disregarding the game, hurriedly donned his clothes and hailed a taxi at the door, reaching the train station with remarkable speed. Shortly thereafter, as he disembarked from the cab, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the throng of people in the distance. Today, Shen Mushi was clad in a crisp white shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, radiating an air of brilliance within the crowd. However, it seemed she was oblivious to Chu Xian's presence, calmly engrossed in her phone. Observing this scene, Chu Xian decided to tease the senior. He stealthily approached Shen Mushi from behind and tapped her shoulder. Excuse me, may I add you to my list of green bubbles? No, I'm waiting for someone, came her frosty reply. Taken aback by her icy tone, Chu Xian instinctively paused. In that moment, He finally comprehended why Shen Mushi was regarded as such an aloof figure among Li Bu Air and others. "Senior, do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shen Mushi immediately lifted her head. As she recognized Chu Xian behind her, the coldness in her gaze vanished instantaneously. "Was that you?" she remarked, a hint of playful reproach evident in her tone. "Weren't you rather shy before? Now you dare to request a girl-esque green bubble?" "Well, it's because I saw you, Senior," Chu Xian replied with a cheeky grin. "Shall we go?" "I'm not going." Shen Mushi feigned anger, but the next moment, she strode past him, purposefully moving ahead. Yet, despite her words, her pace was leisurely, and she occasionally cast glances back at Chu Xian. In contrast, Chu Xian ambled along at his own pace. Noticing that he was not chasing after her, Shen Mushi puffed her cheeks in annoyance, thinking, "You're such a fool. Pig." Upon returning to school, it was noon, and fearing he might trouble Shen Mushi, Chu Xian agreed on a time, and they returned to their respective dormitories. In room 303, as soon as he entered, he was met with a barrage of inquiries from his roommates. "Hey, Xingu, why were you in such a rush earlier?" Li Buer questioned. "Oh, you're back?" Ho Qing Ran chimed in. "What were you up to just now?" Su Yu added. "Back already?" Zhang Hao remarked. "Why do you smell so fragrant?" Zhang Yi teased. "Come clean, or face the consequences." Fan Yin joked. "Don't look at me. I'm just here to make up the numbers," Su Chen said. Listening to their questions, for a fleeting moment, Chu Xian felt as though he had stepped into a den of bandits. "I'm busy. Really, you must believe me." Chu Xian casually dismissed their inquiries, grabbed his power bank from the bed, and hurriedly exited the dormitory. Meanwhile, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Shen Mushi had changed into a white dress, resembling a fairy. Spotting Chu Xian approaching from a distance, she let out a haughty hum and walked towards the campus exit. Along the way, Chu Xian stole glances at Shen Mushi. He perceived that the current Shen Mushi exuded an air of elegance and intellect. As if sensing his gaze, Shen Mushi gently brushed her face and inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No." Chu Xian stammered once more. "Senior, does this count as a date?" Shen Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her a bit flustered. However, after a few moments, she smiled and replied, "I suppose it does." Chapter 18. The date proceeds. Upon hearing Shen Mushi's words, Chu Xian's heart surged with excitement, and his face, unbeknownst to him, also turned rosy. It is noteworthy that aside from his sister, he had never ventured out alone with another girl. Sensing his shyness, Shen Mushi spoke up, "What is the matter? I was just teasing you." Although she said this, internally, she was already feeling a bit anxious. Chu Xian lowered his gaze to his phone, attempting to shift the conversation. "Senior, isn't it a bit early for us to go eat?" In response, Shen Mushi chuckled. "Who said we were going to eat now?" With that, she took his hand and led him into a taxi, piquing his curiosity about their destination. Gazing through the window at the scenery, he mused, "Having been in Jiqing for so long, this is my first time exploring. There's a river and a grand bridge. Tang City doesn't have these." Before long, the taxi arrived at their intended destination. Shen Mushi pointed to the building before them and said, "This is the central shopping plaza of Jiqing. You've never been here, have you? Today, I'll show you around." Before Chu Xian could register her words, Shen Mushi had already strode inside. "Can I back out?" he thought, but he followed her in nonetheless. In truth, it had been a long time since Chu Xian had visited a mall, let alone with a girl, causing him to walk a bit awkwardly. Conversely, Shen Mushi, who usually emanated an air of aloofness, felt as cheerful as a little rabbit on this outing with Chu Xian. To onlookers, they appeared as an ordinary couple, her vibrant and lively, and him composed and somewhat bashful. Their attractive appearances even drew a few extra glances from passers-by. Suddenly, Shen Mushi realized that this outing was not solely hers. Turning around, she noticed that Chu Xian had indeed fallen behind, prompting her to pause and wait for him. Observing him once again walking awkwardly, she teased gently, "Chu Xian, look at you, tripping again. Are you so nervous being out with me?" "I am not nervous at all," he retorted. The color of Chu Xian's face flushed crimson, as he dared not meet the gaze of the other. Observing this, Shen Mushi ceased her playful teasing and, taking Chu Xian by the hand, led him into a nearby model shop. For an aficionado of the anime realm, the allure of these figurines was utterly irresistible. Noticing Chu Xian's unwavering fixation on the figurines adorning the wall, Shen Mushi placed her hands on her hips and, with a hint of playful pride, inquired, "Which one do you fancy? I shall gift it to you." Chu Xian glanced at the prices and shook his head, replying, No thanks, senior. Just looking is sufficient. With such exorbitant prices, wouldn't it be better to purchase something delicious instead? Upon uttering these words, he feigned indifference and stepped away from the display. Yet his body betrayed him, as his gaze would occasionally drift back to a particular figurine. It seemed that Shinmushi had caught sight of this subtle longing. After meandering for quite some time, and realizing that it was getting late, Shinmushi decided to escort Chu Xian out of the mall. The hot pot restaurant was not far, but considering the potential lack of conversation during the journey, both opted to take a taxi to their destination. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the hot pot establishment, where a sign boldly proclaimed authentic Sichuan hot pot. Merely glancing at the sign and its vibrant colors made Chu Xian's taste buds tingle with anticipation. Although he typically relished spicy cuisine, it was his first experience with genuine Sichuan hot pot. Shinmushi observed Chu Xian with a gentle smile. If it proves too much for you, we can always dine elsewhere. Stung by the implication of doubt, Chu Xian's determination ignited. What a joke. Am I afraid of spice? Upon entering, Chu Xian was captivated by the restaurant's decor. The ambience was not ostentatious, instead adorned with modest colors and quaint trinkets, evoking a sense of authenticity. Oh, she is here. Come, take a seat. Chu Xian followed the voice to see a middle-aged woman waving at Shinmushi from a distance. The woman promptly disregarded Chu Xian, ushering Shinmushi to a corner table. Once the woman departed, Shinmushi called Chu Xian over. Senior, do you know her? He asked, puzzled. Yes, she is the proprietress of this establishment. Before Shinmushi could elaborate, the middle-aged woman returned, once more ignoring Chu Xian, and exclaimed, She. How long has it been since your last visit? Did Xiao Xiao not accompany you this time? Indeed, Aunt Lu. Xiao Xiao has been quite busy with the student council lately, so I didn't bring her along, Shinmushi replied, casting a glance toward Chu Xian. Aunt Lu understood Shinmushi's implication. She was not intentionally ignoring Chu Xian, but was wary that he might be like the other boys who had previously harassed Shinmushi. However, she thought to herself that if this young man could share a table with Shinmushi, their relationship must be quite special. Shishi, is he your boyfriend? Upon hearing the name boyfriend, both of their faces blushed as vividly as ripe peppers. Shinmushi, feeling the heat of the moment, hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to the restroom, leaving Chu Xian alone to face Aunt Lu. No, he stammered, a hint of shyness flashing across his features. Hello, Annie, I am Chu Xian, and she is my senior. I am her junior. Young man, you may simply call me Aunt Lu, she replied, observing the bashful boy before her with a gentle smile. As far as I know, Mushi has never brought anyone other than Xiao Xiao to dine with her. You are indeed the sole exception. Her expression bore a trace of astonishment. Chu Xian, upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, lowered his gaze in trepidation. At that moment, he was at a loss for words, feeling an awkwardness akin to meeting one's parents. A short while later, Shinmushi returned to her seat, and Chu Xian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Aunt Lu, perceiving the moment, graciously left the menu and departed with a smile. Since it was Chu Xian's first visit to this establishment, the task of ordering fell entirely to Shinmushi. Recalling Chu Xian's earlier bravado and the irritation he had caused her at noon, Shinmushi decided to order an exceptionally spicy broth. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Chu Xian recounted his recent experiences in Shenzhou. When he spoke of two elderly individuals he had encountered, Shinmushi's eyes mirrored the envy that filled Chu Xian's heart. Not long after, the broth and dishes were served. Chu Xian gazed into the pot brimming with chili peppers and thought to himself, this is it. Tomorrow, I shall not report to the proctology department, will I? Indeed, his prediction proved accurate. Initially, the heat was bearable, but as time passed, the spiciness began to spread across his taste buds. Despite his verbal assertion that it was not spicy, beads of sweat akin to yellow peas began to form on his forehead, and his lips turned crimson. Observing Chu Xian's plight, Shinmushi felt a twinge of sympathy. Chu Xian, shall I switch your broth? No need. I'm fine, he gasped, diligently scooping the spicy ingredients into his bowl. Seizing the opportunity while Chu Xian was distracted, Shinmushi discreetly took out her phone and captured a comical photograph of him. Chapter 19. Do you not remember me? Shinmushi carefully saved the freshly taken photograph on her phone, anxious not to accidentally delete it. In contrast, Chu Xian seemed oblivious to his senior's clandestine snap. Engrossed in his meal, eventually, he could no longer endure the heat. It felt as if his mouth were about to burst into flames. He took a piece of paper, fashioned it into a small white flag atop a chopstick, and waved it fervently. Upon witnessing the scene, Shinmushi merely smiled softly, seemingly intent on maintaining her elegant demeanor. Fool, she had just advised, if it's too much, do not overexert yourself. With that, she summoned Aunt Lu. Observing Chu Xian, Aunt Lu pondered, what is wrong with this child? He hasn't even had a drink, yet he appears somewhat tipsy. Sensing the situation, Shinmushi took the time to explain to Aunt Lu, subsequently requesting her to bring some soothing delicacies. While they awaited the arrival of the food, Shinmushi rested her hands on the table, her eyes resembling crescent moons, remarkably enchanting. Chu Xian looked up, only to meet Shinmushi's gaze for a fleeting moment before hastily lowering his head. How can my senior sister be so beautiful? Noticing the inexplicable flush on Chu Xian's face, Shinmushi gently inquired, Chu Xian, do you not remember me? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, of course I remember. You are Shinmushi, the belle of Jiqing University, my senior sister, and my sister's close friend. His excitement was apparent, and he was oblivious to the volume of his voice. When he regained his composure, he realized that the surrounding guests were observing him with teasing smiles. This realization only deepened his embarrassment, prompting him to apologize to the onlookers. However, upon resuming his seat, he noted that Shinmushi appeared transformed. Her smile had vanished, replaced by a glint of coldness in her eyes. In the next moment, Shinmushi slowly extended her right hand towards Chu Xian, positioning her fingers as if to flick his forehead playfully. Chu Xian, rather than recoiling, merely closed his eyes and curled up. Yet, when Shinmushi's fingers reached him, she did not flick his forehead. Instead, she gently tapped it, saying, silly boy. This scene reminded Chu Xian of something he had seen in a particular four-character anime. When he opened his eyes, he found Shinmushi had reverted to her gentle self. The previous moment ignited an inexplicable thought within him. Could it be that his senior sister was like a sister to him? Yet, he dismissed this notion as absurd, thinking, if Chu Yen were to learn of this thought, she would surely be furious with me. After dinner, Chu Xian resolved to settle the bill first. His intention to leave caused Shinmushi to panic slightly. Where are you going? To pay the bill? Surely you're not planning to dine and dash. Upon hearing Chu Xian's playful remark, Shinmushi breathed a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared he might suddenly run off. I will accompany you. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Aunt Lu, the two departed the hot pot restaurant together. Beneath the moonlight, as they walked along the path, Shinmushi extended her hand, attempting to cast the shadow of her palm over the shadow of Chu Xian in front of her. However, in her excitement, Shinmushi inadvertently collided with Chu Xian's back. To shift the conversation, her cheeks flushed. She said, Junior, let us split the cost of the meal. I will transfer the money to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian was somewhat bewildered. After all, he had intended to treat the senior to dinner, yet somehow it had turned into a shared expense between them. Looking at the transfer notification on his phone, he contemplated returning the money. Shinmushi, noticing his hesitation, remarked, if you refuse to accept it, I shall never dine with you again. Reluctantly, in order to ensure future meals with the senior, Chu Xian accepted the payment. Watching her carefree figure gradually recede into the distance, he surreptitiously snapped a photo, thinking to himself how different Shinmushi was from the girls he knew, especially from Lin Xiaoshi. Suddenly, it struck him that he had forgotten to give her something. He hurriedly ran to catch up with her. From his small bag, he produced a meticulously wrapped box in a green handkerchief and presented it to her, saying, Senior, this is for you. I thought it would suit you perfectly. I hope you don't mind. Shinmushi accepted the box, her cheeks flushing slightly. As she slowly opened it, she was greeted by a translucent green hairpin, accompanied by a pair of matching emerald earrings. Though not particularly valuable, Shinmushi beamed with joy, cradling the small box as if it were a treasure. This is so beautiful. Junior, I really like it, thank you. Actually, I have a gift for you too, but I can't give it to you right now. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian felt a surge of curiosity, but his rational mind advised against pressing the matter. After that, they did not rush back to campus, instead wandering aimlessly along the streets. Though they did not converse, an enchanting atmosphere enveloped them. As curfew approached, they reluctantly hailed a taxi back to school. Upon disembarking, Chu Xian instinctively walked in the same direction as Shinmushi. A flicker of surprise sparkled in her eyes at this sight. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of nonchalance and teased, Junior, are you lost? The boys' dormitory is not this way. I know, Chu Xian replied, feigning aloofness, "But senior, I want to escort you back to your dorm." At his words, Shinmushi felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart, yet she continued to act unfazed, striding purposefully ahead. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but quip, "If you don't hurry, I want to wait for you." Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian returned to room 303 just in time, only to find it empty upon opening the door. "Did I return too early?" he pondered. Chu Xian took out his phone, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of his companions. However, upon opening the dormitory group chat, he stumbled upon a message left by Ho Qingran. "Xuanzi, Suyu has gone through a breakup. We're going out for a drink to help him clear his mind. Would you like to join us?" Chu Xian glanced at the time, recalling that he had just locked the door and thus declined the invitation. Lying on his bed, contemplating the solitude of his empty room, he sent a message to Shun Mushi. "Senior, I've returned to the dormitory. Please rest early." Shortly after, he received a reply. "Okay, understood. You should also rest early. Senior, can we have a meal together next time?" he added, accompanied by a candid photograph of Shun Mushi's silhouette that he had taken. "When did you take this?" In response, Shun Mushi sent him a photo of Chu Xian enjoying a meal. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Che Xiaoxiao observed Shun Mushi, who was smiling as she fiddled with her phone. And without needing to guess, she knew who was on the other end. Seeing Shun Mushi's seemingly priceless demeanor, Che Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tease, "Cici, what stage are you two at? I suppose you haven't even reached the first step yet." Chapter 20. Entrance Exam in the Blink of an Eye. The last day of the National Day holiday had arrived. Room 303 remained as tranquil as ever, with Chu Xian and his friends lying on their beds, idly scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, Fan Yin burst through the door, his expression fraught with urgency as he delivered news to the group. "Brothers, have you heard? We have a vocal exam tomorrow for the entrance assessment." The group was clearly startled by the revelation, to the extent that Chu Xian sat up abruptly. "An exam? What the hell? An exam? No way. There's no official announcement. It must be false." Listening to Chu Xian's self-soothing, Ho Qingran, feeling a twinge of sympathy, spoke up. "Actually, I've heard about it too." Fan Yin continued, "I heard from the seniors that every year, freshmen have to go through this exam, which determines how vocal instructors are assigned based on your singing." Li Buer, upon hearing this, exhibited visible anxiety. "Wait, do I, a clarinet player, really have to take a vocal exam?" Fan Yin nodded. "According to the seniors, everyone must sing, and then teachers will be allocated." Upon hearing Fan Yin's words, the entire 303 dormitory erupted in a chorus of lamentations. The group had intended to spend their last moments of vacation peacefully in the dormitory, but upon receiving this news, their eagerness to lounge evaporated, and they swiftly made their way to the practice room, except for Chu Xian. "Senior, did you also have an exam when you first enrolled?" This time, Chu Xian's message sank into silence, receiving no response. So, he opted to watch anime instead. Although he had been somewhat alarmed, he did not dwell on the matter. After all, there were thousands of art examination candidates across Jizhou province. At that moment, Chu Xian had secured his position through sheer strength, ranking 220th. Before long, midday arrived. Noticing that his dormitory companions had yet to return, Chu Xian inquired in the group chat, "Could someone bring me a meal when you come back?" Shortly after sending the message, he was met with responses, each one claiming they would be back late or not at all. "Oh no. It seems I must dine alone once again." As Chu Xian lamented to himself, Shin Mushi suddenly sent a message. "What are you doing? I just finished class. Come out and have a meal with me." "Where are you, senior? Should I come downstairs to find you?" "I'm waiting for you downstairs." Upon reading the messages, Chu Xian eagerly dashed out of the dormitory. There stood Shin Mushi by the nearby lawn, attracting admiring glances from passers-by, with some even wishing to approach her. However, her aloof demeanor seemed to deter anyone from stepping forward. The moment Shin Mushi caught sight of Chu Xian, her icy exterior melted away, transforming her into a lively little rabbit. Given that most residents of Building 9 were freshmen, nearly everyone was unfamiliar with Shin Mushi. Consequently, witnessing her affectionate demeanor towards Chu Xian left many with a mix of astonishment and envy. Shin Mushi led Chu Xian to the cafeteria, guiding him to a table tucked away in a corner on the third floor. Sensing his unease, she gently ruffled his hair and asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about tomorrow's exam?" Chu Xian remained silent, merely nodding in response. Observing his reaction, Shin Mushi offered words of comfort. "It's just a small exam. It won't have any bearing on your future. You can rest easy. Listening to her reassurances, Chu Xian felt a weight lift from his shoulders. However, he soon realized another pressing concern. With so little time left, he had no opportunity to find a piano accompaniment. He turned to Shin Mushi, his voice laced with worry. "Senior, about the piano accompaniment." As if anticipating his question, Shin Mushi interrupted before he could finish. "The academy will arrange for someone to play the accompaniment on that day. If it weren't for the short notice, I would gladly play for you myself." Hearing her words, Chu Xian felt significantly relieved. Upon returning to room 303, he found his companions in a frenzy, running around in a state of panic. Noticing Chu Xian's calm demeanor, Li Buer poked him in the chest and exclaimed, "Xian Gu, the exam is tomorrow. How can you remain so composed?" In truth, Chu Xian was initially quite anxious. However, after hearing Shin Mushi's reassurances during lunch and drawing confidence from his previous art examination results, he felt considerably more at ease. "Rest assured, I've consulted with others. And just as Fan Yin mentioned, it's merely a small exam. You also have seniors to rely on." Li Buer wore an expression of disbelief. "Why can't I find anyone?" "It's none of your concern." Time swiftly passed into the following day. This marked the inaugural day for Chu Xian and his companions as freshmen, exploring the campus, where everything appeared strikingly novel to them. Drawing upon his previous memories, Chu Xian led his friends to the School of Music. However, this was the first time he had ventured into the music academy since the commencement of classes. In every corner of the academy, one could observe elements related to music. At the entrance stood a statue of Mr. Nier. The corridors were adorned with introductions and photographs of numerous composers, alongside the history of the academy's development. At the very center lay a Steinway piano, inviting students to appreciate its beauty. Soon, following the flow of people, Chu Xian and his friends arrived at the classroom designated for entrance examinations. Observing the lengthy queue ahead, Chu Xian leaned against the wall and squatted down. "Senior, I'm here for the exam," he messaged Shin Mushi out of boredom. However, she seemed preoccupied and did not respond. Noticing this, he blinked his eyes, glancing at the unfamiliar classmates around him. It is well known that university classes differ from high school. One might not get to know all their classmates over the course of 4 years. Yet, curiously, it seemed everyone recognized Chu Xian, though he himself was unaware of the reason. At that moment, a girl approached him, speaking lightly. "Hey, aren't you the one who performed as Bear Big and Bear Small with someone else? How does everyone still remember that?" With the queue shortening, Chu Xian began to feel anxious, reminiscent of Li Buer and the others who had previously fidgeted in place. Shortly after, Li Buer emerged trembling from within the room, exclaiming, "You scared me. There are so many teachers in there." But there was one particularly beautiful girl, though she had a poker face, completely expressionless. Upon hearing this, the group instantly perked up. Ho Qingran and Fan Yin eagerly rushed to the door, eager to catch a glimpse of that girl's presence. At that moment, Su Chun leisurely made his way through the crowd and into the room. Witnessing this, the trio from 303 pressed their ears against the door, eager to discern the caliber of the sole student at Jiqing University specializing in contemporary vocal techniques. "Wow," Li Buer stammered. "Do you think Su Chun sounds exactly like the original singer?" Although the others remained silent, they could not deny that Su Chen's singing was indeed exceptional. As Su Chen exited the room, Chu Xian's anxiety reached its peak. Chu Xian entered with his head bowed, hastily presenting his sheet music to the accompanying teacher before lifting his gaze to offer a brief self-introduction. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure in the last row of seats. Just as he had surmised, the expressionless senior was indeed Shin Mushi. However, Shin Mushi's eyes were now filled with affection as she gazed at Chu Xian, who smiled back at her. It seemed he had forgotten he was in the midst of an examination. A middle-aged female teacher, around 40 years old, followed Chu Xian's line of sight and caught sight of Shin Mushi. Instantly, a knowing expression crossed her face, and she admonished, "Attention, some students. This is an examination. Any matters can be discussed after it concludes." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian dared not look at Shin Mushi again. He exchanged a glance with the accompanying teacher and began his examination. At the back, Shin Mushi took out her phone and recorded the entire process. This little one truly shines when singing. Chapter 21. The first class after Chu Xian's performance. The teacher in the room merely nodded repeatedly, urging him to exit promptly so as not to disrupt the next candidate. At that moment, Chu Xian's legs felt weak. Despite everyone previously stating that only a segment should be sung, He had ended up performing an entire piece. Let us go. Back to the dorm. As Chu Xian emerged, Li Buer approached and supported his arm. I won't leave just yet. Chu Xian smiled wryly and declined the others. I have something to attend to shortly. You all go ahead. Although his friends were puzzled, they refrained from probing further. After all, they were all adults, each harboring their own little secrets. Once the group departed, Chu Xian intended to remain squatting in place as before. However, feeling somewhat awkward amidst the unfamiliar faces, he glanced at the few remaining students still taking their exams. Pondering, the exam must be nearly over. The seniors should be out soon. Yet, contrary to his expectations, several teachers had already left, and Shun Mushi's figure was nowhere in sight. What could she be doing? Is she asleep? With that thought, Chu Xian stood up, preparing to check on Shin Mushi in the classroom. Just then, he received a message from her. Are you still outside? If so, please come in. What are you doing, senior? Chu Xian muttered as he pushed open the classroom door. Shall we go for a meal? However, upon entering, he became flustered. The female teacher from earlier was now seated beside Shin Mushi, both engaged in cheerful conversation while holding hands. Chu Xian felt he had arrived at an inopportune moment. He mumbled something about having entered the wrong classroom and, with his head down, attempted to leave. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Shin Mushi, hands on her hips, called him back. Are you performing a skit? Why not come over? Upon hearing Shin Mushi's words, Chu Xian approached the two with a trembling demeanor, resembling a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Shin Mushi enthusiastically introduced him, saying, Junior, this is my esteemed teacher, Professor Wang. Realizing that this individual was indeed his senior's mentor, Chu Xian quickly rose and bowed, exclaiming, Good day, Professor. Professor Wang, however, remained silent, his face adorned with a warm smile, seemingly observing the young man before him with keen interest. So you are Chu Xian? Professor Wang's inquiry left Chu Xian bewildered. Had the professor previously encountered him? Unbeknownst to him, Shin Mushi had already turned crimson, her gaze cast downward. Before long, Professor Wang glanced at his phone, noting the late hour, and decided to invite the two young individuals to dine together. Truth be told, Chu Xian was not particularly keen on the idea. After all, he was apprehensive about speaking with a teacher and feared leaving a poor impression. Sensing his unease, Shin Mushi promptly declined the invitation on his behalf. Professor Wang, upon hearing this, did not press further but instead turned to leave, granting the two ample space. Once Professor Wang had distanced himself, Chu Xian turned to Shin Mushi and remarked, Senior, I find Professor Wang to be quite amiable. She nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed. Professor Wang is the finest teacher I have ever encountered, bar none. At this, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. If only I could have a teacher like you. Providing me with a luxurious residence and a flashy car, I would gladly accept. Seemingly perceiving his musings, Shin Mushi gently tapped his forehead, saying, All right, I believe you shall. After lunch, Shin Mushi mysteriously departed, and Chu Xian returned to dormitory 303. Shinner, aren't you attending class later? There's still an afternoon session. He heard Suyu question in puzzlement. In response, Suyu lamented, Haven't you checked the group messages? He then recited the contents of the messages aloud. It dawned on Chu Xian that classes would resume following the conclusion of military training. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 1 o'clock. And with class scheduled for 1:30, he reluctantly climbed out of bed once more. Shortly thereafter, as Chu Xian and his companions arrived at the classroom, they encountered a throng of students gathered at the entrance. Peering inside, they observed that the room was already filled to capacity, as if a meeting were in session. After what felt like an eternity, a male instructor stepped inside, seemingly briefing the other educators. Moments later, the crowd exited the room, leaving it vacant. With the first class of the day at hand, Chu Xian and his friends, inspired by an impulsive thought, decided to take a seat in the front row. Thus, in the midst of curious glances from their peers, they settled themselves at the forefront. They sat with their hands crossed on the desk like elementary school students. While Suyu took a photo from the outermost edge and shared it in their dormitory group, Chu Xian gazed at the photograph on his phone and, for the first time in over a decade, posted on his social media with the caption, Study hard. Soon, he received numerous replies. Though most came from high school friends who were mocking him. Amused, Chu Xian decided to focus on his studies. However, the group had overestimated their resolve. Since the lesson was in English, a subject in which Chu Xian struggled, it wasn't long before he succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, he discovered drool on his desk. The The few classmates around him were either engrossed in their phones or, like him, fast asleep. Turning around, he noticed that the entire class mirrored his state, and any guilt he felt vanished without a trace. The teacher, seemingly oblivious, continued lecturing at the front. Suddenly, an incongruous sound interrupted the unmistakable noise of snoring. It turned out to be Li Buer, who had fallen into a deep slumber. Sensing the disturbance, Chu Xian and the others hurriedly shook Li Buer awake. Although he opened his eyes, it appeared his mind was still in slumber. To everyone's astonishment, he stretched lazily in class and let out a loud yawn. Observing this, Chu Xian and his friends discreetly shifted their seats a few places away, seeking to distance themselves from Li Buer. Moments later, Li Buer seemed to have rebooted mentally, realizing he was in class, and quickly stood to apologize to the teacher. The teacher, unfazed, simply instructed him to sit down and asked for his name. Before Li Buer could respond, the entire class chimed in, as if he were the star of the room. Li Buer, I've noted your name, the teacher jested, adding, if anyone else falls asleep, remember not to snore. When Li Buer looked around, he noticed that Chu Xian and the others had somehow moved to the last row. Chapter 22. The elegance of the violin with the ringing of a bell, the first class of university finally came to an end. For a fleeting moment, Chu Xian felt as if he had endured an entire century. Observing Li Buer's carefree demeanor, the group silently resolved never to sit with him again to prevent a recurrence of today's events. This time, they did not wait for Li Buer, but rather strode confidently towards the art building, with Li Buer trailing behind, calling out, wait for me, brothers. However, his words were rather off-putting. Several individuals, as if propelled by an unseen force, quickened their pace once more. In a short while, they arrived at the arts building. Initially, they intended to return to their dormitory after class. However, unexpectedly, just before the class concluded, the instructor informed everyone in the official group that they were to select a musical instrument to study before their junior year. Shortly thereafter, the group entered a rehearsal room on the 4th floor of the arts building. Inside, numerous teachers sat, elucidating the various instruments in their possession. Among them, Li Buer, Ho Qingran, and Fan Yen had all studied musical instruments prior to entering university. Hence, after filling out their instrument preferences, they departed the rehearsal room. Nonetheless, Chu Xian found little interest in the teacher's discourse, incessantly stifling yawns. What instrument do you plan to choose? He inquired. I don't know, replied Chu Xian, as he glanced at Su Chun, suddenly pointing to a nearby position. The drums look good, but the violin wouldn't be a bad choice either. Hearing that their thoughts aligned, Su Chun felt a twinge of surprise. However, in the next moment, Chu Xian doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. To be honest, I think there will be a lot of people choosing the violin. After all, no one wants to play the wind instruments. Just as Chu Xian anticipated, the moment arrived for the explanation regarding the violin. When the teacher asked who wished to select the violin, a total of 9 individuals raised their hands. Yet, each instrument had a fixed quota of only 8 participants. A trumpet teacher then began discussing the challenges of learning the violin. However, despite the teacher's remarks, the number of students opting for the violin not only remained unchanged, but even increased by 1. Left with no other choice, the teacher resorted to the fairest method of choosing, drawing hands. Due to the high number of participants, Chu Xian resolved to employ a subtle strategy. He leaned closer to Su Chen's ear and whispered, no matter how many rounds it takes, let's just show our palms. This statement was inadvertently overheard by the 2 individuals beside them. Although Chu Xian noticed that others had caught on, he did not alter his plan with Su Chun, believing it to be the most prudent course of action. As the teacher announced, get ready, the hands of several participants swiftly descended. Fortunately for the 2, they were among the lucky ones. 6 individuals simultaneously revealed their palms, with Chu Xian and Su Chun included in that number. Upon successfully selecting the violin, Chu Xian exuberantly embraced Su Chun. Little did he know that the violin would soon become a source of torment for him over the next 2 years. On their way back to the dormitory, seizing the moment when no one was around, Su Chun voiced his concerns. You do realize that when you suggested we show our palms, the people next to us heard it, right? Of course, Chu Xian replied nonchalantly. I meant for them to hear it. I was worried they might choose differently. Noticing Su Chun appeared confused, Chu Xian elaborated, think about it. If we 4 were to be the minority, the 2 of us have always been in sync, yet in the end, we are quite alike. At this moment, Chu Xian felt his intelligence soaring to an impressive height. However, The next second, Su Qian doused him with a splash of cold reality. What if the four of us remain in sync? Chu Xian seemed to have overlooked this point, his face only displaying a bitter smile. Then we shall compete in endurance. Whoever falters first will be the unfortunate one. Upon returning to the dormitory, everyone settled on their respective beds and began to discuss their chosen instruments. Zhang Hao and Zhang Yi opted for the eru, while Su Yu played the guzheng. Ho Qingran, Li Buer, and Fan Yin continued with their pre-university instruments, the trumpet, clarinet, and bamboo flute. However, little did they know that these instruments would bring them considerable anguish in the future, leading them to question why they hadn't chosen wind instruments instead. Don't you think we have too few classes? Listening to Li Buer's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Before entering university, he had heard his homeroom teacher mention that university life would be quite easy. Now, it seemed that his words held true. In fact, the reason for having only one class today was that, for the music academy, every Tuesday and Wednesday morning is reserved for vocal, piano, and small instrument lessons. At this moment, within the public group, the class schedule lay quietly, fully booked for the entire first semester of freshman year. While others might refer to it as Hell Week, Chu Xian and his friends could aptly label it Hell Week as well. Due to their leisurely pace, they lay on their beds, once again embarking on their little adventure. Initially, Chu Xian had no intention of joining, but the enthusiasm of his friends proved irresistible. They had not performed well, with few victories to speak of. Yet, as always, after 2 hours of play, they lost for an hour and a half, leaving the four others, aside from Chu Xian, wearing satisfied expressions. Perhaps we should refrain from playing games in the future, Chu Xian sighed. Setting down his phone and lying idly on his bed, his mind wandering to the thoughts of his forthcoming 4 years of university life. Lost in contemplation, he unexpectedly chuckled, prompting Li Buer and the others to gaze at him as if he were a fool. At that moment, Chu Xian received a message from Shin Mushi. What are you up to? Did you choose your instrument today? Yes, senior. Can you guess what I picked? I guess it's the violin, Shin Mushi replied with a playful emoji. Seeing this, Chu Xian sent a surprised emoji back, asking, how did you know, senior? Just a guess, she replied. In truth, Shin Mushi was aware of Chu Xian's choice because she happened to pass by the door while he was selecting his instrument and witnessed the entire scene. However, Chu Xian did not notice Shin Mushi. Chu Xian continued, Senior, what have you been up to lately? You seem quite busy. It's a secret. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Che Xiao Xiao looked at Shin Mushi and asked, Shi, you've been preoccupied with the freshman party, haven't you? As she spoke, Che Xiao Xiao leaped into Shin Mushi's embrace. Indeed, Shin Mushi smiled gently. I haven't spent much time with Chu Xian lately. Hearing her words, Che Xiao Xiao quickly withdrew her embrace, pouting in playful complaint. Humph, the scent of romance. What romance? Shin Mushi exclaimed, both surprised and embarrassed. I haven't even started dating him yet. Che Xiao Xiao replied. Oh yes, not dating yet, but isn't it imminent? By the way, Shi, has Chu Xian still not remembered you? Shin Mushi remained silent, shaking her head as she held the hairpin Chu Xian had given her. Then, if he never remembers, will you just keep it a secret from him? Upon hearing Che Xiao Xiao's question, Shin Mushi sighed and gazed out at the moonlight. I don't know. If he truly doesn't recall that we've met before, I might just give him a good smack and then tell him. How violent. Forget you. Chapter 23. Rainy days and sleep are a perfect match. The morning sun poured generously into every corner of the campus, and even at 7 o'clock, people were already strolling along the pathways. At the same time, several individuals in dormitory 303 had risen, engaging in amiable banter with Li Buer, as if it had become a daily ritual. Ho Qingran remarked, your alarm clock, can it shut off by itself? Li Buer replied, I just didn't want anyone to oversleep since we have classes today. So you chimed in, I think we can skip the chatter and just jump into his bed. It was Thursday. Initially, they had thought they had classes, but after checking the schedule the night before, they discovered that aside from choir practice in the morning, there were no other classes. Since none of them were part of the choir, they hoped for a good, long sleep. Yet, once again, they were roused by Li Buer's alarm clock. After some friendly exchanges, sleepiness evaporated, and with the time at a mere 7:30, they found themselves at a loss for what to do. Zhang Yi looked at Chu Xian and said, Hey, Xianer, didn't you mention going for a run? Why aren't you going now? Chu Xian felt a bit awkward at Zhang Yi's inquiry. How could he admit he was supposed to meet a senior? He then replied, Perhaps you should just disregard what I said. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, offered no response. seemingly already aware that Chu Xian would never actually go for a run. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over Chu Xian. As he closed his eyes, he slipped instantly into slumber. Hearing the rhythmic breaths of Chu Xian as he slumbered, several individuals found it quite astonishing. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in lively conversation, and now he had succumbed to sleep. However, such behavior is not uncommon among university students, who are notorious for their erratic schedules and propensity to doze off anywhere. When Chu Xian eventually roused, the clock had already struck noon, and the heavens had opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. Accompanied by the heavy rain, he could distinctly feel the temperature plummet. He cocooned himself tightly in his blanket, resembling a fuzzy caterpillar, fearful that a careless movement might expose any part of his body to the chill. Although the rain and slumber harmonized beautifully, he found himself wide awake. Thus, he opted to retrieve his tablet, intending to catch up on the latest dramas. Before diving into his show, however, Chu Xian first activated his green bubble and sent a message to Shun Mushi. Senior, the weather has turned chilly. Please take care to keep warm. Shortly thereafter, he received a reply. Okay, I understand. You should also dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. Let us skip lunch together today. Do remember to eat well. After a brief reply to his senior, he resumed watching his drama. At that moment, Fan Yin inquired, Gentlemen, are we still going out for a meal today? Zhang Hao, with a hint of exasperation, responded, Isn't Li Buer out? Let's wait for him to return and take him along. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Chu Xian realized he had not noticed Li Buer's absence from the dormitory. No wonder it felt unusually quiet today. One wondered where he had ventured in such heavy rain. I don't know, Ho Qingran replied absently as she scrolled through videos. He mentioned he had something to attend to, so he stepped out. When the group shared their last digits in the chat, Li Buer, without a moment's hesitation, confirmed his attendance. Yet, a twinge of unease prompted him to privately message Chu Xian. Brother Xian, you won't order as much as last time, will you? No. I promise it won't be as much as before. Considering the deluge outside, Chu Xian messaged Shin Mushi again. Senior, have you eaten yet? Yes, Xiao and I just finished. Why? Oh, I was just concerned you hadn't eaten and thought of ordering something for you. Silly, I've long since finished. Approximately half an hour later, a knock echoed from the door. As Ho Qingran called out, Come in, Li Buer entered, arms laden with various takeout orders, cheerfully announcing, Greetings. Your Huangmo delivery has arrived. Under normal circumstances, the others would have leapt from their beds at such a proclamation. However, seeing Li Buer drenched and carrying their meals, they decided to let him indulge in his exuberance. By the way, where did you go today? Ho Qingran asked curiously, chewing on her takeout. You've been gone for several hours since noon. Li Buer's face took on a slight rosy hue. In the next moment, he averted his gaze and chuckled, saying, I participated in the sports department selection. Upon hearing this, several people were incredulous. Although Li Buer enjoyed playing basketball, his sturdy physique led no one to anticipate that he would take part in the sports department selection. Well, congratulations, Minister of the Sports Department. Chu Xian teased while enjoying takeout. No, not Minister. How could I be that? What do you mean I'm unworthy? Chu Xian chuckled softly, seemingly in an exceptionally delightful mood. However, in the next moment, a message in the class group chat made Chu Xian feel a tinge of irritation. A photo was posted in the group, emblazoned with the words New Choir Member List. The list contained over 20 names, including Chu Xian's. What the heck? How did I get into the choir? And why is everyone else unfazed? The thought of not knowing anyone left Chu Xian, who grappled with a bit of social anxiety, feeling rather uneasy. Furthermore, the notion of attending choir practice every Thursday morning, while others were still asleep, extinguished any glimmer of enthusiasm in his eyes. Observing Chu Xian's dazed expression, Fan Yin stifled a laugh and quipped, It's all right. It's just an early morning class. Look on the bright side. At least it's not an 8 a.m. The others, witnessing Chu Xian's despondent demeanor, struggled to contain their laughter. However, before they could revel in their amusement for too long, another message appeared in the group. All students who studied an instrument before college must join the instrumental ensemble. What provided some solace to Chu Xian was that the Western Orchestra and Folk Music Ensemble rehearsed on Tuesday and Friday mornings at 8 a.m., respectively. At that moment, Chu Xian even found himself comforting Ho Qingran, Li Buer, and Fan Yin. It's fine. It's just an 8 a.m., right? Just endure it, and it will pass. Subsequently, Chu Xian messaged Shin Mushi, intending to inquire about the choir. Senior, Did you join the choir? Yes, Shinmushi replied. Every year during the freshman exams. The choir teachers conduct selections. Why? Did you get selected too? With a sense of resignation, Chu Xian sent the list to Shunmushi. Yeah, there are over 20 people. I can't tell if it's fortunate or unfortunate. It's not luck. It must be that your skill level is quite high, Shinmushi reassured him. If you're unsure of the way, I can accompany you next week. Reading Shinmushi's message, Chu Xian thought that meeting the senior and joining the choir might not be such a bad thing after all. With this thought, a long-lost blush appeared on his face. And he even broke into a smile. The others looked at Chu Xian with concern. Oh no, Xianer has lost his mind. Chapter 24, Li Buer's Love? As the afternoon descended, the torrential rain had long ceased, and the occupants of room 303 were engrossed in their gaming pursuits, with the exception of Li Buer. The moment the rain abated, he had mysteriously slipped out of the dormitory. After an hour had passed, Chu Xian turned to Ho Qingran and inquired, Monkey brother, what do you think? Li Buer dashed out for the moment the rain stopped. I don't know. He seems rather enigmatic today, came the reply. Could it be that he has embarked on a romantic endeavor? Fan Yin speculated. However, Chu Xian and the others deemed this unlikely. As Li Buer spent the majority of his time sequestered in the dormitory playing games, leaving little opportunity for social interaction with the fairer sex. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Li Buer burst through the dormitory door, bringing with him a piece of intriguing news. Have you heard? There will be a performance at the school playground tonight. Are you going to watch? The revelation sparked palpable excitement among the group, as they clamored to ascertain the accuracy of Li Buer's information and the timing of the event. Yet, Chu Xian remained notably unfazed. I'm not going. You all enjoy yourselves, he stated. In truth, throughout his life, he had never developed an appreciation for rap music. It wasn't that he harbored any disdain for it. He simply felt it was beyond his taste. Yet, Li Buer was determined not to let Chu Xian languish alone in solitude. Climbing onto Chu Xian's bed, he launched his persuasive charm. Come on, Xian, go. It'll be lonely for you to stay here all by yourself. The sight of Li Buer's insufferable expression made Chu Xian feel a wave of nausea, as if he might retch at any moment. If you don't go, I'll just keep lingering around you, Li Buer warned. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Chu Xian rolled his eyes at Li Buer and relented. Fine, I'll go. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy lit up Li Buer's face. It's settled then. The performance starts at 7. Anyone who doesn't attend is a dog. Chu Xian shot another exasperated glance at Li Buer before slowly making his way to the balcony, where he initiated a video call with Chu Yan. The call was promptly answered, and upon seeing Chu Xian, Chu Yan teased, Well, who is this? I didn't know you remembered you had an older sister. I thought once you had a girlfriend, you'd forget all about me. At her words, Chu Xian felt a pang of panic, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He quickly forced a smile. Of course it's me, your beloved younger brother. How could I possibly forget my beautiful and lovely sister? But dear sister, meals can be eaten haphazardly, but words must be chosen wisely. What makes you think I have a girlfriend? Seeing the obsequious expression on Chu Xian's face, Chu Yan scoffed. What's wrong? Are you short on cash? I've already given you a supplementary card. Before she could elaborate, Chu Xian hastily interjected. Sister, do you really believe I would only call you when I need money? And what else could it be? What prompted you to think of calling me? Chu Xian took a deep breath and spoke with utmost sincerity. Sister, I miss you. Have you been bullied? Chu Yan's tone was tinged with alarm. No, what are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy in his heart. Then why utter such sweet words? When we were at home, you always accused me of bullying you. Is it not different? Chu Xian, resembling a spoiled child, replied, It's my first time being so far from home. Is it not natural to miss my family? How about I fly to Jiqing tomorrow? Hearing her brother's words, Chu Yan was startled and hastily ended the call. After all, if she really came to visit, Chu Xian's days would be quite troublesome. Little did he know, Chu Yan had already purchased her ticket to Jiqing. Stepping out onto the balcony, Chu Xian noticed several people grinning at him. Brother Xian, who were you just on the phone with? My sister. Brother Xian. Is our sister beautiful? Li Buer eagerly inquired. Does she have a boyfriend? At this, Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Despite others finding Chu Yan exceedingly beautiful, as her younger brother, he had never thought her attractive. Not beautiful. No boyfriend. If you ask again, I will throw you out of the dorm. Afterward, Chu Xian sent a message to Shunmu Shi. Senior, there's a performance at the playground tonight. Are you going to watch? After a while, Shinmushi replied. I'm not going. I don't particularly enjoy rap. If you decide to go, I can accompany you. Chu Xian pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. He sensed that Shinmushi had been quite busy lately and did not wish to be a burden. Time swiftly passed, and at 6:30, after dinner, the group made their way to the playground. However, Li Buer seemed to have other matters to attend to. He instructed the others to go ahead while he would join them later. Though Chu Xian intended to wait for him, Li Buer declined. Given the cafeteria's proximity to the playground, they soon arrived at their destination. As Chu Xian surveyed the throngs of people at the playground, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Was the performance truly a must-see? Despite their efforts to push forward, they found themselves at the back due to the crowd. At that moment, Chu Xian spotted Li Buer not far off. Ho Ge, doesn't that person over there look like Li Buer? Following the direction of Chu Xian's finger, Ho Qingran and the others indeed saw Li Buer standing nearby, accompanied by a girl. No wonder he hadn't come with them. He was indeed up to something. As Ho Qingran's words fell, Fan Yin prepared to approach them. However, Chu Xian stopped him. Let's just enjoy ourselves. We shouldn't disturb Li Buer. Before long, the performance commenced. Chu Xian captured the performance through a series of videos and photographs, intending to share them with Shinmushi upon his return. At that moment, he noticed Suyu beside him, who appeared to be in a rather somber mood. However, when Chu Xian inquired about his well-being, Suyu assured him that all was well. 2 hours later, the performance concluded. On their way back to the dormitory, the group agreed to keep silent about their encounter with Li Buer that day. Upon finding Li Buer already lying on his bed, they feigned ignorance and asked, "Why are you back so soon?" Li Buer, evasively glancing away, replied, "Oh, I was stuck at the back and couldn't get in. I returned just before it ended." Oblivious to the fact that his actions had been observed, he remained unaware. The group, seeing his demeanor, chose not to press further. Once back in his room, Chu Xian sent the photos and videos to Shinmushi. Moments later, she responded, "Did you go to the performance?" "With whom?" Chu Xian replied, "I initially didn't want to go, but my roommate's enthusiasm was irresistible." In response, Shinmushi sent a teasing emoji, accompanied by the message, "Since you went with your roommate, I shall let it slide. Senior, let us attend a performance together next time," he suggested. "Who would want to go with you?" Shinmushi retorted playfully. "Unless you call me good sister a few times, I might consider it." The following day at 10 o'clock, Chu Xian, bearing dark circles under his eyes, struggled to rise from his bed. Upon noticing his awakening, Ho Qingran sent him a message urging him to get dressed. Although Chu Xian was puzzled, given their mere half-meter distance in reality, he complied and dressed promptly. Shortly thereafter, Li Buer casually exchanged a few words before leaving the dormitory. Observing this, the others quickly got out of bed and stealthily followed him. "Wait, are you all really planning to tell Li Buer?" one of them exclaimed. "How intriguing. I like it." Chapter 25. Gone with a snap. After confirming that Li Buer had descended the stairs, Chu Xian and his friends pursued him. Due to their numbers, they decided to split into two groups, one consisting of Chu Xian, Ho Qingran, and Suyu, while the remaining four formed another. It was unclear whether the first group possessed an innate talent for tracking or if Li Buer was simply oblivious, as they trailed him to the girls' dorm without being detected. At that moment, they spotted a girl standing outside the dormitory, and Ho Qingran seemed to recognize her as a classmate. However, the others had no recollection of her. Just as they pondered whether they were mistaken, the girl unexpectedly followed Li Buer as they departed together. "Wow, truly a rare occurrence," they murmured, continuing to follow him. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria, where, in an effort to remain unnoticed, Chu Xian and his friends seated themselves a distance of 20 meters away from the pair. For reasons unknown, the two individuals not only refrained from ordering, but also did not take a seat at the same table. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they finally halted in front of a noodle shop. Just as a few of them were about to extract their phones to document this moment as evidence, Li Buer abruptly turned and cast a swift glance in the direction of Chu Xian and his companions. Thankfully, he completely overlooked the heads bowed in their midst. "Goodness, that startled me," exclaimed Ho Qingran, panting. "I have an idea. Let us pretend to coincidentally pass by and greet him in turns. What do you think?" Upon hearing this suggestion, although the group deemed it rather mischievous, they nonetheless took turns approaching Li Buer every 5 minutes. Eventually, when it was Fan Yan's turn, Li Buer could no longer contain himself and stepped up to their table, saying, "What a coincidence, brothers. I'll catch you later in the dorm." Having said this, He hurriedly returned to the girl beside him, while Chu Xian and his friends resumed their enjoyment of the meal before them. After lunch, as everyone prepared to depart, Chu Xian instinctively sent a message to Shun Mushi. Senior, are you in your dorm? Yes, what is up? Came Shun Mushi's prompt reply. I was just wondering if you've eaten, Chu Xian replied, attaching a photo of the cafeteria. Shortly thereafter, Shun Mushi responded with a picture of herself seated at her dormitory desk. So busy, I hardly have time to eat. Observing this, Chu Xian quickly replied, then, Senior, please wait for me in your dorm. I'll bring you some food. With that, he set his phone down and dashed to a nearby shop with utmost speed. Witnessing this scene, Ho Qingran and the others were instantly filled with confusion. What has gotten into Xuanzi? Is there some sort of stimulant in the food? At that moment, Zhang Hao remarked, Monkey brother, next time let us try following Chu Xian as well. Before long, at the foot of the girls' dormitory, Shinmushi stood silently at the glass door, clad in pajamas and sporting large dark circles under her eyes. Upon seeing her, Chu Xian quickened his pace and handed the meal to the senior in front of him, not forgetting to tease, Senior, did you just wake up? From afar, I can hardly recognize you. In response to his playful jibe, Shinmushi glanced at the mask covering Chu Xian's face and the hood of his sweatshirt pulled tightly around him, retorting, Humph, look at you all bundled up. Are you trying to sneak in food? What are you talking about? Chu Xian replied, exasperated, turning his head aside. I paid for it. I was just concerned about coming as a lone male and causing you any trouble. With an icy tone, Shinmushi responded, I'm not afraid of trouble. And from now on, when you come to see me, there's no need to hide. Just as Chu Xian was about to counter her statement. Yet, fearing the ire of the other party, he hastily acquiesced to their demands, shedding the meaningless fade. Observing this situation, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Shinmushi's face. Realizing his goal had been achieved, Chu Xian intended to make a swift exit while the crowd was sparse. However, at that moment, Shinmushi obstructed his path. She then handed him the multicolored scarf she had clutched for quite some time. This is for you. The weather in Jiqing is quite unpredictable. Although it has just begun to cool, temperatures may plummet in a few days. Oh, and you must not let anyone else wear it besides me. I knitted it myself. If you dislike it, then you mustn't give it to me either. Do you understand? At that moment, Chu Xian had little time to ponder Shinmushi's words. After all, this was the first time in nearly 20 years that he had received a gift from a girl. Finally, he gazed at the blushing Shinmushi and couldn't help but ask, Senior, why are you so kind to me? Upon hearing this, Shinmushi was momentarily taken aback. But after a few seconds, she chuckled softly. That's a secret. Asking a girl about her secrets may lead to her disfavor. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and appeared to be in good spirits as she strolled back into the dormitory. Before long, Chu Xian returned to his dormitory alone. Upon opening the door, he discovered that all the members of room 303, including Li Buer, had returned. For reasons unknown, Huo Qingran and others were engaged in some friendly banter with Li Buer. To avoid getting caught in their conversation, Chu Xian stealthily maneuvered past them, hastily folding the scarf he held and placing it beneath his pillow. No sooner had he caught his breath than Li Buer, as if seizing upon a lifeline, exclaimed, Xiangu, save me. My buddies are turning against me. They are not human. Hearing this, Chu Xian stepped forward quietly. Curiosity piqued about how Li Buer had managed to infuriate them. What is the matter today? He inquired. Isn't it because someone was secretly dating behind our backs? Huo Qingran replied, cracking his knuckles, claiming he wanted to see a show and that he was going to run for the sports department. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian glanced at the awkward Li Buer behind him and raised his hands in resignation. I can't save you. You're on your own. Who told you to deceive us? After a chorus of lamentations, Chu Xian, as if awakening from a dream, turned to Li Buer. Wait a minute, if you were out on a date. Why are you back so early today? Hearing this, the others stifled their laughter, but upon hearing Su Qin's ambiguous snicker, Fan Yin recounted everything that had just transpired to Chu Xian. Do you know what Li Buer was up to just now? He boldly inquired of the young lady whether he could hold her hand, leaving her utterly speechless. Was this truly sufficient reason for such a reaction? Chu Xian found himself intrigued. Surely it wouldn't warrant Li Buer returning to his dormitory alone? He proceeded to ask the girl if he could kiss her. Upon hearing Ho Qingran's interjection, Chu Xian's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Li Buer's face flushed crimson at the audacity of his own words. Su Chun added further fuel to the fire. At that moment, we witnessed the girl slap Li Buer across the face with a resounding crack. Finally, witnessing this scene, Chu Xian could no longer contain his laughter. He cast a bemused glance at Li Bu and said helplessly, "Buddy, I could understand holding hands. But to think you'd wish to kiss her after just a few days of acquaintance? If you had to do it, you should have kept it a secret. And to ask her outright, with so many others around, what made you think she would agree?" Chapter 26. Why don't you like me in the dead of night? As Chu Xian prepared to rise for a trip to the restroom, he happened to notice that the dormitory door was not securely closed. Out of curiosity, he quietly stepped outside, only to spot Suyu seated on the stairs nearby, lost in thought. At that moment, he was smoking a cigarette while distractedly scrolling through his phone, murmuring to himself in frustration. Aware of Suyu's recent breakup, Chu Xian refrained from approaching him and instead pretended not to notice, heading to the restroom in the distance. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Suyu had already succumbed to sleep. The next day at noon, succumbing to laziness, Chu Xian lay in bed, awaiting the arrival of his takeout. Alongside him was the woeful Suyu. Although they shared a dormitory, their conversations had been few since the start of the semester. In an effort to break the ice, Chu Xian sought a topic of discussion. Having arrived third on the first day of school, the others in room 303 affectionately called Suyu third brother. "Third brother, why didn't you join us for lunch today? I recall you being the most enthusiastic among us." "I'm not particularly hungry," Suyu replied in a subdued tone, letting out a soft sigh. Observing Suyu, Chu Xian noted the visible signs of weariness that had settled upon him since that fateful night. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Chu Xian ventured, "Third brother, I saw you sitting alone on the stairs last night. Is something bothering you? Perhaps you might share it with me?" Suyu managed a faint smile. "I was puzzled why you didn't come over, but honestly, my troubles are beyond your assistance." Just then, Chu Xian felt his phone vibrate with several notifications. Expecting it to be news of his takeout, he opened his phone only to discover a message from Shin Mushi. "Come on, join me for a meal." Despite Chu Xian's lingering concerns about Suyu being alone in the dormitory, he eventually departed from room 303 after offering some comforting words. Upon his return, the first sound that greeted him was a violent coughing emanating from the balcony. Cautiously, Chu Xian approached the balcony and found Suyu curled up in a chair, surrounded by a multitude of extinguished cigarette butts. "Third brother, have you lost your mind?" Chu Xian exclaimed, pulling Suyu up and using a broom to clear the cigarette remnants. "There must be an entire pack's worth of butts on the ground. It's just a heartbreak. Who hasn't experienced one? Can't you move on? With so many crooked trees, must you choose to hang yourself from one?" Upon hearing these words, Suyu's body trembled slightly, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Tears began to stream down his face as he lamented, "Xianer, I treated my partner so well. Why did she choose to break up with me? Why?" Although Chu Xian had never been in love, he could empathize with the profound sense of abandonment that accompanies such experiences. With a soft sigh, he handed Suyu a tissue from Li Buer's bed. "I once heard a story about a man who was heartbroken to the point of illness. He sought counsel from a master. After hearing his woes, the master revealed that in a past life, the man had covered the woman's corpse with his own clothing, while others had ensured she was buried properly. Third brother, perhaps your fate with your partner is similar. There is a connection, but perhaps it is not as deep as you believed." After listening to Chu Xian's words, Suyu finally ceased his sobbing. At that moment, Li Buer and the others returned to the dormitory. Seeing the scene, the two feigned ignorance and busied themselves with their own tasks. "Wait, you two have been in the dormitory this whole time?" Ho Qingran inquired, astonished. "Not exactly," Chu Xian replied calmly, gesturing towards Li Buer, who bore a handprint on his face. "What happened to him?" "Nothing much," Ho Qingran said with a hint of exasperation. "This guy just went to confront that girl again and ended up getting slapped." Unable to contain his laughter, Chu Xian chuckled at the absurdity. "Come on, stop laughing. It's so embarrassing." Li Buer, his face flushed with shame, approached Chu Xian, seemingly intent on pinching his cheek. However, he had overestimated his own capabilities. Before he could act, Chu Xian had already subdued him. "What is up? Do you want to teach me a lesson? Brother, you still need to practice." At that moment, Fan Yen signaled to Chu Xian to check his phone. In their chat window, a message was prominently displayed. "Why are third brother's eyes so red? What happened to him? Did he cry?" Unsure how to respond, Chu Xian, valuing privacy, chose not to divulge the details. "He was like this when I returned." As the afternoon swiftly approached, Suyu left the dormitory in a state of despondency. Observing this, Fan Yin turned to Chu Xian and reiterated the question posed at noon. Reluctantly, Chu Xian divulged all that he knew to the group, intending to devise a means to console Su Yu. Upon hearing this, the group could only respond with exasperated sighs. Fan Yin lamented, "It's quite normal. You should have seen it. That night when we went out to eat. Your third brother was so inebriated that he clung to a chair and wept uncontrollably. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't budge him. Indeed," Ho Qingren added. Looking utterly speechless, "We nearly ended up purchasing that chair because of him." The owner was utterly flabbergasted. That night, as was customary, Chu Xian made his way to the restroom. Mirroring the previous evening, he found Su Yu seated on the staircase, engaged in a phone conversation. Amidst his drowsiness, Chu Xian seemed to catch Su Yu uttering the word dropout. At this revelation, Chu Xian nearly lost his footing. Seeking clarity, he cautiously approached. However, despite his muted steps, the moment Su Yu ended his call, their eyes met. What a coincidence. Third brother, you're here for the restroom as well. Chapter 27. Freshman Gala. The following morning, taking advantage of the rare weekend, the group in room 303 lounged in their dormitory, engrossed in video games. Yet, apart from Li Buer, for reasons unknown, he had stealthily slipped out of the dormitory before Chu Xian had even risen. According to Ho Qingren, ever since the last time they had tracked him, Li Buer had grown exceedingly wary of the others. "Hey, are we being too despondent?" Chu Xian inquired with the last remnants of his conscience. "Despondent, my foot," Ho Qingren replied passionately. "Haven't you seen the class schedule? Starting next Monday. It's packed with classes. We need to gather for team play." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian let out a silent sigh, glancing at Su Yu, who lay on the lower bunk. In truth, he was quite curious about what Su Yu had meant the previous night when he mentioned dropping out. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Li Buer, who burst through the door exclaiming, "Children, Daddy is back." Having grown accustomed to this familiar tone, Chu Xian and the others merely exchanged exasperated glances. "Well, why the lack of reaction?" Li Buer approached the bed, "By the way, did you see the messages in the group chat?" "I didn't see anything," Chu Xian muttered absent-mindedly. "All my group chats are on Do Not Disturb." Upon hearing this, the other members of 303 echoed his sentiments. Li Buer, unable to contain his excitement, quickly handed his phone to Chu Xian. On the screen was a message from the class group regarding that evening's freshman gala. "Xiange, are you all going?" Li Buer chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "I have heard that our school's belle will also perform. Moreover, it is said that this year is her first time agreeing to it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian nearly spat out the water in his mouth. "Who? Which belle?" Noticing Chu Xian's unusual reaction, Li Buer raised an eyebrow and teased. "Look at my brother Xian, who usually shuns the company of women. I thought he was a monk. How many bells do we have in our school? Isn't it just Shinmushi?" Only at that moment did Chu Xian realize why Shinmushi often mentioned being overwhelmed with busyness lately. Just then, Shinmushi sent a message. "Chu Xian, there's a freshman gala tonight. Are you going to watch? Is the senior inviting me?" A faint smile involuntarily crept onto Chu Xian's lips as he jested. "However, I have made plans with my roommates to spend the night at the internet CAF across the street, so I won't be attending. Besides, I don't enjoy crowded places." After saying this, he waited but received no reply from Shinmushi for quite some time. Eventually, she coldly replied with just a few words. "All right, then it's settled." Noticing Shinmushi's low spirits, Chu Xian feigned curiosity and inquired, "Senior, you seem a bit down. Did someone upset you?" "No." Shinmushi sent a proud emoji. "I'm just too tired. I'm not unhappy. I don't want to talk to you. Goodbye." Seeing that the senior truly seemed upset, Chu Xian was about to apologize when he heard Li Buer calling. "Brother Xian, what are you doing? Come help me decide which outfit looks good. You think everyone is like you?" A knowing look flashed across Ho Qingren's face. Perhaps he is busy chatting with some little sister. Chu Xian was taken aback. "Get lost. I'm not chatting with any little sister. Who would even like me?" Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shinmushi curled up on the carpet like a child who had suffered injustice, hugging her knees. Seeing this, Che Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves in anger and said, "That rascal Chu Xian actually dares to refuse. Mushi, just wait. I'll go give him a good beating." Upon hearing this, Shinmushi hurriedly stopped Che Xiaoxiao. "Don't go. He might really be busy. Besides, I invited him, and he has the right to decline." "Busy?" Che Xiaoxiao exploded with fury. "Didn't you hear that scoundrel say he was going to spend the night at the internet CAF? And you're still defending him? Are you out of your mind? Moreover, You've practiced your performance for so long just to show him, and he says he won't come. It's fine. Shinmushi replied with a bitter smile. Perhaps in the future, I'll have the chance to perform just for him. In truth, the reason Shinmushi agreed to participate in the freshman gala was simply because, during military training, Chu Xian had expressed curiosity about what she would be like while singing. At the same time, within the confines of room 303, the group remained engrossed in their gaming activities. However, Li Buer stood before the wardrobe, contemplating his attire for nearly an hour. Haven't you made your selection yet? Fan Yin couldn't help but jest. I suggest you stick to your usual clothes. That won't do. Li Buer replied, his voice slightly muffled. This is a rare opportunity to meet the campus belle. What if my charismatic persona captivates her? Uffed. Fan Yin retorted, exasperated. If anyone from our dorm gets to know the campus belle, I'll eat 3 pounds. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian became intrigued, gazing intently at Fan Yin. Yet, he merely smiled before quietly retreating to the balcony, for he had something far more pressing on his mind. Senior, are you upset? Chu Xian dialed Shinmushi's number. Not really, she replied, though her tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. It's nothing. I just wanted to see you. Chu Xian said gently. Shall we dine together this evening? How about the hot pot place we visited last time? I have no appetite. I'm not going. Shinmushi's tone resembled that of a playful girl teasing her boyfriend. What's wrong, senior? Who has made you unhappy? Chu Xian feigned ignorance. Tell me, and I shall confront them. Yes, someone bullied me. A big pig head. Hearing Shinmushi's tone, Chu Xian found her irritation oddly endearing. In that case, I must insist on taking you to dinner. We shall order pork, pig head, pig brain, and pig knuckles. If that does not suffice, we can also indulge in roasted pork, crispy pig skin, and pork ribs. Before long, laughter resonated from the other end of the line. Shinmushi then replied sweetly, well, since you've extended such a generous invitation, I suppose I can oblige. What time shall we go? After the freshman gala, Chu Xian suggested. Why wait until after the freshman gala? I don't know. Perhaps I fear that if we go too early, you might be busy, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinmushi playfully called him a fool before hanging up. At that moment, Chu Xian looked up to find the other 6, aside from Su Yu, intently observing him. Xiangu, who were you just on the phone with? Chu Xian replied nonchalantly, a senior. Li Buer, upon hearing this, became instantly animated, a senior? Is it the one who helped you find your dorm last time at the cafeteria? You mean Xiao Xiao? Not her. Chapter 28. Duet with the campus belle. After a lively exchange, the afternoon had arrived. The group tidied up briefly before leisurely departing the dormitory. Among them, however, one stood out distinctly. Li Buer had donned a suit and even sported sunglasses. This unique ensemble was quite the spectacle. Let him possess an impressive allure that turns heads along the way. However, it seems that his charm has captivated passers-by, prompting him to swing his arms with even greater vigor. I have a suggestion. Chu Xian tugged at Ho Qingran's arm. I believe our priority now is to flee quickly. Otherwise, if we are spotted by acquaintances, it will spell our doom. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the group glanced back at Li Buer. Subsequently, at the moment Su Chun called out 3, they surged forward like a volley of arrows. Witnessing this, Li Buer adjusted his trousers and shouted at the others, slow down. Wait for me. These pants are cumbersome to navigate. Upon hearing Li Buer's plea, the group, as if encountering a ghost, hastened their steps even more vigorously. Before long, they arrived at the concert hall, where they found 7 seats available in the front row. Chu Xian hurriedly urged everyone to take their places in the first row. Just as they anticipated, Li Buer had no choice but to sit in the second row beneath the astonished gazes of his companions. Even the individual seated next to him, upon noticing Li Buer's attire, shifted several seats away. Moments later, the lights within the concert hall dimmed, leaving only the illumination from above the stage. As the performance commenced, what captivated Chu Xian the most was a middle-aged male teacher wearing glasses. He skillfully combined the sounds of various instruments using a computer, creating an original melody on the spot. Wow, how impressive! Chu Xian exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. If only I could meet this teacher. Following this, the lyrical songs began to lull Chu Xian into a slight drowsiness. Sensing the audience's waning enthusiasm, the host returned to the center of the stage, holding a speech in hand, and said, I wonder if our juniors have heard about it? Our school boasts a renowned beauty known as the Ice Mountain, who happens to be from the Music Academy. In previous years, she was often invited to perform, but it is only this year that she has agreed to grace us with her presence. Now, Please welcome Shinmushi. At the mention of her name, a thunderous cheer erupted from the senior students in the back. Upon hearing the name of the senior, Chu Xian instinctively slapped his cheeks to awaken himself. When the stage lights brightened once more, a vision appeared. A woman clad in a verdant ancient-style gown, adorned with a matching hairpin, seemingly stepping forth from a classical painting. Perched gracefully on a prearranged wooden chair, holding an oiled paper umbrella. The senior is stunning. Although Shinmushi typically wore subtle makeup, her beauty on stage radiated an ethereal glow. Noticing Chu Xian gazing in awe from below, Shinmushi's lips curled into a gentle smile. A delightful gesture that enchanted all present. The atmosphere in the venue became exceedingly electrifying. For a fleeting moment, a line sprang to mind for Chu Xian. This beauty ought to exist only in the heavens. How curious it is that she graces the mortal realm. As it was the final performance, just as the audience was preparing to leave in an orderly fashion, the host once again took to the center of the stage with a microphone. Please, do not rush to depart. After a discussion with Shinmushi, we have a special surprise for this year's freshman gala. Upon hearing this, the crowd halted, their attention drawn to Shinmushi, who resembled a living painting on the stage. The host continued, this year, one fortunate individual will have the chance to duet with Shinmushi. However, she will choose this person herself, so let your enthusiasm be known. In response, the audience erupted in excitement, hands raised high. Even Li Buer joined in the fervor. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly noticed a message from his sister. Upon reading its content, disbelief washed over him as he glanced at Shinmushi on stage. No way. Is this for real? Seeing that Chu Xian remained unresponsive, the host announced, the fourth boy in the first row, it must be you. As this was declared, the crowd began searching for the individual in question. Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, he was the chosen one. Observing this, Shinmushi, holding the microphone, spoke gently. Chu Xian, you cannot refuse me. Hearing his name called by the senior, Chu Xian stood up in a flurry and moved to the front of the stage, his heart racing. The audience, filled with senior students, could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, no way. The campus belle knows that guy, and in such a tender tone. Is this truly the aloof campus beauty? What song do you wish to sing, Junior? Shinmushi extended the microphone to Chu Xian. Anything you desire, he stammered, his legs shaking. What would you like to sing, Senior? How about a love song? Shinmushi gently tugged at Chu Xian's sleeve. Senior, wearing that outfit. Singing a love song seems rather incongruous, doesn't it? None of your business, she retorted. As she spoke, the pre-prepared accompaniment began to play. The audience, overhearing their dialogue, found themselves nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Just as many believed Chu Xian would embarrass himself on stage, reality delivered a stunning blow. His voice was not only pleasant, but exuded an inexplicable warmth that captivated everyone present. Despite feeling shy and unable to meet the gaze of the audience, this did not hinder his vocal performance. As they reached the chorus, Shinmushi made a bold move, lifting Chu Xian's hand and locking eyes with him. Whoa! I came to admire the campus belle, not to witness a display of affection. Isn't she supposed to be an ice queen? Why is she taking the initiative to hold hands? The performance concluded, leaving the audience in awe. Shinmushi paid no heed to the gazes of others as she led Chu Xian towards the backstage. Did you not say you wouldn't come? Chu Xian replied with a smile. I initially had no intention of attending, but upon learning that the final performance was by my senior, I decided to come. However, I had no idea there would be such an exhilarating special program. In truth, Chu Xian was unaware that this special program was a request made solely by Shinmushi. What shall we do next? Was it not agreed that we would go for a meal, little crybaby? Initially, Shinmushi did not grasp the meaning behind Chu Xian's words, mistakenly believing that she was being referred to as senior. Wait for me to return to my dormitory and change my outfit. My feet hurt so much in these high heels. But moments later, with a blush on her cheeks, Shinmushi eagerly inquired, what did you just call me? I mistook you for someone else. Chu Xian, flustered and embarrassed, exclaimed, clearly. Chu Yen informed me that you are before she could finish her sentence. Shinmushi leaned in and kissed Chu Xian on the cheek. Chapter 29. Ears of a donkey. Shinmushi's sudden action caused Chu Xian's face to flush crimson. She stumbled backward, and it was only at that moment that she noticed the tears shimmering in her senior's eyes and the blush adorning her cheeks. Senior, why are you silent? Surely I did not truly mistake you for someone else. I was just momentarily dazed. Please forget what I said. Humph. Shinmushi, with a hint of pride, turned her head away and walked towards the door, saying, "If you make a mistake, do you think I would kiss you?" Noticing that Chu Xian remained rooted in place, Shinmushi added with a hint of arrogance, "Why are you not moving? Do you wish for me to lead you?" "Senior." Before Chu Xian could finish her thought, Shinmushi placed her hands on her hips and declared, "From now on, you shall not refer to me by that childhood nickname." "So you mean my sister did not deceive me?" Chu Xian exclaimed excitedly. "I never expected that my senior truly was the one from my childhood." Before she could elaborate further, Shinmushi placed a finger gently against Chu Xian's lips, bashfully stating, "I have already said, do not call me by that childhood name. Now, let us go. I am hungry and my feet hurt." "All right, I shall no longer call you little crybaby," Chu Xian replied, only to receive a playful punch from Shinmushi on her back, though it lacked any real force. The two walked in tandem along the path to the dormitory. "When did you recognize me?" Shinmushi asked curiously. "It wasn't he truly, just because Chu Yin told you, was it?" Noticing that Chu Xian remained silent, Shinmushi turned around to check if she was still following. However, as they were standing so close, Shinmushi inadvertently collided into Chu Xian's embrace, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe fruit. "Are you all right, senior?" "I am fine, just my feet are exceedingly sore." Although Shinmushi yearned to remain nestled in Chu Xian's arms, she felt a sense of identity that prevented her from doing so. "Senior, would you like me to carry you?" Chu Xian glanced at Shinmushi's high heels and inquired, "Who would want you to carry me?" Shinmushi replied, quickening her pace. Before long, at the foot of the girls' dormitory, while she changed her clothes, Chu Xian intended to check the dormitory group chat, which had been abuzz with activity. However, upon opening it, he was greeted by the warm greetings of the members of room 303. "Li Bu-er, damn it, you rascal. Are you secretly dating the campus beauty? Fan Yen, don't come back. You might as well spend the night on the street." "I am not in a romantic relationship with my senior. The situation is quite complicated," Chu Xian retorted, fully aware that a round of questioning awaited him upon his return that evening. After this, Chu Xian habitually opened a short video app, where he noticed a new message. Realizing it was from Li Bu-er, he clicked in. The screen displayed a stunning woman, and as Chu Xian was about to swipe away and chastise Li Bu-er, a cold voice pierced through the air behind him. "Is she beautiful?" Recognizing the familiar tone, Chu Xian hurriedly turned around. "Senior, you're here?" "Indeed, I am." Shinmushi replied icily. "If I didn't come, who would know whether you would still be here?" With that, she strode away without looking back. "Senior, it's not what it looks like. It was sent by my roommate. My phone is filled with music and anime." Upon hearing Chu Xian's explanation, Shinmushi paused and looked at him with a hint of sorrow. "Really?" Chu Xian raised 4 fingers. "I swear it's 4. In the taxi, Chu Xian, feeling overwhelmed by the frantic messages in the dormitory and class chat groups, lamented, "It's over. Tomorrow is Monday. What am I going to do? They will definitely tease me. But more importantly, what if it causes trouble for my senior?" Noticing Chu Xian's discomfort, Shinmushi gently patted his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Chu Xian didn't reveal the truth to her, and instead concocted a casual excuse. "You're lying to me, aren't you?" Shinmushi responded sharply. "Of course not. I don't like to deceive." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Shinmushi teased, "Let me guess. Is it because you're short on cash? Allow me to treat you to a meal." Before long, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Gazing at the bright red sign, Chu Xian gulped. "Senior, please refrain from ordering the super spicy broth this time, all right?" Shinmushi smiled lightly. "It depends on my mood." As they entered the establishment, they saw Aunt Lu bustling about. After exchanging greetings, Aunt Lu, upon recognizing Shinmushi and Chu Xian, set aside her tasks and led them to a private room, happily engaging them in conversation. Noticing Aunt Lu becoming increasingly animated, Chu Xian interjected, "Aunt Lu, could you please bring the menu over?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu finally realized that from the moment the two entered, she had been engrossed in conversation with the children, neglecting to let the two order. With that, she decided to treat them to this meal. Although Chu Xian and she hurriedly declined, Aunt Lu's enthusiasm was unwavering. "Senior, why is Aunt Lu so warm towards you?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because I often come here with Xiao Xiao." Before long, Aunt Lu had brought all the dishes to the table. Chu Xian gazed at the vibrant red broth, his body trembling with anticipation. "Aunt Lu, what level of spiciness is this?" Aunt Lu responded, "It's extremely spicy. Isn't that what you told she and me in the green bubble chat? What's wrong? Isn't this the extreme spiciness you desired?" Shenmushi, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, I remember someone who loved spicy food as a child. Yes, that's right. At this moment, Aunt Lu couldn't help but laugh. Chuxian. In Sichuan and Chongqing, this is called being a soft ear. However, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Shen Muxi's face instantly flushed, while Chu Xian looked bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the term soft ear. Shortly after Aunt Lu left, she returned with 2 more items. This is sweet rice balls made from fermented glutinous rice. And this is rice wine. Although both can alleviate spiciness, too much can lead to intoxication. Senior, how well can you handle your liquor? I've never really drunk much. Chu Xian admired Shen Muxi's response, as he had never consumed alcohol himself. He feared that even 1 cup might incapacitate him. Observing Shen Muxi savoring the rice wine, Chu Xian, like a curious child, asked, Senior, is it good? You should try it. Shen Muxi offered her cup to Chu Xian. It's tangy and sweet, quite delightful. Before long, one person was sprawled across the table. And it was not Chu Xian, but Shen Muxi. Chu Xian looked at her, stifling a laugh. It seems you haven't just had a little to drink. You must never have drunk before. In chapter 30, Chu Xian contemplated the inebriated Shen Muxi, feeling somewhat helpless. You claimed you've never been drunk. Yet how is it that a mere sip of rice wine has you in this state? With that, Chu Xian decided to settle the bill himself, planning to wake Shen Muxi afterward. Upon returning to the table after paying, he found Shen Muxi had already regained consciousness, though she appeared rather dazed, staring blankly at the table. As Chu Xian approached, ready to speak, Shen Muxi interrupted him. Who are you? You look familiar. Faced with the tipsy Shen Muxi, Chu Xian refrained from answering and cautiously assisted her as they made their way outside. Seeing them, Aunt Lu hastily advised them to be careful on their way. Just as they stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, Shen Muxi abruptly shook off Chu Xian's hand. Leaning against the wall unsteadily, I don't know you. I refuse to leave with you. Chu Xian hurriedly explained, Senior, you've had too much to drink. Take a closer look at who I am. Shen Muxi gazed at him with her hazy eyes and replied, I know now. You are the little monster. And I am the oddball. Although Chu Xian found it somewhat amusing and rather childish, he indulged Shen Muxi in her playful antics. However, unexpectedly, Shen Muxi lost her balance and plopped heavily onto the ground. Observing this, Chu Xian rushed over to assist her, but as he extended his hand, Shen Muxi slapped it away with surprising force. Bewildered, he thought to himself, do girls possess such strength? At that moment, Shen Muxi, with utmost seriousness, declared, I've already said I don't know you. Please don't come any closer. Besides, I have someone I like now, so do not entertain any thoughts about me. If this continues, I will seek out Uncle Hat. Intrigued, Chu Xian asked, then, Senior, could you tell me who it is that you like? No, he doesn't know yet. She giggled, adding, however, if you truly wish to know, it's not impossible. Leaning closer to Chu Xian's ear, she whispered, his name is Chu Xian. He was so kind to me when we were young, and he even said he would marry me when we grew up. But now, it seems he has forgotten me. I remember now. Chu Xian exclaimed, noticing that Shen Muxi was on the verge of tears. He quickly placed his hands on her shoulders and urged, Senior, please look closely at who I am. Upon hearing this, Shen Muxi gazed at him with teary eyes and finally recognized him. Chu Xian, where have you been? A bad person kept bothering me, and I was so scared. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Chu Xian gently patted her head and reassured her, I saw it, so I chased him away. Shen Muxi let out a soft huff. If you disappear again, I won't marry you. Upon hearing her words, a flush crept onto Chu Xian's face. Just as he was about to respond, Shen Muxi interrupted. Chu Xian, why do I feel like you've aged? And you've grown taller. Chu Xian felt a smile creeping in. It was amusing that she chose to say aged instead of grown up. Nevertheless, considering she was intoxicated, he decided to indulge her whims. Cici, actually, I've traveled back from the future. You can ask me one question. With a look of astonishment, Shen Muxi exclaimed, Chu Xian, did you marry me in the future? Caught off guard by the question, Chu Xian hesitated but eventually replied with determination, not yet, but in the distant future, I will. Upon hearing this, Shen Muxi crossed her arms and let out a soft huff. Well, that's good. If you don't marry me, or if I'm mistreated because of you, I will break your legs. With that, Shen Muxi gently fell asleep in Chu Xian's embrace while they were in the taxi. The driver, through the rearview mirror, cast a smile at the two individuals, seemingly reminiscing about his beloved girl from the past, who would lean on his shoulder just like this. Before long, The taxi arrived at the entrance of Jiqing University. Observing the peacefully sleeping Shinmushi, Chu Xian found it hard to rouse her. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he gently hoisted Shinmushi onto his back. As he made his way back to the girls' dormitory, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This scene evoked memories of his childhood, of the first moment he encountered Shinmushi. Back then, he often carried her home, just as he did now. Little did he expect that time would pass so swiftly, with over a decade gone by. Even more astonishing was the fact that they had reunited. Shinmushi slept soundly on Chu Xian's back, seemingly lost in a dream, murmuring softly, while he could not decipher the entirety of her speech. The last words were unmistakably clear: "When will you marry me?" Assuming Shinmushi had awakened, he glanced back at her. "Senior, are you awake?" When she did not respond, Chu Xian affectionately gazed at her. "Silly girl, I never imagined that after all these years, you would still remember." As the dormitory drew nearer, he took out his phone to message Che Xiaoxiao, hoping she could come down to assist with Shinmushi. However, upon opening the chat, he realized he had not saved her contact information. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea, deciding to reach the dormitory first. At the dormitory entrance, the matron stood guard, seemingly ready to lock the doors at the appointed hour. Spotting her, Chu Xian approached with a sense of relief. "Auntie, the senior I'm carrying had too much to drink. Could you please?" Before he could finish, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. "Chu Xian, what are you doing? Is that she?" Recognizing Che Xiaoxiao, he entrusted Shinmushi to her and hurriedly explained. Before departing, he tenderly stroked Shinmushi's head. "Silly girl, sleep well. See you tomorrow." Che Xiaoxiao, exasperated, remarked, "Hold on. Did something happen between you two that I'm unaware of? I'm still right here." Hearing her words, Chu Xian chose not to respond, instead whispering a secret before swiftly disappearing into the night. On his way back to the boys' dormitory, Chu Xian glanced at a message from Chu Yin that had arrived earlier in the afternoon. "If it weren't for my sister's message, I probably wouldn't have known at all. However, that little crybaby kissing me back then truly took me by surprise." Chapter 31. Alright, I'm Chu Xian. Upon returning to dorm 303, Chu Xian found the atmosphere markedly different from his expectations. Initially, he had imagined his companions would be eager to inquire about his day. Yet, the reality felt eerily tranquil. Chu Xian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing that everyone was engrossed in their own pursuits. Had they lost their memories? Just this afternoon, they had vehemently criticized him. Why the sudden silence now? "Everyone, I have returned." Chu Xian greeted a few acquaintances before wearily climbing into bed. Strangely, despite the clock barely striking 10, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, and before he realized it, his eyelids grew heavier, gradually leading him into slumber. That night, Chu Xian slept profoundly, mumbling in his dreams as if he were traversing a lengthy reverie that transported him back over a decade. Time rewound to 10 years prior, when Chu Xian was merely 8 years old. Due to their work commitments, his parents were seldom at home, leaving him and his sister, Chu Yan, to spend extended periods at their grandmother's house in the countryside. This was Chu Xian's genuine first encounter with his grandmother's home. Though he had visited previously, it had only been for brief stays during the new year with his parents. Consequently, as he gazed at his surroundings now, everything felt so dull and foreign. Accustomed to the urban lifestyle, transitioning to rural life rendered Chu Xian distinctly out of place. On his first night, he wept incessantly, yearning for home. Ultimately, it was only after his grandmother promised an outing the following day that he found solace in his heart. The rural night differed greatly from that of the city. Absent were the cacophonies and bustling atmosphere of urban life, replaced instead by tranquility and serenity. Occasionally, the serenade of cicadas and the rumble of passing trains would punctuate the stillness. The next day, young Chu Xian awoke early, buoyed by his grandmother's promise of an adventure. He bounced with excitement, asking, "Grandmother, where shall we go today? May I buy an Ultraman?" His grandmother, without replying, merely smiled gently as she sifted rice in front of her. Noticing her silence, Chu Xian was on the verge of tears when Chu Yin intervened, saying, "You little rascal. Grandmother just said that after breakfast, she will take us out. No crying. If you do, I shall sell you." Although the thought of being sold frightened Chu Xian, the prospect of an outing dispelled all his fears. After breakfast, his grandmother took his left hand in one hand and Chu Yan's in the other, as they seemingly embarked on a journey to a mysterious destination. Along the way, they encountered many familiar faces. Since the siblings seldom visited, Each person curiously inquired, Lao Guan. Who are these two children? With a proud expression, their grandmother introduced them, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Time passed, and before they knew it, their grandmother led the siblings to a marketplace. Introducing to the siblings, this is a unique rural market where everything imaginable is for sale. However, you must hold tightly to Grandma's hand, or you may be swept away by the crowd. The two siblings nodded, their grip on her hand tightening. It must be said that the rural market is bustling with activity, showcasing many items that Chu Xian had never encountered before. Consequently, he found himself frequently stopping to explore. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yan, if there is anything you like, just let me know, Grandma encouraged. Soon, Chu Xian was captivated by a small orange kitten at one of the stalls. Although it was merely an ordinary kitten, it seemed to possess a certain enchantment that rendered Chu Xian immobile. Observing this, Grandma approached the vendor to inquire about the price of the little orange cat. Initially, the vendor quoted 100 yuan, but after some haggling, he agreed to sell it for 50 yuan as a favor to a friend. Grandma, seizing the opportunity, decided to purchase two kittens to keep each other company. The vendor felt he had incurred a loss, yet he could only endure it, as he had given his word. Chu Xian was delighted, tightly cradling the two kittens in his arms. However, he soon noticed the envy reflected in Chu Yan's eyes. Coming from a traditional family, although the harsh bias of favoring sons over daughters was absent, Chu Yan had grown up with the ingrained notion that, as the elder sister, she should concede to her brother. Consequently, regardless of what Chu Xian liked, she would quietly observe from the sidelines. Fortunately, their parents did not lack in showering her with love. Likewise, Chu Xian adored his sister. Sister, this one is for you, he said, gently placing one of the kittens in Chu Yan's arms, and added excitedly, Hey, you must not bully it. I wouldn't dream of it, replied Chu Yan. With a tender expression, Chu Xian affectionately stroked the kitten before them. Witnessing this scene, Grandma revealed a warm smile. Time passed, and as the market began to wind down, Grandma led the siblings toward the exit. At that moment, a bespectacled man approached, greeting Grandma. Auntie Guan, what a coincidence to see you here. Indeed. I brought my two grandsons to have a look around, she replied, introducing Chu Yan and Chu Xian. The man, Mr. Shun, was a neighbor of Grandma's. Upon hearing this, the siblings politely bowed. Hello, Uncle Shun. Just then, Chu Xian noticed a little girl standing behind Uncle Shun. She was clutching a lollipop the size of her face in her left hand, while her right hand tugged at Uncle Shin's pant leg. Stealing a glance, Chu Xian noted that she appeared somewhat shy. It seemed she had also observed this scene. Uncle Shin gently pulled the little girl forward and caressed her hair, saying, Mushi, why didn't you greet Grandma Guan? She often brings you tasty treats. The girl, feeling shy, responded, Hello, Grandma Guan. Afterward, her gaze shifted to Chu Xian. Why do you keep looking at me? Do you want a lollipop? With that, she offered her lollipop to Chu Xian. Observing this, Chu Xian shyly hid behind his grandmother. Uncle Shun, amused by Chu Xian's reaction, remarked, Mushi, didn't you say you had no friends before? Look, now you have the chance to make some. However, whether you can become friends depends on you. Upon hearing her father's words, the girl seemed to make a decision. She once again hid behind Uncle Shun, watching the two boys intently. Before long, after some casual chatter, Grandma took Chu Xian and Chu Yan home, as Uncle Shin mentioned he had matters to attend to. Days passed in this manner. Despite the company of the little kitten, Chu Xian often felt an inexplicable sense of loss, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings and the absence of playmates. Often, he would find himself sitting alone on a stone outside, lost in thought as he watched the cars pass by. Suddenly, a few mewing sounds jolted Chu Xian back to reality. Turning around, he discovered Chu Yan, holding the kitten, had quietly approached him. Sister, do you miss home? Do Mom and Dad not want us anymore? She asked. After hearing this, Chu Yan placed the kitten on Chu Xian's lap and sat beside him. Mom and Dad are just too busy with work, so they sent us to Grandma's. They haven't abandoned us, she reassured him. Look over there. She pointed towards the wall, where a girl was peeking at them, half hidden. Chu Xian immediately recognized her as Uncle Shin's daughter. Do you want to pet the kitten too? He asked, handing the kitten to the girl. The girl gently stroked the kitten and, trembling, asked, What are your names? Can I be your friend? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, as if she had mustered great courage to speak. Sure, I'm Chu Xian, he replied. Chapter 32. The light in the eyes upon hearing the two boys agree to be friends. The girl beamed with joy, eagerly grasping their hands. Finally, Someone wants to play with me, she exclaimed. Chu Xian, puzzled, asked, why doesn't anyone want to be your friend? The girl looked hurt, as if she might cry at any moment. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xian feigned a mature demeanor and remarked, why is it that every time we converse, you are on the verge of tears? Look at me. I am here without friends as well, yet I am not crying. Humph, what a little crybaby. Upon hearing these words, the girl gazed at Chu Xian with admiration. However, Chu Yan, standing nearby, could not suppress a chuckle. Oh really? Did you not weep all night just a few days ago when you first arrived at Grandma's house, longing for home? With Chu Yan dismantling his bravado, Chu Xian's face turned crimson. Nevertheless, this did not deter the girl from her desire to befriend him, and thus, both of them acquired their first friend. As time progressed day by day, Grandma and Grandpa could distinctly observe the transformation in Chu Xian. He had become considerably more cheerful than when he first arrived. Meanwhile, Uncle Shun was overjoyed to learn that his daughter had made a friend, frequently encouraging her to play with Chu Xian and Chu Yan. Initially, the girl mostly remained quietly by their side, hesitant to speak, seemingly fearful that her hard-won friendship might slip away, and thus she treaded carefully in maintaining this bond. However, it was an ordinary day, perceived as mundane by outsiders, that truly allowed the girl to integrate into their circle. Uncertain of how long they would stay at Grandma's house, Grandpa took the siblings to the school to enroll. However, due to the 2-year age difference between Chu Xian and Chu Yan, they were placed in separate classes. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Chu Xian felt an overwhelming discomfort. How annoying, why must I go to school? In contrast, Chu Yan was fortunate enough to be in the same class as the girl, who joyfully beckoned. Chu Yan, come sit here. Upon hearing the invitation, Chu Yan offered a faint smile and nodded. Yet, as she settled beside the girl, the eyes of those surrounding them were filled with an unwarranted hostility that no child of 10 should possess. Unbothered by the stares, Chu Yan continued to engage in conversation with the girl. Finally, when the bell rang, Chu Xian dashed to the playground, eager to spot Chu Yan. Before long, he saw both Chu Yan and the girl making their way towards him. This isn't fair. Why are you in the same class as the little crybaby? I want to go to a place where I don't know anyone. Hee, because I am the older sister, you silly little brother. Their light-hearted banter on the playground attracted a small group of onlookers. Despite it being the first day of school, Chu Yan recognized those individuals as students from her class. Do you have something to say? She inquired. Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged glances, a glimmer of mockery in their eyes, and began to gossip. You two must be the newcomers, right? Don't play with her. Her mother doesn't want her anymore. Look, none of us play with her. If you do, we might just isolate you two. The girl tearfully explained, my mother hasn't abandoned me. She is merely working outside and takes a long time to return. Nevertheless, the others remained indifferent, continuing to point and gossip around her. In that moment, Chu Xian and Chu Yan could palpably sense the anguish within the girl's heart. After all, both of their parents had also placed them in their grandmother's care due to work commitments. Chu Xian glared fiercely at the group and then took the weeping girl away, saying, little crybaby, do not weep anymore. If they speak again, I shall deal with them. Chu Yan, following closely behind, declared with fierce determination, I will certainly report you to the teacher. Upon hearing this, the group departed in shame. For the children of that age, informing a teacher was the gravest of punishments. After saying this, Chu Yan quickened her pace to catch up with the two. Observing the girl still sobbing, she was about to offer comfort when the bell rang. Reluctantly, Chu Yan had to part ways with the girl and Chu Xian, deciding to discuss matters after school. In the final class, Chu Xian could not shake off the image of the girl's tears from his mind. Meanwhile, Chu Yan had brought the girl to her own seat. Rather than offering solace, the others only laughed at the sight of the crying girl. Silence! Chu Yan shouted fiercely. It was the first time she found laughter to be utterly repulsive. Perhaps these individuals were bullies who feared the strong and were intimidated by the teacher. As if compelled, they indeed fell silent. Do not cry. Wait for me after school. I will speak with the teacher, Chu Yan gently consoled. After school, Chu Yan went to the office to find the teacher, leaving the girl alone in the classroom. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, having not waited for his sister, was searching from classroom to classroom. Soon, the sight of a classroom caught his eye. There, a girl was surrounded by several boys and girls. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the little crybaby. Chu Xian quickly approached, forcefully pushing aside the boy at the front, spreading his arms to shield the girl. When the others saw Chu Xian approaching, they prepared to strike, But at that moment, Chu Yin arrived with the teacher. "Stop! What are you doing? I will summon your parents tomorrow," she exclaimed. The boys, feeling defeated, began to retreat. However, just before leaving, one boy deliberately tripped the girl, causing her to fall to the ground. With a swift motion, Chu Xian slapped the boy's face. Unfortunately, the girl had already scraped her knee and began to cry uncontrollably. Observing this, Chu Xian instructed Chu Yin to place the girl on his back, though the girl was not heavy. It was a considerable challenge for Chu Xian at that moment, while Chu Yin supported her from behind as they left the school. Fortunately, the journey was brief, lasting only a little over 10 minutes. After carrying the girl to Uncle Shun's house next door and discussing the matter with him, Chu Xian and his companion returned home. Once at home, Chu Yin recounted the incident to their grandparents, who were quite indignant. They promptly went next door to summon Uncle Shun. "What are your intentions?" Uncle Shun replied, visibly upset. "Tomorrow, I plan to visit the school and confront those students and their parents in person." "Very well," Grandpa said, taking a sip of tea. "Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you." Noticing Chu Xian's eager expression, Uncle Shun affectionately patted both children's heads and said, "Thank you, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan. If it weren't for you, I would still be unaware of Mu Shi's predicament. It's nothing. We uphold justice." Hearing Chu Xian's innocent proclamation, everyone present could not help but laugh. Early the next morning, the siblings and the girl made their way to the school. Chu Xian was in the midst of a lesson when a teacher hurried into the classroom, anxiously calling out, "Who is Chu Xian?" "I am." Chu Xian stood up and, after responding, followed the female teacher to the girl's class. Inside, several parents were gathered, including the father of the boy whom Chu Xian had slapped. Upon seeing Chu Xian enter, the man rolled up his sleeves and approached him, but the teacher intervened before he could strike. "Parents, this is not the place for discussions. Let's proceed to the office." The man then seized Chu Xian and exclaimed, "You little rascal, how dare you hit my son?" Chu Xian resolutely broke free, asserting, "Uncle, you act without understanding the circumstances. It is no wonder your child behaves this way. Are you not concerned about your child's involvement in school violence?" Turning to address the entire class, he declared, "From now on, should anyone bully her again, I will protect her just as I did yesterday." The words, spoken by an 8-year-old, astonished everyone present. Soon, a familiar voice caught Chu Xian's attention. "Well said." He glanced towards the door and noticed Uncle Shun and Grandpa had arrived. Uncle Shun addressed the man, stating, "If you have a matter to discuss, let's do so in the office. You wouldn't want your family's shame to be exposed to outsiders, would you? According to the Minors Protection Act, if you resort to violence, this will no longer be a mere squabble between children." The man, his face flushed with embarrassment, took his son and headed to the office, followed by the other parents, who recognized their fault. Chu Xian looked outside and saw Chu Yin, realizing that Grandpa and Uncle Shun had been summoned by her from the office. However, at that moment, Chu Xian remained unaware that a gaze had been fixed upon him since the beginning. In that instant, Chu Xian seemed to have become a radiant light in the eyes of the girl. Chapter 33. Remember, my name is Shun Mushi. Inside the office. Although Chu Xian was in the right regarding the matter at hand, the act of striking another is inherently wrong. She turned to Chu Xian and said, "Chu Xian, no matter the circumstances, it is never right to hit someone. So, please apologize to the other party, all right?" Upon hearing this, although Chu Xian was reluctant, he still bowed and said, "I apologize. I was overwhelmed with emotion at that moment." Witnessing Chu Xian's apology, the man suddenly lost his ground for unreasonable complaints. Thus, he prepared to leave the office with the child. However, at that moment, Uncle Shun blocked his path and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The matter concerning your child has yet to be resolved." The man, upon hearing this, began to argue defensively. "There is no evidence. This is mere slander." Seeing that the man continued to deny the truth, Uncle Shun had no choice but to call for the teacher to bring the daughter over. The girl, upon seeing the crowd in the room, felt a surge of trepidation. The man spoke in a tone that bordered on intimidation. "Little girl, you must speak truthfully. If you say anything untrue, you will not be a good child." Upon hearing these words, the girl timidly hid behind Uncle Shun, saying, "What kind of adult frightens a child?" She encouraged the girl to speak boldly. The girl glanced at her father and Chu Xian, mustering her courage to recount her experience. Once everyone had listened, their faces were all marked with shock. They perhaps never imagined that a child could harbor such malice. After addressing the situation, The teacher took the girl back to the classroom to share the incident with the entire class. The following day, a parent-teacher meeting was held in the class. Yet, in unnoticed corners, how many others were still suffering from bullying? Since that day, the girl began to cling to Chu Xian frequently, and during their interactions, she no longer acted so hesitantly as before. However, it seemed she could not shake off her habit of crying at the slightest provocation, which, to Chu Xian and the others, was rather endearing. Days passed in this manner, and Chu Xian felt as though a great deal of time had elapsed. The trees were no longer adorned with green leaves, but instead were cloaked in white snow. The two kittens had grown considerably larger. Yet Chu Xian still often sat before the door, gazing into the distance. However, this tranquility did not last long. It was an ordinary day, and the three of them were playing in the snow as usual when a car approached from afar and stopped before them. Upon seeing who emerged from the vehicle, Chu Xian and Chu Yin became extremely excited. Chu Xian dashed forward in exhilaration. Embracing the legs of her parents, she exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, you have finally arrived." The grandparents, hearing the commotion outside, hurriedly emerged from the room. Upon recognizing their daughter and son-in-law, the elderly couple excitedly grasped them, inquiring, "You both look so thin. Have you been busy?" After this exchange, the four of them entered the house together. Time passed, and eventually, Chu Xian's parents gently patted the heads of the siblings, saying, "Tomorrow, we shall return home." The siblings were elated upon hearing this, yet the girl beside them ran home in tears. Chu Xian, puzzled by the girl's sudden sorrow, followed her back. Next door, Uncle Shun, noticing his weeping daughter, was at a loss. "Mushi, what is the matter? Where are Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan?" The girl sobbed, "Dad, their parents have come, and they will be moving away tomorrow. Are you reluctant to see them go?" Uncle Shun comforted her, patting her back. "Mushi, there is no banquet that does not end, and your future is still long. You will surely meet again. If you continue to cry like this, won't Xiao Xian and the others laugh at you?" The following day, Chu Xian rose early to prepare for their return home. His grandparents arrived at the door, ready to bid farewell. Chu Xian looked at his grandmother and asked, "Grandma, won't you and Grandpa come with us?" "Not this time," she replied with a kind smile. "You all go back first. Your grandfather and I will wait a while before visiting you. Remember to eat well when you get home. Don't let yourselves go hungry." Perhaps due to his tender age and lack of understanding of farewells, Chu Xian cheerfully promised his grandmother. As he held a kitten and was about to board the vehicle, he heard the girl call out to him, "What is it, little crybaby?" He teased, noticing her reddened eyes. "Are you going to miss me? It's all right. We will see each other again in the future." Before he could finish speaking, the girl gently kissed him on the cheek. Chu Xian was taken aback, stepping back in surprise, while the adults around them chuckled at the scene. The girl, shyly looking at Chu Xian, stammered, "My mom once told me that if you kiss someone, you have to marry them." Hearing this, Chu Xian's face turned even redder. Though still young, he understood the meaning of marriage. Embarrassed, he replied, "Then when I grow up, I will marry you." Upon hearing this, the girl joyfully embraced Chu Xian, exclaiming, "All right. My name is Shun Mushi, and you must never forget me. This is our promise." Shortly after Chu Xian returned home, his parents purchased a small courtyard resembling their previous home in the county and brought his grandparents to live with them. Grandmother glanced at Chu Xian and said, "Not long after you all departed, Mushi's mother returned to take them away." A sense of melancholy enveloped Chu Xian's heart. Just as he was about to utter a few words, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "The vast horizon is my love," accompanied by the relentless sound of Li Buer's alarm clock. Rubbing his eyes, Chu Xian sat up wearily. Upon noticing that he was awake, Li Buer promptly silenced the alarm, exclaiming, "Hey, monkey brother, I must say, this method is truly effective. Xiangu, today is Monday. A full day of classes. I cannot afford to be late. Hurry and get ready." Observing the flurry around him, Chu Xian pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering, "Why am I still dreaming about the past? Silly me, I actually forgot the promise made back then." Noticing the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Ho Qingren inquired curiously, "What is up with you? Laughing foolishly so early in the morning?" "Oh, it's nothing, just had a rather long dream last night," he replied, as he picked up a wash basin and made his way to the water room. "I remember before leaving, my parents seemed to have said something to Uncle Shun. My head hurts. It must have been something trivial. Shinner, you mentioned dreaming last night, and you rambled on about marrying me or something along those lines. We heard it all." Chu Xian chose not to argue, simply acknowledging, "Yes, I made a promise with someone when I was young." Meanwhile, in in the girls' dormitory. Shenmu, she gazed at the yellowed marriage contract on her phone, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Chapter 34. If I turn into a little pig, would you still want me? Before entering the classroom, Chu Xian initially expected a flurry of inquiries following the freshman welcome party from the previous day. However, the reality was starkly different. Only a few friends from military training approached him with curiosity, asking, "Hey, how did you get to know the campus belle?" She's my sister's best friend. I've met her before." Upon hearing this, although the crowd was puzzled, the impending class time deterred further questioning. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian and his companions found seats in the middle row, for if they were to struggle with comprehension, it would be more comfortable to doze in the middle than in the front row. The previous experience had left a significant shadow over them, causing them to maintain a considerable distance from Li Buer. "Hey, I feel a sense of isolation," Li Buer exclaimed. Chu Xian rolled his eyes in response. "Just bear with it. We don't want to socially perish." The class was on the history of Chinese music. As he perused the textbook, Chu Xian became curious about what kind of teacher they would encounter. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 60s, cradling a thermos and a textbook, leisurely entered the classroom. He exuded a vibrant energy. The middle-aged teacher sipped his tea and stated, "My surname is Wu, and I will be your instructor for the history of Chinese music throughout your freshman year." Upon concluding his remarks, he retrieved a small booklet from the pile of books. "Come, let us ascertain which fortunate soul is absent today." As this was the inaugural class, many believed that the teacher might not take attendance, resulting in a sparsely populated classroom. At that moment, Teacher Wu, observing the absence of several students, could not help but feel a tinge of exasperation. "This is unacceptable, arriving late on the very first lesson. In truth, I despise taking attendance. However, it seems I shall have to do so daily from now on. By the way, if you are absent 3 times, you will automatically be required to retake the course." With that, he commenced his first lecture. Due to some difficulty in comprehension, Chu Xian could not endure for long and, almost instinctively, pulled out his phone. Noticing it was already 8 o'clock, he sent a message to Shun Mushi. "Little crybaby, are you awake?" Moments later, Shun Mushi responded with an angry emoji, accompanied by the text, "Didn't we agree that you wouldn't call me little crybaby anymore?" "Huh, when did we agree on that?" Chu Xian feigned confusion. "You big liar. I'm ignoring you." "Humph." Observing her reaction, Chu Xian sent a comforting emoji. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Did you sleep well?" "Humph. It was okay, but I still feel a bit dizzy. Did I say anything strange yesterday?" "Not too much." Chu Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Just something about you being Ultraman and me being a little monster." He chose not to share the entirety of Shun Mushi's words from the previous night, as he still felt a sense of embarrassment even now. "Did I say anything else yesterday?" "Oh yes, I'll tell you when the opportunity arises." Chu Xian smiled lightly. "Senior, you mentioned having someone you like." "Shut up." Shun Mushi replied with a cat emoji, featuring a large hymn caption. "Are you in your dorm? Let us go eat. I'm so hungry." Reading the message from his senior, Chu Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. How fortunate seniors are. They can sleep in as long as they desire. Why must I endure early classes? "Senior, I'll order takeout for you. I'm still in class. How about I accompany you to your class?" Upon receiving this message, Chu Xian was taken aback, his heart inexplicably racing. "No, that's unnecessary. Senior, if you come, it might cause quite a stir. I'll order you some kanji. It's good for your health." Beside him, Suyu, noticing Chu Xian's sweet demeanor, curiously inquired, "Xuanzi, are you no longer being discreet?" Chu Xian chuckled but did not respond. The next moment, he opened the chat window with Suyu and began to type, "Third brother, I've wanted to ask you for a while. That night, I heard something about dropping out. It wasn't you, was it?" Upon reading this message, Suyu, on Chu Xian's face, a distinct look of speechlessness was evident. "It wasn't me. That night, my brother called to inform me that someone at their school had been expelled due to a disagreement with his roommate. So he advised me to manage my relationships well with you all. I immediately stated that I did not wish to be expelled. But who would have known you only heard the last 2 words?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. "Well, fortunately, I didn't mention it to Li Buer and the others. If they found out it was a misunderstanding, I would likely be ridiculed for an entire year." After a lengthy 2-hour class, Li Buer hastily donned his clothes, preparing to exit the classroom building. Observing this, Chu Xian could not help but inquire, "Hey, where are you going? Didn't class just end?" Li Buer replied blankly, "Dude, I want to play basketball." The group exchanged glances of disbelief, pointing towards another classroom across the hall. Brother, today is Monday. This is only the first period. The group chat mentioned that in half an hour. We need to be over there. Seriously, who said university is easy? After hearing this, Li Buer grumbled as he made his way to the adjacent classroom, with Chu Xian trailing behind him, equally despondent as he slumped into a chair. At that moment, he felt like nothing more than an empty shell, his soul having drifted away with the wind. However, there was a silver lining. The second period on every Monday was physical education. The reason everyone was gathered in the classroom was merely to discuss the necessary precautions for the semester. Before long, they exited the classroom. I'm so hungry. What are we having for lunch? Li Buer asked, looking somewhat flustered. I don't know, Chu Xian replied, resting a hand on Ho Qingran's shoulder. Dude, I feel like I'm suffocating from the class. My head is spinning. Chu Xian. Just as they stepped out of the teaching building, they spotted a girl wearing a patterned mask, standing not far from a flower bed and waving at Chu Xian. Judging by her figure and demeanor, they immediately recognized her as Shin Mushi. Xuanzi, your school beauty girlfriend, is here to see you. Huh. No, it's not like that. Despite Chu Xian's protests, the group continued to push him in Shin Mushi's direction. Good morning, senior. Shin Mushi placed her hands behind her back. Why are you stuttering again? You were fine last night when you were talking to me. Have you forgotten the past? I remember. Chu Xian turned his head away. But who would have guessed that the little crybaby from before has blossomed into a stunning beauty? I was always beautiful, okay? Yes, the most beautiful. Chu Xian quickly changed the subject. By the way, why are you wearing a mask today? Shin Mushi hurriedly replied, I didn't put on any makeup. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian felt a twinge of doubt. After all, Shin Mushi had always appeared either barefaced or with light makeup. It seemed unlikely that she would wear a mask simply due to not having applied makeup. Yet, only Shin Mushi understood the reason behind it. She broke out in acne due to drinking and indulging in spicy food. All right, enough of that. Shall we go for a meal? Shin Mushi linked her arm with Chu Xian's. I am quite hungry now. But you just had porridge, Chu Xian teased with a smirk. Aren't you afraid of turning into a little piggy with all that food? Uffed. You're the one who will turn into a little piggy. Shin Mushi huffed with a touch of pride and leaned closer to Chu Xian. So if I do turn into a little piggy, would you still want me? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's cheeks flushed, and he replied, of course. Why wouldn't I? See, that's just splendid. Shin Mushi's tone softened. If I become a little piggy, I can relish in your affection alone. Chu Xian gently ruffled Shin Mushi's hair and playfully added, given how expensive pork is nowadays. Hey, you big-headed fool. Shin Mushi playfully kicked Chu Xian. Let us go. I'm starving. This scene happened to be witnessed by Li Buer and a few others who were observing from a distance. Chapter 35. Seize the moment to love. Due to having classes in the afternoon, after lunch, Chu Xian ventured alone into the art building. Since it was a class exclusive to their group, the classroom was devoid of the throngs present in the morning. Did I arrive too early? Chu Xian glanced around, noting that aside from a few teachers, the art building was nearly empty. Fortunately, there were rows of seats in front of each practice room, providing Chu Xian a place to rest. So slow, he mumbled, reclining in his chair and idly fiddling with his phone. After about 30 minutes, he began to notice people trickling into the classroom. Among the crowd, Chu Xian spotted a few members of 303. As if he had found a lifeline, he rushed over. Whoa, where did you come from? Ho Qingran exclaimed, startled. We were just debating whether to help you ask for leave. No need. I arrived half an hour ago. Chu Xian nonchalantly replied as he strolled into the classroom. Although he had arrived early, the back rows were already filled. Reluctantly, he and his friends settled into seats against the wall, but in a moment of distraction, Chu Xian found himself in the front row. I was planning to take a nap. The sight of Li Buer's textbook beside him extinguished that idea instantly. After all, sight singing and ear training were immensely crucial for music students. A slight misstep could lead to off-key singing, while a greater mistake could result in cacophonous howls. Moreover, Chu Xian was curious to see how sight singing and ear training in university differed from high school. Shortly thereafter, a thin, bespectacled middle-aged male teacher, appearing to be around 40, entered the room. It appears that self-introduction is a customary practice among teachers. He held the chalk confidently, inscribing his name in clear, fair lettering. My surname is Liu. You may call me Teacher Liu, as I will be your instructor for the sight singing and ear training classes over the next 2 years. The textbook you currently possess is authored by me. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian eagerly opened the textbook, just as the teacher had stated. The name on the title page matched precisely with that on the blackboard. However, as he flipped through the pages, he could not shake the singular thought racing through his mind. Good heavens! Why is this so difficult? There is absolutely no melodic flow. Although he was well acquainted with each individual note, their combination felt utterly bewildering. Time passed unmeasured until the bell signaling the end of class finally rang. Teacher Lu glanced at the clock and addressed the students. What we've learned today should be practiced diligently after class. I will pose questions before our next session. Chu Xian, having grown indifferent, once believed that such a class would be rather effortless for him. Yet, now he simply wished to lie down at his desk, feeling like a lethargic creature. Who am I? Where am I? Why must I attend class? As Li Buer and Ho Qingran prepared to head to the restroom, they suddenly noticed Chu Xian, lost in thought. Xianer, how are you feeling? They inquired. I am well. Chu Xian managed to muster a faint smile. Though I occasionally wish to feel needed. With that, he slumped back down like a soft-bodied creature. Observing this scene, Ho Qingran discreetly captured a photo of the present Chu Xian. Moments later, the dormitory group chat was flooded with laughter. Finally, the last class commenced. Chu Xian straightened up, attempting to appear less fatigued. A woman in her 40s entered the room with a leisurely gait. She uttered something, but Chu Xian, weighed down by drowsiness, failed to remember any of it. This class was music theory, a subject in which he had previously excelled. However, the female teacher did not rush into the lesson. Instead, she posed questions to the entire class. What majors are you studying? How many years have you been at it? To be honest, Chu Xian found this somewhat perplexing, as it seemed unrelated to music theory. Nonetheless, when he heard her call his name, he obediently stood up. Teacher, I am studying vocal music, and I have been doing so for 4 years. Upon hearing this, the female teacher adjusted her glasses and remarked, You are Chu Xian, the one who sang a duet with Shinmushi yesterday? At this revelation, the entire class turned their attention to him, intrigued. However, Chu Xian did not shy away. Instead, he graciously confirmed, Yes, that is indeed me. The teacher regarded him with a seemingly satisfied expression before smiling and inviting him to take his seat. Listening to the teaching methods of the female instructor, Chu Xian found himself rather bored. After all, the content being discussed was nothing more than what he had already learned during his high school years. In fact, even the problems she wrote on the blackboard were ones he had lost count of how many times he had solved during his art examination preparation. Seemingly sensing the lack of enthusiasm from the audience, the teacher casually remarked, No one is allowed to use their phones during my class. With that, she proceeded to write 2 complete problems on the board. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian was fortunate enough to be called up, alongside another student, Li Buer, who had been selected by his peers. The problem on the blackboard was not particularly challenging, merely a classic melody analysis that was exceedingly ordinary. In no time, Chu Xian returned to his seat, while Li Buer remained at the front, his face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing that Li Buer was struggling to write anything, she compassionately summoned him back to his seat. However, what no one anticipated was that, upon hearing her words, Li Buer awkwardly twisted his body and made his way back. It was somewhat off-putting. After 2 long hours, Chu Xian finally endured until the end of class. The day's lessons had aged him considerably. When Li Buer and a few others saw Chu Xian waiting at the door, they couldn't help but ask, Aren't you going to have dinner with Senior Mu tonight? Not anymore. Chu Xian replied with a wry smile. I told Senior Mu that I'm too exhausted today. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shun Mushi and teasingly said, Mushi, aren't you going to have dinner with your little boyfriend today? Not anymore. He's too tired after a whole day of classes, Shin Mushi responded, only to realize what she had said. What little boyfriend? Well, not now, but he will be eventually, she added with a knowing smile. Che Xiaoxiao continued, You have no idea, last night when he carried you back, he was so concerned you might catch a chill while sleeping that he draped his own clothes over you. If you like him, you should make your feelings known sooner rather than later. Forget about who confesses first. After Che Xiaoxiao finished speaking and turned to look at Shin Mushi, she found her sitting there with a dazed smile. Mushi, have you fallen in love? Not receiving a response, Che Xiaoxiao wore a knowing smile and busied herself with her own matters. No one knew what Shin Mushi truly pondered that day. Perhaps she was reflecting on how, despite the passage of time, Chu Xian remained unchanged. The next day, accompanied by the incessant ringing of alarm clocks, the group in room 303 once again forced their brains into action. After a long day of classes, Their bodies resisted the very notion of waking, even though it was barely past 7 in the morning. After a brief morning routine, they prepared to face the day ahead. Like a somnambulist, they made their way to the classroom. A few arrived early and collectively occupied the last row. As soon as he settled into his seat, Chu Xian succumbed to slumber, leaving him completely unaware of the first lesson, save for the fact that attendance was not taken, which sparked a cunning idea within him. Fortunately, the absence of classes on Tuesday afternoons brought relief to the group. After they had dined, Chu Xian and his companions returned to their dormitory. Upon awakening from his dreamlike state 2 hours later, he discovered that, for some inexplicable reason, his short video platform was incessantly recommending nearby restaurants and the latest films. Has my short video app gone mad? Noticing it was already 3 in the afternoon, he sent a message to his senior. What are you up to, little crybaby? I've told you not to call me that. Came the haughty reply from Shen Mushi. I'm binge-watching a series, what about you? Let us go watch a movie. Chu Xian unabashedly stated, and perhaps grab a meal as well. What do you think? Do you want to see me? A little, came the coy response. A smile crept across Chu Xian's lips. So, are we going or not? Fine, Shen Mushi replied with a hint of pride. Since you invited me, I shall accompany you. With that, Chu Xian hastily changed his attire and made his way to the entrance of the female dormitory where Shen Mushi resided. Noticing she had yet to descend, he decided to squat beside the grassy patch by the roadside, contemplating which film to watch. At that moment, a girl with golden locks appeared before him. Initially perplexed, Chu Xian stood up and regarded her. I don't believe I know her. Am I blocking her path? He thought to himself as he shifted his position. However, when he turned around, he found the girl still trailing behind him. Excuse me, do you need something? She inquired with a flirtatious smile, her lips quivering slightly. Don't you remember me? We met before in Shenzhou. I even asked you for a green bubble. What a coincidence that we attend the same school. As she spoke, Chu Xian finally recalled that she was indeed the girl from that amusement park in Shenzhou who had requested a green bubble. The girl continued. Last time you turned me down. Now that we're at the same school, could you perhaps, although Chu Xian was reluctant, he ultimately handed her the green bubble. Unbeknownst to her, he had a girlfriend. Before he could respond, he felt a hand loop around his arm. Turning to see Shen Mushi, he was met with her apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry, but he has a girlfriend. With that, she intertwined her arm with his and led him away. What was that girl doing? Shen Mushi inquired with an icy expression. She wanted a green bubble. Did you give it to her? Shen Mushi tightened her grip on Chu Xian's arm. With a mischievous grin, Chu Xian replied, of course. Why would I deny her what she desires? Upon hearing his words, Shen Mushi abruptly released her grip on his arm and coldly retorted, oh, so you've grown quite bold, Chu Xian. Now you know how to indulge in the feast while coveting what lies beyond. At that moment, her phone unexpectedly chimed, prompting Shen Mushi to turn her head with a haughty air. Someone has added you. You should check it. What if they are in a hurry? Chu Xian, with a sly glint in his eye, countered, how can you be so sure I sent tea from you? Impossible. Shen Mushi exclaimed as she retrieved her phone. The instant she unveiled it, she discovered that it was indeed her green bubble. There was a new friend request awaiting her. Puzzled, she glanced at Chu Xian. What is going on? Chu Xian explained, I did send her a green bubble, but I never claimed it was my own. Shen Mushi, feeling slightly vexed, huffed, humph. I knew you were just teasing me. That's only because Mushi is quite adorable, he teased back. Do not call me Mushi, she retorted, her tone proud. You may either call me Shishi or Senior. Mushi feels too distant. Very well, then Senior? Chu Xian continued. Do you remember when I mentioned encountering 2 elderly people in Shenzhou? To be honest, I envy their bond, the ability to dedicate a lifetime to loving one person. In this fast-paced world, I find the notion of fleeting romances utterly unappealing. Observing the inexplicable sadness in Chu Xian's expression, Shen Mushi took hold of his wrist and led him toward the entrance. Although their relationship was merely a word away from transformation, the lengthy absence had rendered them hesitant to express their true feelings. Before long, they arrived at the cinema. Despite Chu Xian's yearning to watch a science fiction film, he opted for 2 tickets to a comedy, considering it was a day spent with Shen Mushi. They purchased a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. While the movie was amusing, Chu Xian found himself continuously sipping his cola. The popcorn was placed between them, and just as Chu Xian reached for it, their hands accidentally brushed against one another, reminiscent of a scene from a drama. Typically, they only held each other's wrists. Their hands had never met in such a manner. Though unintentional, They quickly withdrew their hands, pretending as though nothing had occurred. After the film concluded, Chu Xian and Shen Mu wandered through the mall once more. Yet this time, they behaved like strangers, exchanging not a single word. Shortly after, they entered a quaint accessory shop. Shen Mu browsed the selections ahead, while Chu Xian trailed behind. Not long after, Shen Mu had chosen a few items along with a small hair tie. "Give me your hand," she said. Her cheeks flushed as she placed the newly bought hair tie around Chu Xian's wrist. "From now on, without my permission, you are not to remove this hair tie." Although Chu Xian had never been in a romantic relationship, he had seen enough dramas to understand its significance. After speaking, Shen Mu bashfully grasped Chu Xian's hand. "Only this once. The rest can occur only after you confess your feelings to me." Their fingers entwined tightly together. Chu Xian noticed Shen Mu's hand was quite small and soft, prompting him to gently squeeze it a few times. "Senior, your hand is so soft." "Shut up. No more talking," she retorted playfully, blushing further. Due to it being Chu Xian's first experience holding a girl's hand, he felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Shen Mu's reaction mirrored his own. Despite this, neither of them loosened their grip. In fact, they held on even tighter. "Senior, may we hold hands every day from now on?" Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Shen Mu's already rosy cheeks seemed to glow brighter. She did not respond, but tightened her hold on his hand and strode forward confidently. Soon, they were drawn to a shop that was an indoor amusement arcade, teeming with various arcade machines and families enjoying their time together. "Senior, would you like to play?" Despite being adults, the innate desire for playfulness seemed to be a universal trait. Shen Mu glanced surreptitiously at Chu Xian, and upon confirming his eagerness to enter, she feigned seriousness, saying, "What's wrong, Chu Xian? Are you eager to go in?" "Clearly, it's you who wants to," he murmured softly. Shen Mu, oblivious to his words, wore an expression that boldly proclaimed her desire. Nevertheless, she stubbornly replied, "All right, who told me to indulge you so much? I shall accompany you for a while." After purchasing some game tokens at the front desk, they began to engage with various gaming facilities. As a boy, Chu Xian was particularly fond of the racing games. However, he quickly realized he could not leave Shen Mu unattended while he indulged in his own enjoyment. At that moment, he noticed two individuals gathered around a machine, engrossed in competition. Once the crowd dispersed, he turned to Shen Mu and proposed, "Senior, let us have a race." Shen Mu paused for a moment, then playfully replied, "Sure. But what will the loser face as a penalty? How about the loser treats the winner to a meal?" "Deal," she agreed, and they both took their seats at the respective machines. The moment she donned her glasses, Chu Xian was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of immersion. To her astonishment, as the game commenced, the entire machine began to tremble in tandem with the shifting visuals. What on earth? Chu Xian initially contemplated whether she should yield to her senior. However, when the referee's whistle blew, Shen Mu had already vanished in a flash, her foot pressing the accelerator with fervor. The echoes of Shen Mu's voice resonated in Chu Xian's ears. "Silly, do you want me to give you a chance?" "Not necessary." Despite her bravado, it was no surprise that Chu Xian suffered a catastrophic defeat. Even when she insisted on playing several more rounds, Shen Mu relentlessly left her in tatters. "I'm done. My spirit has been crushed." Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, Shen Mu had frequently played such racing games with Che Xiao Xiao, honing her skills over time. Noticing Chu Xian's dwindling enthusiasm, Shen Mu suggested they try their hand at claw machines instead. However, Chu Xian had never excelled at such games and naturally became the bystander. Shen Mu set her sights on a pink teddy bear, but after numerous attempts, she failed to secure it. Seeing this, she handed her last coin to Chu Xian. "You must help me win it." Chu Xian, with a gentle shake of the joystick. Chu Xian swiftly pressed the button. To their astonishment, the pink bear was indeed captured before their very eyes. Even Chu Xian found it hard to believe. After departing the amusement arcade, Shen Mu noticed a shop with a sign proclaiming free photographs. Realizing that they had yet to take a picture together, she seized Chu Xian's hand and hurriedly approached. "Hello, we would like to take a photo." Upon hearing this, the photographer ushered them indoors and snapped a close-up shot. As he presented the photograph to them, he remarked, "You two are quite the match. With the new shop opening, we hope for your continued support. This is our first photo together." Chapter 38. Cheesy Love Talk. Shortly thereafter, the two left the mall and returned to school. Throughout their journey, Chu Xian did not release Shen Mu's hand, while Shen Mu held on tightly, as if fearing the moment her companion might vanish. It was only upon reaching the girls' dormitory that Chu Xian reluctantly let go. Senior, I'm heading back to my dorm. MHM, Shun Mushi replied, adjusting Chu Xian's collar. Get some rest, don't stay up too late. Understood, you too. As Chu Xian turned to leave, she paused after a few steps. Just as Shun Mushi was filled with curiosity, Chu Xian suddenly rushed forward and enveloped her in an embrace. What is it? Shin Mushi's face flushed slightly as she felt Chu Xian's embrace. Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? Not at all, Chu Xian whispered softly. I'll be leaving now, senior. Watching Chu Xian's departing figure, Shin Mushi couldn't help but smile faintly. This scene was witnessed by the passing Che Xiaoxiao. Cici, why haven't you returned to the dormitory? What are you doing here? I just finished eating. By the way, how was your date with Chu Xian? Shut up. Meanwhile, back at the boys' dormitory, Chu Xian found his roommates already awake. Oh, look who's up. How are you guys feeling? Hearing Chu Xian's words, the others responded with irritation. How can you say that? Have you been out messing around again? Chu Xian quickly defended himself. How can you call it messing around? I just want to see a movie with a senior. A movie? Ho Qingren teased sarcastically. Li Buer perked up. Father, you're sick. Chu Xian felt a chill run down his spine and retreated instinctively. What do you want from me? Hee, does your senior have any friends? Li Buer grinned lewdly. And how did you win her over? Teach me. Upon hearing this, the others also grew curious. However, Chu Xian had never met the senior's friends, and he hadn't even confessed to her. He couldn't possibly say it was a casual promise made during childhood, could he? Indeed, the senior had a friend. Chu Xian rolled his eyes at Li Buer, the one who brought me to the dormitory before. Give me her contact. I want it. Even though Li Buer had long forgotten her, he seemed to recall that she was quite beautiful. While Chu Xian was getting into bed, Li Buer noticed the small hair tie on his wrist. You say you're not in a relationship. Xiangu, what's with that hair tie? Seeing Li Buer's mischievous grin, Ho Qingren threw a pillow at him. You've already got a green light. Why are you still talking so much? If you don't add her, I will. Lying on his bed, Chu Xian felt his face flush again at the thought of holding hands with the senior. At that moment, Ho Qingren had grown accustomed to it. After all, Chu Xian often turned red every few days. Just as Chu Xian was about to take out his phone to chat with Shin Mushi, he suddenly heard Li Buer exclaim, "Oh no, she blocked me." Chu Xian found it hard to believe, for in his mind, Che Xiaoxiao was a warm-hearted person who wouldn't block someone without reason. Just as he was about to ask why he had been blocked, his phone received a message from Shin Mushi. Xiaoxiao asked me to tell you not to recommend such strange people to her again. Immediately after, a screenshot of the chat history was sent by Shin Mushi. It was precisely the conversation between Li Buer and Che Xiaoxiao. Li Buer, greetings, senior. I am the roommate of Chu Xian. Che Xiaoxiao. Oh, hello. May I inquire as to why you wish to add me? Li Buer, there is no particular reason. I simply find you quite beautiful and wish to get to know you. Che Xiaoxiao. I apologize, Junior, but I am not interested in pursuing a romantic relationship. And I have no such intentions at present. Li Buer. Did you know, senior, that I received an 4 infusion yesterday? Che Xiaoxiao. Li Buer. I was thinking of you during the night. Che Xiaoxiao. Li Buer. Do you know what time it is now, senior? Che Xiaoxiao. Do you have any serious matters to discuss? Li Buer. This moment marks the beginning of our happiness, senior. Che Xiaoxiao. And beyond this. When Li Buer messaged Che Xiaoxiao again, he was met with a large red exclamation mark. After reading this exchange, Chu Xian felt a buzzing in his head. Is Li Buer just putting on an act? This is rather greasy. Just as Chu Xian was about to respond to Shin Mushi, she sent a video. Che Xiaoxiao was seen standing there angrily. While Shun Mushi's laughter could be heard in the background, Chu Xian, I warn you, if you dare to introduce me to any more peculiar individuals, be careful that the next time you invite Cici out, I will prevent her from going. Is Senior Xiaoxiao all right? Chu Xian sent the message just as the latter's phone rang. You messaged me to ask about Xiaoxiao's well-being? Shin Mushi teased, you rascal. You haven't reached out to me in ages. No, Chu Xian hurriedly explained. I merely felt compelled to inform you that I had given Xiaoxiao's green bubble to my roommate. I regret that you saw the chat records. Despite Chu Xian's efforts to lower his voice, Li Buer still overheard. Xiangu, I have already experienced heartbreak, and yet you are still on the phone with your partner. Is that truly heartbreak? You haven't even been in a relationship. But still, you are quite greasy. Since Shun Mushi's call was on speaker, Che Xiaoxiao naturally heard Li Buer's remarks. Chu Xian, I warn you. If you ever give my green bubble to any odd individuals again, you will be in trouble. Understood. My apologies. Hearing the menace in her tone, Chu Xian quickly apologized. At that moment, Chu Xian noticed a friend request on his phone. Chu Xian. It's Teacher Wang. Seeing this message made him somewhat flustered, and he quickly accepted the friend request. Hello, Teacher Wang. After saying this, he relayed the situation to Shin Mushi over the phone. Chu Xian, there might be a surprise waiting for you. I'll hang up now, so you can chat with Teacher Wang. Though reluctant, Chu Xian ended the call with his senior. After a while, a message from Teacher Wang arrived. Chu Xian, based on your previous entrance examination, you have been assigned to my class. Please come to room 26 in the arts building at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Upon reading this message, Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, lying in bed. Does this mean I will be learning from the same teacher as senior sister? I can finally see her in class. Chapter 39. The first professional class. The following morning, Chu Xuan's biological clock seemed to have gone awry, waking him at 6 o'clock. He yawned widely and, as if on a routine, opened the short video app on his phone. Anxious and eager to make a good impression on his teacher during their first encounter, he found himself restless. When he returned to the dormitory with his wash basin, he was surprised to discover that all his roommates were already awake. Did I wake you all? Chu Xian asked apologetically. No, Ho Qingran replied with a yawn. We have professional classes today. It's best to get up early and prepare. After hearing Ho Qingran's words, Chu Xian remembered that everyone had professional classes that day. Realizing this, he donned the small hair tie gifted by his senior sister and prepared to leave the dormitory. Observing this, his roommate sighed silently. Li Buer's reaction was particularly dramatic. Help! Help! Someone here doesn't care if the single dogs live or die. Having the same teacher, Chu Xian had suggested attending class with Shin Mushi the previous night. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory, it was already 7:40. At that moment, Shin Mushi was waiting downstairs. Noticing her, Chu Xian hurried over. I'm sorry, senior sister, have you been waiting long? Shin Mushi looked at Chu Xian and replied, not for long. I just came down myself. With that, the two made their way toward the arts building. Along the way, Chu Xian transformed into a curious child, incessantly asking Shin Mushi questions about everything. However, Shin Mushi did not seem put off. Instead, she patiently answered his inquiries. Upon arriving at the arts building, Chu Xian felt as though the journey had been too brief. What's wrong? Shin Mushi asked curiously. Nervous? It's nothing. I just feel the distance was a bit short. Before long, they arrived at room 26 on the third floor. There were two other girls standing at the door, whom Chu Xian vaguely recognized as classmates. Shin Mushi walked past them into the practice room, while Chu Xian stood at the door, somewhat dazed, alongside the two girls. Seeing them lined up, Teacher Wang smiled and said, What are you all doing? Why aren't you coming in? As Chu Xian entered the practice room, he realized it was quite different from what he had imagined, and certainly unlike the soundproof practice rooms he had encountered before. In this space, aside from the piano, there are numerous small appliances for daily life, such as coffee machines, and even a few potted plants by the wall. Do not be anxious. Relax, said Teacher Wang with a smile, noticing the tension among the group. Shall we have a chat? Since this was a vocal lesson, Teacher Wang did not conduct a formal class, but instead assessed the vocal range of the three students present. Afterward, he assigned a suitable song and began discussing the expectations for the vocal course. Our school's vocal program consists of only 2 semesters, and by the second year, there will be a specialization examination. Only those who rank within the top 20 of the class may continue their studies. While speaking, Teacher Wang pointed to Shun Mushi beside him, saying, Your senior consistently achieved first or second place during her time. I hope you can also aspire to her level. Hearing this, Chu Xian gazed at Shin Mushi with admiration, while she shyly turned her head away upon catching his gaze. Teacher Wang continued, In your entrance exams, you were assigned to different instructors and class types. Each teacher conducts one-on-one lessons, while the remaining students are in pairs or groups of 3. You should have received this information in your class group. If there are no further questions, you may leave. However, he called out to Chu Xian just as he was about to depart. Is there something you need, teacher? He asked. Haha, don't be nervous. I merely wanted to have a chat with you. Mushi is here as well, so you can observe her during class. Teacher Wang patted Chu Xian's hand, adding, I saw your duet with Mushi. I understand she has never been this close with that boy before. At his words, both turned their heads towards the back. It must be said that Shin Mushi truly embodies the beauty of the campus. Even while warming up her voice, she captivated Chu Xian deeply. At that moment, a question from Teacher Wang left Chu Xian somewhat flustered. What do you think of Mushi's singing? In truth, Chu Xian was more entranced by her presence than her song. He hardly heard much of the melody. Of course, Teacher Wang noticed this as well. Shinmushi, seeing his distraction, gently tapped his head, admonishing, "No more daydreaming." As the lesson approached its conclusion, Teacher Wang addressed the two. "Xian, from now on, you will attend class with Mushi at this time." Although Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this, he maintained a facade of calmness. "Since the teacher has suggested it, I suppose I shall oblige." After class, Chu Xian hurriedly made his way to the second floor, where Ho Qingran was already waiting at the door of the piano classroom. "So, how was your vocal lesson?" Ho Qingran inquired, appearing quite fatigued. "It was all right," Chu Xian shrugged. "What about you, monkey?" "Do not mention it. I was scolded thoroughly." She remarked that I possessed good looks, yet my singing resembles that of a chicken being slaughtered. "I suspect you are indulging in some form of ostentation." At this moment, the door before the two was slowly pushed open. As Chu Xian and Ho Qingran entered the piano room, they chanced upon a senior being reprimanded. Chu Xian and his companion instinctively huddled in the corner. However, they were soon summoned by the teacher, who inquired, "What are you two doing? Am I going to devour you?" The teacher before them appeared to be in his 30s. Had they not witnessed the senior's scolding moments ago, Chu Xian would not have imagined this instructor to be so formidable. Given that it was the first lesson, the teacher merely assigned a piece and dismissed them. Upon exiting the piano room, Chu Xian sighed in relief. "Monkey brother, just before class, the senior informed me that Teacher Nia is the best piano instructor in the entire academy, albeit with the strictest demeanor." Hearing Chu Xian's words, Ho Qingran paused for a few seconds, then sighed. "Is it too late for me to withdraw from school now?" Chapter 40. Good night, fool. Upon returning to their dormitory, Chu Xian and Ho Qingran were greeted by the sight of Fan Yin and Zhang Yi engaged in some banter. Spotting the two, Fan Yin rushed over and leaned into Ho Qingran's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Ho, you have no idea. Our school lacks a bamboo flute instructor. There's only one senior teaching, and now I've become the eldest apprentice." Chu Xian couldn't help but chuckle at Fan Yin's words, while Fan Yin cast a resentful glance in his direction. Perceiving this, Chu Xian retreated to the balcony. Due to the rain the previous night, when he opened the window, a refreshing breeze wafted in, mingled with the scent of damp earth. Chu Xian seemed to relish this weather, inhaling deeply. Before long, the occupants of room 303 returned to their dorm, each engaged in lively conversation, seemingly discussing the events of the day. Chu Xian sat alone on the balcony, observing them with a smile, though he appeared to be lost in thought. He sent a message to Shinmushi, but this time, he received no reply for quite some time. Noticing this, Chu Xian quietly rose, dusted off his trousers, and exited the balcony. Li Bu and the others seemed to sense that something was amiss with Chu Xian's mood, and they inquired, "Brother Xian, why does it seem like something is troubling you today?" Chu Xian, hearing their questions, forced a smile and replied, "Just a bit tired lately." With that, he lowered his head and climbed into bed to catch up on some sleep. When Chu Xian awoke again, he realized it was already afternoon. The scene outside the balcony had changed dramatically. The clouds were a vibrant orange and red, resembling a delightful scoop of ice cream. Chu Xian glanced at his phone and realized he had inadvertently slept for 5 hours. During this time, his senior had also responded to his messages. Was she truly that busy? Perhaps she was. He silently set his phone aside. He slapped his face a few times, hoping to awaken himself. The tangerine sunlight spilled across Chu Xian's face, leaving him uncertain whether it was the sunlight or the vigorous slaps that caused a gentle blush to rise on his cheeks. Currently, only Zhang Yi and Ho Qingran remained in the dormitory. Zhang Yi had truly mastered the art of napping anywhere, spending 18 of the 24 hours in slumber. Noticing Chu Xian had awoken, Ho Qingran smiled and asked, "Xianer, what's wrong? Is it that your piano class today frightened you?" Chu Xian shook his head, got out of bed, and took a sip of water before replying, "How could that be? I feel quite odd today, perhaps it's due to the weather." After speaking, Chu Xian picked up his jacket and headed for the door, stating, "I'm going out for a stroll, I'll return later." Exiting the school, he pondered that since he had no specific destination, he might as well embark on an adventure. Chu Xian appeared to have a penchant for photography, capturing a multitude of images along his journey: vibrant flowers, children frolicking, elderly folks strolling leisurely, and the kaleidoscopic cityscape. It must be said that he possessed a certain talent for photography, as those who had been photographed by him often remarked on the quality of his work. Time slipped by unnoticed until he received a voice message from his older sister. Reluctantly, he answered the call. "Sister, what prompted you to call me today?" he inquired. His sister, unfazed by his tone, replied calmly, "I miss you. This Saturday is your birthday. How do you plan to celebrate?" Chu Xian was indeed aware that this Saturday marked his birthday, yet he had no intention of informing anyone else. A significant part of his unusual mood stemmed from the fact that it would be his first birthday spent away from home. In truth, he was feeling somewhat homesick. After a brief pause, he replied evenly, "I don't know. Perhaps I won't celebrate at all." Upon hearing his response, Chu Yin seemed to grasp his sentiment. "Little brother, are you feeling homesick?" Chu Xian remained silent, not answering her question. "On your birthday, you might just receive a delightful surprise," she said before hastily ending the call, leaving Chu Xian in a state of confusion. He couldn't quite comprehend the purpose behind his sister's call. As night deepened, he checked the time and realized that if he delayed his return any longer, he might find himself making another trip to the restroom. Thus, he hailed a taxi back to the school. Inside the dormitory, Li Bu Air and a few others were engrossed in a game of charades. As several individuals noticed Chu Xian's return, they promptly set aside their phones and inquired, "Brother Xian, where have you been? It's already past 10, and we were just about to go out in search of you." From their anxious tones, Chu Xian discerned their concern. He first offered them an apology, then explained, "I'm sorry, I was wandering outside the school and lost track of time. I didn't mean to worry you all." Having said this, he retreated to his bed. At that moment, he also discovered that his long-missing senior had finally responded to his message. "I'm truly sorry. I was quite busy today and didn't check my phone." "It's all right, senior. It's understandable to be caught up with numerous matters," Chu Xian replied somewhat nonchalantly. "Are you upset, Chu Xian? I didn't intend to leave your message unanswered." Noticing her tone, Chu Xian opted not to continue texting and instead initiated a voice call. "No, senior. I'm not angry with you. Although I felt a tinge of disappointment at first, I realize you have your own responsibilities, so I've long since moved past it." "Really?" Shin Mushi exclaimed with excitement. "You mustn't deceive me. If you're feeling down, remember to tell me." Chu Xian chuckled. "Are you silly? When have I ever deceived you?" Shin Mushi murmured softly. "Humph, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Who knows if you've picked up any bad habits from others?" Chu Xian assured her gently, "Rest assured, I promise I will never deceive you." Shin Mushi lightly huffed. "I'm tired. Will you tell me a story to help me sleep?" Although feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Xian acquiesced to Shin Mushi's request. He then awkwardly began narrating a tale. Before long, he could hear her steady breathing through the phone, realizing that she had fallen asleep. A faint smile crept across his lips as he softly murmured, "Good night, silly." Chapter 41. Chorus class awakened reluctantly by a cacophony of chirping birds. Chu Xian stirred from his slumber. Ouch! After wearing headphones throughout the night, his ears ached slightly. I can't fathom how anyone finds comfort in sleeping with headphones on. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of steady breathing through his headphones. It was only then that he remembered he had fallen asleep while on the phone with his senior the previous night. Listening to her faint breaths, he found her rather endearing. After a short while, as he continued to listen through the headphones, he sensed her stirring and prepared to call her name. However, he was startled by a tremendous roar akin to that of a dragon emanating from the other end. Unable to suppress a laugh, I tentatively remarked, "Good morning, senior." Upon hearing Chu Xian's voice, Shen Mu, she momentarily froze, completely oblivious to the ongoing voice call. "Was that a dragon's roar you just made?" Upon hearing this, Shen Mushi's mind seemed to reboot. Embarrassed, she replied into the phone, "Did you hear that?" "Indeed, it was rather endearing," Chu Xian responded. Blushing, Shen Mushi retorted, "Now that you know my secret, I can't let you off the hook. Speak up, how will you atone?" Contrary to feeling threatened, Chu Xian found her words rather charming. "No worries, senior. I was wearing headphones. No one else heard it. It's our little secret." Upon hearing this, Shen Mushi lightly hummed, "Hurry and get ready. You have choir practice soon." Initially, Chu Xian wished to accompany Shen Mushi to the classroom. However, as first-year students were required to attend a briefing in the adjacent room before joining the choir, he was the first to arrive. He naturally settled into a corner of the front row. Observing his classmates enter one after another, he felt increasingly out of place, eager for the meeting to conclude. Surrounded by lively chatter, he sat quietly in his corner. A boy, noticing Chu Xian's solitude, approached him and took the seat beside him. Fortunately, before long, The instructor concluded the announcements and led everyone into the classroom. Inside, the room was divided into 4 sections: soprano and alto, tenor and bass. Chu Xian and his peers took their seats at the back of their respective sections. As soon as he sat down, he perceived hostility emanating from the upperclassmen beside him. Some gazes were mocking, others teasing, and a few even laced with animosity. Why are they looking at me like that? This inexplicable scrutiny made Chu Xian uncomfortable. Yet he chose to ignore them, surmising that these seniors had likely been rejected by Shen Mushi in the past. Given the audience, it was no wonder they cast such glances at him while he sang alongside her. Just then, the boy who had previously sat beside him reappeared, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Liang Sanjin. You sang beautifully at the event the other day." Feeling somewhat bashful, Chu Xian replied, "Thank you, I'm Chu Xian." Upon hearing this, the other party chuckled and remarked, "Ah, I see. Your name is Chu Xian. May I discreetly inquire if the campus belle is your girlfriend?" Liang Sanjin intentionally lowered his voice when uttering the last phrase, seemingly concerned that his question might cause unnecessary trouble for the two. Chu Xian, however, did not shy away but calmly responded, "Senior Shinmushi is not my girlfriend, but she will be in the future." After speaking, he cast a glance in Shun Mushi's direction. Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, his declaration had resonated throughout the classroom, plunging the already quiet space into an even deeper silence. All eyes turned towards him, including Shin Mushi's. When Chu Xian became aware, he found himself locking eyes with Shun Mushi, who bore no trace of reproach. Instead, her gaze was filled with tenderness. Shin Mushi parted her lips as if to say something, and the two exchanged smiles, as if they were the only two souls in the room. At that moment, the teacher cleared his throat and interjected, "Everyone has their own life. Whether choosing a partner or navigating their journey, no one has the right to judge except themselves. These are personal choices." As the crowd diverted their gaze, Liang Sanjin admired Chu Xian and said, "Bro, you're so bold. If it were me, I would have hurriedly declined." Chu Xian merely smiled and replied, "It's fine. I just spoke the truth." 2 hours later, the rehearsal finally concluded. Since Chu Xian and his peers were freshmen, this session was performed by the sophomores and juniors, leaving the newcomers to listen. This arrangement made Chu Xian feel that the choir was not as exhausting as he had anticipated. Approaching the doorway, he noticed Shinmushi waiting for him and quickly made his way over. Upon seeing him, Shinmushi said, "Let's go eat." With that, she took hold of Chu Xian's wrist and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, exited the classroom building. "Oh my goddess, that guy is just a tad more handsome than me. Chu Xian, I demand a royal duel." Yet, amidst this, only one person truly suffered. Che Xiaoxiao, who had initially been waiting for Chu Xian alongside Shinmushi, found herself abandoned once more as Chu Xian appeared. "Cici, I'm still here." Che Xiaoxiao, irritated by the lamentations of the boys around her, remarked, "Don't be so disheartened. It's only natural for Cici to prefer Chu Xian. You all have no idea what they have been through together." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Che Xiaoxiao spotted the two enjoying a lively meal together. Angered by the sight, she strode up and said, "Have you two forgotten something?" When Shun Mushi noticed Che Xiaoxiao, she realized that she had once again forgotten her in place. "I apologize," she said. Chapter 42, The Surprise Preparation. Che Xiaoxiao, somewhat annoyed, remarked, "Am I merely a cog in your machine? You left me behind once before, and now you have abandoned me again." Observing her displeasure, Shin Mushi quickly shifted to make space beside her, reassuringly saying, "Xiaoxiao, please do not be upset. It was not my intention to leave you behind." As she spoke, she offered Che Xiaoxiao a morsel of food. Chu Xian, seated across from them, dared not utter a word, fearful that any misstep might further irritate Che Xiaoxiao. Sensing his apprehension, Che Xiaoxiao encouraged him, "Chu Xian, do not be so tense. I am aware of my beauty, so feel free to speak your mind." Chu Xian nodded vigorously. He then glanced towards Shin Mushi, who had left her hair down, making it somewhat inconvenient for her to eat. Observing this, Chu Xian stood up and swiftly approached her from behind, gently smoothing her hair. He then used a small hair tie from his wrist to fashion her hair into a bun. After completing the task, he returned to his seat. Though he dared not look at Shun Mushi, nervous that his first attempt at hairstyling might not meet her expectations. Noticing that Chu Xian was avoiding eye contact, Shin Mushi softly inquired, "Chu Xian, I do not have a mirror with me. Could you please tell me if this hairstyle looks good?" Just as he was about to decline, She cupped his face with her hands and asked, "Does it look nice, Chu Xian?" Gazing at Shinmushi, whose radiant smile illuminated the room, Chu Xian felt that the hairstyle hardly mattered. His cheeks flushed slightly as he replied, "It looks very beautiful." Shinmushi beamed even brighter, her lips parting slightly as she teased, "Chu Xian, why have you become so timid? You were not like this when you were younger." Before he could respond, Che Xiao, somewhat exasperated, interjected, "Hey, I'm still here. Can you two at least spare a thought for a single person's dignity?" Upon hearing her words, both Shinmushi and Chu Xian halted their actions. Che Xiao feigned a pout, saying, "The dynamic among three people is too cramped. Perhaps I should take my leave." She stood up, pretending to depart, yet with each step, she glanced back, seemingly hoping they would call her back. However, both were merely resting their chins in their hands, knowing well that, regardless, she would not truly leave. As anticipated, she remained. As Che Xiao noticed that neither of the two intended to call her back, she settled back into her seat. Shinmushi teased softly, "What? Not leaving anymore?" Che Xiao chuckled, "I just realized I haven't finished my meal yet. I'll head back to the dorm after I eat." After lunch, Shinmushi removed the small leather band from her head and placed it around Chu Xian's wrist. Following a brief exchange with Chu Xian, she departed with Che Xiao. As Chu Xian walked back to the dormitory, he pondered, "The senior is already a junior and yet so busy. I'm just a freshman and already overwhelmed. Will I be equally frantic when I reach my junior year? But wait, I was quite free before, wasn't I? Ugh, I just don't understand." Meanwhile, after Shinmushi and Che Xiao left, they did not return to the dormitory but instead exited the school and boarded a bus to a nearby residential area. The two navigated the locale with ease, suggesting it was not their first visit. Soon, they arrived at the 6th floor of a building. Shinmushi retrieved a key from her pocket, gently turning the lock to open the door. They entered as if returning home, comfortably settling onto the sofa. Che Xiao inquired, "Hey Mushi, aren't you going to tell Chu Xian about this place?" Shinmushi smiled lightly. "Can you guess why I've been bringing you here when I have no classes?" Che Xiao shook her head like a rattle drum. "I don't know why." Shinmushi replied, "This Saturday is Chu Xian's birthday, and I want to surprise him. However, I can't possibly arrange his room alone, so I called you to help." With that, Shinmushi playfully stuck out her tongue. Upon hearing Shinmushi's explanation, Che Xiao felt a mixture of resignation and excitement. All right, having you is a blessing." Che Xiao initially assumed the apartment had 2 rooms, one for herself and one for Shinmushi. However, the reality was that there was one room for Chu Xian and another for Shinmushi, while she was merely an unpaid worker. Nevertheless, Che Xiao refrained from voicing her concerns, recognizing the couple's bond. She did not wish to disrupt their atmosphere. Yet, despite her thoughts, a tinge of annoyance lingered within her. For she had once held the esteemed position of being Shinmushi's closest companion before Chu Xian's arrival. On the other side, the afternoon class proved to be quite dull as it was a non-major course arranged by the school. Consequently, the entire class struggled to pay attention. Chu Xian and his friends, seated in the back row, engaged in a game of 5-row. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Chu Xian seemed disinterested in the game and began scrolling through short videos instead. When the bell rang, as everyone stood to leave the classroom, Instructor Zhang Ming unexpectedly obstructed everyone's path. "Since we are all here today, let us seize this opportunity to elect the class officers." Upon hearing this, the students reluctantly returned to their seats. As Chu Xian was almost unfamiliar with everyone, he cast his vote for the first person who approached. However, the competition for each position was fiercely contested. When it came time to vote, astonishingly, someone had even cast a vote for Li Bu-er for the position of class leader. It is noteworthy that Li Bu-er had not even run for the position. Yet one could discern from the expressions that these votes were likely cast by Ho Qingran and a few others. Ultimately, Li Bu-er regrettably lost the class leader position with a total of 3 votes. Zhang Ming, witnessing this, stood beside him and offered consolation. It's all right. Participation is what truly matters." Chapter 43. I like you. As Friday dawned, the occupants of room 303 remained blissfully asleep, save for Chu Xian. For reasons unknown, his classes were invariably scheduled for 8 in the morning. Throughout the week, he had 6 days of classes, with 5 of them falling in the early hours. Given that each semester in university comprises 16 weeks, it seemed that Chu Xian would have to endure 15 weeks of early rises. Contemplating this, he felt a considerable weight on his mind. Glancing at his phone, He realized it was already 7:30, prompting him to hastily leap out of bed. Upon descending, he spotted the drowsy Su Chen seated on his bed, rebooting his brain. Observing this, Chu Xian called out to him twice, urging him to hurry and freshen up, as they shared the same class. By the time Chu Xian returned from his own ablutions, Su Chen had already dressed. Pondering how he had not seen Su Chen wash up, he was astonished at his speed. Without delay, Chu Xian quickly donned his clothes and stepped out with Su Chen. Although the morning in Jiqing was dry, one could not deny the air was refreshingly crisp. However, Chu Xian did not share this sentiment, having endured 5 consecutive days of early mornings. All he desired was to lie comfortably in bed and indulge in a restful slumber. "Are we eating?" Su Chen inquired of Chu Xian. Chu Xian replied that he did not have a habit of eating breakfast, but if Su Chen wished to eat, he could wait for him. Su Chen, too, did not typically eat breakfast. He merely asked out of concern that Chu Xian might want to. Thus, Chu Xian found himself once again at the familiar venue of the arts building. He gently knocked on the door, and upon the teacher's indication, he and Su Chen entered. The instructor appeared to be around 50 years old, with streaks of white hair. He lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, and began to explain the details of the violin course to the 2 students. However, as it was the first class, neither had a violin yet, so the teacher handed his own to them, allowing them to practice the basic positions on the instrument. Chu Xian and Su Chen cautiously grasped the violins, fearful that even the slightest pressure might cause damage. The 2 individuals were exceedingly cautious because, just moments ago, their instructor had provided an explanation of the violin during the lesson, casually elaborating on the instrument itself. This particular violin, having a history of nearly a century, possessed considerable value. Thus, Chu Xian and his companion dared not handle it with any force. Fortunately, as it was merely their first lesson, the teacher allowed them only a brief practice session and advised them to procure their own instruments before dismissing them. Observing this, Chu Xian promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher. Goodbye." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Xian hastily removed his clothing and climbed into bed, resuming his slumber. Since commencing his university studies, his sleep schedule had become increasingly erratic. It is worth noting that during high school, late nights were a rarity for him, whereas in university, staying up late had seemingly become an essential rite of passage. When Chu Xian finally awoke, the afternoon had already arrived. He picked up his phone, only to discover a multitude of missed calls, all from Shen Mushi. Without delay, he returned her call, and within mere seconds, the line connected. In a groggy tone, he greeted her. "Hello, senior. I just woke up. What is up?" Shen Mushi replied, "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to check if you had any plans for later." To which Chu Xian responded, "I should be free for a while," punctuating his words with several large yawns. Upon hearing this, Shen Mushi remarked, "You didn't just wake up, did you? It's already past noon." It was only then that Chu Xian realized how late he had slept. At that moment, he noticed a message in the group chat indicating that Saturday's class had been rescheduled to Friday afternoon. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Oh no, this is a disaster." Sensing his distress, Shen Mushi inquired anxiously, "What's wrong, Chu Xian?" Chu Xian took a moment to compose himself and replied, "It's nothing, senior. I just overslept and missed a class this afternoon. But thinking it over, I'm already late, so it seems pointless to go now." Shen Mushi suggested, "Since you're free, why don't we go out this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xian mischievously responded, "Senior, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for a lone man and a woman to go out together?" Expecting Shen Mushi to argue, he was surprised when she calmly replied, "That's true. Let us skip it then. We shouldn't give others a chance to gossip." Chu Xian hurriedly interjected, No, senior. I was just joking. I'll come down to find you." Shen Mushi gently stated, "You don't need to look for me. I'm already downstairs. If you don't hurry, I might leave." Just then, Chu Xian's movement caused a thud to echo through the phone. Shen Mushi immediately asked, "Chu Xian, what happened?" Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, his voice came through, "I'm fine. I just misstepped getting out of bed and fell." Moments later, Chu Xian appeared, gingerly descending the stairs with a hand on his backside. Shen Mushi, noticing his carefulness, promptly asked, "Why weren't you more cautious? Does it hurt?" With a smile, Chu Xian said, "It doesn't hurt, senior. I just didn't want you to wait too long downstairs. By the way, where are you taking me today?" Shen Mushi replied mischievously, "A secret." To be honest, Shen Mushi herself was uncertain about where she wanted to take Chu Xian. She merely wished to see him every day, for her affection for him was so profound that at this very moment, she yearned to confess her feelings. Although Shun Mu she longed to express this, she felt it was not the right time. Thus, the two wandered aimlessly along the road. Chu Xian refrained from asking Shenmu Shi where they were headed, as he shared her sentiments. The mere opportunity to see Shenmu Shi daily was already the greatest joy in his life. Along their journey, they shared numerous stories unknown to each other, some joyful, others sorrowful, predominantly tales from their childhood and the time they had spent apart. Had it not been for Shun Mushi's words, Chu Xian might have remained oblivious to the fact that she had cried for a long time after he left. Perhaps, had he not come to this city, he thought, he would have wanted to give himself a couple of punches. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived by the riverside. Chu Xian and Shun Mu Shi appeared no different from the couples around them, the only distinction being their slightly superior looks. Shen Mu Shi was glancing around, seemingly searching for something. Fortunately, fate favored the diligent, and after a short walk, she finally spotted the noodle shop she had been looking for. It is a Chinese tradition to eat a bowl of longevity noodles before one's birthday. However, Chu Xian did not particularly enjoy noodles and seemed to have forgotten that tomorrow was his birthday. Assuming that his senior wished to eat, he followed her inside. After their meal, the sky began to darken. Shen Mu Shi pulled Chu Xian along the riverside, where, similar to the skyline of Xinzhou, the tall buildings of Ji City were adorned with colorful neon lights, creating a beautiful scene. She led him to a railing to admire the view. Chu Xian noticed that there were sightseeing boats and speedboats illuminated with neon lights gliding across the river. Just as he became engrossed in the sight, Shen Mu Shi gently tapped his shoulder and opened her mouth slightly, as if to say something. However, the passing trucks drowned out her voice. And while Chu Xian could not hear her, he understood her lip movements. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Senior, what did you just say?" "A truck passed by, and I didn't catch it." As Shen Mu Shi prepared to repeat herself, Chu Xian playfully placed his finger on her lips and slowly articulated, "Such matters are better expressed by the male. I like you." Chapter 44. The novice couple. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Shen Mu Shi gazed at him with eyes full of delight and shyly replied, "There's no need to confess like that. It's not formal at all." Despite her words, Shen Mu Shi leaped into Chu Xian's embrace, for she had long awaited such a declaration. At that moment, the radiant warmth that enveloped her felt as if it were a sunbeam, illuminating her world. Initially, Chu Xian felt somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place his hands. But ultimately, mirroring her gesture, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. He committed Shen Mu Shi's words to memory, intending to prepare for a more formal confession in the future, though the timing of such a revelation remained uncertain. Gently, Chu Xian inquired, "Senior, do we now find ourselves in a romantic relationship?" Shen Mu Shi lifted her head from his shoulder, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, "I suppose so. Although your confession lacks formality, I shall reluctantly accept." With a hint of pride, she turned her head aside. She continued, "However, we are merely practice partners for now. Only after your official confession can I grant you full status." Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian felt no disappointment. He thought to himself that practice was still preferable to being mere friends. The two remained embraced by the railing for quite some time, drawing envious and well-wishing glances from passers-by. Shen Mu Shi gently pushed away from Chu Xian, placing her left hand upon his right, and said, "Let us continue our stroll for a while longer before we head back." Understanding her intent, Chu Xian grasped her hand firmly, silently vowing, "This time, I promise I shall not let go." Their hands intertwined without the initial tension that marked their first touch, replaced instead by exhilaration and joy. Although he had only been at school for a little over a month, so much had transpired that Chu Xian felt as though he were living in a dream. As night descended, they returned to campus. Despite the throngs of people still on the paths, they did not release each other's hands. Even as many recognized Shen Mu Shi, it mattered little. They walked quietly toward the dormitory, occasionally stealing glances into each other's deep, dark eyes. Though they spoke not a word, it felt as if they had communicated everything. Soon, they arrived at the base of the female dormitory, reluctantly releasing one another's hands. After bidding her farewell as she ascended the stairs, Chu Xian turned toward his own dormitory. Upon entering room 303, he was met with surprised expressions from his roommates. As it was still before 9 o'clock, he was typically punctual to the minute. Li Buer asked, "Xian, why are you back so early today? You usually arrive right on time." Chu Xian replied with a smile, "Oh, I strolled for quite a while and grew a bit tired, so I returned a little earlier. Fan Yin then chimed in, Xian. Today Li Buer has been quite the help for you. With mischievous smiles, the others turned to Li Buer, leaving Chu Xian somewhat bewildered. Li Buer remarked, This afternoon during class, you were so deeply asleep that none of us could rouse you. We intended to mark you present, but to our surprise, the teacher was rather strict and required us to raise our hands when answering. I answered for you first, and when it was my turn, I deliberately pinched my throat and raised my other hand, prompting the teacher to call me out and ask for my name. Chu Xian chuckled and inquired, So, what name did you give? Li Buer continued, I don't know how it happened, but I blurted out that my name was Chu Buer. The teacher then insisted that I write a 500-word reflection. Upon hearing Li Buer claim to be Chu Buer, Chu Xian burst into laughter, saying, No worries. A mere 500 words. But I still appreciate your effort. After saying this, he exited to use the restroom. After Chu Xian left, Ho Qingran remarked, Don't you all feel like Chu Xian has transformed into a different person today? Fan Yin agreed. Indeed, he seems to be radiating joy. Li Buer suggested, Why don't we ask him? The others concurred, but Ho Qingran interjected, It's a personal matter. It wouldn't be appropriate to inquire. Just then, Chu Xian re-entered the room. Chu Xian quickly changed into his pajamas, grabbed his wash basin, and went out to freshen up. After completing his routine, he hurried back to his bed. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief that he had become romantically involved with Shin Mushi. Lost in thought, he donned his headphones and initiated a video call to Shin Mushi. After a few beeps, the call connected promptly. Shin Mushi looked at Chu Xian and asked, Did you just get to your dorm? Chu Xian replied, No, I've been back for a while. I just finished washing up and got into bed. As he spoke, he turned the camera to show Shin Mushi the entirety of his dorm room. Afterward, he flipped the camera back, gazing at Shin Mushi with a look of affection. Feeling shy under his gaze, Shin Mushi quietly said, Why do you keep looking at me like that? With a mischievous smile, Chu Xian answered, Is it wrong for me to look at my wife in such a manner? At the mention of the word wife, everyone in room 303 was taken aback. Li Buer, who was sitting on Zhang Yi's bed drinking water, suddenly spewed it out, causing his cup to tumble to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xian glanced over at the others. After Li Buer gestured that everything was fine, he returned to his conversation with Shin Mushi. However, the screen now displayed not the blushing face of Shin Mushi, but rather a pink teddy bear that they had picked out together. Shin Mushi cheekily revealed a small portion of herself and said, Who is your wife? We are still just novice lovers. Chu Xian laughed and replied, All right. I won't call you wife anymore. How about baby? Shin Mushi, feeling bashful, retorted, If you keep calling me that, I'll hang up. Nonetheless, despite her words, she felt a surge of happiness within. Continuing, Chu Xian said, Then can I call you Mushi or Cici instead? Shin Mushi huffed, Humph, whatever. The two conversed for an extended period, and before they knew it, Shin Mushi had fallen into a deep slumber, while Chu Xian remained wide awake. Gazing at Shin Mushi's peaceful face, he softly murmured, Good night, my dear wife. He then removed his headphones, muted his microphone, and placed his phone beside his pillow. Turning to his dorm mates, he said, Feel free to ask me anything. However, the others in room 303 hesitated to inquire, as capturing the heart of the campus beauty was a feat that everyone aspired to but few could achieve. Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, Shin Mushi was merely fatigued and not truly asleep. She had heard his words clearly. In a voice inaudible to anyone but herself, Shin Mushi whispered, Good night, darling. Chapter 45. A birthday surprise as Saturday dawned. Chu Xian remained blissfully asleep, relishing the absence of early classes that allowed him to indulge in a much-desired rest. When he finally awoke, he discovered it was already 9 o'clock. He reached for his phone, intending to check whether his senior was still asleep. Upon picking it up, he noticed that their call had been disconnected, and a message from Shin Mushi awaited him. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. I had to step out for a bit, so I hung up. Chu Xian promptly returned the call, but this time Shin Mushi did not answer immediately. She only picked up as he was about to hang up. Who's the little piggy awake now? Shin Mushi teased. With a smile, Chu Xian replied, Of course. It's your little piggy. He continued, Why is it so noisy around you? Are you busy? Well, yes, I am somewhat occupied, Shin Mushi admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chu Xian responded, If you're that busy, I won't disturb you. I'll call you later. Hearing his words, Shin Mushi gently insisted, It's all right. I still have some time to chat with you. Chu Xian felt a swell of affection for his girlfriend's kindness and suggested, "How about we have lunch together?" He refrained from mentioning that it was his birthday, fearing that if Shen Mushi knew, it would complicate her already hectic day. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mushi declined his invitation, saying, "No, I have quite a bit to do today, and I'm unsure when I'll return to campus. What would you like for lunch? I can order something for you." Hearing her words, Chu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment, but tried to mask it, saying, "It's fine, senior. Since you're busy, let us just have lunch together tomorrow." Sensing his tone, Shen Mushi felt a pang of sympathy, but exchanged a few more words before ending the call. After hanging up, Chu Xian feigned indifference, engaging his dorm mates in a game. He thought to himself that since Shen Mushi was too busy, he might as well have lunch with his roommates. "Hey, guys, let us go out to eat." "It's on me," he announced. Li Buer chimed in, "Xian Ge, have you struck gold?" Upon hearing Li Buer's words, everyone except for Chu Xian cast a glance at him, prompting Li Buer to realize his blunder. In truth, Ho Qingran and the others had known for quite some time that today was Chu Xian's birthday. After all, when they first entered university, the class had collected various pieces of information, including each person's date of birth. They had prepared birthday gifts for Chu Xian long ago, but had been deliberately keeping it a secret from him. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Shen Mushi was approached by a girl who remarked, "Aren't you worried that deceiving him will make him sad?" Shen Mushi looked at the girl with a somber expression and replied, "Of course I am worried. How could I not be? But this time, I have no choice but to deceive him." Hearing Shen Mushi's words, the girl chuckled and said, "Cici, you have changed so much since childhood. My little brother has caused you quite a bit of trouble over the past month, hasn't he?" Indeed, the girl speaking was Chu Xian's sister, Chu Yan, who had arrived in Jiqing the previous night. Shen Mushi, upon hearing Chu Yan's comment, smiled and replied, "Not at all. He just didn't recognize me when he first arrived, but thankfully, he figured it out later." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, but as the saying goes, in a group of three, one is always superfluous. Behind them, Che Xiaoxiao was fervently inflating balloons with a pump, and seeing the two enjoying their conversation, she helplessly said, "Could you two sisters lend me a hand? A single dog's life matters too." Shen Mushi and Chu Yan exchanged amused glances with Che Xiaoxiao, apologizing with their words before joining in the bustling activity. In fact, Shen Mushi had declined Chu Xian's invitation to dinner because she, along with the others, was busy decorating the place, preparing for a surprise for Chu Xian that evening. Back in the boys' dormitory, perhaps due to Chu Xian's less than optimal state, he had been losing in games all day. Noticing this, Ho Qingran suggested, "Xianer, stop playing games. It's past midnight. Let us go grab a bite." It was then that Chu Xian realized he had lost track of time while gaming. He quickly got out of bed to wash up, telling the others to go downstairs first while he tidied himself up. The group gathered downstairs, whispering amongst themselves about whether they had prepared Chu Xian's birthday gift, discussing when to present it to him. After some deliberation, they decided to wait until after lunch to return to the dormitory and give it to him. Just then, Chu Xian strode out of the dormitory building. "Sorry for the wait, everyone. Shall we go eat?" he said. The restaurant Chu Xian chose was a place they had visited for the first time, known for its grilled fish. After enjoying it the first time, they had longed to return, but this plan had been postponed due to Chu Xian's frequent absences from the dormitory. Following the same menu as their initial visit, Chu Xian ordered a similar dish, but this time he also included several home-style northeastern delicacies. This time, the group was more relaxed than during their first meal, happily chatting and laughing with one another. As he gazed at his friends, who were laughing joyfully, a trace of annoyance within Chu Xian seemed to dissipate like mist. He captured a photograph and sent it to Shen Mushi. After lunch, the group decided to return to their dormitory. However, Ho Qingran pulled Chu Xian aside, suggesting they go shopping together. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chu Xian agreed. The others hastily made their way back to the dormitory. Inside the shop, Ho Qingran lingered by the shelves, indecisive. Chu Xian, somewhat exasperated, inquired, "Ho Gu, what exactly are you looking to buy? You've been standing here for 10 minutes. Ho Qingran responded with a finger to his lips, "Shu, I'm sensing a connection with these items. Whichever resonates stronger, I shall purchase." Chu Xian, taken aback by Ho Qingran's whimsicality, thought to himself how he had become rather eccentric. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ho Qingran checked his phone and, without making a purchase, led Chu Xian out of the store. Confused, Chu Xian questioned, "Ho Gu, you spent 20 minutes browsing and bought nothing? Isn't that a bit excessive?" I fear the shopkeeper might think you're a thief. Ho Qingren chuckled. It's fine. I simply felt no connection with those items. So I passed. Though Chu Xian didn't fully grasp the reasoning, he nodded in understanding. Upon reaching the dormitory door, Ho Qingren urged Chu Xian to enter first while he took a quick trip to the restroom. The moment Chu Xian opened the door, a cascade of colorful streamers fell upon him with a resounding pop, accompanied by jubilant shouts of Chu Xian, happy birthday. Moved by the scene, Chu Xian felt a swell of emotion, while Li Buer and the others urged him to hold back his tears as they presented the gifts they had prepared. Among the gifts, the one that surprised Chu Xian the most was a group photo taken in front of the Xinzhou station. Chapter 46. Our home as the afternoon wore on. Having just experienced the delightful surprise, Chu Xian sat on his bed, idly editing the photos he had just taken. He was unaware of how long he had been at it when Li Buer and the others noted that he had remained quietly on his bed for the entire afternoon, leaving only himself, Su Yu, and Su Chun in the dormitory. At that moment, Chu Xian received a message. I'm back at school. Hurry and get ready. I'll take you somewhere soon. Seeing that it was from Shun Mushi, Chu Xian hastily cast aside his editing work, thinking that a date was far more important than any photo. Cautiously, he climbed down from his bed, mindful of the last time he had fallen and the embarrassment it had caused him. After dressing, he even styled his hair with a curling iron. This display of effort left Su Yu and Su Chun in awe, as they realized that such grooming was rare among boys. Knowing Chu Xian was preparing to meet Shin Mushi, they exchanged knowing glances. Once ready, Chu Xian grabbed his jacket and dashed downstairs, eager not to keep Shin Mushi waiting. When Chu Xian descended the stairs, he happened upon the newly arrived Shin Mushi. He hurriedly approached her and exclaimed, Senior, I'm here. Where are we headed today? Shin Mushi replied enigmatically, a secret, playfully placing a finger against her lips in a shushing gesture. She then took Chu Xian's hand and led him away from the school, directly into a waiting taxi. Perplexed by the mystery of their destination, Chu Xian refrained from questioning her intentions, trusting her silence. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of a luxurious residential complex, where the opulence of the surroundings was unmistakable. Cautiously, Chu Xian inquired, Senior, what are we doing here? Surely, this isn't a place for leisure. Shin Mushi remained silent, continuing to hold his hand as they ventured deeper into the complex. Before long, they halted before a unit door. Shin Mushi instructed Chu Xian to wait while she rummaged through her pocket for a key card. Chu Xian stood momentarily stunned by the scene. Once inside, Shin Mushi guided him to an elevator that brought them to a door. Releasing his hand, she gently nudged him forward to open it. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the moment he opened the door, he was utterly astonished. The room was adorned with vibrant balloons, and a banner reading Happy Birthday hung prominently behind the sofa in the center of the living room. A large cake and an array of colorful lights decorated the coffee table. After surveying the room, Chu Xian turned to Shin Mushi and asked, Is this what you've been so busy with today? For me? At that moment, he felt his vision blur with tears. Noticing his emotional state, Shin Mushi teased, Yes, silly. What could possibly be more important than your birthday? Just as Chu Xian prepared to respond, a flurry of colorful ribbons cascaded down upon him. Turning to look, he saw Che Xiaoxiao and his sister, Chu Yan, standing behind him. Upon seeing his sister, tears streamed down his face, and he threw himself into her embrace. Sobbing like a child, Chu Yan, stroking his head, said, Don't cry, you're not a child anymore. Your girlfriend is right here. Aren't you worried she'll laugh at you? As she wiped away his tears, she gently pushed him away. After this, Chu Yan discreetly led Che Xiaoxiao out of the living room to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving Shin Mushi and Chu Xian alone in the living area. Shin Mushi tenderly rested Chu Xian's head on her shoulder, soothingly saying, There, no more tears. If you keep crying, you won't be the handsomest anymore. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xian had already ceased his tears. Shin Mushi continued, Chu Xian, are you feeling homesick? Upon hearing Shin Mushi's words, Chu Xian nodded slightly. Although he maintained a good relationship with his roommates, the distance from home was still significant, and he had anticipated celebrating his birthday alone. Thus, when he laid eyes on his sister, an overwhelming surge of emotions erupted within him. Observing Chu Xian's response, Shin Mushi gently placed his hand in hers and spoke. Chu Xian, when I first arrived in Jiqing, everything felt so foreign to me, much like how you feel now. There were moments when I would hide under the covers and cry in secret. Thankfully, I met Xiao Xiao, which alleviated my loneliness. Chu Xian listened thoughtfully to Shinmushi's words. As she continued, no matter what you encounter in the future, this place will always be our home. Their conversation was clearly overheard by Chu Yin and Che Xiaoxiao in the kitchen. Even though Che Xiaoxiao felt an urge to rush over and embrace Shinmushi upon hearing her mention of herself, she restrained herself, mindful of the occasion. The two of them sat quietly in the living room until dinner was ready, at which point they rose to take their places at the dining table, still sitting together. Meanwhile, Chu Yin and Che Xiaoxiao exchanged glances and lamented, "Ah, for singles like us, no one pays any attention." After dinner, Chu Xian, brimming with curiosity, posed various questions. He inquired of Shinmushi, "Senior, is this house rented? It must be quite expensive." Shinmushi shook her head and replied calmly, "No, it was purchased." Startled, Chu Xian sprang up from the sofa, prompting Shinmushi to gently pull him back down, explaining, "It wasn't me who bought it, my father. Concerned I might not adapt to dorm life, purchased it when I first arrived in my freshman year. However, I have never actually lived here." Looking at Chu Xian, Shinmushi continued, "Chu Xian, what do you think of tonight's surprise?" To which Chu Xian responded, "I am deeply touched and pleasantly surprised. I never imagined that you would remember my birthday." Shinmushi smiled and said, "I have prepared something else." With that, she led Chu Xian into another room. When Chu Xian turned on the lights, he discovered the room had been meticulously decorated. On a nearby computer desk stood a pristine white seaside villa, accompanied by an array of figurines of various sizes. Chu Xian recognized one of them as the very same he had admired during their first shopping trip together. He never anticipated encountering it again under such circumstances. The room also featured several large wardrobes, but it was a photograph on the bedside cabinet that captured Chu Xian's attention. As he approached, he realized it was a picture of himself and Shinmushi together. Overcome with excitement, he looked at Shinmushi, momentarily at a loss for words. After regaining his composure, he asked, "Senior, is this room for me?" Shinmushi smiled and replied, "What else could it be? I have already said, this is our home." Chapter 47. A sleepless night. Chu Xian stood frozen, captivated by Shinmushi's words, pondering whether this was what cohabitation entailed. At that moment, a sound from outside the room jolted him back to reality. "Chu Xian, Shishi is having cake," Shinmushi said with a smile. "Let us go out." After speaking, she extended her hand with a grin. Upon entering the living room, they discovered Che Xiaoxiao and Chu Yin already seated on the sofa, having neatly sliced the cake. As Chu Xian gazed at the cake on the coffee table, a wave of nausea washed over him, not due to a lack of desire, but because he had indulged too much during dinner. After all, it had been some time since he savored Chu Yan's cooking, leading him to overeat. Chu Xian and Shinmushi settled in the middle of the sofa, while Chu Yin pulled out her phone to take a group photo. Though Chu Xian felt unfit to eat any further, he mustered the courage to consume a few pieces. The cake was excessively sweet, almost dreamlike in its sweetness. Following the cake, Chu Yin and Che Xiaoxiao prepared to leave. Observing this, Chu Xian intended to accompany them, but Chu Yin remarked, "Xiaoxiao and I are leaving because there are only 2 rooms here. You can't expect Shishi to stay here alone, can you?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Chu Xian recognized the logic in her reasoning. He promptly removed his jacket once more and accompanied Shinmushi to bid farewell to the two. Returning to their room, neither spoke. They simply sat quietly on the sofa, watching television, deliberately maintaining a certain distance, perhaps due to the awkwardness of being alone in a room together for the first time. After a while, they retreated to their respective rooms. Shinmushi cautioned, "No staying up late or playing games. If I catch you up all night gaming, you'll be in big trouble." With that, she returned to her own room. Chu Xian glanced at Shinmushi's room, curiosity piqued. Yet his rationality ultimately triumphed over impulse. He thought it wise to refrain from entering her room without her permission. Settling into his own room, he lay quietly on the bed, which was so soft it felt as if he were resting on a cloud of cotton candy. Turning his head, he looked towards the wardrobe, intrigued by its contents. The wardrobe was spacious, housing only a few shirts and trousers hanging on the rod, with a set of pajamas quietly resting at the bottom. Chu Xian mused that he would never have to worry about space for additional clothing in the future. He continued to recline on the bed, editing the day's photographs into a grid format, preparing to share them on social media, with the centerpiece being the group photo of the 4 of them. Having completed this, he changed into his pajamas, sent a message in the dorm group chat to inform everyone he would not be returning that night, and then stepped out to use the restroom. As he exited his room, he coincidentally bumped into Shun Mu-shi, who was emerging from the restroom. She regarded him with a satisfied glance and remarked, "The pajamas suit you well." It was only then that Chu Xian realized that he and Shun Mu-shi were wearing the same style of pajamas. He pondered whether they might be couples' pajamas, but before he could inquire, Shun Mu-shi retreated to her own room. After returning to his quarters, Chu Xian lay quietly on his bed, while messages continued to pop up in the dormitory group chat. Adjusting his phone to silent mode, he prepared for slumber. Time slipped by, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Indeed, Chu Xian found himself once again grappling with insomnia. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of sharing a roof with a girl for the first time, even though they were not in the same room. The impact was significant for someone like Chu Xian, who had never experienced romance. He lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Somewhere along the way, he had become somewhat sentimental. He picked up his phone and noticed a message from his sister that had arrived 3 minutes prior. "Are you asleep, little brother?" Chu Xian replied, "Not yet. I can't fall asleep." Moments later, Chu Yin responded, "I can't believe you're experiencing insomnia when you're at home. You fall asleep the moment your head hits the pillow." Chu Xian retorted, "It's not the same." Just after he finished speaking, his sister called him. "Chu Xian, do you have something on your mind?" she asked. He replied, "I'm not quite sure if it's excitement or something else." Chu Xian then began to share his thoughts with Chu Yin. "Sister, I used to think of myself as just an unnoticed passerby in this world. My role was merely to watch each protagonist as they progressed through their main storylines while I sat enviously in front of my phone. To be honest, I envied their lives. However, after getting to know Mushi again, I realized that even a passerby can live a vibrant life and find joy every day." When Chu Yin heard this, she laughed and said, "Little brother, there's one thing you said that is incorrect. No one is merely a passerby in this world. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Even if your current circumstances are less than ideal, there will come a day when, unbeknownst to you, the wheels of fate begin to turn quietly, just as you have the chance to encounter Shun Mushi again." She continued, "I understand that everything today may have left you somewhat shaken, and you fear that you are unworthy of Shun Mushi. However, in love, there is no such thing as being worthy or unworthy. As long as 2 people genuinely love each other, what else truly matters? What you need to do now is to get a good night's sleep and stop overthinking." With that, Chu Yin ended the call, and Chu Xian resumed counting sheep in his bed. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed onto Chu Xian's face. He awoke with significant dark circles under his eyes, unaware of how long he had slept or what transpired after his call with Chu Yin. As Chu Xian yawned and stepped out of his room to freshen up, he found Shin Mushi in the bathroom brushing her teeth. Both of them bore large dark circles under their eyes, and upon noticing this shared trait, they couldn't help but laugh in unison. Shin Mushi beckoned Chu Xian to join her for their morning routine, knowing that they would soon head back to school after breakfast. As Chu Xian entered the bathroom, he pondered how he would manage without any toiletries. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Mushi had already thoughtfully prepared everything for him. She opened the cabinet behind the mirror and handed him the items. Noticing that the toothbrush cup was the same as Shin Mushi's, he could not resist asking, "Is this a couple's item too?" Shin Mushi replied, "Well, if you don't want to use it, that's fine." Although Chu Xian's expression was one of disdain, his body betrayed him with eagerness. Amused by his reaction, Shin Mushi then went to prepare breakfast for both of them. However, before leaving, she said, "You should put your clothes in the washing machine later. There are some clothes I bought for you in the wardrobe." Though Chu Xian did not understand Shin Mushi's insistence on him changing his outfit, he complied. Upon arriving in the living room, he found breakfast ready. And upon seeing that Chu Xian had changed, Shin Mushi returned to her room to change as well. Chu Xian, feeling rather bored, sat on the sofa waiting for her. When Shin Mushi emerged from her room, Chu Xian finally understood her intentions behind the clothing change. "Sister, are we wearing couple outfits?" After finishing breakfast, the two returned to school from the community. Since it was the weekend, the streets were relatively empty even at 9 in the morning, as was customary. Chu Xian first escorted Shin Mushi back to her dormitory before heading to his own. To be honest, he was somewhat puzzled as to why Shin Mushi would want to return to school so early on a weekend. However, since it was her request, he trusted that there was a valid reason behind it. Chu Xian tiptoed back to his dormitory, and upon confirming that his roommates were still asleep, he let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. "The vast horizon is my love, the rolling hills." Upon recognizing it as Li Buer's alarm, Chu Xian's brows furrowed in annoyance, thinking that Li Buer was indeed his lifelong rival. Thus, accompanied by the sound of Li Buer's alarm, the others reluctantly got out of bed. Ho Qingran intended to greet Li Buer, but upon noticing Chu Xian standing in the center of the dorm, he awkwardly said, "Good morning, everyone. You carry on, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Of course, his roommates were not so easily persuaded to let him go. Su Yu and Zhang Yi blocked the door, while Zhang Hao and Su Chun pulled Chu Xian back, rousing the others from their slumber. Consequently, the three on the upper bunk, Holy and Fan, swiftly scrambled down from their beds. 7 individuals encircled Chu Xian tightly, while he sat in the center, resembling a child who had misbehaved, awaiting their judgment. Could this be what is referred to as a roundtable conference? No, it should rather be termed a round stool meeting. Ho Qingran was the first to inquire. "You rascal. Did you have a splendid time yesterday? You had the leisure to post on social media, yet lacked the time to respond to the green bubbles, did you?" Chu Xian retorted, "Brother Ho, that is a false accusation. I intended to finish my social media post before replying to everyone. But who would have thought that I would doze off right after posting?" Li Buer interjected, "Are you, by any chance, romantically involved with the campus belle?" Upon hearing this, all 7, including Chu Xian, cast Li Buer a skeptical glance. Ho Qingran remarked, "Come on, brother, isn't that apparent to anyone with eyes? Have you forgotten the incident from the night before last when you accidentally sprayed water all over Zhang Yi's bed?" Su Chen then asked, "Xianer, I recall you were not wearing this outfit when you went out yesterday." The group realized, upon hearing Su Chen's query, that Chu Xian had indeed changed clothes, leaving all his garments in the dormitory. Noticing the inquisitive expressions on their faces, Chu Xian shyly stammered, "This is a gift from a senior, a couple's outfit." He intentionally lowered his voice when mentioning the couple's outfit, yet Zhang Hao, who was nearest, caught the words. Ho Qingran queried, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Hao responded, "Oh, he claims this is a couple's outfit." At the mention of couple's outfit, Chu Xian's face flushed crimson as he quickly dashed to the balcony. Seeing his reaction, Ho Qingran and the others erupted into laughter, for they had never witnessed such a bashful side of Chu Xian. Fan Yin, peering through the glass, called out to Chu Xian, "All right, Xianer, you may come out now. We shall refrain from questioning you." At this, Chu Xian cautiously emerged from the balcony. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shin Mushi began organizing her clothes as soon as she returned. Che Xiaoxiao understood that Shin Mushi intended to move to her new apartment, so she silently approached to assist her in packing. Although Che Xiaoxiao endeavored to suppress her emotions, she could not help but express, "Mushi, now that you are moving out, I will be all alone in the dormitory. How will I manage without you?" Shin Mushi, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What are you talking about? Moving out?" Che Xiaoxiao, a hint of doubt in her voice, replied, "Aren't you packing to move to the apartment?" Shin Mushi looked at her in slight disbelief and clarified, "I plan to take these clothes to the new place, but I never said I was moving out, at least not for now." Relieved, Che Xiaoxiao said, "That's good to hear. I thought you might." "No, wait, you said you're not moving out now, but you might in the future?" With that, she playfully shook Shin Mushi's arm. Shin Mushi merely smiled and continued to sort through her clothes without answering. As noon approached, Shin Mushi sent a message to Chu Xian, informing him that she would soon join him for lunch. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Chu Xian was engrossed in an open-world game called Pump Post. The reason he had not played a certain 4-character game was that he found it utterly tedious and had deleted it. Just as Chu Xian was about to draw cards, Shin Mushi's message arrived. He momentarily disregarded what he had drawn and opened the green bubble, discovering that she was inviting him to lunch. After replying, he returned to the game. At that moment, a dazzling golden light filled his screen. Chu Xian leaped to his feet, exhilarated, as he had always drawn the minimum in previous attempts. He mused to himself, "Could it be that senior sister is my good luck charm? Perhaps I should have her draw for me next time." Before long, Chu Xian appeared at the foot of the girls' dormitory, squatting by the roadside as he had done previously. However, this time, no one sought his green bubble. After a brief wait, he spotted Che Xiaoxiao linking arms with Shin Mushi as they descended. Shin Mushi called out to Chu Xian, "Let us go, it's time for lunch." Chu Xian inquired, "Should we ask Chu Yin if she wants to join us?" Shin Mushi chuckled, "I've already informed her of our lunch plans. She can go ahead." With that, the 3 of them set off towards the exit of the school. Though their arrangement seemed slightly awkward, Che Xiaoxiao stood between the two, while Shin Mushi and Chu Xian clad in matching outfits, flanked either side. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the unusual trio. Soon, Che Xiaoxiao realized her positioning was less than ideal and remarked, "Ah, it seems there's always one person in a trio who feels superfluous." With that, she shifted to the other side of Shen Mushi. Chu Xian laughed and suggested, "Xiaoxiao, why don't you find yourself a boyfriend?" Feigning indignation, Che Xiaoxiao replied, "Cici, look at your boyfriend, he thinks I'm unnecessary." To Chu Xian's surprise, Shen Mushi agreed with the suggestion, leading Che Xiaoxiao to express her frustration. "You should focus on solidifying your position with Cici before considering my situation." With that, she briskly led Shen Mushi ahead. Chu Xian remained behind, chuckling to himself. "Indeed, I should prioritize my own situation first." Chapter 49. The keyboard or the durian. The trio arrived at a restaurant, ascending the stairs to a private room on the third floor. Through the glass, Chu Xian spotted Chu Yan, who was sitting inside, bored and scrolling through her phone. The sudden sound of the door opening drew her attention. Upon seeing Shen Mushi and the others, her face brightened instantly. "Finally, you're here. I've been so bored waiting for you," Chu Yan exclaimed. Shen Mushi settled beside her and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Yin Yin. It was my fault for taking too long to gather my things." She then made a playful expression, lightening the mood. With a smile, Chu Yin remarked, "In fact, I haven't been here for long. I was merely teasing you." After saying this, she shifted her gaze to Shen Mushi and the attire of Chu Yin, yet she refrained from inquiring further, simply smiling. The trio of Chu Yin, Shen Mushi, and Che Xiaoxiao engaged in cheerful conversation, while Chu Xian appeared unable to join the discourse. Consequently, he summoned a waiter to order the dishes. Chu Xian found himself perplexed while perusing the menu, as he was well aware of the preferences of Chu Yin and Shen Mushi, but he had never taken the time to understand Che Xiaoxiao's tastes. Asking her at this moment seemed inappropriate, so after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to order according to Shen Mushi's preferences. The wait for the dishes to arrive felt interminable. Observing the animated exchange among the three, Chu Xian felt superfluous, and boredom began to weigh heavily upon him. Noticing Chu Xian's expression of ennui, Shen Mushi stood and seated herself beside him. Chu Xian, seeing Shen Mushi beside him, rested his chin on his left hand and, feigning boredom, queried, "Why have you come to sit by me, my dear?" In response, Shen Mushi calmly replied, "I noticed you looked quite bored, so I thought I would keep you company. And did I not mention that you are not to call me my dear right now?" With that, she playfully pinched his ear. Chu Xian pretended to be in great pain, exclaiming, "Oh, that hurts. I won't say it anymore. You're already starting to abuse me at home." Shen Mushi regarded him as if he were a fool, pondering when Chu Xian had become such a performer. Rather than interrupt him, she chose to play along with his theatrics, saying, "Well, since you are so disobedient, when we return home tonight, do you prefer to kneel on the keyboard or on a durian?" Just as Chu Xian was about to retort, the waiter arrived with the dishes. The waiter glanced at the two with a smile, as their playful antics had drawn attention. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the gaze, the pair, who had just been frolicking, suddenly maintained a distance as if they were strangers. Soon, all the dishes were served. As Shen Mushi had a penchant for spicy food, the table was filled with an array of spicy dishes, such as boiled beef, mala hot pot, and twice-cooked pork, which successfully captivated her interest. Though her face bore no particular expression, the subtle movements of her body revealed her delight. However, while some reveled, others were dismayed. Che Xiaoxiao was not one to tolerate spice well. Despite having been Shen Mushi's roommate for 3 years, she had only slightly adapted to spicy food. Yet the sheer volume on the table left her apprehensive, fearing a visit to the gastroenterologist afterward. Shen Mushi, aware of this, having lived with Che Xiaoxiao for 3 years and knowing her dietary restrictions, once again called for the waiter to bring the menu. However, instead of placing an order herself, she handed the menu to Chu Xian and whispered something in his ear. Chu Xian, feeling a bit shy, glanced at Che Xiaoxiao before proceeding to reorder some dishes. Soon, the meticulously prepared dishes were served, and Xiao Xiao, with an expression of admiration, remarked, "Shi, you truly treat me well." With that, she began to indulge in the meal. The group engaged in lively conversation, laughing and chatting as if they were long-lost friends, discussing a myriad of topics. Chu Xian, recognizing the nature of their discussions, refrained from interjecting, understanding that matters shared between girls were perhaps not suited for a male's input. Instead, he busied himself with serving food to Shen Mushi, and before long, Her plate was brimming with an array of delectable dishes. Chu Xian even excused himself briefly to fetch a bottle of milk, concerned that Shinmushi might need something to soothe the spiciness of her meal. The scene did not escape the notice of the other three, and Chu Yin, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked, "Ah, my little brother has grown up, now caring for girls. He used to be such a troublemaker at home." Upon hearing his sister's comment, Chu Xian quickly defended himself. "Sister, that is not true. I treated you well back then, didn't I?" Chu Yin chose not to pursue the matter further, especially in Shinmushi's presence, deciding it best to spare Chu Xian some dignity. Shinmushi, overhearing their banter, smiled brightly. Just then, she felt a pair of hands gently playing with her hair. It was unmistakably Chu Xian's, attempting to style her hair. However, the sensation felt less like a hair tie and more akin to the touch of chopsticks. Turning to Chu Xian, Shinmushi inquired, "Chu Xian, you're not using a hair tie, are you?" Chu Xian, slightly embarrassed, replied, The small hair tie got tossed into the washing machine with my clothes this morning. I'm using chopsticks to style your hair." Intrigued by his response, Shinmushi requested a photo from him. Upon seeing the picture, she curiously asked, "Chu Xian, have you secretly practiced this?" With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Guess, senior. If you guess correctly, I'll tell you." Just as Shinmushi was about to respond, Chu Yin interrupted, saying, "Hey, we're still here. If we don't eat soon, the food will get cold." After finishing their meal, Chu Yin took Shinmushi to the front desk to settle the bill. However, instead of returning upstairs to call Chu Xian, they stepped outside to share some private girl talk. Chu Yin said, She. Sometimes Chu Xian can be a handful and may upset you. If he does, just let me know, and I'll handle him." Shinmushi chuckled and replied, "Sister Yin, you sound like a concerned parent." She continued, "Don't worry, Sister Yin, I'll take good care of him. To be honest, it's more like he takes care of me. When I first met Chu Xian in college, I was afraid he might have changed from the boy I knew. But I soon realized he hadn't changed at all. He remains as kind-hearted as ever." Before long, Chu Xian emerged from the restaurant, interrupting their conversation. Curiously, he asked Shinmushi what she and his sister had been discussing. Shinmushi, opting to keep it light, simply replied, "It's a secret." The four friends did not part ways. Instead, they ventured out together for a shopping excursion. At this moment, Chu Xian remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Within the mall, the three girls walked ahead, engaged in lively chatter, while Chu Xian trailed behind, burdened with an array of packages. It was at this moment that he truly grasped the daunting nature of shopping with girls, though nearly all these items were purchased for him by Chu Yin, along with Shinmushi and Che Xiaoxiao. After their shopping spree, Chu Yin returned to the hotel alone. Che Xiaoxiao headed back to school, while Chu Xian and Shinmushi made their way back to the neighborhood together. As soon as Chu Xian stepped through the door, he collapsed onto the sofa. Reflecting on his prior ambition of becoming a slacker, a goal that now seemed utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, Shinmushi strode directly into Chu Xian's room, leaving him puzzled as to whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber. At that moment, Shinmushi approached him, holding the keyboard from his computer. Chu Xian instantly understood her implication and remarked, "Senior, are you serious?" Shinmushi responded with a smile, "Do you think I jest with you?" She then took a seat on the sofa. Reluctantly, Chu Xian knelt on the keyboard, which was indeed quite painful. Though he was grateful he had not chosen the durian option. After a minute of kneeling, Shinmushi permitted him to rise, playfully chiding, "Next time, do not forget the little hair ties." Just as Chu Xian was about to respond, he felt something soft brush against his cheek. Turning slightly, he was astonished to discover that Shinmushi had kissed him on the cheek. "This is a reward for you. Thank you for taking such good care of me, and for tolerating my capriciousness." The following morning, Chu Xian awoke early from his slumber. After glancing at the time, he chose not to return to sleep, but instead dressed and cautiously exited his room, ultimately leaving the premises. However, he did not depart entirely. After about 10 minutes, he returned with an abundance of breakfast items. As it was Monday, and he had an early class at 8, he could not wait for Shinmushi to awaken before leaving. He left a note stating, "Senior, I have class this morning, so I left early. Please remember to eat breakfast." In the taxi, Chu Xian dozed off once more. Had the driver not awakened him, he might have continued sleeping until noon. Upon realizing the time, he groggily exited the vehicle and strode towards the classroom, only to be halted by the driver, who reminded him, "Young man, you haven't paid yet." Embarrassed, Chu Xian repeatedly apologized, but the driver bore no ill will. After this minor incident, he he finally proceeded towards the classroom. Upon arriving, he fortuitously caught the moment when Teacher Wu was calling out names. As he answered while hastening to his seat, he could not help but acknowledge that although Li Bu'er could be somewhat unreliable at times, he was still somewhat useful when it came to securing seats. As Chu Xian approached Li Bu'er, he promptly fell asleep beside him. Ho Qingran and the others could not help but remark on the vitality of youth, capable of drifting into slumber at a moment's notice. After an indeterminate period, Chu Xian was roused by a series of vibrations. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively assumed it was Li Bu'er's phone and urged him to silence it. Li Bu'er, with an innocent expression, looked at Chu Xian and softly replied, "Xian Ge, it isn't me. My phone has been on silent throughout class. It seems the sound is coming from your direction." Upon rummaging through the desk, Chu Xian discovered that the source of the noise was indeed his own phone, which had received numerous messages. All of these messages were from Shen Mushi. "I've woken up. Why didn't you wake me before you left? How about next time I accompany you to class? Have you eaten? I find this bun to be quite delicious." Faced with such a flurry of messages from Shen Mushi, Chu Xian found himself at a loss as to which to reply to first. He thought to himself, "Since I cannot decide, I shall respond to each one in turn. I didn't wake you because I saw you sleeping so soundly. But if you were there, the entire class might go wild. I had no appetite this morning. Since you like it, I'll buy you more next time." Upon seeing Chu Xian's replies, Shen Mushi first responded with a cute cat emoji, then followed up with another message. "Did you fall asleep again, just now?" Chu Xian replied, How did you guess, senior? You know me too well." Shen Mushi retorted, What else could you be doing? Flirting with other girls? Even if you had the courage, you wouldn't dare." She continued, "Did you not sleep well last night?" The thought of last night's kiss from Shen Mushi made Chu Xian's face flush, as he mused that anyone would struggle to sleep under such circumstances. He replied, "Indeed. After being kissed by you, it's only natural to be too excited to sleep." Shen Mushi responded, "Well, that's understandable. After all, with my beauty, who wouldn't be captivated?" She then sent a sticker proclaiming, "As expected of me." Chu Xian, both speechless and amused, replied, "Senior, do you still remember your original persona? You were supposed to be the aloof goddess." Shen Mushi answered, "Of course, but the aloofness is reserved for outsiders. You are not an outsider. You are my most important boyfriend." Upon seeing the term boyfriend, Chu Xian's language system faltered, resulting in a flurry of messages sent in response. Shen Mushi, fully aware of his meaning, feigned confusion and asked, "Chu Xian, did you accidentally hit the keyboard? Why is your message filled with ah?" Chu Xian attempted to respond, but Shen Mushi interjected, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I have matters to attend to, so you focus on your class." Unbeknownst to him, Shen Mushi had also experienced a restless night, for it was her first time kissing a boy, though it was merely a soft peck on the cheek. She could not help but feel shy. Upon noticing a message from his senior, Chu Xian intended to silence his phone and resume his slumber. At that moment, he observed the expression of Li Bu'er beside him. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen someone in love before?" Chu Xian remarked before drifting back to sleep. It was not until class ended that Li Bu'er and a few others roused him for a meal. As the afternoon arrived, during the sight-singing class, Chu Xian fought to keep his eyelids from succumbing to sleep, only to be called upon by the teacher to review last week's assignment. Chu Xian felt as though he had made an impression on the teachers. As fate would have it, upon rising to perform, he hit a wrong note, eliciting laughter that filled the room. However, Chu Xian, undeterred by the embarrassment, composed himself and continued to sing. Once he finished, Teacher Lu generously praised him and instructed him to take his seat. After sitting down, it was Li Bu'er's turn, called up by the teacher using the student role. To put it mildly, Li Bu'er sang commendably, yet perhaps it would be wise to refrain from singing next time, as 7 out of 7.5 notes were off-key. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xian once again dozed off, only to awaken for the second class of the day. Teacher Song was at the blackboard discussing problems. Perhaps this was the advantage of being remembered by the teacher, for as soon as Chu Xian lifted his gaze, he was summoned to answer a question. Fortunately, the questions were quite simple, merely foundational, and he answered them with ease. Having spent most of the day in slumber, Chu Xian now felt exceptionally refreshed. Bored by the problems on the blackboard, he was about to discreetly check his notes when a message from Shen Mushi arrived. "After class, head straight home. Don't go to the cafeteria, I've prepared dinner." Accompanying the message was a photo of a table laden with dishes. Just then, the class bell rang, and Li Bu'er and the others turned to Chu Xian, inquiring about his dinner plans. With a smile, Chu Xian replied, I'm not going. You all go eat without me. I'll have dinner at home. Ho Qingran chuckled and asked, Are you coming back tonight? Chu Xian responded, Maybe not. If I feel like moving after dinner, I'll return. With that, he made his way alone towards the school gate. Chapter 51. Shenmushi's culinary skills before long. Chu Xian arrived at his doorstep, the aroma of food wafting through the door. He thought to himself that he had yet to taste the dishes prepared by his senior. They should be delightful. Upon opening the door, he discovered two figures seated at the dining table. His sister had come again. Chu Xian slipped into his slippers and approached Chu Yan, saying, Sister, I thought you would have returned to Tang City yesterday. Chu Yan replied, Are you that eager for me to leave? Feeling a bit guilty, Chu Xian chuckled. Haha, of course not. Why would I want you to leave? Their banter prompted Shenmushi, unable to bear it any longer, to urge Chu Xian to wash his hands and prepare for dinner. Chu Xian swiftly washed his hands and took a seat at the dining table. When he beheld his bowl brimming with rice, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Is this an attempt to raise a little pig, senior? He inquired. Indeed, if I nurture a little pig, I need not worry about you being taken away by someone else, Shenmushi replied with a smile. Chu Xian's cheeks flushed, and he lowered his head to eat. Pondering why the senior had taken to teasing him recently, it must be said that Shenmushi's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Even the most ordinary ingredients transformed under her hands into delightful dishes. The plate of shredded potatoes before him was a testament to this. With each strand cut evenly and boasting an exceptionally crisp texture, Chu Xian did not hold back his praise for Shenmushi's culinary artistry, while she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a tender smile. Senior, how about I let you sample my culinary skills next time? He proposed. Upon hearing her brother's intent to cook, Chu Yan nearly spat out the rice in her mouth. After all, Chu Xian had only attempted to cook once, and that endeavor had nearly resulted in a kitchen disaster. Memories of that unfortunate incident flooded her mind, prompting her to hastily intervene. All right, she began to protest. But before she could finish, Shenmushi cheerfully agreed. Watching the two of them, Chu Yan felt as though her presence was unnecessary and that she ought to hide beneath the table. After dinner, Chu Xian took it upon himself to wash the dishes, feeling it was only proper after Shenmushi had prepared the meal. Meanwhile, Chu Yan engaged Shenmushi in conversation on the living room sofa, though the sound of running water rendered Chu Xian oblivious to their discussion. Once he had finished washing, Chu Yan pulled him back into the room and earnestly advised. Chu Xian, you must take good care of Mushi here. As a gentleman, do not mistreat her. Also, when you go out on dates, ensure that you do not always let the girls pay. With that, she transferred 5 yuan to him via a green bubble. Rest assured, sister, I will look after Mushi. After all, I have caused her enough sorrow in my absence, he replied. The two then returned to the living room, where Shenmushi sat demurely on the sofa. It's getting late. I shall not intrude upon your intimate little world any longer. I have an early train in the morning, so if you have time, do come see me off, Chu Yan said as she opened the door to leave. Seeing this, Shenmushi and Chu Xian quickly donned their coats and stepped outside to accompany Chu Yan. After bidding her farewell as she boarded a taxi, they clasped hands and made their way back. What did Sister Yin just say to you? Shenmushi inquired curiously. Oh, nothing much. She merely suggested that I should marry you soon and have you as her sister-in-law, Chu Xian replied. And when do you plan to marry me? Shenmushi asked softly. Chu Xian had anticipated that after his statement, Shenmushi would shyly remain silent, but to his surprise, she countered with a question of her own. This was not the script he had envisioned. Moreover, having just celebrated his 19th birthday, he wouldn't reach the legal age for marriage until his senior year of college. However, what Chu Xian was unaware of was that Shenmushi had already turned crimson, as her previous words seemed to have required considerable courage. Senior, how about I marry you once I graduate? Chu Xian gazed at Shenmushi as he spoke. This time, you mustn't deceive me again. Upon returning home, Chu Xian took a shower and lay down on his bed, informing his dorm mates that he would not be returning that night. I recall that there's no attendance for tomorrow morning's class, right? Chu Xian inquired. Indeed, there wasn't any attendance taken last week. Are you not coming to class tomorrow? Ho Qingran replied. Yes, I'm going to see my sister off tomorrow. All right then, if attendance is taken for the 2 morning classes, I shall answer for you, Ho Qingran offered. Wow, bro, why didn't you tell me your sister was coming to Jiqing? Does she have a boyfriend? Li Buer exclaimed. Scram. Early the next morning, as Chu Xian was still lost in slumber, he was roused by Shenmushi. As he groggily opened his eyes and saw her, He grasped her arm and promptly shut his eyes again. This action left Shinmushi momentarily stunned, prompting her to gently flick his forehead, applying just the right amount of pressure to awaken him without causing pain. Thus, Chu Xian's mind was physically rebooted. At the station, Chu Yin observed the large red mark on her brother's forehead and couldn't help but laugh. "Little brother, winter is approaching, and it seems a mosquito has left its mark on your forehead," she teased. Chu Xian glanced at Shinmushi before responding, "No. I accidentally bumped into a door this morning." Chu Yin smiled but refrained from speaking further, fully aware that it was not a mosquito bite. She merely wished to tease Chu Xian. As the train's arrival time drew near, Chu Yin embraced both of them before turning to enter the station. In that moment, Chu Xian felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. "Let us go home," Shinmushi said, taking Chu Xian's hand. However, Chu Xian declined her offer. For the dreaded Wednesday loomed ahead, with 2 professional classes awaiting him, and he had practiced nothing. "Senior, you should head back. I'll return to school first. I have professional classes tomorrow, and I plan to practice in the piano room today," Shinmushi replied. "Come on, I'm too bored at home. I'll accompany you back." Thus, the two returned to school together. Chu Xian first went to his dormitory to retrieve his student card, as entry to the piano room required swiping the card. Upon reaching the entrance of the piano room, the student responsible for registration promptly greeted Shinmushi with a "hello, senior." Shinmushi responded with a neutral but as they entered the piano room, she transformed, becoming a curious child, exploring the space with wide-eyed wonder. "Senior, have you never been to the piano rooms under the concert hall?" Chu Xian asked curiously. "No, this is my first time here. I have previously practiced piano in Teacher Wang's studio." After speaking, Shinmushi retrieved a chair from the corner and quietly observed Chu Xian. Chapter 52. Torment. As someone who had never studied the piano, Chu Xian could only describe his current feelings through a single piece. Torment. How should I put it? It was undeniably a beautiful melody, yet after Chu Xian's attempt at playing, it was not unpleasant, but neither was it truly enjoyable. Shinmushi watched silently, striving to suppress her laughter at Chu Xian's dismal performance. Eventually, amidst his cries of despair, she rose from her seat. Chu Xian clutched her arm as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Senior, I feel utterly devoid of talent. Would you teach me?" With that, he revealed his big, pitiful eyes. Sensing his earnestness, Shinmushi instructed him to shift slightly to make room for her. The piano bench was so small that their bodies were almost pressed together. "What are you thinking? I will only teach you once. If you don't practice diligently and end up being scolded by Teacher Nye tomorrow, don't come to me in tears." Shinmushi's words brought Chu Xian back to reality. Her fingers danced gracefully over the piano keys, reminiscent of a troupe of fairies performing a delicate ballet. Each note executed with remarkable precision and beauty, in stark contrast to Chu Xian's earlier attempts. While Shinmushi appeared to be dancing upon the keys, Chu Xian seemed to be perpetually tripping over them. "Senior, you are incredible. How can I reach your level?" Chu Xian unabashedly expressed his admiration for her, having long aspired to become an exceptional pianist. "Well, let me think. Practice makes perfect. To be honest, I started out playing just like you. As the old saying goes, with enough effort, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle." Inspired by Shinmushi's words, Chu Xian resolved to dedicate time every day to practice the piano. However, he soon worried that this commitment might leave him with little time to accompany Shinmushi, considering his vocal training and violin practice. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a heavy hand thump against his arm. Turning to discover Shinmushi gazing at him with an icy smile, he felt an unsettling chill. "Are you going to practice or not?" Yes, I will practice," Chu Xian responded hastily. Truth be told, Shinmushi's smile instilled a considerable sense of dread within him. After all, such a cold smile felt like an anime character stepping into reality. It was not merely a smile, it was a smile concealing a blade. Nevertheless, it must be said that Chu Xian possessed some innate piano talent. After numerous attempts, he managed to play a piece from beginning to end. Albeit one so elementary, it could scarcely be considered a challenge. Shinmushi took no notice of its simplicity. Instead, she stood and gently patted Chu Xian's head, seemingly offering encouragement. At that moment, Shinmushi positioned herself behind Chu Xian, her arms gracefully encircling Chu Xian's head before resting upon his hands. Overall, the practice was commendable. Yet there remained some nuances that could be refined. "Relax your hands. I shall take the lead," Shinmushi declared, initiating a hands-on teaching session. After approximately 2 hours, Chu Xian and Shen Mushi departed the piano room hand in hand. Upon witnessing their intertwined fingers, the student responsible for the registration at the entrance could not help but admire Chu Xian. After all, few had ever elicited a smile from Shen Mushi. Senior, I won't be going home tonight. I have an early class tomorrow, and I fear I might oversleep, so I'll stay in the dormitory, Chu Xian stated. Shen Mushi replied calmly, very well. If that's the case, I shall also stay in the dormitory. It seems rather inconsiderate to leave Xiao Xiao alone. Are you sure it's not that you are afraid to be alone? Chu Xian teased, a mischievous grin illuminating his face. Shen Mushi gently pinched him and replied with composure. Chu Xian, are you contemplating kneeling on the keyboard again? Please, senior, I am no longer jesting. The keyboard is fragile. If I were to damage it, I would feel quite distressed. With that, they decided to head to the cafeteria for dinner. After their meal, Chu Xian escorted Shen Mushi back to the dormitory before returning to his own. The few occupants in his dormitory were engaged in a word game when Chu Xian entered. At that instant, they all simultaneously set their phones aside, their gazes shifting towards him. Yet this time, Chu Xian was spared the usual circular meeting. Li Buer, with a sly grin, remarked, "Oh, Xian Gu, what brings you back tonight? Were you perhaps dismissed by the senior?" Chu Xian replied with tranquility, "Not at all. I simply have a professional class in the morning, and I worry about waking up early." As he surveyed the room, he noticed that Ho Qingran was absent and inquired about his whereabouts. Li Buer explained, "Don't even mention it. Our orchestra had rehearsal today, and there were only 2 trumpeters, your Ho Gu and Lu Qingma. I watched as Ho Gu turn beet red from playing. He even told me that he felt like his lips were about to burst. He is currently in the piano room practicing under the teacher's guidance." Afterward, Li Buer showed Chu Xian a photograph depicting Ho Qingran, flushed and diligently playing the trumpet, seemingly exerting himself greatly. Chu Xian recalled Lu Qingma as the boy who had sat next to him in music theory class the previous week. "Wait a moment. I thought your orchestra had rehearsal this morning. Why is Ho Gu still practicing now?" Chu Xian asked, puzzled. Li Buer replied, "We had other classes this morning, so it was postponed to the evening." Just then, Ho Qingran walked into the dormitory, climbed onto his bed, and lay down. Chu Xian felt as though Ho Qingran appeared to have aged a decade. As usual, Chu Xian and Shen Mushi were engaged in a phone conversation, discussing the matters that Li Buer had shared with him earlier. At that moment, Chu Xian heard Ho Qingran calling out to him. Although the lights were already out, the dormitory remained lively with its occupants wide awake, allowing their discussion to unfold without restraint. "What is up, brother Ho?" Chu Xian inquired. Puzzled, Ho Qingran replied, "Do you have that red shopping app on your phone? Are you referring to my Shishi?" Chu Xian asked cautiously. "Yes. There's a current event to safeguard coins. If you invite people to protect them for 2 hours, you'll receive whatever remains at the end. Please help me click on it." With that, Ho Qingran shared the link in their dormitory group chat. Naturally, everyone in the room clicked on it. And once Chu Xian entered the interface, he found himself captivated, even though neither of them truly expected to gain anything from it. Initially, the coins trickled down slowly, and both Chu Xian and Ho Qingran remained optimistic. However, as time dwindled, the intensity of the challenges escalated, and the coins dwindled from 1,000 to mere hundreds, then to tens, and ultimately to 0. Thus, the two endured a 2-hour exhilarating battle only to leave empty-handed. Someone was destined to have a sleepless night. The next day, Chu Xian, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, attended his vocal class in the art building. Due to his struggle to rise early, he had not accompanied his senior to class this time. Upon opening the practice room door, both Teacher Wang and Shun Mu, she immediately noticed his tired appearance, simultaneously inquiring about his activities the previous night. Chu Xian recounted the events, prompting laughter from both. He silently vowed never to engage with my Shishi, the source of all mischief, again. Given that the vocal class commenced at 8 in the morning and his condition was far from optimal, Chu Xian struggled with his singing, cracking his voice upon the first note. Observing this, Teacher Wang remarked with mild exasperation, "Shishi, you ought to keep a closer eye on your friend Chu Xian. He breaks a note with every phrase he sings." Shen Mushi chuckled in response, "Understood, teacher. I'll confiscate his phone the night before our next vocal class." Afterward, Teacher Wang instructed Chu Xian to sit aside and listen to Shun Mushi's lesson, explaining, listening is also a crucial aspect of learning vocal techniques. As the class neared its conclusion, Teacher Wang inquired about what piece Shen Mu she planned to perform for the midterm examination. She shook her head slightly, replying, "I haven't decided yet. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three left the practice room. Chu Xian, brimming with curiosity, bombarded Shun Muxi with questions. Senior, will we have midterms too? What will we be tested on? Shun Muxi patiently responded. You first-year students will not have midterms due to the late start of the semester and military training. Moreover, our music conservatory's midterms differ from others, focusing solely on vocal performance, piano, and instrumental music. As Chu Xian was about to say something further, he was interrupted by Shun Muxi. All right, if you have any questions, let's discuss them when we return home this afternoon. You should head to your piano lesson now. Shun Muxi gestured towards the direction of Chu Xian's piano classroom. Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Xian scratched his head and replied, okay, before preparing to descend to the piano room. However, Shun Muxi called out to him, asking, Chu Xian, what would you like to eat for lunch? I'll prepare it for you. I enjoy whatever you make, senior. Please take care on your way home, Chu Xian said with a smile as he left the third floor, leaving Shun Muxi standing there. At that moment, a voice filled with lamentation emerged from behind Shun Muxi. Turning around, she discovered the dejected face of Che Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what troubles you? Shun Muxi inquired. Che Xiao Xiao sighed. Don't mention it. After you fell asleep last night, a friend sent me a link, asking for my support for my shishi, claiming it was about beating the rats. I ended up working on it until 3 in the morning, and I was scolded by the teacher during class just now. Muxi, I'm so miserable. With that, she once again flung herself into Shun Muxi's embrace. Realizing that this sounded similar to what Chu Xian had mentioned, Shun Muxi comforted Che Xiao Xiao for a while before departing from the art building. On the other hand, Chu Xian's piano lesson progressed smoothly. Thanks to Shun Muxi's special training the day before, he was the only one among his peers who did not receive any reprimands. Although he still had many minor flaws in his performance, it was commendable for a novice to achieve such a level of proficiency. Ho Qingran, however, faced a more arduous fate. Having not practiced the piano the previous week, he found himself sight-reading during class, more accurately described as playing haphazardly, resulting in him receiving the harshest criticism. After their performances, the two did not linger in the piano room, as Teacher Nie's presence could be somewhat intimidating. Ho Qingran turned to Chu Xian and asked, Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal? Chu Xian replied, No thanks, Ho Gu. The senior should have finished preparing lunch by now. Given that the second cafeteria was conveniently close to both the art building and the school entrance, they walked together for a while before parting ways. Chu Xian exited the school gates and hailed a taxi. As he sat in the cab, he pondered whether taking a taxi every day was a bit extravagant. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a small electric scooter. However, it would not be suitable for carrying passengers. Lost in thought, the taxi arrived at his apartment complex. After settling the fare, Chu Xian headed towards home. Upon opening the door, he found Shun Muxi sprawled on the sofa, her expression one of utter desolation. Alarmed, Chu Xian rushed over. Senior, are you unwell? He asked anxiously. Shun Muxi sat up and shook her head, saying, No, it's just. She then showed her phone screen to Chu Xian. Upon seeing it, Chu Xian first felt astonished, followed by a wave of suspicion. Could this be the dreaded my Shishi? Senior, how come you? Shun Muxi replied shyly. Well, while you were in class, I ran into Xiao Xiao. She struggled with it just like you did for quite a while, and after I got home, my curiosity got the better of me. So I decided to give it a try. Who knew it would turn out to be such a trap? Upon hearing Shun Muxi's words, Chu Xian affectionately patted her head, offering comfort. All right, senior, don't be upset. Although my CC offers cheap goods, it's indeed a pitfall. I see you haven't tea cooked yet. How about I whip up a meal for you? The moment Shun Muxi heard that Chu Xian would be cooking, her face lit up with joy. Chu Xian confidently strode into the kitchen, while Shun Muxi contemplated sneaking a peek at his cooking. However, she was promptly shooed away. Just sit in the living room and wait for your meal, senior. Reluctantly, Shun Muxi settled on the sofa like a well-behaved little girl, munching on potato chips while watching cartoons. This was a charming similarity between Chu Xian and Shun Muxi. Despite being adults, they couldn't resist indulging in animated shows. In the kitchen, Chu Xian first cooked the rice and then glanced at the ingredients in the refrigerator, pondering that while he might not excel in other dishes, he was confident in making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yet, one dish alone felt insufficient, so he retrieved potatoes from the fridge, intending to stir-fry some shredded potatoes as well. Chu Xian's movements were swift and efficient, cracking eggs and chopping vegetables in one fluid motion. At least that was his intention. However, when he began slicing the potatoes. Rather than producing shreds, he ended up creating chunks, slices, and dice instead. Resigned, he switched from shredded potatoes to potato cubes. To be fair, Chu Xian's culinary skills remained a mystery, yet he exuded the aura of a seasoned chef, managing to use 2 pans simultaneously. Just then, he received a message. Ho Qingran, Xianer, please lend me your support. This time it's straightforward, and we don't need too many people. Seeing this, Chu Xian had no choice but to pause his cooking to assist Ho Qingran, oblivious to the fact that the food in the pan was starting to burn. When he finally noticed, the bottom of the dish had begun to blacken. In a flurry, he grabbed the spatula and stirred vigorously, thinking to himself, "This thing truly is a source of endless trouble." Chapter 54, Chef Chu Xian. Chu Xian plated his dishes with trepidation and brought them to the dining table. Upon seeing Chu Xian present the food, Shen Mushi, like a little child, eagerly darted to the table and took a seat. As Chu Xian gazed at the spread before him, he wondered if consuming this meal would be safe. Just then, Shen Mushi picked up a piece of egg with her chopsticks, praising the dishes, declaring they tasted quite good. Chu Xian looked at her in disbelief. Although he had never cooked before, he could certainly tell whether his dish was burnt or not. Meanwhile, Shen Mushi savored the food under Chu Xian's skeptical gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xian picked up his chopsticks and sampled the food. However, when he skeptically tasted a piece of tomato, he immediately spat it out. The initial sensation of the dish was a tad salty, followed by an unpleasant sourness and bitterness. The potatoes, being chunky and still somewhat firm, were far from being fully cooked. Chu Xian exclaimed, "Ugh, senior, don't eat this. It's utterly dreadful. Let us just order takeout." Shen Mushi, as if her sense of taste had vanished, continued to nibble at the dishes on the table. Noticing this, Chu Xian grasped her right hand and remarked, "Senior, surely your taste buds haven't disappeared? How can you endure such atrocious food?" Shen Mushi smiled and replied, "Really? I actually think it's not that bad. Perhaps it's just that you lack experience in the kitchen." While she spoke, Chu Xian had already ordered takeout through a yellow app on his phone. To prevent Shen Mushi from consuming any more of the unpalatable dishes, he pulled her over to the sofa to watch television. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Mushi didn't find his cooking particularly delectable either. In fact, it could be described as quite distasteful. However, he was the first boy, aside from her father, to cook for her, and likely the last. This thought brought a smile to her lips, which startled Chu Xian, who inwardly worried, "Oh no, I hope my cooking hasn't made her lose her wits." The two settled on the sofa to watch television, and suddenly Chu Xian asked, "Senior, may I rest my head on your lap for a while?" "You letcher." Shen Mushi blushed and took a moment to muster those words, yet despite her protest, she allowed him to recline there. Her legs were slender, resembling 2 perfectly straight chopsticks, with skin as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, unmarred by any blemish. Unlike the overly thin girls, her legs were not merely skin stretched over bone. They were filled with resilience and strength, exuding an aura of boundless vitality and life. As Chu Xian lay upon them, he experienced an indescribable comfort. The softness beneath him seemed to dissolve all worries and fatigue, allowing him to savor a moment of tranquility and relaxation. Unknowingly, he gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Shen Mushi, meanwhile, gazed intently at his serene and charming face, her heart swelling with endless affection and tenderness. As time ticked away, her fondness for Chu Xian deepened. Her gaze grew increasingly fervent, and her heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, a daring and alluring thought crossed her mind. Why not steal a kiss while he lay peacefully asleep? This idea sent a thrill of both excitement and trepidation through her. She knew it might be risky, yet the impulse within her was undeniable. She gently leaned closer to Chu Xian's cheek, feeling his faint breaths, as if she could inhale the warmth that emanated from him. Her lips trembled slightly, drawing nearer to his face. Just as their lips were a mere centimeter apart, an abrupt and loud call from outside shattered the moment. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." This unexpected interruption fell upon Shen Mushi like a bucket of cold water, jolting her back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm the tumult within her heart and quickly composed her scattered emotions. She gently nudged the slumbering Chu Xian on her lap, softly calling out, "Chu Xian, wake up." Upon awakening, Chu Xian gazed at Shen Mushi with drowsy eyes, still not fully cognizant of his surroundings. Shen Mushi smiled faintly, her voice tender as she said, "The delivery has arrived. Let's go get it." With that, she rose and walked to the door to receive the order. Once Chu Xian joined her in the living room, they sat across from each other. Although the previously intimate atmosphere had been disrupted, the current tranquility and warmth enveloped them in a unique sense of happiness. After lunch, instead of retreating to his room, Chu Xian ventured into the kitchen to tidy up the aftermath. He began by placing the two indescribable remnants into a garbage bag, preparing to dispose of it downstairs shortly. Just then, Shen Mushi entered the kitchen. Her eyes widened at the sight of various food scraps scattered about, as though a fierce battle had unfolded. Pots and pans lay in disarray, narrating the chaos that had just transpired. The air was thick with the scent of something burnt. Shen Mushi instinctively furrowed her brow, concern flickering in her gaze. However, she did not scold Chu Xian for transforming the kitchen into a battleground. Instead, she regarded him with gentle eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips, radiating affection. She patted his shoulder lightly, indicating that she was not troubled by the mess. Subsequently, Shen Mushi took up a cloth and began to wipe down the stove and countertops. Chu Xian, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, watched her diligently at work. He wished to tell her that her assistance was unnecessary, but her resolute demeanor left him with no choice but to join her in the cleanup. Before long, through their combined efforts, the kitchen was restored to its former cleanliness, and a small sense of achievement blossomed within Chu Xian. Shen Mushi gazed at him with fondness, softly stating, "Chu Xian, when you have time, I will teach you how to cook, so you don't have to turn the kitchen into a disaster every time." Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Chu Xian's face, and he sheepishly scratched his head, reflecting on the times he had watched Chu Yin cook. He recalled how effortlessly she tossed various ingredients into the pan, seemingly without difficulty. Little did he know, when it came time for him to try, he found it far more challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 55. A delightful afternoon on Wednesday. As Chu Xian had only morning classes, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of spending the entire afternoon with his senior. The thought of being close to her brought him uncontainable joy. Currently, the two were languidly seated together on the sofa, engrossed in a horror film. The choice of genre was suggested by Chu Xian, as horror films are known to strengthen the bond between couples and also showcase his courageous side to Shen Mushi. However, while imagination paints a beautiful picture, reality struck Chu Xian like a bolt from the blue. Shen Mushi, with an impassive expression, watched the film without a hint of fear or anxiety, while Chu Xian clung tightly to her, at times burying his head behind her. In that moment, he resembled a frightened little wife. "If you're scared, we needn't continue watching," Shen Mushi said calmly. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian could not possibly agree, and for the next hour, the room echoed with his startled exclamations. When the film concluded, Shen Mushi calmly munched on potato chips, while Chu Xian trembled in the corner, feeling as though he was surrounded by people, despite it being daylight. Observing his state, Shen Mushi offered him a chip, smiling as she reassured him, "It's all right. Don't be afraid. It's all fiction. I will protect you." "Chu Xian, let us play a game," she continued. Chu Xian looked at her in surprise. After knowing her for so long, he was unaware that she also played video games. As they had not previously added each other on QQ, they exchanged friend requests first. As soon as Chu Xian logged in, he received a game invitation from someone named I Am a Little Fox. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to decline. At that moment, Shen Mushi playfully flicked his arm, saying, "Why did you reject my team invitation?" Only then did Chu Xian realize that the person was indeed Shen Mushi, and he found the name I Am a Little Fox rather adorable. In contrast, Chu Xian's username was quite simple, merely Lu Rini, akin to a green bubble. As a wildcard player, Chu Xian wished to showcase his skills before his senior, but it had been a long time since he had played. Even when gaming with Li Bu-er and others, he had merely filled the support role, resulting in his performance being somewhat dismal. With scores of 35, 611, and 47. It was hard to believe these were his stats, and he couldn't help but chuckle at his own results. Conversely, Shen Mushi, playing as a mid laner, consistently dominated the field with scores of 70, 112, and 140, leaving Chu Xian astonished. He had not anticipated her prowess in gaming. Although they won all 3 matches, Chu Xian felt utterly disconnected from the experience, as he had intended to elevate Shen Mushi's rank, only to find himself being carried by her. A thought crossed his mind. It appeared he needed to diligently practice his skills. As the two concluded their gaming session, the sky had darkened considerably. Rather than linger indoors, Chu Xian and his companion clasped hands and ventured outside. Soon, they arrived at a bustling street that bore the vibrant atmosphere of a night market. Despite the impending chill of November, the night market's allure was undeterred. Hand in hand, they meandered deeper into the lively scene, where an array of unfamiliar delicacies piqued their curiosity. They paused at a stall that appeared to specialize in barbecue delights. There, Shunmushi ordered 2 skewers of silkworm pupae, several meat skewers, and a few skewers of quail eggs. Upon hearing about the silkworm pupae, Chu Xian's face visibly contorted in reluctance. Yet a flicker of hope lingered within him. Perhaps it was a delicacy favored by his senior? However, after tasting a single bite of the pupae, Shunmushi handed the rest to Chu Xian. Despite his mental preparations, he found himself unable to take a bite, opting instead to stow it in a bag he held. It is often said that men are prone to gaining weight during romance, a notion Chu Xian once dismissed, yet now he found it undeniable. His hands soon overflowed with a variety of foods, most of which Shunmushi had barely sampled before passing them to him. At that moment, Shunmushi halted in front of a milk tea shop. Observing this, Chu Xian quickly remarked, "Senior, you need tea by 1 for me. I'm not that thirsty." As anticipated, upon receiving her drink, Shunmushi took a few sips before declaring it unpalatable and transferring it to Chu Xian. Now, Chu Xian felt a surge of despair, contemplating that if this continued, weight gain was inevitable. This scene did not escape Shunmushi's notice. She paused, turned to him, and puffed her cheeks in mock indignation, saying, "Are you rejecting me? It seems that once you have something, you no longer cherish it." Humph. Taken aback by her words, Chu Xian stammered, "Senior, I'm not rejecting you. It's just that there's too much food, and I fear I'll soon be overweight if I keep eating like this." Shunmushi replied, "It's all right. If you end up looking like a little pig, I wouldn't mind at all," accompanied by a playful grin. Chu Xian found her endearing, though he mused that such sentiments only resonate when love is truly blossoming. He held on to the hope that he and Shunmushi might indeed share a lasting bond. As the night deepened, the pair prepared to return home. At that moment, they noticed a gathering in the town square, encircled by a crowd that seemed to be witnessing a public declaration of love. Drawn by the inherent Chinese affinity for vibrant scenes, Chu Xian and Shunmushi strode forward. In the center of the throng, a heart formed of candles illuminated the scene, with the protagonist standing within. As the young man, bouquet in hand, professed his feelings to the young woman across from him, the crowd erupted with encouraging shouts of affirmation. In the presence of witnesses, the girl consented to the boy's confession, and soon after, the crowd dispersed, leaving Chu Xian and his companion ready to return home. As they walked, Shunmushi gazed at Chu Xian with her large, sparkling eyes, and he seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. "Why are you staring at me, senior? Is there something on my face?" Chu Xian inquired. Shunmushi replied, "Chu Xian, have you forgotten something important?" Puzzled, he asked, "Forgotten what?" "There's no rain today, no clothes to hang, and the gas is turned off." Shunmushi continued, "Oh, it's that matter we discussed earlier, something quite significant." I seem to have forgotten. Could you remind me, senior?" Upon his words, Shunmushi, clearly displeased, turned away and strode ahead without a backward glance. Chu Xian understood she was referring to the formal confession. Witnessing such an event would inevitably stir feelings of envy within her. However, if he were to inform her beforehand, would it still retain its element of surprise? Late at night, Chu Xian tossed and turned in bed, perhaps due to having eaten too much earlier in the evening. Chapter 56, The Secret Plan. The weather in Ji City was capricious, seemingly oscillating between summer and winter. At present, Chu Xian was curled up under the covers, soundly asleep. After a couple of hours, his alarm clock jolted him awake. Despite the pervasive chill indoors, he had no choice but to attend class. Upon exiting his room, he noticed that Shunmushi was not in the living room as she usually was at this hour. "Senior? Senior?" After calling out several times, he discerned that she had not emerged from her room. Approaching her door, he gently knocked a few times, but received no response. A wave of concern washed over him. Could a thief have broken in last night? Or worse, could she be ill? A myriad of thoughts surged through Chu Xian's mind. Gently turning the doorknob, he discovered that Shunmushi's door was unlocked. "I'm coming in, senior," he whispered. Yet, she remained oblivious to his presence. Shunmushi's room resembled Pandora's box, brimming with enchantment and allure. Upon entering, Chu Xian was greeted by walls painted in a dreamy shade of pink. And in the corner sat a collection of plush toys of various sizes, including one he had won from a claw machine earlier. On the wall behind her bed hung a series of candid photographs he had no recollection of taking. Additionally, her bedside table displayed a cherished photo of the two of them together. Shen lay cocooned in her blanket like a fluffy caterpillar, and upon seeing her, Chu Xian refrained from waking her. Instead, he surreptitiously snapped a photo and settled cross-legged on the carpet, contentedly watching his senior. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and the more he gazed, the deeper his affection grew. Even with her tousled hair, Shen Mushi's image remained untarnished in Chu Xian's heart. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away for quite a while, and Chu Xian had even forgotten that he had choir practice with Shen Mushi. After approximately another half hour, Shen Mushi reluctantly opened her beautiful eyes, only to be met with the sight of Chu Xian gazing at her with evident affection. "Good morning, senior," he whispered gently. Shen Mushi seemed somewhat puzzled as to why Chu Xian was in her room, yet she tenderly caressed his cheek and replied, "Yes, good morning, senior. We are late for class. Perhaps we should forego it," Chu Xian suggested, showing her his phone, which displayed the time as 10:10, indicating that the choir had already begun rehearsal 10 minutes prior. Upon seeing the time, Shen Mushi did not appear flustered, instead proceeding to leisurely wash up and change, albeit after shooing Chu Xian out of her room first. Due to the sudden drop in temperature overnight in Jiqing, the two, who had only worn hoodies the previous day, found themselves compelled to don an additional coat. Fortunately, when Xu Yan had come to visit, she had brought along ample clothing for them. In no time, they were dressed and hailed a taxi to school. Inside the classroom, the rehearsal had already commenced, while outside, Chu Xian and Shen Mushi stood awkwardly at the door, unsure of how to enter. Just then, Teacher Wang from the choir happened to arrive at the door and spotted them. "Hey, Mushi, why aren't you and Chu Xian coming in?" Chu Xian had grown disinterested in the fact that the teacher recognized him. "Teacher, Mushi and I overslept, and we're too embarrassed to go in now." Teacher Wang chuckled, "Haha, I never thought I'd see you late, Mushi. Well, let us not dwell on it this time. Go on in, but do try not to be late next time." As Chu Xian and Shen Mushi followed Teacher Wang inside, he grasped Shen Mushi's hand, seemingly declaring his claim before all present. Shen Mushi appeared to understand Chu Xian's intention, smiling as she said, "All right. Let us discuss things after class. I'll head to my seat now." The upperclassmen in the classroom, witnessing the earlier scene, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet chose to suppress their feelings in silence. Seated at his desk, Chu Xian seemed lost in thought, to the extent that he did not respond when Liang Sanjin called his name. After class, following a brief exchange of pleasantries with Shun Mushi and Che Xiaoxiao, Chu Xian left the classroom alone, as if he had made a significant decision. "Is there some tension between you and Chu Xian?" Che Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. Meanwhile, Shen Mushi was equally bewildered, not understanding why Chu Xian was in such a hurry. Was it possible that she had upset him? Shen Mushi pondered this in her mind. As we shift our perspective to Chu Xian, it becomes apparent that his urgency to depart stems from a revelation he experienced the night prior. Ignited by a passerby's confession of affection, he is contemplating a formal declaration of his feelings to his senior in the near future, and naturally, he wishes to devise a plan that is distinct from the ordinary. With some preliminary ideas already taking shape in his mind, Chu Xian, being a native of Tang City, is unaware of any suitable locales for such a confession in Ji City. Thus, he must return to his dormitory to consult the locals among his 7 roommates. Upon entering the room, he finds his peers engrossed in their mobile devices, their reactions to his arrival nonchalant, as they have grown accustomed to his frequent comings and goings. Chu Xian seats himself on Su Yu's bed and quietly inquires, "Third brother, are there any places in Ji City suitable for couples to enjoy together?" Su Yu responds, "You've come to the right person. There are plenty of places like restaurants and cinemas." He proceeds to enumerate a multitude of ideal date spots. However, these suggestions do not align with what Chu Xian is seeking. Li Buer, intrigued by their conversation, is about to interject, but Chu Xian preemptively silences him. With no other option, Chu Xian opens his laptop, endeavoring to find his ideal location online. Though it feels akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, he indeed manages to discover a fitting venue. Yet, this place is not in Ji City itself, but rather in a nearby small town. It boasts an expansive forest of vibrant red maple leaves, akin to a breathtaking canvas painted by nature itself. Nestled within this maple grove lies a secluded campsite, enveloped by the dense foliage, reminiscent of a tranquil paradise untouched by the outside world. After viewing several introduction videos, Chu Xian concludes that this may be the perfect spot for his confession to his senior, as the red maple leaves symbolize deep affection. Closing his laptop, he turns to Su Chun and states, I won't be attending tomorrow's violin class. Please excuse me to my teacher and say I have a fever. Having arranged everything, Chu Xian departs the dormitory, intending to return to his apartment. At that moment, he receives a message from Shin Mushi. When will you be back? If you don't hurry, the food will get cold. Chu Xian replies, I'll be back shortly, senior. Approximately 10 minutes later, he stands before his door, gently turning the doorknob, contemplating how he should respond to any questions Shin Mushi might pose. However, upon his return, Shin Mushi does not inquire about his whereabouts, but instead urges him to wash his hands and eat. Chu Xian, noting her lack of questions, decides to remain silent. Soon, having washed his hands, he joins her at the dining table. Shin Mushi gazes at him with a smile, though Chu Xian appears oblivious to the subtle daggers concealed within her grin. Upon sampling a dish, Chu Xian immediately sensed something was amiss. The level of spiciness seemed rather unusual. Noticing an open bottle of cola in front of Shin Mushi, he seized it, only to realize upon taking a sip that it was not cola at all, but rather aged vinegar. So, what were you in such a hurry to do after class? Shin Mushi inquired with a playful smile directed at Chu Xian. He replied, Senior, I had some matters to attend to in my dormitory today. Oh, really? What could possibly be so urgent that you neglected me? Shin Mushi retorted, crossing her arms in a mock display of annoyance. Observing her demeanor, Chu Xian explained, I assure you, it's something quite important, but I cannot disclose it just yet. With that, he made a shushing gesture. Reluctantly, Shin Mushi ceased her inquiries and proceeded to the kitchen to retrieve 2 more dishes. Senior, I hope this time the spiciness is within the normal range? Chu Xian asked. Still apprehensive, Shin Mushi replied with a grin, why don't you take a guess? The following morning, Chu Xian departed early, making a careful exit that nonetheless roused the slumbering Shin Mushi. Upon stepping outside, she scanned her surroundings only to find that Chu Xian had already left. Internally, she grumbled, You rascal, sneaky pig, leaving without a word. I swear I won't pay you any more attention. Once back in her room, she discovered a message on her phone sent 3 minutes prior. Senior, I'm heading out today and will likely return late. Don't wait for me to eat. And remember to take care of yourself. Accompanying the message was a heart emoji. Shifting perspectives back to Chu Xian, he was aboard a high-speed train to a nearby city. Having chosen to leave early to explore the area, as first-hand experience is far superior to online promotions. The distance to Jiqing, his destination, was a mere 20 minutes by train. Upon arrival, he did not rush directly to the maple leaf forest, but instead wandered through the city center, thinking it unwise to take his senior to just one location. Despite having prepared a guide, he noticed that most attractions involved various mountain climbs. Is it really ideal for our first outing together to solely engage in hiking? He pondered. After a leisurely stroll around the city center, Chu Xian discovered several activities suitable for couples: pottery crafting, cat cafes, and arcades. The inclusion of the arcade was simply a matter of convenience. He meticulously documented these options, intending to make a thoughtful selection upon his return that evening. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to the maple leaf forest, only to realize that it was, in fact, a scenic area, with the camping site merely an ancillary feature within the larger attraction. As Chu Xian walked along the path, he marveled at the vibrant red leaves surrounding him. He had heard that the scenic area featured a water screen, fireworks, and various performances. At that moment, a lady beside him inquired, Young man, did you come to the maple forest alone? Chu Xian smiled and replied, Yes, Auntie, I am here by myself. I plan to confess to my girlfriend here in a few days. The lady responded, What a lovely idea. The scenery is so beautiful. It would be even more enchanting with a layer of snow. I wish you success, young man. After she finished speaking, she turned and departed, leaving Chu Xian pondering that it was only early November and snow was unlikely. He continued walking deeper into the area. Before long, Chu Xian arrived at the entrance of the camping site, which looked exactly like it did in the videos he had seen. In the center lay an artificial lake, surrounded by clusters of crimson maple trees. At that moment, he recalled hearing about a fireworks display scheduled for the evening. After several hours of negotiation, he finally found the manager of the entire area. Despite his typically shy demeanor around acquaintances, Chu Xian spoke eloquently to the manager, expressing his ideas. Initially, the manager was reluctant to agree, as no one had ever attempted such a thing there. However, unable to withstand Chu Xian's persuasive arguments, the manager ultimately acquiesced. Since many of the items Chu Xian required were custom-made, he was asked to pay a deposit, which he readily provided. When do you plan to bring your girlfriend here? The manager inquired calmly. Well, on November 1st, Chu Xian replied. They exchanged contact information, preparing to connect again closer to the date. Chu Xian's plan was quite straightforward. He needed some extras, special fireworks, and a large heart-shaped model with hidden surprises. After finalizing these arrangements, he headed to the station to await his high-speed train back to Jiqing. By the time Chu Xian returned home, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. He cautiously opened the door, fearful of waking his senior. To his surprise, he found Shin Mushi quietly seated on the sofa, neither watching television nor munching on snacks. She appeared somewhat forlorn. Upon seeing Chu Xian, Shin Mushi immediately slipped on her slippers and rushed to him. Before he could speak, she leaped into his arms and softly said, "What have you been doing all day? I was so bored alone." Chu Xian gently stroked Shin Mushi's hair and replied, "I'm sorry, senior. I promise I won't leave you alone at home again. Let us go out together on the 1st of next month." As the days passed, November 1st approached. In Shin Mushi's eyes, Chu Xian exuded a mysterious aura during these recent days. He seemed to have transformed into a person of elusive whereabouts. Aside from attending classes, he spent the majority of his time either in the dormitory or quietly sequestered in his own room. This peculiar behavior left Shin Mushi utterly perplexed regarding what exactly Chu Xian was up to. Despite having inquired about his activities, Chu Xian's lips remained sealed as if coated with an entire bottle of glue, revealing not a hint of information. The reason for Chu Xian's enigmatic demeanor lay in the fact that ever since his return from Linzhou, he had been diligently devising various schemes and plans. Fearing any potential oversight, to preempt any unforeseen complications, Chu Xian even formulated contingency measures. On the evening of October 31st, as he contemplated the impending execution of his grand plan, he found himself restless, oscillating between excitement and anxiety, and yet again, he spent the night without sleep. The following morning, Chu Xian rose early to freshen up. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Shin Mushi already dressed and seated on the living room sofa, seemingly having waited for him for quite some time. Noticing this, Chu Xian hurried to the bathroom to complete his grooming before returning to his room to change clothes. "Remember to dress warmly. It's bound to be quite cold," Shin Mushi gently advised. Just as Chu Xian turned to respond, he was captivated by the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Perhaps it was the favor of the heavens, for snow had indeed graced Jiqing in November, a rarity that even in January in Tang City, Chu Xian had seldom witnessed. After capturing the moment with a photograph on his phone, he swiftly returned to his bedroom to change. From his wardrobe, he retrieved the scarf that a senior had personally gifted him, wrapping it around his neck with great care. Upon seeing the scarf about his neck, Shin Mushi felt a twinge of shyness, for although she had knitted it herself, she believed its flaws were far too numerous. "Next time, I shall knit you another one," she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Before long, the two arrived at the station. As it was not a holiday, the station was rather desolate, and they settled on a bench near the entrance. Subsequently, taking advantage of a moment to visit the restroom, Chu Xian seized the opportunity to conduct a final confirmation with the responsible party. Once he received an unshakable assurance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not long after, the train they were to board began ticket inspections. Although they had not purchased adjacent seats, due to the sparse number of passengers, Chu Xian sat directly beside Shin Mushi. 20 minutes later, the train arrived at Linzhou, and adhering to his meticulously crafted plan, Chu Xian guided the senior to a couple's pottery studio. Upon their entrance, the shop attendant greeted them with a warm smile and promptly approached, extending a heartfelt welcome to the two of them. Subsequently, the attentive shop assistant guided Chu Xian and Shin Mushi to the crafting area. Here, several couples were engrossed in molding their unique creations, enveloping the atmosphere in warmth and romance. After a leisurely stroll around the crafting zone, Chu Xian and Shin Mushi chose a relatively quiet corner to settle down. For them, embarking on their inaugural pottery experience was a delightful novelty. Yet it also left them a bit bewildered, unsure of how to commence. Just as their uncertainty lingered, the shop assistant approached with impeccable timing, presenting them with a detailed tutorial and assuring them that by adhering to the outlined steps, they would successfully complete their masterpiece. The initial task was to knead the clay, a seemingly simple endeavor that naturally fell to Chu Xian. He accepted the clay and earnestly began to knead it. The process was lengthy and somewhat monotonous, but fortunately, Shin Mushi was by his side. She resembled an innocent child, occasionally peering curiously at the creations of others and playfully teasing Chu Xian, which alleviated his boredom. Time flew swiftly, and after approximately 30 minutes, Chu Xian finally finished the kneading and handed the clay to Shun Mu Shi for the subsequent steps. At that moment, Chu Xian gazed curiously at Shun Mu Shi, who was entirely focused on her work and couldn't help but inquire, "Senior, what kind of item do you intend to create?" Shun Mu Shi slightly raised her head, her gaze still fixed on the clay, and calmly replied, "Well, I plan to make 2 cups, one adorned with your likeness and the other with mine." Upon hearing this, a bemused expression crossed Chu Xian's face, for at that moment, the clay bore no resemblance to cups, but rather resembled a shallow dish accompanied by a pair of diligently working hands. Observing Shun Mu Shi's concentration, a surge of desire to assist her welled up within him. Thus, he gently extended his hand, covering hers, and softly offered, "Senior, allow me to help you." Shun Mu Shi did not decline Chu Xian's kindness. After all, other couples nearby were receiving assistance from their partners, and had he not taken the initiative, she might have felt a tinge of disappointment. With Chu Xian's help, the rudimentary shape of the cup rapidly took form. Now, all that was needed was to embellish it with designs and allow it to air dry naturally. The entire process progressed smoothly, and the synergy between Chu Xian and Shun Mu Shi deepened. They exchanged thoughts about their creation, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Each took turns applying color to the cups, every stroke infused with their unique creativity and emotions. Ultimately, it was Shun Mu Shi's turn to add the finishing touch with her artistic design. Chu Xian was astonished to discover that the pattern she painted was exquisite, as though she had received professional training in artistry. Curiosity brimming, he asked, "Senior, did you study painting in the past?" However, Shun Mu Shi did not directly respond to his inquiry. Instead, she playfully smiled and softly said, "Why not take a guess? If you get it right, I shall reveal the answer." Before long, another cup was adorned with vibrant colors. When Chu Xian beheld the complete designs on both cups, he couldn't help but chuckle. The cup in his hand depicted an adorable boy donning a piggy headpiece, while Shun Mu Shi's cup featured a representation of herself. Naturally, Chu Xian did not dwell on these details. After the staff handed them the carefully packaged cups, the two departed from that cozy establishment, content and satisfied. At noon, after relishing a sumptuous lunch, Chu Xian did not proceed as planned to the maple leaf forest with Shun Mu Shi. Instead, he took her to a cat CAF he had previously noted. As they stepped into the cat haven, it felt as though they had been ensnared in a gentle paradise brimming with feline charm, unable to extricate themselves. The CAF showcased an array of cats, each more enchanting than the last. There were the regal golden tabbies, the round and endearing British shorthairs, and the soft, cloud-like ragdolls, each exuding its own unique allure. Shun Mu Shi, unable to contain her delight, scooped up a ragdoll, her eyes sparkling with affection as she turned to Chu Xian and said, "Chu Xian, when we return, shall we adopt a little kitten?" Her voice conveyed a hint of eagerness and longing as she gazed at him with a pleading look, seemingly hoping for his affirmative response. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Deep down, he had longed for a cat of his own. Whenever he discussed the prospect of getting a cat with Chu Yan, she would always defer with various excuses, be it choosing between the cat or Chu Xian, or insisting that he first take care of himself. Now, presented with such an opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Thus, the two spent a delightful afternoon in the warm embrace of the cat CAF, frolicking with the cats, stroking their soft fur, and savoring the joy of this intimate connection with animals. Time flowed quietly, and as the sky darkened, Chu Xian realized that much time had passed. He gently tapped Shun Mu Shi's shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave for their next destination, a place of utmost significance and meaning. Chapter 59. The formal confession. After departing the cat CAF, the pair casually hailed a taxi, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. As soon as they alighted, they were immediately captivated by the surrounding grandeur. Even though Chu Xian had visited this place a few days prior, the breathtaking beauty struck him anew. After purchasing their tickets, they eagerly ventured deeper into the scenic area. As they walked, Chu Xian admired the wondrous sights among the leaves. He mused to himself, the elderly woman he encountered days ago had indeed spoken the truth. The red maple leaves, blanketed by pure white snow, complemented each other beautifully, enhancing the captivating scenery. Beside them, Shun Mu Shi was evidently brimming with excitement, her curious gaze flitting about, sparkling with delight. At that moment, a young couple strolled past, murmuring discontentedly to one another. "Have you heard? The fireworks display at the scenic area has been rescheduled for tonight." The girl's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. I heard a boy intends to confess to his girlfriend and has requested the park's management to set off the fireworks at a specific time, the boy replied. Upon overhearing the conversation, Shinmushi turned her gaze towards Chu Xian and softly inquired, "Did you bring me here tonight specifically to watch the fireworks?" "Alas, I just heard from the passers-by that the exact timing is still unknown." Chu Xian's lips curled into a gentle smile as he reassured her, "Don't be so downcast, senior. Perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to catch it just in time." Without hesitation, he took Shinmushi's hand and together they ventured deeper into the camping area. As night fell, the stars twinkled above and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Hand in hand, they made their way toward the campsite. Along the path, they encountered a dazzling array of performances. However, as Chu Xian had anticipated, the water screen had not been activated due to the heavy snowfall the previous night. Nevertheless, he did not linger too long at these attractions, for he understood that the essence of this date lay in the moments they would share together. Thus, he merely glanced at the lively surroundings before continuing towards their destination, his gaze consistently resting on the person beside him, filled with tenderness and anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the campsite, enveloped by a grove of maple trees, where a grand heart-shaped sculpture stood prominently, attracting numerous visitors eager to capture the moment. At that instant, the park manager, upon recognizing Chu Xian, approached them with warmth and enthusiasm. He greeted them, saying, "Welcome to our campsite. Here, you can enjoy barbecuing yourself or even set up your own tent," while handing the pricing information to Chu Xian. Without a second thought, Chu Xian chose the most expensive option. Shinmushi responded with a hint of exasperation, "The most ordinary one will suffice. You need not heed him. I'll take charge at home." Understanding the situation, the manager tactfully excused himself. Shinmushi turned to Chu Xian and remarked, "Why choose the most expensive? As long as we enjoy ourselves, that's enough." Chu Xian replied, "I simply wish to provide the best for you, senior." Shinmushi smiled and said, "Silly. With you around, everything is the best." Hearing her words, Chu Xian's face flushed slightly as he led Shinmushi to a secluded area, which, rather than being a true private room, was more akin to a pavilion with interconnected surroundings. As the surrounding passers-by occasionally glanced at Chu Xian and his companion, Shinmushi remained oblivious to the fact that the earlier pricing was merely a formality and that the onlookers were, in reality, employees of the scenic area whom Chu Xian had requested the manager to summon. Soon, the manager arrived, accompanied by a group of staff, delivering the ingredients and barbecue grill right before the private room of the two. Chu Xian approached the grill, igniting the charcoal, and began methodically unwrapping the ingredients, brushing them with oil before placing them on the grill to cook. Shinmushi quietly sat beside him, assisting in his endeavors. Truth be told, Chu Xian felt a twinge of anxiety, as he had previously experienced a kitchen disaster, though it ultimately turned out well. Each time he finished grilling a few skewers, he would offer one to Shinmushi for tasting, only removing it from the grill once she affirmed its deliciousness. Before long, they had grilled all the food and placed it on a platter to bring into the room. Noticing the darkness descending outside, Chu Xian seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of needing the restroom and sought out the manager. Upon seeing Chu Xian approach, the manager immediately grasped his intent and made a call on his mobile device. Meanwhile, Shinmushi observed as a young man from a nearby room pulled his female companion to the heart-shaped sculpture, holding flowers and proclaiming loudly, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Captivated by this display, Shinmushi and the other onlookers were drawn in. At that moment, she recalled hearing the passers-by mention a confession would occur. Surely, they referred to this couple. However, as Shinmushi slowly approached, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, leaving her somewhat bewildered. It was only when she drew closer that she realized the figure beneath the heart-shaped sculpture was not the couple she expected, but rather a bashful Chu Xian, holding flowers. As Shinmushi neared him, the surrounding spectators discreetly withdrew, leaving only Chu Xian and Shinmushi together. Chu Xian first handed the flowers to Shinmushi and then expressed, "Senior, before I met you, I believed I might never experience love again. The fast-paced nature of modern romance seems ill-suited for me, and amidst this hurried life, finding a slower rhythm feels nearly impossible. Yet, upon our first encounter, an unprecedented flutter stirred within me, and I could hardly discern whether this sensation was merely a reaction to your beauty. As I grew closer to you, I began to question whether my feelings were genuine affection or simply a desire for companionship. After recognizing you again, I found myself uncertain whether you liked me or the fearless version of myself from childhood. To be candid, I fear that the person I am now is not the one you would cherish. Following my last confession, I often grapple with feelings of inadequacy, questioning what right I have as an ordinary passerby to be worthy of someone like you. At this moment, I find myself confronting the thoughts within my heart. Perhaps the initial flutter of affection was merely sparked by the allure of my senior's appearance, but now, it is your entirety that captivates me, dear senior. I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend? As Chu Xian uttered the 4 words I like you, vibrant fireworks erupted in the distant sky. Upon hearing this, Shin Mushi chuckled and replied, "Silly boy, haven't I already been your girlfriend?" Chu Xian opened his mouth, about to respond, but before he could utter a word, Shin Mushi rose on her tiptoes, closed her beautiful eyes, parted her ruby lips, and gently kissed him. Simultaneously, the enormous heart-shaped statue behind them ignited into a fierce blaze. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the statue itself was a colossal firework. The dazzling display illuminated the night sky, casting a clear reflection of Chu Xian and Shin Mushi locked in their embrace. In this dreamlike scene, they shared their first kiss. Just then, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the heavens, as if the universe had bestowed its blessings upon them. Shin Mushi extended her slender hand, attempting to catch the drifting snowflakes. Yet, as soon as they landed on her palm, they vanished, leaving only a fleeting chill. However, Shin Mushi was not disheartened. Instead, a sweet smile graced her face. She took out her phone to capture this beautiful moment before grasping Chu Xian's hand and slowly departing from the romantic setting. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the night, leaving behind the still-burning heart-shaped statue, a testament to the beautiful moment they had just experienced. Chapter 60. Sharing a bed in the blink of an eye. The two arrived at the hotel within the scenic area. Given that the hour was late and the snow continued to fall, they opted not to return to Jiqing. "I'm sorry, but we only have one room available," the receptionist apologized. Upon hearing this, Shin Mushi turned to Chu Xian and exclaimed, "You sly wolf. Is this your arrangement?" Chu Xian, utterly bewildered, quickly raised 4 fingers in assurance that it was not his doing. Shin Mushi did not press the matter further. After securing the last available room, she took Chu Xian by the hand and led him upstairs. "Senior, should we perhaps look for another hotel? It feels rather inappropriate for us to share a room," Chu Xian suggested, but before he could finish, they arrived at the door. As Shin Mushi used the key card to open the door, they were greeted by a single, large bed. Once inside, Shin Mushi headed to the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged, she found Chu Xian spreading one of the blankets on the floor, a pillow in hand, preparing to place it atop the blanket. "What are you doing?" Shin Mushi inquired. "I'm making the bed, senior. You'll sleep on the bed tonight, while I'll take the floor," Chu Xian replied, continuing with his task. After swiftly completing his preparations, Chu Xian headed to the bathroom for a shower, while Shin Mushi gazed at the bed he had made, murmuring softly to herself, "Am I really so unappealing?" Soon, Chu Xian emerged from the bathroom, casually switching off the lights in the room. Navigating in the dark, he made his way to his bed. It must be said that after becoming accustomed to the mattress his senior had purchased for him, lying directly on the floor now felt quite uncomfortable. As the night deepened and the air grew increasingly cold, even with the air conditioning set to maximum, Chu Xian found himself curled tightly under his quilt on the floor, only feeling somewhat better after draping his coat over himself. "Chu Xian, are you asleep?" A gentle voice floated to his ears. Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination induced by the chill, but upon raising his head, he discovered Shin Mushi peering at him from the bed. "Senior, you're still awake at this hour?" Chu Xian inquired, puzzled. "Did my movements disturb you?" Shin Mushi did not respond to his question, but shyly suggested, "It's too cold tonight. Why don't you come to bed with me, just for tonight?" "Isn't that inappropriate, senior?" Chu Xian declined. But before he could finish his protest, Shin Mushi pulled him onto the bed. Though the hotel mattress was not as soft as his bed at home, it was certainly more comfortable than the floor. As Chu Xian reached for the quilt he had laid out, Shin Mushi stopped him, explaining that it had been on the floor and was likely dirty. "If we spread the quilt across, it should be enough for both of us." Upon hearing her words, a subtle blush crept onto Chu Xuan's cheeks. After all, he had never shared a bed with a girl before. However, given the frigid temperature, he hesitated for a moment before getting off the bed to retrieve his pillow. Noticing his actions, Shin Mushi immediately pulled the quilt over, just as she had anticipated, ensuring it was large enough to cover them both. Chu Xian looked at the scene before him, and warmth flooded his heart. Lying on the bed, they instinctively positioned themselves back to back, leaving a wide gap between them. Despite Shinmushi's invitation to join her in bed, Chu Xian was acutely aware of the fact that she was still a girl. Even though they were in a romantic relationship, he felt it necessary to maintain a respectful distance. In the stillness of the night, Chu Xian silently savored the warmth emanating from behind him, while carefully avoiding crossing that invisible boundary. Though he no longer felt cold, the mere fact of sharing a bed with a girl made it difficult for him to fall asleep. He was not alone in his insomnia. Shinmushi shared the same plight. The events of the day had profoundly impacted her. She had initially thought it would be just another ordinary date. Yet her junior had surprised her with such romantic gestures, including a confession in the snow. At that moment, the two individuals, as if in unison, turned around. When their gazes met, a flush of shyness instantly graced their faces. "Senior, have you been sleepless as well?" Chu Xian was the first to inquire. Shinmushi, with a hint of pride, replied, "No, I merely need to use the restroom." With that, she rose and made her way towards the bathroom. Upon her return, Chu Xian gazed at her with a smile, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mystery. He gently asked, "Senior, do you know why I chose to confess my feelings to you beneath the crimson maple trees?" Shinmushi, intrigued, looked at Chu Xian, her beautiful eyes revealing a mix of curiosity and anticipation. She subtly shook her head, indicating her lack of understanding. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xian slowly articulated, "Because the red maple leaves symbolize longing and everlasting love, much like my feelings for you, intense and enduring." Lying on his bed, Chu Xian counted the stars, each one twinkling faintly, resembling little spirits frolicking in the night sky. He counted silently, 1, 2, 3, and when he reached the 20th star, he softly murmured, "Good night, Senior." Though his voice was barely audible, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Shinmushi, having heard his words, curiously asked, "Why stop at just 20 stars?" She turned to catch a glimpse of Chu Xian's expression. However, to her surprise, she found him with his eyes closed, drifting into a sweet slumber. With a resigned smile, Shinmushi thought to herself that Chu Xian was indeed an odd character. She took out her phone and began to search for the significance of 20 stars. Upon discovering the meaning, her cheeks flushed. It turned out that 20 stars represented unwavering affection, signifying a steadfast bond of love between two individuals. A warm sensation surged within Shinmushi as she cast a shy glance at Chu Xian, whispering, "You big fool, I will always like you too. Good night." With that, she carefully leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. In that tranquil night, it seemed as though their souls were intricately intertwined through those 20 stars, their love shining as brilliantly as the constellations, never to falter. The following morning, while Chu Xian remained lost in dreams, Shinmushi had already awakened. The distance they had maintained the previous night was now non-existent. As Shinmushi found herself snugly embraced within Chu Xian's arms, they were close enough to hear each other's breaths, rather than breaking free from his embrace. Shinmushi cautiously turned to observe Chu Xian's features. Before long, he stirred slightly, appearing on the verge of awakening. Realizing he was about to rouse, Shinmushi instinctively buried her head deeper into his embrace, feigning slumber. As time slipped away, the duration remained elusive, and Chu Xian gradually opened his bewildered eyes, slowly emerging from the haze. In stark contrast to Shinmushi's reaction, a flicker of panic flitted across Chu Xian's face upon realizing that Shinmushi's head was nestled deeply in his embrace. However, after that brief moment of alarm, he regarded her with a gaze filled with tender adoration. Before long, Shinmushi stirred once more from her slumber, noticing Chu Xian's unwavering gaze upon her. A wave of shyness washed over her, prompting her to hastily grasp the blanket and cocoon her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. "Good morning, Senior," Chu Xian murmured softly. Chapter 61. A treat. After a brief tidying of their belongings, the two departed the scenic area, hand in hand, making their way to the station where they boarded the train back to G City. On the train, Shinmushi gazed quietly out the window, her thoughts drifting back to the day spent in Linzhou. So much had transpired throughout that day that a faint smile graced her lips, albeit one subtle enough to evade the notice of others. Soon, the train arrived at its destination. As the announcement of the train's arrival sounded, the pair stepped out of the station, still holding hands. However, Chu Xian did not accompany Shinmushi directly home. He harbored another plan. He resolved to make a brief stop at his dormitory before returning later to spend time with his senior. After all, He had not visited the dormitory in quite some time and yearned to reunite with his cherished roommates. "Children, your guardian has returned," Chu Xian exclaimed with excitement. Yet, it appeared that no one acknowledged his return. At that moment, Ho Qingran was tightly gripping Li Buer's ear, while the others engaged with him in their own varied ways. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Chu Xian inquired in confusion, "What on earth has transpired in the dormitory during my absence?" "You are unaware, my dear Xian," Su Chen replied. "During your absence." Li Buer felt unrestrained in the dormitory, believing no one could keep him in check, and thus began to provoke Brother Ho without restraint. Initially, Brother Ho bore it. But mere seconds before your return, Li Buer finally managed to incite the collective wrath of everyone. So what you see now is the result. Seeing the commotion, Chu Xian hurriedly interjected, "Calm down, everyone. We are all roommates here. Let's communicate amicably. No matter what, Li Buer is still a living being. Please, show some mercy." However, Li Buer seemingly misheard Chu Xian's words. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, he dashed behind Chu Xian, clutching the hem of his shirt with fervor. "Come on, if you have the guts, come and hit me." Li Buer taunted the others, his face a mask of triumphant glee. Simultaneously, he lamented to Chu Xian, "Brother Xian, you have finally returned. When you are absent, these individuals consistently bully me. It is utterly excessive." Chu Xian shook his head in resignation and addressed the others. "Pay me no mind. Handle matters as you see fit. I shall retreat for a moment. You may continue your discourse with him." With that, Chu Xian turned and stepped onto the balcony. Upon hearing this, Li Buer became immediately flustered, pleading, "Xian, go. You cannot leave. What shall I do if you go?" Yet, Chu Xian paid no heed to his supplications. Observing this, Ho Qingran's lips curled into a sly smile. He stretched his limbs, cracked his knuckles, and then advanced towards Li Buer step by step. Before long, the dormitory was filled with Li Buer's anguished wails. Time slipped away, and eventually, the tumult subsided. When Chu Xian returned to the dormitory, he beheld a prominent red handprint on Li Buer's legs, who was muttering, "Campus violence. Campus violence." Of course, the others paid no mind to Li Buer. After all, his friendly exchanges had become a staple entertainment in room 303. "Xian, what brings you back to the dormitory today?" Ho Qingran inquired with curiosity. "It has been quite some time since I last visited. I thought I would come back and see everyone," Chu Xian replied. "Moreover, I feel rather guilty asking you all to assist me with my studies every day. Tonight, I would like to treat everyone to dinner." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group grew somewhat strained, as if they were concealing something from Chu Xian. Noticing their peculiar demeanor, Chu Xian asked, "Your expressions are rather strange. Could it be that Li Buer has done something odd again during our study sessions?" "Well, I appreciate you thinking of me first in such a moment," Li Buer retorted. "Xian, I believe it would be fine for us to dine together. But the senior may not wish to join us," Ho Qingran interjected. "After all, she is the campus belle, and we are hardly in the same league." Before Ho Qingran could finish, Chu Xian interrupted, "Oh, do not say such things. Although she may appear aloof to outsiders, she is genuinely kind-hearted." With that, he departed the dormitory, adding, "Remember to await my news this evening." Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian returned home, and upon entering, he found his senior already preparing lunch. Quietly seated on the sofa, admiring the quilt they had made together the previous day. "I'm back, senior," Chu Xian said softly. Upon seeing him, Shinmushi swiftly leaped into his embrace. Although they had been apart for merely a few hours, for couples in the throes of romance, that duration felt interminable. "Your cooking is truly the best," Chu Xian remarked with heartfelt appreciation. After lunch, he informed Shinmushi of his intention to dine with his roommates that evening. Just as Chu Xian had anticipated, Shinmushi did not decline. Instead, she replied gently, "Certainly, it would be nice to share a meal together, especially since I have been taking care of you in the dormitory. However, let us refrain from dining out this evening. Instead, allow me to prepare a meal," suggested Shinmushi. With a hint of perplexity, Chu Xian inquired, "Senior, will you be able to manage alone?" "Fear not, for there is also Xiao Xiao," Shinmushi replied with calm assurance. Just as she was about to retreat to her room, she abruptly found her path obstructed by Chu Xian's outstretched arm. Caught off guard, Shinmushi's body pressed against the wall, her eyes betraying a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. What are you doing?" she stammered, her voice quivering slightly. A faint blush crept across Chu Xian's face as he lowered his gaze and softly confessed, "Senior, I've always wished to experience the sensation of being cornered against the wall." just as depicted in dramas. At his words, Shinmushi felt her cheeks flush, inwardly chastising him. What a lecherous man, fixated only on such embarrassing notions. Yet, despite her verbal protest, she ultimately chose to close her eyes, as if silently awaiting what was to unfold next. In that moment, her heart raced, and her breathing quickened. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Che Xiaoxiao lay on her bed, munching on potato chips while binge-watching a drama. Suddenly, she sneezed, pondering aloud. Who is speaking of me? Could it be that I caught a cold yesterday? Chapter 62. Am I still just a tool? In the afternoon, the sunlight softened gently. After a period of rest, Shinmushi and Chu Xian, hand in hand, made their way to the market across the street, preparing to adequately host Chu Xian's roommate for dinner. They even remembered to call Che Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, come over for dinner tonight. Really? Che Xiaoxiao responded excitedly. Oh, Mushi. I thought you might forget me if you found a partner. How could that be? Shinmushi replied softly. Do remember to arrive early. At that moment, Che Xiaoxiao remained blissfully unaware that she was about to become free labor once more. As they entered the market, Shinmushi held on to Chu Xian's hand tightly, occasionally stopping to browse, at other times strolling leisurely. Senior, what do you plan to cook for dinner? Chu Xian gently tightened his grip on her hand. It shouldn't be overly complicated. How can that be? Shinmushi retorted, approaching a vendor to select fish. It is my first time inviting your friend for dinner. I cannot be careless. After what felt like an eternity, they finally completed their task of purchasing ingredients for the evening meal. Chu Xian naturally took the heavy plastic bag from Shinmushi's hands, and together they embarked on their journey home. Senior, have you ever pondered what our lives will be like decades from now when we enter our twilight years? Will they resemble our present? Chu Xian asked softly, his gaze filled with dreams and anticipation for the future. Shinmushi was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief contemplation, she responded with calmness, I am unsure. Perhaps it will be. Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet her eyes sparkled with a yearning for a beautiful future. Chu Xian smiled gently and continued, I believe we will still share our days as we do now, shopping for groceries, cooking, taking walks, and enjoying the simplicity of warm moments together. You're thinking quite far ahead. Shinmushi teased, her expression playful. If you ever dare to bully me, I will reconsider being your wife. As the two emerged from the elevator, they instantly spotted Che Xiaoxiao waiting by the entrance. Upon seeing Shinmushi, a look of grievance washed over her face. Cici, you are finally back. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for you both. Why didn't you call us then? Shinmushi asked, her tone composed. Che Xiaoxiao appeared even more aggrieved at Shinmushi's words, mumbling, I made several calls, but you never answered. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Shinmushi pulled out her phone. And indeed, a string of missed calls from Che Xiaoxiao greeted her. Apologetically, she explained, I'm so sorry. I had my phone on silent and completely missed your calls. Before she could finish her sentence, Shinmushi hurriedly opened the door, warmly inviting Che Xiaoxiao inside. As soon as Che Xiaoxiao stepped into the room, it seemed as though all her strength had been drained. With a sigh of relief, she collapsed onto the sofa and weakly inquired, Cici, what shall we have for dinner tonight? However, Shinmushi appeared to disregard Che Xiaoxiao's question entirely, busily placing the various ingredients they had just purchased into the refrigerator alongside Chu Xian. The two looked like a newlywed couple, immersed in their domestic bliss. Oh, the sweet scent of love. Despite Che Xiaoxiao's feigned aloofness, her body proved true as she approached them, taking the vegetables from her hands and placing them in the fridge. Why do you seem so clumsy today, Cici? Seeing Che Xiaoxiao eager to help, Chu Xian and Shinmushi exchanged knowing smiles. Sister Xiaoxiao, you can just relax, they said. Don't be ridiculous. Che Xiaoxiao retorted nonchalantly. I figured it out. You invited me over early just to use me as free labor. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened considerably. Just then, Chu Xian suddenly heard a knocking at the door. He promptly realized it must be Li Buer and the others. When he opened the door, he was greeted by Li Buer and several others standing outside. Why did you arrive so late? If you had arrived any later, you might have missed dinner, remarked Chu Xian warmly as he ushered them into the house. Of course, Li Buer and his companions did not come empty-handed. They brought an array of delightful offerings, fresh fruits, sweet milk, and even an exquisite cake. A hint of embarrassment washed over them as they stepped into the living room, their movements somewhat stiff, betraying an awkwardness reminiscent of furtive thieves. Why the hesitation? Is someone celebrating a birthday today? Chu Xian inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion at the sight before him. Yet, his friends appeared startled, none daring to utter a word. Time seemed to freeze for a brief 2.5 seconds. Finally, Li Buer took a deep breath, shattering the silence. Well, this isn't our first visit to our senior's home, and it wouldn't do to arrive empty-handed. Moreover, our culinary skills leave much to be desired, he admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. So we thought it best to bring a cake. It just seemed more fitting. At that moment, a commotion arose from the living room, and Shin Mushi hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, her apron still tied around her waist. Upon seeing her, Chu Xian rushed forward, grasping her hand tightly, and proudly proclaimed to the group, "Allow me to properly introduce you all. This charming young lady is Shun Mushi, my girlfriend." Hearing this introduction, Shin Mushi sweetly nodded at everyone, greeting them with a warm hello. Li Buer and his companions, witnessing this exchange, promptly rose from the sofa, collectively exclaiming, "Hello, senior." Their voices carried a mix of surprise and reverence. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when Che Xiaoxiao laid eyes on Li Buer, her previously calm demeanor transforming into a tempestuous storm. Yes, it's you greasy man," she exclaimed. Li Buer, sensing the impending trouble, inwardly lamented his predicament but awkwardly bowed, muttering, "I'm sorry, senior." Che Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to say more but was gently silenced by Shin Mushi, who smiled softly and said, "Please bring the dishes from the kitchen. It's time for us to eat." Though Che Xiaoxiao felt reluctant, she shot Li Buer a fierce glare before turning to retreat into the kitchen. The other young men, understanding the situation, stood up and made their way toward the kitchen, acknowledging that, since the dishes were prepared by their senior, they could at least assist in serving. Chapter 63. Are you thinking of kneeling before the keyboard again? As Li Buer and his companions sat at the dining table, they exchanged glances, none daring to make the first move with their chopsticks. They resembled the timid group they had been on that fateful night upon their initial arrival at school. "Why aren't you all eating?" Chu Xin inquired, perplexed, as he glanced at the others. Senior's culinary skills are exceptional. Li Buer and the others exchanged hesitant glances, not daring to respond. Shin Mushi seemed to sense their unease and soothingly remarked, "Just enjoy the meal. There's no need to be so reserved." With a chuckle, Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh at Shin Mushi, who was seemingly striving to maintain her aloof and elegant demeanor. Yet, to Chu Xian, she appeared rather endearing. "Is it amusing, you little rascal?" Shin Mushi shot a frosty glance at Chu Xian, who was grinning at her. "What? Do you wish to kneel before the keyboard again tonight?" Upon hearing this, Li Buer, who had begun to relax, reverted to his previous timidity. Noticing that the group still hadn't picked up their chopsticks, Chu Xian shook his head in exasperation and decided to serve each of them some dishes, continuously praising the senior's culinary skills. "Senior's cooking is fantastic. You should all try it." She personally prepared all these meals, starting from selecting the ingredients. Once the group took their first bites, they were instantly captivated by Shun Mushi's culinary prowess. Li Buer, while savoring his meal, marveled, "Xian Go, no wonder you don't eat in the cafeteria with us. Senior's cooking is so good, it could easily rival that of a professional chef." Hearing Li Buer's words, Ho Qingran and the others nodded in agreement. Although Shin Mushi maintained her usual impassive expression, Chu Xian could sense a flicker of joy within her. Despite the simplicity of the home-cooked dishes, everyone relished the meal, and the once reserved group began to engage in lively conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from their dormitory with the two seniors. After a sumptuous dinner, Li Buer and a few others voluntarily stood up to take on the task of clearing the table and washing the dishes. Chu Xian initially intended to decline their kind offer, as he viewed Li Buer and the others as his own kin. Yet, they were still guests, and it seemed improper to have guests do chores. However, his roommates appeared eager to take on the task, as if avoiding some unspoken duty. Seeing that he could not alter their decision, Chu Xian resigned himself to the sofa, quietly observing their diligent efforts. After they finished washing the dishes, they gradually exited the kitchen. Glancing at the clock on the wall, they realized it was quite late and decided not to linger. They engaged in brief conversation before beginning to prepare to return to school. "Xian Gu, are you heading back to school tonight?" Li Buer playfully asked before departing. Upon hearing these words, Ho Qingran immediately delivered a playful jab to Li Buer. "Brother, have you lost your wits over a meal? Xianer is right at home. Indeed, you needn't play the third wheel." With that, Fan Yin tugged on Li Buer's ear and gradually led him away. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao added, "Xuanzi, the school will be quite strict lately, so you understand." Observing this, Che Xiaoxiao flashed a sly smile and gently poked the two. I shall take my leave now. You lovebirds, enjoy your time together. After bidding farewell to the others, Chu Xian stretched languidly, preparing to take a shower before retreating to his bedroom for a nap. In contrast, Shen Mushi strode directly towards the sofa. Chu Xian, come here. At that moment, an unsettling feeling surged within Chu Xian. Have you forgotten something? What do you mean, senior? Chu Xian queried, somewhat puzzled, though his expression seemed to betray him. Before he could finish speaking, a keyboard appeared on the floor seemingly out of nowhere. Without waiting for Shen Mushi to say anything, Chu Xian promptly knelt before it. After approximately 30 seconds, Shen Mushi instructed Chu Xian to rise. After all, this foolish boy was her boyfriend, and she couldn't bear the thought of him kneeling for too long. Hee. I knew you couldn't bear to see me kneel for too long, senior, Chu Xian remarked with a grin. If you dare to upset me again, I promise you'll kneel for an hour, Shen Mushi retorted, though her tone lacked true menace. Seizing the moment while Shen Mushi was distracted, Chu Xian quickly planted a kiss on her cheek and dashed into the bathroom, leaving Shen Mushi blushing in the living room. Before long, Chu Xian settled beside Shen Mushi, who leaned against his shoulder. It smells so good, Shen Mushi remarked, puzzled by the familiarity of the scent. Chu Xian chuckled. Guess what it is, senior? And I'll tell you if you get it right. Shen Mushi cupped Chu Xian's face with her hands. Did you secretly use my shower gel? Chu Xian began to defend himself. Come on, senior. Why should we distinguish between yours and mine? I am your boyfriend, after all. What is yours is mine. Shen Mushi looked at him expectantly. And what is yours? With a mischievous smile, Chu Xian replied, mine is still mine. Shen Mushi, hearing his answer, rolled her eyes and playfully pounded her small fists against his chest in mock annoyance. In response, Chu Xian affectionately ruffled her hair, softly reassuring her. All right. I won't tease you anymore. What is mine is yours. He then gently kissed her forehead. I suppose you have a bit of conscience, Shen Mushi murmured softly. Senior, what do you think of my roommates? Chu Xian inquired cautiously. I believe they are quite agreeable, she replied. Although it is our first encounter, I can sense that they are genuinely decent individuals. However, that boy named Li Buer is indeed, as Xiao Xiao described, somewhat foolish. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian chuckled heartily. He then began recounting to Shen Mushi the illustrious tales of Li Buer's exploits in their dormitory. Engrossed in their conversation, they lost track of time, and before they knew it, they remembered that they had an 8 a.m. class the following day. They hurried back to their respective rooms. Good night. Chapter 64. Snowflakes may vanish, but you shall not in the early morning. Chu Xian lay comfortably asleep, a pool of drool at the corner of his mouth, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed around him. Chu Xian, wake up. If you don't, you'll be late. He fought against his drowsiness, sitting up after a moment's delay, and then remembered that he had yet another early class today. At that moment, he felt a slight ache in his body, but dismissed it, perhaps due to the prolonged hours of slumber which his body was struggling to adjust to. Good morning, senior. Chu Xian yawned as he greeted Shen Mushi. It's already quite late. You should hurry and change, she replied, showing him the time displayed on her phone. When Chu Xian saw that it was already 7:50, he immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation. After roughly 5 minutes, Chu Xian had dressed and exited his room. Just as they descended the stairs, snowflakes began to drift from the sky once more, this time larger than before, resembling goose feathers. One could not help but remark on the peculiar weather in Jiqing. It was no wonder that he often heard people say that the Northeast has only 2 seasons, summer and winter. Before long, they hailed a taxi that brought them to the school gate, since it had not been snowing when they first left their room. Their attire was rather light, a sweatshirt paired with a coat, and now they appeared to be shivering slightly. Senior, you can wear my coat, Chu Xian offered, draping his outerwear over Shen Mushi's shoulders. What about you? She asked, puzzled. I'm fine, senior. I have a lot of internal warmth. Chu Xian replied with a smile. Let us hurry, otherwise, I fear that Professor Wang will call you. At the entrance of the art building, they hesitated to enter. Chu Xian intended to spin a small white lie. After all, admitting that they were late due to oversleeping might lead to some reprimand. Just then, Professor Wang opened the door to the practice room and called out to them. Aren't you coming in? I've seen you loitering outside for 3 minutes. Chu Xian scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I'm sorry, Professor, we're late. No worries, Professor Wang smiled. I just arrived myself. Upon concluding his remarks, the instructor commenced today's lesson. Teacher Wang first guided the 2 students through a systematic vocal warm-up, followed by a review of last week's song. As Chu Xian had not stayed up late the previous night, his current state was quite commendable. At the very least, he had not experienced any vocal cracks. Unlike the previous week, after the vocal class, Shinmushi did not return home immediately, but chose to accompany Chu Xian to the piano classroom. Ho Qingran was already standing there, appearing as if she were in a state of enforced contemplation. "Hello, senior," Ho Qingran greeted the duo. Shinmushi remained silent, merely offering a cold nod in acknowledgement. "You seem rather aloof today, senior," Chu Xian jested. "Do I? I don't believe so," Shinmushi replied with an unfazed expression. Before Chu Xian could respond, two senior students emerged from the classroom, their expressions grave. Despite Chu Xian not having faced reprimand the previous week, he felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. "How did your practice go last week?" Teacher Nya inquired calmly, directing her gaze towards Ho Qingran and Chu Xian as she sat in her chair. "I suppose it was fairly acceptable," Ho Qingran stammered. With that, Teacher Nya called upon Ho Qingran to demonstrate first. However, at that moment, Teacher Nya noticed Shinmushi standing behind Chu Xian and, with a smile, remarked, "Ah, what a rare guest. Mushi, what brings you here?" Shinmushi replied coolly, "Teacher, I'm here to accompany Chu Xian to class and to listen to his areas for improvement. I'll ensure he practices diligently afterward." With a curious glance at Chu Xian, Teacher Nya leaned in and whispered to Shinmushi, "Mushi, are those rumors circulating currently true?" Shinmushi, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What rumors are you referring to, teacher?" "The one about you being in a relationship," Teacher Nya replied quietly. "Is that boy really Chu Xian?" Shinmushi confidently took Chu Xian's hand and affirmed, "Yes, it's true. Chu Xian is indeed my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Teacher Nya's face reflected a mixture of surprise and delight as she gazed at the pair. Chu Xian noticed no trace of seriousness on her face, as though the typically stern Teacher Nya had vanished. However, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Ho Qingran trembled as he sat at the piano, overwhelmed by the conversation that echoed in his ears. "Who am I? Where am I? I shouldn't be here. I ought to be beneath the car. Is this something I'm truly meant to hear?" Soon enough, it was Chu Xian's turn to present his piece. Unsurprisingly, having not practiced piano for a week, he struck the first note incorrectly. Observing this, Chu Xian hurriedly began to explain to Shinmushi and Teacher Nya, inadvertently slipping into the dialect of Tang City. Meanwhile, Teacher Nya found the scene amusing, creating a stark contrast to the atmosphere during Ho Qingran's lesson. The incident of Chu Xian amusing Teacher Nya with his use of Tang City dialect would become an enduring legend among her students over the next 2 years. Soon, Chu Xian completed the entire piece. Teacher Nya provided evaluations for both students. Although Chu Xian made some mistakes at the beginning, he managed to avoid any further errors, demonstrating a commendable level of completeness. However, attention to detail remained an area for improvement. In contrast, when it came to Ho Qingran, Teacher Nya transformed, posing a barrage of incisive questions. "Do you play basketball regularly?" he inquired sternly. "No," replied Ho Qingran. Teacher Nya persisted. "Do you play video games? Or perhaps engage in romantic pursuits?" Ho Qingran responded, "I neither play games nor date." "You must be lying," thought Chu Xian to himself. Teacher Nya remarked sharply, "If you neither play basketball nor video games, do not engage in romance, and do not practice the piano, do you merely spend your days lying in bed after eating?" Ho Qingran was left speechless by Teacher Nya's words. Although they did not pertain to him, Chu Xian shivered in fear beside him. Before long, Chu Xian and Ho Qingran made a hasty exit from the classroom, while Shinmushi remained in the piano room, seemingly engaged in conversation with Teacher Nya. At that moment, Chu Xian received a notification on his phone, alerting students across all classes that the student council would soon conduct dormitory inspections and urging everyone to return to their dormitories on time. As Chu Xian read the message, he felt his heart sink. How could he possibly go home under such circumstances? Just then, Shinmushi emerged from the piano room and, upon seeing Chu Xian, took his hand and led him out of the arts building. "Let us take a photo together," Shinmushi suggested softly. "Sure, senior," Chu Xian replied. Shinmushi draped her arm around Chu Xian's neck, and they struck a playful pose before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. About 10 minutes later, a photo appeared on the school's confession wall, showcasing a snapshot from someone's social media. The image featured a picture of Shinmushi and Chu Xian, alongside a moment captured when snowflakes fell on Shinmushi's hands that night in Linzhou. Prominently displayed above the photo were the words, "Snowflakes may vanish, but you shall not. Chapter 65. Publicizing private romance in the cafeteria, Chu Xian wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken, having not visited in quite some time. He yearned to sample every dish. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the chosen table with his lunch, discovering that Shin Mushi had been waiting there for quite a while. It was only upon seeing Chu Xian approach that she picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Senior," Chu Xian said, feeling embarrassed. Shin Mushi, however, paid no mind and continued enjoying her lunch, while Chu Xian remained oblivious to the recent post Shin Mushi had just shared. At present, Chu Xian is conversing with Shin Mushi about the impending dormitory inspections at school. Occasionally, a look of sadness crosses his face, while Shin Mushi, seated across the table, appears remarkably composed, as if she has already devised a strategy for dealing with these matters. Instead of returning home after lunch, the two choose to revisit their dormitory after a long absence. Upon escorting Shin Mushi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, she pouts slightly and playfully utters a word before turning to enter the building. Chu Xian is left perplexed, pondering what might have displeased her. Inside the boys' dormitory, Chu Xian senses an unusual atmosphere, yet cannot quite articulate it. Li Bu'er casts a mischievous grin in his direction, causing Chu Xian to feel somewhat uneasy. "Xiangu, Shin Mushi has made it official with you. When do you plan to announce it?" Li Bu'er teases with an impish expression. "What announcement?" Chu Xian inquires, bewildered. Upon hearing his response, the 7 occupants of the dormitory converge around him, chattering excitedly about the same topic. Their overlapping voices only serve to deepen his confusion. "Stop! Can we please speak one at a time?" Chu Xian exclaims. Noticing his distress, Ho Ching Ran presents to Chu Xian the WeChat moments featuring the confession wall of Jiqing University. As Chu Xian gazes at it, his eyes widen in astonishment. The pinned post features a photograph of Shin Mushi taken moments ago in front of the art building, amidst the falling snow. Immediately, Chu Xian retrieves his phone and opens Shin Mushi's moments, discovering that the first and only post is indeed the one he just saw on the confession wall. Has she officially announced it now? He murmurs to himself, his expression swiftly transforming from disbelief to elation. It is worth noting that while Shin Mushi has many friends, they are primarily her classmates and family. She has never posted anything prior, underscoring her serious approach to this relationship. Of course, Chu Xian is not the only one filled with excitement. Many of his classmates are fervently tagging him in their chat group, with some struggling to accept this reality. Ignoring the chatter in the group, Chu Xian decides to call Shin Mushi. After a few moments of ringing, she answers the phone. "Senior, I saw the post you made," Chu Xian says softly. "Does this mean we are public now?" On the other end, Shin Mushi chuckles at his words and replies gently, "Of course, and I have no intention of hiding it." The two engage in a long-awaited conversation, and with a newfound resolve, Chu Xian hangs up the phone. 10 minutes later, the dormitory and class group erupt once again in excitement. Chu Xian, like Shin Mushi, edited a moment on social media. Although he frequently posted quirky updates, this time he felt an unusual sense of nervousness. For the first time, he shared a grid of 9 images, which included candid shots of Shin Mushi's silhouette, photos taken while she was unaware, and a picture of her sleeping against his shoulder, along with a playful photo of them in the snow. At the center of the grid was a photo capturing their kiss beneath heart-shaped fireworks during his confession in Linzhou. Above the grid, he inscribed, "To publicly share a private romance." Shortly after Chu Xian posted, his dorm mates erupted in unison with exclamations of surprise. "Xiangu, your previous air of mystery was all for this. That heart-shaped firework is simply enchanting," Li Bu'er remarked with admiration. Chu Xian smiled, choosing to ignore their chatter. He first muted the group chat, and then set his phone to silent mode, as his friends were bombarding him with curious inquiries and tagging him incessantly in the chat. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shin Mushi lay on her bed, munching on chips while engrossed in an anime, completely oblivious to Chu Xian's post. She, you must see what Chu Xian just posted. He is so bold," Che Xiao said, her face a picture of disbelief. Upon viewing the post, Shin Mushi's face flushed crimson. As she clicked through the images one by one, her embarrassment peaked when she reached the central photo. She, did you see the one in the center?" Before Che Xiao could finish her sentence, Shin Mushi buried her face in her pillow, exclaiming, Stop it, please. Are you shy? I've never seen you shy in all our time as roommates." Che Xiao teased. In the boys' dormitory, Chu Xian lay bored on his bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering how long the dorm checks would last. The thought of not being able to see his senior every day left him feeling somewhat despondent. Just then, Qing Ran turned to him and asked, "Xian, did you add to the confession wall?" Chu Xian, puzzled, replied that he had never done so. However, Qing Ran showed him a screenshot of the second pinned post on the confession wall, which was indeed Chu Xian's recent moment. He shrugged it off, knowing that his senior had no intention of hiding it. At that moment, his phone screen lit up, and curiosity compelled him to check. A message from his senior instantly brightened his mood. "Heading home now. What about the dorm check tonight?" he inquired. "Don't worry, there won't be a check tonight," she assured him. Upon reading her message, Chu Xian quickly leapt from his bed and dashed out of the dorm like a rabbit. Below the boys' dormitory, a girl awaited the arrival of her companion. Upon spotting him, she extended her hand, adorned with a sweet smile, and said, "Let us go, my boyfriend." Chapter 66. A Lifetime of Remembrance. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As a series of notifications chimed from his phone, Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep in ages. Each day was marked by insomnia or various disturbances that roused him from slumber. However, fortune smiled upon him this day, for he received uplifting news. The choir rehearsal had been cancelled, and classes would be postponed until the following week. Upon reading the message, a wave of relief washed over Chu Xian, prompting him to silence his phone and drift back into sleep. When he finally arose, it was already midday. During his slumber, Shinmushi had visited his room, but, upon finding him still asleep, she had tiptoed out quietly. Chu Xian sensed a slight discomfort in his body, but dismissed it, reasoning that perhaps the cold weather from the previous day, coupled with his insufficient layers, had left him feeling under the weather. As he opened his door, he was greeted by the sight of Shinmushi, who had prepared lunch and was sitting on the carpet, looking bored while peeling an orange. Awake at last, Shinmushi asked softly, "Lunch is ready, come and eat." They moved to the dining table, which was laden with an array of Chu Xian's favorite dishes. Yet, he found himself lacking an appetite. After a few bites, he excused himself from the table, leaving Shinmushi in a state of confusion. Could it be that the food did not suit his taste today? She pondered. "Senior, let us return to the dormitory today," Chu Xian suddenly suggested. "Why?" Shinmushi queried. Somewhat perplexed, Chu Xian refrained from revealing his possible illness, instead fabricating a casual excuse, for he felt that if she were preoccupied with caring for him, it might weigh heavily on his conscience. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Shinmushi acquiesced to his request. After finishing lunch, they gathered their phone chargers and made their way to school. Within the girls' dormitory, Che Xiaoxiao was busily curating her secondary account's social media updates. Upon noticing Shinmushi's return, she gasped in surprise and inquired, "Cici, what brings you back to the dorm today?" Shinmushi replied, puzzled. Chu Xian, for reasons unknown, insisted on returning to the dorm. When I asked him, he merely concocted a vague excuse. Cici, could it be that Chu Xian is being unfaithful? Che Xiaoxiao teased with a mischievous grin. "Is this your first encounter with Chu Xian?" Shinmushi responded coolly. "Perhaps you should continue curating your social media posts on that page called Campus Confessions." "Cici, please do not take offense. I was merely jesting. I know very well that Chu Xian is not that kind of person," Che Xiaoxiao quickly reassured her. Perhaps Chu Xian indeed has something of great importance to attend to. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately felt an unusual warmth enveloping his body. After requesting some cold medicine from Li Bu'er, he succumbed to sleep upon his bed. Despite the frigid weather outside, the room was kept warm by the heating, creating a cozy atmosphere. Chu Xian lay directly in front of the radiator, cocooned under a thick quilt, enveloping himself snugly. Unconsciously, he drifted into slumber. And when he finally awoke, it was already afternoon, the sun having long set. As he touched his forehead, he realized it felt even hotter than before, prompting him to ask Li Bu'er for a thermometer. To his dismay, it registered a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. Alarmed by the shrill beep of the thermometer, Li Bu'er hurriedly urged Chu Xian to visit the campus hospital. However, he was not alone. Both Li Bu'er and Ho Qing Ren accompanied him. Upon arrival, they found the campus hospital had closed for the day, leaving only a few on-call staff present. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, the staff suggested Chu Xian seek treatment at the 576 hospital, as he required an intravenous infusion and examination. Reluctantly, Li Bu'er and Ho Qing Ran supported him to the other facility. In the hospital, Chu Xian sat in the emergency room, while his friends managed various formalities at the reception. The night was eerily quiet, so still that one could hear a needle clatter on the floor, occasionally interrupted by the arrival of critically ill patients, which stirred unfamiliar feelings of fear within Chu Xian. Before long, a nurse arrived and guided the group to a small adjoining entrance. They ascended to the third floor, where a doctor spoke a flurry of medical jargon that Chu Xian found incomprehensible. However, Li Bu-er and the others grasped the essence, that Chu Xian might be suffering from acute appendicitis. It became evident that he would not be returning to school that day, as hospitalization was necessary. After delivering this news, the nurse ushered Li Bu-er and Ho Qing ran out, even lowering a heavy iron gate behind them. They inquired if Chu Xian needed anything, to which he simply requested they fetch a charger. Alone at the entrance, with the iron gate separating him from the outside world, he mused to himself, "Why do I feel like I'm in prison?" Shortly thereafter, the nurse returned, escorting Chu Xian back to the third floor. The doctor reiterated the possibility of appendicitis, indicating that surgery would be required, and advised Chu Xian to call his parents. Parents? Chu Xian scoffed quietly, contemplating the situation before dialing his sister's number. After explaining the circumstances to her, he handed the phone to the doctor, though the details of their conversation eluded his memory. "Please don't tell Shishi," he urged before hanging up. It was then that he noticed his senior had sent numerous messages throughout the day, which he had neglected to respond to due to his dizziness. "Dear Senior, I spent the entire day in slumber and failed to notice your messages. I have been rather occupied today, so I shall refrain from further conversation. Do rest early. Good night." Subsequently, after Chu Xian settled his fees, he was escorted by a doctor. Initially, he underwent an examination before being taken for an intravenous infusion. Lying on the hospital bed, Chu Xian found himself engulfed in boredom. The dizziness overwhelmed him, and after a brief glance at his phone, he felt a wave of nausea. Sleep eluded him, forcing him to stare blankly at the ceiling. The doctor made several rounds, and among them was an older physician who lifted Chu Xuan's shirt and pressed firmly on his abdomen to ascertain whether it was appendicitis, all the while inquiring if Chu Xian felt any pain. Frustrated by his dizziness and nausea, Chu Xian retorted impatiently, "How could it not hurt with such pressure?" After stating that it was highly probable he was suffering from appendicitis, the doctor departed. After what seemed an eternity, a nurse arrived bearing a bag of provisions for Chu Xian, which included his charger and various snacks, along with a box of antipyretics. At that moment, Qingren sent a message saying, "Xianer, we bought you some food. We just visited the pharmacy, and they said this antipyretic is effective. If your fever persists, do take one." Chu Xian replied, "Thank you both. Perhaps you should return to school. I am uncertain whether I will remain here overnight." To his surprise, both Ho Qingran and Li Bu resolved to stay and wait for him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu Xian suggested they wait in the emergency room where there were chairs. However, Ho Qingran declined, stating, "It's all right, we're nearby in the square. Li Bu and I are enjoying ourselves on a shared bicycle." With that, she sent Chu Xian a video, revealing Li Bu sitting in the back while Ho Qingran occupied the front. "Wait, does this shared bicycle have 2 seats? It seems as if Ho was perched in the basket," Chu Xian mused in confusion. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Shin Mushi sat on her bed, anxiously gazing at her phone, evidently worried about Chu Xian. Just moments ago, Che Xiao, as the student council president of the music department, conducted a dormitory check and noticed that Chu Xian, Li, and Ho were absent. Given their familiarity, she did not require registration but curiously inquired about the remaining occupants. Fan Yin contemplated fabricating an excuse but was soon uncovered and had no choice but to divulge the truth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Che Xiao tentatively broached the subject with Shin Mushi, saying, "Mushi, there is something I am uncertain whether I should share with you. Why are you hesitating? Speak up." Shin Mushi replied coldly, "Chu Xian has been hospitalized due to a fever." Chapter 67. After the fever. Upon hearing the news relayed by Che Xiao, a flicker of anxiety and unease crossed Shin Mushi's delicate features. She hurriedly changed her clothes, preparing to visit the hospital to care for Chu Xian. However, Che Xiao obstructed her, saying, "Mushi, calm down. Do you know which hospital Chu Xian is in? I heard from his roommates that Ho Qingran and Li Bu are accompanying him. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Shin Mushi ceased her actions, contemplating sending a message to Chu Xian to inquire if he was feeling any better. However, the moment she placed her hands on her phone, she hesitated, merely staring blankly at the screen, fearing that her message might intrude upon his peace. Tears welled in her eyes, swirling with unspoken emotions. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Chu Xian had drifted into slumber. It was the on-duty physician who awakened him through the intercom, instructing him to remove the needle from his hand. As anticipated, this was Chu Xian's first experience with such a task, and blood began to flow profusely from his hand, stubbornly refusing to cease. After applying pressure for a while, he gathered his belongings and departed from the premises. Upon reaching the first floor, Chu Xian encountered Li Buer and Ho Qingran, both of whom wore expressions of concern. At that moment, the main door swung open, and Ho Qingran and Li Buer greeted him with playful banter. "Ah, you've been released?" "Indeed, I have," Chu Xian replied with a smile. Li Buer then inquired about his current condition, to which Chu Xian admitted that he still had not fully recovered and felt a lingering discomfort. The trio conversed as they walked, and upon passing a small square where Li Buer and Ho Qingran had previously raced their vehicles, Chu Xian glanced at the armored vehicle beside the flower bed and chuckled. "Ho Gu, you weren't truly sitting in the basket, were you?" With laughter, Ho Qingran and Li Buer recounted the events that had just transpired. However, a pressing concern soon dawned upon them. It was already past 12, and they would soon be unable to enter the school. Where would they spend the night? Chu Xian proposed, "Why not come stay at my house?" Li Buer and Ho Qingran promptly dismissed this suggestion, considering the possibility that they might be carrying numerous viruses. After some deliberation, they resolved to spend the night at an internet CAF, as it would also provide a place to rest. Their first stop was the internet CAF adjacent to the school, but since neither of the two had their identification cards except for Chu Xian, they were unable to log on and had no choice but to leave. "I still think we should just sleep at my house," Chu Xian insisted. At this point, Ho Qingran suggested they try their luck at a CAF across from the school, and if that failed, they would indeed go to Chu Xian's home. Fortunately, fate smiled upon the trio. Chu Xian first retreated to the restroom, feeling the lingering effects of his fever. Upon his return, he found that the other two had successfully logged on to a shared machine. After taking a fever-reducing pill, Chu Xian intended to rest for a while Li Buer watched a live stream of dancers on a platform, and Ho Qingran immersed himself in a game. However, sleeping in the internet CAF proved to be an unwise choice. Throughout the night, Chu Xian oscillated between wakefulness and slumber, attempting to engage in gaming, but ultimately abandoning the effort due to waves of nausea. Throughout the long night, he was uncertain whether he ever truly fell asleep. After what felt like an eternity, the clock finally struck 5, and Chu Xian roused his companions, leading them back to the school. The surroundings were eerily desolate, devoid of any presence, and upon returning to their dormitory, Chu Xian promptly reclined onto his bed to continue his slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already midday, and Li Buer and Ho Qingran appeared to have been awake for quite some time. Feeling a semblance of comfort, he ventured alone to the campus hospital to receive an intravenous drip, unwilling to trouble others any further. Inside the hospital, Chu Xian sat on a chair, one hand idly scrolling through musical notes on his device. At that moment, he sensed a figure materializing before him, obstructing the light. When he slightly lifted his gaze, he found his girlfriend, Shen Mushi, who had hurriedly come upon learning of his situation. Shen Mushi looked disheveled, her eyes slightly reddened as if she had been weeping for an extended period, accompanied by pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes. "Senior, what brings you here?" Chu Xian managed to force a smile. Shen Mushi remained silent, simply sitting beside him in quiet companionship. They exchanged words, yet she appeared oblivious, fixing him with a cold stare. Unbeknownst to them, 2 small vials of medication had already been administered. Shen Mushi, seemingly perturbed, strode ahead without acknowledging him, while Chu Xian hurried to keep pace with her. This time, Shen Mushi did not wait for him, an indication that she was indeed upset. They entered a taxi, returning home in silence. Upon stepping through the door, Shen Mushi sank onto the sofa, prompting Chu Xian to hasten to her side, taking her hand in his. "Let go," she retorted, breaking free from his grasp. "Why didn't you tell me you were ill? You deceived me, claiming you were busy. Were you planning to keep this from me indefinitely? Had Xiao not discovered you were missing during the dorm check?" Tears shimmered in Shen Mushi's eyes. Witnessing her distress, Chu Xian felt a pang of sorrow and gently stroked her head, saying, "Senior, I was merely concerned about the possibility of transmitting my illness to you. I'm sorry. I promise I won't deceive you again," he added. Shen Mushi looked at him with a sense of childlike grievance, despite her anger and desire to scold him. She found herself rendered speechless upon meeting his gaze. All right, senior. It's nothing serious. The doctor said it's just a common cold causing the fever." He reassured her softly. However, I believe it's best we refrain from any affectionate gestures for now, to avoid the risk of contagion. You lecture. Even in this moment. You're still thinking about such things, Shinmushi replied, her tone tinged with indignation. Subsequently, she retreated to his room to rest, a choice that puzzled him. Yet he respected her decision. When Shinmushi emerged from slumber, she found Chu Xian, masked, carefully bringing a pot of porridge to the dining table. Senior, you're awake? Come and eat. I made this myself, he spoke gently. It must be said that Chu Xian's culinary skills leave much to be desired. However, he excels at making porridge, perhaps due to the simplicity of the task. After dinner, Shinmushi entered the kitchen to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Chu Xian lay quietly on his bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. Although he initially intended to wash the dishes himself, Shinmushi insisted that he was still unwell and needed to rest properly. As time passed, Chu Xian awoke once more to find himself enveloped in darkness, the entire room shrouded in shadows. Instinctively, he reached out to feel beside him, attempting to locate his phone. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a soft object, sending a wave of fear through him, for there were no pets in the house. In a hurry, Chu Xian grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that Shinmushi was quietly lying beside him. And the soft object he had touched was, indeed, her lovely face. The beam of light from the flashlight caused Shinmushi to squint, but she still gazed at Chu Xian with concern, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you running a fever again?" She then gently placed her hand on his forehead and drew it closer to her own, assessing his temperature before murmuring, Fortunately, the fever has not returned. All right, go back to sleep. You need to go to the hospital for an infusion in the morning." At that moment, Chu Xian felt somewhat disoriented, completely unaware of why his senior was lying next to him, nor did he have any recollection of what had transpired after he fell asleep. Filled with curiosity and confusion, he couldn't help but ask Shinmushi, "Senior, how did you end up in my bed?" His voice betrayed his bewilderment. Shinmushi replied gently, "After you fell asleep, your fever suddenly spiked, and you were mumbling incoherently in your dreams. I tried to wake you, but you didn't respond at all. It took considerable effort for me to finally get you to take the fever-reducing medication. I was worried your condition might worsen during the night, so I decided to stay here and watch over you." Her tone was calm and natural, as if this were the most ordinary of occurrences. Chu Xian struggled to recall the events she described, only to find his mind a blank slate, devoid of any memory of those happenings. At that moment, he felt a sense of regret towards Shinmushi, believing he had caused her undue trouble. Time passed, and he drifted back into sleep once more. Perhaps due to his illness, which rendered his mind incapable of thought, leaving only the desire for rest. When he awoke again, slowly opening his eyes, the light around him brightened and became clear. He reached up to touch his forehead, confirming that he no longer had a fever. Instinctively, he turned his head to look beside him. However, Shinmushi was nowhere to be found, and a pang of disappointment surged within him. He pondered silently. Could it be that last night's care for my senior was merely a dream born from my fever? However, Chu Xian's gaze soon fell upon another quilt and pillow at the edge of the bed, instantly uplifting his spirits. Those were undeniably real. At that moment, Chu Xian felt a certain weariness in his body, and his legs felt weak. Even the seemingly simple act of getting out of bed became an arduous task for him. He had to cautiously steady himself against nearby objects to prevent a fall. With great effort, Chu Xian managed to rise from the bed and shakily made his way out of the room into the living room. Just as he was surveying his surroundings, his eyes inadvertently swept across the kitchen, where he was surprised to find Shinmushi standing there, preparing porridge. As if sensing Chu Xian's presence, Shinmushi turned her head, their gazes meeting fortuitously. Her eyes radiated concern and tenderness. "What are you doing out? The porridge will be ready soon. You should return to your bedroom and lie down," she said, approaching him. All right. As a patient, your primary duty now is to rest well. Be good and obedient." Chu Xian scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Senior, I merely had a slight fever. Why does it feel as though I've contracted a severe illness?" Shinmushi replied softly, "That won't do. You must heed my words." With that, she resolutely guided Chu Xian back to the bedroom. "Well, I suppose this truly fulfills my aspiration of being a sloth." Chu Xian mused in boredom as he lay on the bed. "Speaking of which, I have violin class today. It seems I haven't attended for 2 weeks. This won't do. If I don't go, I might fail my finals." After breakfast, Shinmushi took Chu Xian to the community hospital within their neighborhood. Upon hearing Shin Mushi's description, the doctor first used a thermometer to check Chu Xian's temperature, confirming it was normal before proceeding to prepare for an intravenous drip. Chu Xian lay on the hospital bed, feeling utterly listless, inwardly lamenting, being ill is truly unpleasant. Not only can I not play on my phone, but food also lacks flavor, and even my previously unobstructed nose is now congested. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. Unable to refrain from complaining to Shin Mushi beside him, "Senior, I feel like a complete waste right now." Hearing this, Shin Mushi couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to him with a gentle voice of consolation, "Why would you think that?" Chu Xian, however, appeared dejected, responding listlessly, "Look at me, Senior. I cannot do anything. I have been lying down for days, and even walking requires your assistance. Thankfully, I haven't reached the point of needing a wheelchair, otherwise I would truly be incapacitated." Shin Mushi, unfazed by his words, merely replied calmly, "Oh, should I get you a wheelchair to sit in? Is that really possible, Senior?" Chu Xian perked up at once, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked earnestly at Shin Mushi. However, Shin Mushi playfully reached out and lightly tapped his head, teasing, "What nonsense. You young man, do you not wish to walk at all?" With that, she shot him an amused glance. After enduring a protracted and excruciating 2 hours, Chu Xian finally completed his infusion. He had never felt so acutely that lying down could be such a tormenting experience. After a brief consultation with Shin Mushi regarding certain precautions, the doctor allowed them to leave the hospital. On the way home, Chu Xian sensed a marked improvement in his condition. He no longer felt as weak and feeble as before, and he was even able to walk independently. At this moment, Chu Xian inquired with concern, "Senior, are you preparing for the midterm exams soon?" Shin Mushi calmly replied, "Yes, it's next Wednesday." Chu Xian, puzzled, continued, "Aren't you going to the piano room to practice a bit more? After all, the more prepared, the better." Shin Mushi confidently stated, "I've practiced that piece extensively. I can even sing it backwards at this point." Shifting the conversation, Shin Mushi suddenly asked, "What did you have for lunch?" Chu Xian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Senior, I think for now, I can only manage kanji. I can't eat anything else yet." Chapter 69. Physical Assessment. As Monday arrived, having been cared for by the senior for several days, Chu Xian was fully recovered. Early in the morning, after preparing breakfast for the senior, he quickly made his way to school for class. In the classroom, it was still sparsely populated, and Li Bu-er had not yet arrived. Chu Xian settled into a corner seat, and soon, amidst a cacophony of chatter, the classroom began to fill with students. Noticing Chu Xian in the corner, Li Bu-er and a few others strode over and sat beside him. They inquired about his current health, and upon confirming that he was no longer in serious trouble, they shared some good news. Curious, Chu Xian asked them what it was, but they seemed to have made a pact to remain tight-lipped. After about 2 minutes, Chu Xian grew increasingly anxious, and reluctantly calling out foster father, Li Bu-er flashed a mischievous grin and replied, "It's nothing really. Just that there will be a physical exam during gym class later, and since you missed last week, you're unaware." Hearing Li Bu-er's words, Chu Xian was undeterred and turned to Ho Qing Ran for clarification. After Ho Qing Ran echoed Li Bu-er's statement, Chu Xian's heart sank entirely. "Wait, it's so slippery outside. Can we really have an exam?" Chu Xian exclaimed, his excitement causing him to raise his voice. Mr. Wu looked at him quizzically and asked, "Chu Xian, is there something on your mind?" Rising from his seat, Chu Xian awkwardly replied, "No, Mr. Wu, I'm fine. I just need to visit the restroom." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu chuckled and said, "Go ahead. But do come find me after class to discuss your absence last week and the fact that others had to mark you present." Upon hearing Teacher Wu's words, Chu Xian smiled and agreed. Yet Li Bu-er, who was already in fits of laughter beside him, appeared somewhat flustered. At that moment, it seemed to Chu Xian that Li Bu-er was brimming with a sense of malice. After Chu Xian left, Li Bu-er whispered, "Xian Gu has been spending too much time with the senior. That gaze resembles hers." After class, once Chu Xian clarified to Teacher Wu what he had been up to the previous week, the teacher did not press him further, but merely offered a brief lecture. Of course, Chu Xian had woven a small fib of his own before joining Li Bu-er and a few others on the playground. On the playground, a blanket of white snow still lay thick upon the ground. Although it had been several days since the last snowfall, it seemed reluctant to fully melt away. Chu Xian, with a skeptical glance, turned to the sports committee member and asked, "Li Bu-er, are you certain we can conduct the physical test today?" Li Bu-er, feeling slightly uneasy, replied, "You all know, when the teacher spoke to me, I was on everyone's side." Listening to Li Buer's words, the others exchanged knowing glances, leaving him to continue his monologue alone. Soon, the entire class formed a line on the playground. After the sports teacher called the roll, he led everyone into the gymnasium beneath the podium. "Today we will conduct the physical test, which occurs once each academic year. I hadn't anticipated that the snow would still be here when I mentioned it last week, so we will not conduct the test today." Before the teacher could finish, a few male and female students chimed in from the back. "Of course we will test. However, today we will only assess what can be done indoors," the teacher continued, guiding everyone towards the testing equipment. The first item was to measure height and weight. To be honest, Chu Xian was somewhat perplexed as to why these metrics were included in the physical test. The testing proceeded according to student ID numbers, and it wasn't long before it was Li Buer's turn. As he removed his shoes, the first to suffer a severe shock was Ho Qingran, who stood behind him, exclaiming, "I think I just saw my great-grandmother." After about 20 seconds, the entire line caught a whiff of something rather pungent. Fan Yen, holding his nose, approached Li Buer and remarked, "Did you just let one loose?" Li Buer, feeling embarrassed, could only laugh it off. However, when the results for height and weight were displayed, his smile vanished. The machine revealed two figures, a height of 182 meters and a weight of 220 pounds. Fan Yin enthusiastically narrated the results. As Chu Xian was number 13, it was soon his turn. He nervously stepped onto the scale after removing his shoes, acutely aware that after a month and a half of indulgence from the senior, he had clearly put on some weight. Fortunately, the outcome remained within an acceptable range for him, 180 meters and 150 pounds. To save time, students who completed the first item proceeded directly to the second. The second item was lung capacity, and it must be said that those who studied wind instruments held a distinct advantage. Li Buer and Ho Qingran recorded results over 5,000, while Chu Xian and his peers measured in the 4,000s and 3,000s. Li Buer cast a mocking glance at his peers, showcasing his lung capacity, to the point where Ho Qingran could no longer bear it, and playfully nudged him. However, despite Li Buer's ostentatious bravado, the third activity, the seated forward bend, proved to be relatively effortless for Chu Xian and his companions, who easily achieved passing scores. When it was Li Buer's turn, he stood with his legs taut and his body erect, forming a perfect 90-degree angle. His hands were parallel to his legs as he forcefully pushed forward. Yet, due to the fullness of his midsection, while his upper body bent downward, his lower body remained rigidly upright. After a considerable struggle, a physical education committee member could no longer watch and awarded him a passing score. Li Buer exhaled a sigh of relief, believing the ordeal had come to an end, unaware that the true nightmare was only just beginning. Upon completing this task, the boys and girls were divided into two groups. The girls would perform sit-ups while the boys engaged in pull-ups. Unsurprisingly, many were unable to succeed, yet some, like Li Buer, remained undeterred. With a pained expression on his face, he stretched his legs and extended his arms, determination gleaming in his eyes, as if he could conquer the pull-up bar at any moment. With a vigorous effort, he leaped, drawing the attention of everyone around, ultimately managing to hang from the bar. However, as he swung his legs energetically, akin to a booster, his weight kept him firmly in place, prompting even the physical education teacher to stifle a laugh. It must be said that Li Buer possessed a notable flair for comedy. When it came to the final activity, the standing long jump, he once again attempted the same motion. To be fair, there was some effect, albeit minimal. He propelled himself forward, but upon landing, it appeared as though his feet had slipped, resulting in him landing squarely on his posterior. The situation escalated when a loud rip echoed through the air as his pants split apart, a spectacle witnessed by Ho Qingran and Chu Xian, who simultaneously muttered an expression of dismay. As the class neared its conclusion, the physical education teacher addressed the students, announcing an annual winter event at the university called Ice and Snow Campus, in collaboration with the skiing resort in Jiqing. The ticket price, including transportation, would be 100, though participation was voluntary. After the teacher finished speaking, the students made their way toward the cafeteria. Chapter 70. Dining with Li Buer. As evening approached, Chu Xian and his companions had completed all their classes for the day, and he was preparing to leave the classroom. At that moment, Lu Qingma unexpectedly called out to him, greeting him warmly. Chu Xian responded with a courteous acknowledgement, despite their lack of familiarity. The camaraderie among boys often blossomed in everyday interactions. Lu Qingma inquired, Xian, could you please ask Li Buer when the payment for the skiing trip will be collected? With a smile, Chu Xian remarked, of course, there is really no need for such formality. I will ask him when I get back. Having said that, the two exchanged WeChat contacts, and the budding of their relationship began to flourish. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chu Xian returned home. Upon opening the door, he was surprised not to see Shen Mushi, which puzzled him. Considering that the senior usually had no classes at this hour and could typically be found enjoying snacks while watching animations. Senior, I'm back, Chu Xian called out. But the silence that ensued was somewhat suspicious, leaving him with a sense of unease. He meticulously checked every corner and room. And when he approached the door to Shen Mushi's room, he anxiously turned the knob. As he opened the door, a figure suddenly appeared, startling him so much that he fell to the floor. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. The voice was somewhat familiar, and as he looked up, he realized it was his girlfriend. Senior, what are you doing? Chu Xian dusted himself off and stood up. I heard you come back and thought I would play a little prank on you, Shen Mushi stammered, noticing the hint of irritation in Chu Xian's eyes. Despite their long acquaintance, she had never witnessed him upset before. I'm sorry, she murmured, bowing her head like a child caught in mischief. Gently, Chu Xian caressed Shen Mushi's head and softly said, Senior, could you please refrain from such games in the future? When you didn't respond, I was genuinely worried, thinking perhaps some ill-intentioned person had taken you away. Did you not prepare dinner? He continued. Let us go out to eat. With that, he took her hand, leading her outside. This time, they opted not for a restaurant or hot pot, but instead found a small eatery serving Huangmin chicken rice. Curious to see how it compared to the one across from their school. After dinner, they eagerly returned home. Upon entering, they both collapsed onto the soft sofa. With great enthusiasm, Chu Xian recounted the amusing events of the day, while Shen Mushi listened patiently, her lips curved into a gentle smile. When Chu Xian mentioned skiing, he curiously inquired, Senior, did you have that activity in your freshman year as well? Shen Mushi nodded slightly in affirmation and softly replied, Yes, of course. However, I did not participate back then. Seizing the moment, Chu Xian lowered his voice and cautiously suggested, Then, Senior, would you be willing to join me this time? With hopeful anticipation, he gazed at Shen Mushi, his eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. Shen Mushi, faced with his invitation, did not respond immediately. Instead, she furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, she finally expressed her agreement. All right, if time permits, I shall accompany you. The moment her words fell, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Xian's face, as if he had received the most precious gift in the world, filled with uncontainable joy. The next morning, Chu Xian arrived at the classroom as usual, ready for class. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 8, yet the classroom was entirely empty. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he sent a message to his roommate. By the way, why is no one attending class today? To provide his roommate with a clearer understanding, he attached a photo showcasing the desolate classroom. Before long, Li Buer replied, Hey Xingu, didn't you see the messages in the group? The teacher has something on today, so there's no class. As he spoke, Li Buer forwarded the official group message to Chu Xian. Upon reading it, Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, inwardly cursing. If there's no class today, then there's no need for me to remain here. Reluctantly, he decided to return to the dormitory for a while. After all, Shen Mushi had gone to the piano room early that morning to practice for her exam, and he did not wish to disturb her. In the dormitory, Li Buer was reveling and jesting at Chu Xian's expense. Until now, it had always been Chu Xian mocking Li Buer, but this time the tables had turned. With a mischievous grin, Li Buer remarked, Xiangu, you usually don't act this foolish. What on earth is going on today? As time ticked away, Chu Xian could no longer endure the situation. His eyes brightened when he noticed a ladder nearby, and without hesitation, he climbed up to Li Buer's bed. Hua Qingren quickly reacted, pulling out her phone to record the antics of Chu Xian and Li Buer. It must be said, such a scene had not unfolded in quite some time. After a playful exchange, Chu Xian finally felt a sense of joy, while Li Buer clutched his toes in agony. Moments before, Chu Xian had ascended to Li Buer's bed and had forcefully tugged at his toes, stretching them like rubber, a comical sight captured by Hua Qingren. However, Zhang Yi, who occupied the lower bunk beneath Li Buer, was persistently in danger, as their beds were inherently precarious, compounded by Li Buer's frequent flatulence. The playful banter among the group often left Zhang Yi lying on his bed with his hands clasped in prayer. After this amusing interlude, the group finally turned to more serious matters. By the way, when do we need to pay that money? Chu Xin inquired of Li Buer. When shall we go to the sports committee? Li Buer, with his beady eyes, replied that he did not know. Chu Xin continued, can we bring family members? Li Buer responded again with uncertainty. At last, Hu Qingran could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, what do you know? All you do is eat and lounge around. Are you a mere glutton? Chu Xian, Uncertainty Chapter 71, Perfection and Imperfection in the Afternoon. After a long absence, Chu Xian engaged in a gaming session with his roommates. To his surprise, he became the team's breakthrough player instead of Li Buer. Hu Qingran, with a hint of mockery, remarked, Xianer, you may as well relinquish your title of Wild King to me. Although Chu Xian refrained from responding, he felt a surge of indignation within. After this exchange, he rallied his companions to continue their ranked matches. With scores of 111, 57, and 812, Chu Xian scratched his head awkwardly as he surveyed his performance, which, after his earnest efforts, culminated in 3 defeats. Li Buer, holding his phone with a furious expression, glared at Chu Xian, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a verbal tirade. Sensing the impending storm, Chu Xian hastily conjured an excuse and vacated the dormitory. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Xian found himself before the piano room in the art building, peering through the glass at the senior sister who was practicing her singing. It is often said that when God closes one door, he opens a window. However, this adage did not apply to Shenmushi. Chu Xian perceived her as truly perfect, almost transcending the realm of humanity. He quietly settled into a chair nearby. Despite the soundproofing of each piano room, it did little to hinder Chu Xian's ability to hear the enchanting melodies emanating from within. Time passed, and eventually, the sounds within the room faded, replaced by the sudden creak of the door. Initially drowsy, Chu Xian was instantly invigorated upon hearing the door open. As he glanced toward the entrance, he realized it was not Shinmushi who emerged, but another girl. He greeted her, acknowledging that, as a freshman, it was always prudent to address her as senior. The girl responded with a smile, Mushi is still inside. She will be out shortly. Without waiting for a reply, she departed. About 2 minutes later, Shinmushi stepped out of the piano room, looking weary. However, upon spotting Chu Xian in the corner, she quickly concealed her fatigue, adopting a facade of ease as she approached him. When did you arrive? Shinmushi asked cheerfully. Actually, I just got here not long ago, senior, Chu Xian replied gently. Come on, senior, after a long day, let us head home. I'll cook dinner tonight. Upon hearing Chu Xian's promise to cook, Shinmushi first beamed with delight, then looked skeptical. Chu Xian, have you secretly been practicing cooking? She murmured. With a proud shake of his finger, Chu Xian declared, a secret cannot be divulged. Before long, the two returned home, laden with bags of groceries. Chu Xian contemplated the dishes he intended to prepare for dinner. Suddenly, Shinmushi let out a shriek and jumped towards Chu Xian, startling him so much that he dropped the ingredients he was holding. Ah, Chu Xian, there's a cockroach. Shinmushi exclaimed. Who would have imagined that Shinmushi, who remained composed in front of others, would exhibit such fear of a cockroach? Chu Xian first placed his senior on the sofa and then focused intently on the floor, while Shinmushi cheered him on enthusiastically. Soon, the moment a cockroach appeared, Chu Xian swiftly eliminated it, prompting Shinmushi to bounce joyfully on the sofa. After this brief interlude, Chu Xian finally entered the kitchen with the ingredients he had gathered. He planned to simmer a pot of chicken soup and prepare a few other dishes. However, perhaps due to psychological influences, he felt an overwhelming aversion the moment his hand made contact with the meat. Stretching his arm, he held a chicken in one hand and a cleaver in the other, unsure of how to proceed. After approximately 5 minutes, he remained frozen in that position. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Shinmushi, peering from the kitchen door, urged him to tie his hair back, then gently advised, silly, you don't need to cut the chicken for the soup. With that, she rinsed the chicken several times under cold water, chopped the ginger, garlic, and scallions into appropriate sizes, and blanched them together in the pot. What initially seemed to Chu Xian a daunting task appeared to be a trivial matter in the hands of his senior, and he gazed at her with admiration. Once the chicken soup was ready, Shinmushi exited the kitchen, and after a little over an hour, Chu Xian placed the soup and the dishes he had stir-fried on the dining table. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar object on the table. Senior, when did you arrive? I had no idea, Chu Xian exclaimed in surprise. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that Che Xiaoxiao had appeared out of nowhere, sitting sweetly at the dining table. You too? Chu Xian inquired, bewildered. I just called Xiaoxiao over, Shen Mushi replied calmly. And who else? Chu Xian chuckled and said, Li Buer. I think Xiaoxiao and Li Buer are quite compatible in certain aspects. Che Xiaoxiao scoffed, like what? Chu Xian continued, for instance, Li Buer is single. And so are you, senior. Che Xiaoxiao replied expressionlessly, thank you, junior. You've successfully made me feel even colder on this chilly day. Before Chu Xian could respond, Shen Mushi presented him with a spoonful of chicken soup, saying, try it? I think it tastes quite good. After tasting it, Chu Xian found it indeed delicious. The chicken tender and flavorful, much to the dismay of Che Xiaoxiao, who felt nauseated by their actions. Enough, enough. The life of a single dog is still a life. Che Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Yet it seemed she transformed her sorrow into an appetite, as she eagerly consumed bowl after bowl of the soup. Soon, her attention was drawn to a mysterious dish, entirely black in color, resembling some kind of meat, with a surprisingly pleasant aroma. As she delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks, she asked, what did you make, Chu Xian? I prepared stir-fried pork. But it seems I mistakenly used dark soy sauce instead of light soy sauce, which may have altered the flavor. Before Chu Xian could finish his sentence, Che Xiaoxiao had already popped the meat into her mouth. She felt as if she had taken a mouthful of salt and quickly spat it out. Rushing to the restroom to rinse her mouth. Chu Xian, did you poison me? Witnessing this scene, Shen Mushi was somewhat curious. Was it really that peculiar? With a hint of skepticism, she placed a piece of meat in her mouth, only to have a different reaction than Che Xiaoxiao. I think it's not too bad. Just remember not to confuse the soy sauces next time. In truth, aside from the stir-fried pork, which was somewhat challenging to assess, the flavors of the other dishes prepared by Chu Xian were quite satisfactory. After dinner, Che Xiaoxiao did not leave. Instead, Shen Mushi insisted she stay. To prevent you from oversleeping and missing your exam tomorrow, why not stay with me tonight? Che Xiaoxiao was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a drama, while Chu Xian and Shen Mushi relaxed in the hanging chair they had purchased a couple of days earlier, gazing at the stars. Senior, why do some people seem perfect while others struggle with everything? Shen Mushi turned to Chu Xian with a smile, asking, what's brought this on all of a sudden? I just think you seem perfect in my eyes, yet I can't even cook a single dish properly. Chu Xian murmured, lowering his head. Shen Mushi continued, in truth, I am not perfect at all, just an ordinary person like everyone else. The reason you perceive me as perfect is because of your affection for me. When we admire someone, their good traits are magnified, causing us to overlook their flaws. Don't overthink it, silly. Che Xiaoxiao sighed. Whatever, I've gotten used to it. Let it all be destroyed. Chapter 72, Midterm Examination on Wednesday. Chu Xian remained asleep in his room. Since it was the day of the midterm examination, he did not have to attend his major classes. Cici, should we wake Chu Xian to come along? Che Xiaoxiao whispered to Shen Mushi. No need. It's rare for him to have a morning free from classes. Let him sleep a while longer. With that, Shen Mushi gently closed Chu Xian's door and carefully left the house with Che Xiaoxiao. When Chu Xian finally awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. Seeing the time on his phone, he felt a sense of urgency. He had intended to accompany Shen Mushi to the exam, but he had overslept. He quickly jumped out of bed, ready to wash up. Upon exiting his bedroom, he noticed a note left on the dining table. I saw you sleeping so soundly. I couldn't bear to wake you. Xiaoxiao and I have gone to the exam. I'll be back a bit late for lunch. Remember to eat. Love you. Chu Xian stared blankly at the note from his senior, feeling that the words seemed familiar. He did not linger. Swiftly heading to the bathroom to wash up before leaving the house, hoping he could catch up with Shen Mushi before her exam. Meanwhile, Shen Mushi and Che Xiaoxiao were waiting in front of the piano room for their examination, which was scheduled for 10 o'clock due to the differing times for each grade. Cici, why do you seem a bit distracted? Che Xiaoxiao inquired, glancing at Shen Mushi beside her. You're not feeling anxious, are you? That doesn't seem right. I've never seen you nervous during exams before. Shen Mushi slightly turned her head to Che Xiaoxiao and replied, no, I just didn't sleep well last night and feel a bit tired. As Shen Mushi's roommate for 3 years, Che Xiaoxiao could tell that Shen Mushi was not being entirely truthful. After all, the Shen Mushi she knew was a formidable and accomplished young woman, although she now seemed somewhat preoccupied with romance. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had arrived at the school gate via taxi and, glancing at the time, hurried towards the arts building. Approximately 10 minutes later, he entered the building. where the air was filled with melodies and the sounds of various instruments. Wandering aimlessly, he ascended the staircase, and upon reaching the second floor, he spotted Shinmushi and Che Xiaoxiao seated in a corner. "Senior, have you started?" A familiar voice called out to Shinmushi and Che Xiaoxiao. Upon recognizing Chu Xian, Shinmushi's face lit up with joy. "What brings you here?" she softly asked. "Didn't I tell you to rest properly?" Chu Xian smiled gently in response. "Didn't my senior say she would accompany me for the exam today?" Noticing the two were about to indulge in a display of affection, Che Xiaoxiao quickly stood up to interrupt. "I must insist. You two, save the romance for when you get home, shall we?" "Chu Xian, could you please take a moment to observe the atmosphere around you?" At that moment, Chu Xian realized that everyone nearby was watching him intently. However, he did not shy away but instead flashed a charming smile and softly said to Shinmushi, "Senior, remember to call me when the exam is over. I will be waiting in Ho Qingran's practice room downstairs." With that, he leaned in and gently kissed Shinmushi on the cheek before dashing away. Such a rogue. Flirting and then fleeing, Shinmushi thought, her cheeks slightly flushed as she silently scolded him. Just as Chu Xian was about to head downstairs, he spotted two familiar figures, Li Buer and the blonde girl who had previously wanted to add him on WeChat. They appeared to be quite close. When did this fellow become so popular with the ladies? How did they get connected? Chu Xian pondered, but chose not to approach them, instead opting to descend via a different staircase. In practice room 1 on the first floor, Ho Qingran was enthusiastically playing the trumpet, putting in considerable effort. And he was not alone. Lu Qingma was also present. Chu Xian gently knocked on the door, and within moments, it swung open. He walked straight in and took a seat on the piano bench. Well, a rare visitor," Ho Qingran teased. "What brings you here today, Brother Xian?" Chu Xian replied softly, "My senior has an exam today, so I came to accompany her. Since I have some free time, I thought I would come here for a while. By the way, Ho Ge, any juicy gossip from our dorm while I've been away? Who is in a relationship, for instance?" Chu Xian inquired in a hushed tone. Ho Qingran, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Let me correct you. You haven't been in the dormitory for the past few days. Furthermore, regarding your mention of someone being in love, I don't believe that's the case. At least, I haven't noticed it." After hearing Ho Qingran's words, Chu Xian recounted his encounter with Li Buer to the two of them. Although Lu Qingma did not share the same dormitory, he resided directly across the hall and was quite familiar with the dynamics of room 303. "A couple of days ago, when I went downstairs, I saw Li Buer leaving with a girl. She was wearing black stockings and had golden hair, but I can't be certain if she is the one you mentioned," Lu Qingma whispered. As the three engaged in their spirited discussion, Li Buer appeared at the door, exclaiming, "Brothers, could you open the door?" The trio ceased their conversation and opened the door to let Li Buer in. Ho Qingran cast a bewildered glance at Li Buer, as if questioning his entitlement to their attention. At that moment, Chu Xian's phone vibrated. "What are you up to?" He read. "I'm chatting with my roommates downstairs," he replied. "The exam hasn't come around to me yet. I'm so bored and just want a hug," came the response from Shinmushi. Chu Xian was taken aback by the message, wondering if such things could be said openly. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with the others, he ascended the stairs. "Where's he going?" Lu Qingma asked, bewildered. Beside him, Ho Qingran and Li Buer remained composed, taking a drag from their cigarettes, with an air of maturity, commenting, "He's off to find his love." Upon reaching the second floor, Chu Xian spotted Shinmushi sitting alone in a corner. He approached her with purpose. "Senior, I'm here." As Shinmushi saw Chu Xian, she leapt into his arms. This sudden action startled Chu Xian, despite the presence of many onlookers. They seemed oblivious to the gazes surrounding them. After all, even though Shinmushi was the campus beauty, she was merely a young woman in her early 20s experiencing love for the first time, deserving of such moments, as was Chu Xian. Shinmushi leaned quietly against Chu Xian's shoulder. Approximately 20 minutes later, it was finally her turn. One must admit that Shinmushi's professional level was commendable. Her pitch, rhythm, and timbre were all impeccable. Once her performance concluded, she exited the practice room just as Che Xiaoxiao descended from the upper floor. "Senior, what were you up to just now?" Chu Xian asked curiously. Che Xiaoxiao wore a glum expression as she responded, "Don't even mention it. After finishing my vocal exam, I went for the piano. I messed up the first note. I must have been out of my mind to choose the piano. Take my advice. Never opt for piano in the future." All right. Let us not dwell on the unpleasantness. Let us go have lunch," Chu Xian suggested. After lunch, the three returned to their respective dormitories. The reason Chu Xian decided to return to the dormitory was due to his curiosity about the incident he witnessed with Li Bu-er earlier that morning. Inside the dormitory, Li Bu-er was lazily sprawled on his bed, engrossed in his phone, erupting into fits of giggles. Soon, Ho Qingran could no longer tolerate the cacophony of laughter and picked up a pillow, intending to hurl it at Li Bu-er. However, it seemed Ho Qingran lacked the necessary force, and the pillow veered off course, heading toward Zhang Yi's bed instead. At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. As Chu Xian entered the dormitory, he unwittingly stepped into the trajectory of the pillow, which promptly struck him on the side of the face with a resounding thud. Covering his face, Chu Xian exclaimed, "Ho, are you trying to commit murder?" Seeing his pillow collide with Chu Xian's face, Ho Qingran quickly jumped off his bed to apologize. Fortunately, the pillow was made of soft foam, so the impact was not painful. The others observed Chu Xian's expression with amusement, realizing that such a comical incident seemed only fitting for an animated show, and never did they expect to witness such a scene in reality. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Xian had composed himself and quietly approached Li Bu-er, calling out loudly. At that moment, Li Bu-er was still engrossed in his phone, seemingly chatting with someone, and did not notice Chu Xian. The sudden shout startled Li Bu-er, causing him to jump. Struggling to regain his composure, he asked, "What's up, bro?" With a mischievous grin, Chu Xian replied, "Li Bu-er, I saw you earlier today." Li Bu-er, confused, responded, "I know, we met in Ho Qingran's piano room. Didn't we?" Chu Xian continued, No, I saw you with a blonde beauty on the second floor before I came downstairs." Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the others, except for Ho Qingran, became intrigued, their faces lighting up with curiosity as they turned to Li Bu-er. Initially flustered, Li Bu-er then lowered his voice, attempting to sound nonchalant as he replied, I think I might be in love." At this, Fan Yin was the first to burst into laughter, teasing, "You're in love again? Have you forgotten the last time you got slapped by a girl? Or how you were blocked by that senior?" The group erupted in laughter at Fan Yan's remarks, while Ho Qingran chimed in with a smirk, "What do you think she sees in you?" Li Bu-er paid little heed to their banter, accustomed to the playful jabs exchanged among them in the dorm. Chu Xian stepped forward and inquired, "What do you usually talk about?" Li Bu-er shyly lowered his gaze and replied, "We talk about everything, mostly about our dorm life." After hearing this, Chu Xian and the others refrained from asking further questions, recognizing that they had already pried enough and deemed it impolite to press on. Just then, Li Bu-er suddenly got off his bed, changed his clothes, and exited the dormitory. As he opened the door, he collided with Lu Qingma, who was about to enter. Lu remarked, "Why does it feel like your dorm is so mysterious? Where is he off to now?" He too sought his love. Ho Qingran took a sip of water and remarked, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" Chu Xian responded with a hint of confusion. "If I may speak out of turn, I sense that girl is not as simple as she appears," Fan Yin said calmly. In the afternoon, Chu Xian remained in the dormitory, while Shun Mushi mentioned that she had some matters to attend to, so the two did not return home. At that moment, Li Bu-er joyfully entered the dormitory, excitedly announcing, "That senior intends for our dormitory to join her for a stroll around the playground." Zhang Hao, somewhat puzzled, replied, "You two can go, why invite us?" Li Bu-er continued, "No, the senior's dormitory is entirely comprised of singles. She must be planning to use this opportunity for everyone to get acquainted." Fan Yin calmly added, "Indeed, that seems to be the case. I'm not going." Chu Xian stated nonchalantly, "I have a partner. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to attend." Ho Qingran and Fan Yin echoed, "No, Chu Xian, you must go. That senior specifically requested your presence." Li Bu-er said animatedly. Chu Xian scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Why is it imperative for me to attend?" However, Li Bu-er was also unaware of the underlying reasons. Under Li Bu-er's persistent persuasion, the others in the dormitory were eventually convinced. But Chu Xian had no intention of sneaking off alone. As dusk descended, after confirming a particular matter, Chu Xian joined the others to head to the playground. Chu Xian found it perplexing. If the intention was to socialize, why not do so in a restaurant instead of on the chilly playground in winter? The evening in Jiqing was undeniably cold, as there was no autumn, and the wind continued to blow around them. Soon, they arrived at the playground, where the snow had melted, and many people lounged on the grass, chatting, with some even singing into microphones accompanied by speakers. At that moment, a group of girls approached Chu Xian and the others, led by the so-called girlfriend of Li Bu-er. Chu Xian did not pause, but instead walked to a seat in the corner. Senior, have you been waiting long? Chu Xian greeted with a smile. Not really. I just arrived not long ago, Shin Mushi replied with a smile. As she spoke, Chu Xian wrapped his scarf around her shoulders, saying, Didn't I tell you? It gets cold in the evening, so you should dress warmly. He gently patted Shin Mushi's head and took her hand, walking toward the group. The scene was witnessed by the residents of dormitory 303 and the girls, prompting one girl to exclaim, So sweet. Let me introduce her. This is Shin Mushi, my girlfriend. Chu Xian proclaimed proudly to the crowd. The people in dormitory 303 were already aware, but Chu Xian was not speaking solely for his roommates. Ho Qingran and Fan Yen were the first to grasp Chu Xian's implication and politely greeted Shin Mushi, saying, Senior, it's been a while. Shin Mushi nodded courteously to everyone, and then scrutinized a blonde girl, stating, I remember you. You previously asked for Chu Xian's WeChat, but he gave you mine instead. Upon hearing Shin Mushi's words, the girl exhibited little reaction, maintaining her composure as she replied, I apologize, Senior. At that time, I was unaware that Chu Xian was your boyfriend. Li Buer, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, quickly urged everyone to engage in light-hearted conversation. Although Li Buer attempted to ease the mood, a sense of confusion lingered within him. For the senior had never mentioned to him that she had sought Chu Xian's WeChat during their time at school. However, the topic often seemed to gravitate towards Chu Xian whenever she spoke. Chapter 74. Love and Indifference. The group sat in the heart of the playground, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, appearing quite content. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and Shin Mushi remained apart from the crowd, sitting a short distance away, listening to the melodies that filled the air. Despite the blonde girl making several attempts to approach them, she was consistently intercepted by Ho Qingran and Fan Yen. The two seemed oblivious to their surroundings, quietly enjoying the music as one song followed another. Shin Mushi gently leaned into Chu Xian's embrace, eventually drifting off to sleep. Once again, Chu Xian removed his jacket and draped it over Shin Mushi. At that moment, an idea struck him. He gently roused the senior, whispering, Senior, don't sleep. You might catch a cold here. Wait a moment, we'll head home soon. As one song concluded, Chu Xian dusted off his pants and approached the singer, quietly discussing something. Moments later, the boy handed the microphone to Chu Xian. Only then did Shin Mushi realize that Chu Xian intended to sing. Upon seeing his preparation, the residents of room 303 gathered, although there remained a considerable distance between them and Shin Mushi. At that juncture, Chu Xian spoke up, I apologize, everyone. I've recently developed a fondness for Teacher Tao's songs, and I wish to dedicate a beloved track to someone very special. Chu Xian began to sing every day for all to hear, whether under the sun or in the rain, in crowded coffee shops. It must be said that the impact of a slow-paced love ballad is truly profound. After Chu Xian finished the song, not only did Shin Mushi's cheeks flush with color, but many girls in attendance clamored for an encore. Shin Mushi's blush stemmed from the fact that the song was meant for her, while the others' enthusiasm arose from Chu Xian's melodious voice and handsome appearance. With his slightly tousled hair and frameless glasses, he exuded an air of refinement, while his attire unmistakably suggested an artistic inclination. Little did the audience realize that in comparison to Ho Qingran's beauty, Chu Xian's looks were nothing remarkable, and his singing skills paled in comparison to Su Chen's. Unperturbed by the audience's cheers, Chu Xian politely bowed and returned the microphone to its original holder. Subsequently, he walked over to Shin Mushi amidst the gaze of onlookers and gently said, Let us go, senior. Sorry for the wait. Upon hearing his words, Shin Mushi did not immediately rise. Instead, she extended her arms and playfully said, I want a hug. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xian slightly lowered his body and lifted Shin Mushi into his arms. Brother Ho, my senior, and I shall take our leave. Enjoy yourselves, he remarked, and with that, the pair walked away hand in hand, laughing and chatting. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Chu Xian as the boy who had previously monopolized the confession wall with his relationship with the campus belle. Many had questioned his worthiness back then, but it now seemed he possessed some merit. After Chu Xian departed, Ho Qingran and the others did not linger, making their way directly from the playground to the dormitory, though Li Buer appeared to be burdened with heavy thoughts. Once Chu Xian and Shin Mushi returned home, they wearily sank into the sofa. Did you summon me over to assert your claim? Shin Mushi whispered. Chu Xian chuckled in response. Hee hee, senior, you've already guessed it. I, a boy with a girlfriend, certainly cannot attend a social gathering, can I? To be honest, when that girl specifically called for me, I sensed something amiss. I hope Li Buer can see through her intentions. Oomph, you've been obedient. If you dare sneak out tonight, I guarantee you'll spend the night kneeling on your keyboard. Shin Mushi feigned a cold demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian flashed a mischievous grin and slowly replied. Then, senior, for my good behavior, might there be a reward? Shin Mushi's face flushed at his words, and bashfully she remarked, big pervert. With that, she closed her eyes. And Chu Xian, to his delight, kissed her. After all, it had been quite some time since they had shared such a moment, especially since he had been wary of transmitting his cold to her during his illness. Before long, they returned to their respective bedrooms. Chu Xian picked up his phone and noticed numerous messages in the dormitory group chat. Li Buer, I feel that girl isn't genuinely interested in me. She's merely using me to get to know Chu Xian. Chu Xian, Ho Qingran, you just realized? When she specifically called for Chu Xian, we all understood what was happening, but neither Fan Yin nor I dared to say anything. Fan Yin, forget it, let us think positively. Recognizing someone's true nature early on is far better than realizing it after spending a lot of money. Suyu, you saw it too. Xian called the senior over. When he introduced her, it wasn't he meant for us. Did you not notice that blonde girl trying to get closer to Xian and the senior? Su Chun, I feel she must have been around the dating scene quite a bit. If you were to date her, you'd surely find it challenging. Li Buer, I think so too. Sigh, I always wondered how someone could be interested in me. Seeing the fervent discussions unfold, Chu Xian interjected, please don't say that. Who can guarantee a smooth journey in love? Everyone encounters a few heartless individuals. As I mentioned before, regarding my experiences prior to university, it's not that no one finds you appealing. Rather, your love is waiting for you just beyond the horizon. Time will gradually guide you to the right person. So don't dwell on it too much. It's best to wash up and get some rest. After bidding farewell to Chu Xian, he exited the green bubble and opened his music notes. As he scrolled through, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a video of himself singing on the playground, unaware of who had captured and uploaded it online. With a touch of narcissism, Chu Xian thought to himself, I look truly handsome, and my singing is delightful. Little did he know that this video would soon lead him to partake in some rather mundane activities. The following day, Chu Xian and Shin Mushi arrived at the classroom early, preparing for their rehearsal. Since no one else was present upon their arrival, they chose to sit together. Engaged in light-hearted banter, they paid no mind to the growing number of students entering the classroom. Chu Xian inquired about his senior's plans post-graduation, to which Shin Mushi smiled softly and expressed her desire to become a singer. Surprised by their shared aspiration, Chu Xian felt a sense of camaraderie with her. As more students filled the classroom, Shin Mushi returned to her seat. For some inexplicable reason, Chu Xian sensed a decrease in the malevolence he had previously perceived in the gazes of his seniors, replaced instead by admiration. At that moment, Liang Sanjin sat beside him. Grinning as he remarked, Buddy, you sang exceptionally well last night. Feeling embarrassed, Chu Xian stammered, Huh? You knew about that? Liang Sanjin continued, Of course. I saw your singing video in the music notes. It was even pinned on the confession wall, and there are people confessing to you in the comments. Internally, Chu Xian cursed, Who on earth is behind that confession wall? How did this video end up there? If I find out who it is. Meanwhile, beside Shin Mushi, Che Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed and murmured, Why do I feel like someone is cursing me from behind? Chapter 75, Campus Competition After Class. Chu Xian and his senior went to the cafeteria for lunch, and afterward, he returned to his dormitory once again. It must be noted that Chu Xian had been frequenting his dormitory quite often lately. His reason for returning was due to an inexplicable meeting scheduled for the afternoon. Inside the dorm, Li Buer and his friends were engrossed in a game, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous night. Soon, their game ended in defeat. Chu Xian approached Li Buer's bed cautiously and inquired, Are you all right? Li Buer replied calmly, I'm fine. Xian Gu, what you said last night awakened me. I believe your words were quite insightful. With that, they resumed their game, while Chu Xian busied himself tidying his clothes in preparation for taking them home later. As the weather was growing increasingly cold, an hour later, the group from room 303 arrived at the classroom designated for the meeting. However, upon entering, they were taken aback to find only a handful of students present, despite the fact that it was already time for the meeting. They even began to question whether they had misread the time, while the teacher on stage persistently urged the class monitor to notify the absent students to hurry along. Approximately 30 minutes later, the classroom was finally filled with students. Chu Xian rested his head on the desk, oblivious to the content of the lecture. However, the essence was that an external graduate examination institution had come to recruit students. Yet, Chu Xian and his peers were merely freshmen. Even though the institution's representative had displayed their WeChat contact on the screen, not a single person made an effort to connect, with most, like Chu Xian, simply lying on their desks. After an interminable 40 minutes, the meeting finally concluded, and a few students turned to head back to their dormitory. After retrieving a backpack from his room, Chu Xian made his way towards the female dormitory. At that moment, Shin Mushi was squatting at the foot of the dormitory, playing with the upperclassmen. Observing this, Chu Xian approached and settled beside Shin Mushi, joining in the playful antics with the kittens. Upon noticing Chu Xian's arrival, Shin Mushi stood up, preparing to depart, as the kittens seemed to instinctively understand and scattered away. On their way back, Shin Mushi informed Chu Xian about an upcoming campus singer competition. Chu Xian, visibly perplexed, pondered that as a student of the music academy, he would likely be barred from participating. Although other colleges might harbor hidden talents, he expressed his thoughts to Shin Mushi, who calmly replied, "You are correct. Our academy has traditionally refrained from entering competitions." "But why is that?" Chu Xian interrupted her. Shin Mushi continued, "Let me finish. Each year, several students from our academy serve as judges. For instance, last year, Xiao Xiao participated as a judge." Chu Xian found this somewhat incredulous, and Shin Mushi seemed to perceive his confusion, elaborating, "It is mandated by the school. However, for some reason, this year, our academy is permitted to compete." With that, Shin Mushi fixed her gaze on Chu Xian with intent. "You don't expect me to participate, do you?" Chu Xian exclaimed, incredulous. "I can't. You know I get nervous in front of people, my words get jumbled." Shin Mushi chuckled softly and replied, "Is that so? You sang quite well last night. I thought you looked rather dashing." Hearing her words, Chu Xian bashfully lowered his head, as it was the first time since their acquaintance that she had called him handsome. "When is the competition?" he asked, a hint of pride in his tone. "I don't know. It should be announced in your class group soon. Just between us. You are currently a favorite to win," Shin Mushi said, her face lit with joy. Chu Xian felt puzzled. Why is that? Could it be because of that video from last night? Shin Mushi replied, "Very astute. It is indeed because of that video." Chu Xian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "It's all that confession wall's fault for inexplicably putting me up there. The last time they announced it was the same. If I find out who it is, I will surely." Shin Mushi said nothing, merely smiling subtly, for apart from herself, the only other individual privy to the identity behind the confession wall was the previous student council president. Upon returning home, Chu Xian placed the clothes from his backpack into the wardrobe, while Shin Mushi busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. After tidying up his clothes, Chu Xian lay on his bed, lost in thought. Just then, he felt his phone vibrate, revealing a message in the class group chat. As expected, the message pertained to the upcoming campus singer competition. Each college was notifying their respective class students that the preliminary rounds would take place next Saturday, encouraging interested students to participate. Following this announcement, the class monitor initiated a sign-up thread titled Participants. Seeing this, Chu Xian thought to himself that there was no escaping it, so he might as well join in. He decided to gather a few friends in room 303 for support. Just as he was about to write down his name, Li Buer beat him to it, surprising Chu Xian. It was well known that Li Buer usually sang off-key. Subsequently, Chu Xian added his name right after Li Buer's, and once this task was completed, he was summoned by a senior to have dinner. At the dining table, he recounted the incident of Li Buer's registration. Though they were somewhat perplexed, they expressed their respect for his decision. After dinner, Chu Xian, after a long time, engaged in gaming with Shin Mushi. This time, he did not end the game with a poor performance. Rather, he excelled in every round. 2 hours later, after both had taken turns showering, they returned to their respective rooms. However, before heading to his room, Chu Xian informed Shin Mushi, "Senior, I have a full day of classes tomorrow, so I won't be able to accompany you. I will try to return early to keep you company." It was at that moment that he noticed he had received numerous messages, the majority from the dormitory group and casual chat group. Some expressed surprise at his participation, while many others were astonished that Li Buer had also signed up. Chu Xian chose to ignore the chatter in the group, silencing his notifications as he prepared for sleep, for he had an early class the next morning. Chapter 76. Exclusive titles. All right, stretch your bow in front of the mirror. Ensure your arms are relaxed and your stance is straight. In the second piano room of the arts building, a white-haired elder was imparting his wisdom to Su-chin with vigor. At that moment, a knock resonated through the piano room. Through the glass, one could see a flustered Chu-hsien knocking anxiously. "Teacher, I'm sorry for being late." Chu-hsien entered the room, continuously apologizing to Teacher Bai. The elder, taking a slow sip of tea, replied leisurely, "It's been a while since I've seen you in class. What brings you here today?" Chu-hsien felt a bit embarrassed by Teacher Bai's words and could only lower his head, patiently listening to the teacher's instructions. However, Teacher Bai did not put any pressure on Chu-hsien. After expressing his thoughts, he simply asked him to take out his violin and replicate Su-chin's actions. Since it had been a long time since Chu-hsien attended violin lessons, he struggled to draw a proper long bow. At that moment, he noticed that the boy who had chosen the violin alongside him and Su-chin was absent. Chu-hsien pondered whether it mattered if he did not attend, but he quickly dismissed that thought. It was only after his senior year that he learned the boy had not stopped attending classes. Rather, he had switched to playing the drums. 45 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door as the next group of students arrived for lessons. Seeing the new arrivals, Teacher Bai instructed Su-chin to teach Chu-hsien before allowing the two to leave the practice room. Now, Chu-hsien felt a dull ache in his arms, devoid of any other sensation. After placing their violins back in the room, the two returned to their dormitory. Inside the dorm, Li Buer was fast asleep, occasionally releasing a loud snore. Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Buer had installed a curtain around his bed, resembling a makeshift morning hall. Chu-hsien took out his phone to check if his senior was awake. Just then, he received a message from her. "Shinmushi, I'm awake. Have you finished your class?" Chu-hsien, "Yes, I've completed my class. Let me tell you about today's lesson." Thus began a lively exchange between the two, with each taking turns to converse. Time slipped by unnoticed until the dorm fell silent, and Shinmushi turned her attention to her own matters. Leaving Chu-hsien to observe the half-asleep Li Buer, he inquired, "Li Buer, what made you decide to participate in the campus singing competition yesterday?" Hearing Chu-hsien, Ho Qingran stifled a laugh, while Li Buer, suddenly alert, replied indignantly, "You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, while I was in the restroom without my phone, that rascal Ho Qingran somehow unlocked my phone and registered me for the competition." After saying this, Li Buer shot a fierce glare at Ho Qingran, who dared not meet his gaze and buried his head under the blanket to suppress his laughter, though with little success. Laughter soon filled the dormitory. "Let us go singing tonight," proposed Chu-hsien, considering Li Buer's singing skills, which were quite hard to evaluate. He also intended to invite a few others, hoping the entire 303 dormitory could join. The others quickly agreed to Chu-hsien's suggestion, deciding to go singing after their afternoon classes. Chu-hsien mentioned this to his senior, planning to ask if she would like to join. "Sounds good. I can accompany you to class this afternoon," Shinmushi replied, adding a cute cat emoji. Chu-hsien, "Sure, if you're not busy, I wouldn't mind if you came along to class with me." Shinmushi, "Why do I sense a hint of discomfort in you?" Chu-hsien, "Not at all. I am thrilled that you, senior, have come to attend class with me." Shinmushi, "Humph." Chu-hsien, "Senior, since we are now a couple, how about we adopt a new term of endearment? I can't keep calling you senior forever." Shinmushi, "What do you wish to call me, boyfriend?" Chu-hsien, "Something unique to just the two of us, like wife, baby, or darling." At that moment, Shinmushi sent a voice message, softly saying, "You may not know this, but I have already given you a new nickname long ago, silly." Chu-hsien, "What is it?" Senior? Shinmushi, "Sure. It's a secret." Chu-hsien, "Humph, if you want to tell me, then fine." Just then, Li Buer and a few others called Chu-hsien to join them for lunch. After informing Shinmushi, he proceeded to eat lunch with his roommates. Meanwhile, after putting down her phone, Shinmushi began her grooming routine and selecting an outfit for the afternoon. It seemed she did not notice that she had never been one to deliberate over clothing choices. She would typically wear whatever came to hand. However, since Chu-hsien arrived at university, all of that had changed. After lunch, Chu-hsien and his companions arrived at the entrance of the teaching building. As it was a large lecture, their classroom was not located in the art building. Noticing that Shinmushi had yet to arrive, Chu-hsien asked Li Buer and the others to enter first while he waited outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shinmushi approached from a distance. Upon spotting Chu-hsien waiting for her, she instinctively quickened her pace, exclaiming, "I'm here. Let us go." With that, they clasped hands and entered together. By this time, the classroom was ready for the lesson, and Chu Xian intended to enter through the back door. However, upon entering, he discovered that the back door had been locked from the inside. "Senior, it seems we have no choice but to use the front door," he remarked. Shinmushi felt indifferent. After all, they were now in a romantic relationship, and it wouldn't be a significant issue if Chu Xian's classmates saw them together. Just then, Chu Xian heard the teacher inside preparing to take attendance. He paid no heed to anything else, and, taking Shinmushi's hand, headed towards the front door. While apologizing to the teacher, he moved toward the back row, amidst the raucous sounds from the surrounding students. Yet, they paid little attention. They settled into an empty seat in the corner, with Shinmushi attentively listening to the lecture while Chu Xian admired her beauty. Eventually, feeling a bit shy under Chu Xian's gaze, Shinmushi lightly tapped his head with her hand, softly saying, "Pay attention in class, do not look at me." At that moment, Chu Xian happened to see his nickname, Little Wife, among Shinmushi's green chat bubbles. "Did you see that?" Shinmushi asked, her face slightly flushed as she covered her phone. "If that's the case, I can't keep you." Chu Xian chuckled softly and, lowering his voice, asked, "Senior, why am I little wife?" Chapter 77. A serendipitous encounter. Shinmushi did not respond to Chu Xian. Instead, her face flushed as she buried her head in her arms. Soon, their behavior caught the teacher's attention, who then remarked, "Students in love, please save your conversations for after class." Chu Xian understood that the teacher was addressing him, and he too lowered his head in embarrassment. After enduring 2 long hours, the group finally exited the classroom, feeling as if they had been liberated, and made their way to a predetermined destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived in batches. Chu Xian and the senior went to a nearby shop to buy drinks for everyone before heading towards the private room. As the ancient saying goes, before seeing the person, one hears their voice. Just as Chu Xian and Shinmushi reached the door of the room, they were greeted by the peculiar singing of Li Buer. It cannot be said that his singing was entirely unpleasant. Rather, it was merely somewhat grating, drawing the attention of patrons from adjacent rooms, despite the soundproofing measures in place. Upon entering the room, they discovered that the others were laughing while plugging their ears. Chu Xian initially intended to offer encouragement to Li Buer, but the laughter was contagious, spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Shinmushi lowered her head, seemingly making an effort to suppress her amusement. Eventually, Li Buer ceased his performance, and the group sighed in relief. "Li Buer, you sing quite well. I won't watch the next season of The Voice of China without you," Fan Yin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Li Buer, recognizing the implication, did not relinquish the microphone. Instead, he continued singing one song after another. "Li Buer, how about taking a sip of water?" Chu Xian suggested, hoping to coax him into putting down the microphone. However, his efforts proved futile as Li Buer persisted in his singing, albeit with 7.5 notes gone astray. Rather than singing, it resembled an attempt at composition, and Chu Xian could vividly imagine Li Buer's performance during the campus singing competition. After an indeterminate duration, Ho Qingran could no longer tolerate it and snatched the microphone from Li Buer's grasp, threatening, "We are outside. Don't make me kick you." In response, Li Buer leaned toward Zhang Yi, playfully saying, "Brother Yi, look at him, he's bullying me." Surprisingly, Zhang Yi retorted with a traditional saying. However, one cannot blame Zhang Yi for reprimanding him. With Li Buer's tone accompanying his words, even a small dog would bark back at him. Once Ho Qingran silenced Li Buer, the atmosphere in the private room began to normalize, and everyone, except Li Buer, appeared quite content. "Senior, would you like to join me for a duet?" Chu Xian whispered softly to Shinmushi, who nestled against him. Shinmushi did not verbally respond, but instead offered a subtle smile and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the senior's consent, Chu Xian picked up his phone and selected the song Little Dimples. As the prelude began to play, a sense of involuntary nervousness washed over him. After all, the last time they had sung together was at the freshman gala. However, as soon as the prelude concluded, he effortlessly immersed himself in the melody. It seemed that the earlier tension was not his alone to bear. Once they finished singing, expressions of surprise adorned the faces of their companions. Chu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, while Shinmushi returned to her seat with an impassive demeanor, though her ears had turned a deep shade of crimson. At that moment, an unbearable sound of singing emerged from somewhere, and Chu Xian realized that Li Buer was absent from the private room. "Brother Ho, where did Li Buer go?" The group stifled their laughter and whispered, "While you and the senior were singing, we played a game of drawing cards. In the end, whoever held the king had to either sing a song in another room or drink 2 shots. The king was with that rascal, and that's what you heard. Hearing the discordant singing from outside, Chu Xian prepared to venture into another room to retrieve Li Buer. Before he and his friends could step out, a woman around 30 stormed into the private room, exclaiming loudly, "Can someone control that guy? What on earth is he singing? How can he dare to flirt with girls sounding like that?" The group quickly offered their apologies. But just then, the woman exclaimed, "Oh my, I didn't realize you were Chu Xian." Upon hearing her words, the group turned to Chu Xian in unison, while Shin Mushi wore a peculiar expression. "Are you a celebrity or something?" Fan Yin remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Why does it seem like everywhere we go, women recognize you?" Chu Xian raised his head, curiously scrutinizing the woman before him, struggling to recall when he had met her. His gaze occasionally darted toward the senior, apprehensive that she might misconstrue the situation. "I'm sorry, miss, but I don't think we've met before. Are you a friend of my mother S or my sister S?" The woman chuckled, "Haha, even if you call me sister, I still want to forgive you for not remembering who I am. It's a shame you plan to marry my daughter." The others exchanged incredulous glances, while Chu Xian appeared flustered, retorting loudly, "Sister, it's fine to joke about food, but not about words. I've only ever mentioned marrying the senior, never your daughter." With that, he wrapped his arms around Shin Mushi, who, rather than being offended, seemed slightly shy. However, her next words left everyone utterly bewildered. "Mom, please stop teasing him. Chu Xian is timid, and you might scare him," Shin Mushi said calmly. Chu Xian, initially startled, turned to the woman and stammered, "Mom?" The woman smiled at his response, then gently replied, "Chu Xian, you and Mushi aren't married yet. Isn't it a bit premature to call me mom?" Chu Xian exclaimed in astonishment, No, auntie, that's not what I meant." The woman chuckled, responding, "Ha ha, all right. I won't tease you anymore. You truly are as amusing as old Shin said. No wonder Mushi is so fond of you." Feeling that the ensuing conversation was not suitable for them, Ho Qingran and the others decided to open the private room door. At that moment, a man entered alongside Li Buer. "Hello, Uncle Shun," Chu Xian greeted. Chapter 78. Meeting the parents to Chu Xian's astonishment. The man before him was none other than Uncle Shun, whom he had not seen for over a decade, and the father of his senior. The scene left Chu Xian incredulous. He had never imagined their reunion would occur under such circumstances. Li Buer approached Ho Qingran and the others, whispering to them. They deemed it inappropriate to remain, considering they were not meant to be there. This sudden decision caused Chu Xian to panic momentarily. Uncle Shin smiled and remarked, "It's been a long time, Chu Xian. The last time we met was over 10 years ago. You've grown so much." As Chu Xian gazed at the parents of his senior, he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he realized his hand was still draped around his senior's slender waist. Startled like a frightened animal, he quickly withdrew his hand and stood there trembling. "Mom and Dad, please don't scare Chu Xian. He's a bit timid," Shin Mushi said softly. "The first time he saw me, he couldn't utter a word." Shun's father and mother exchanged glances, with Shun's mother expressing a hint of melancholy. "Ah, the children have grown up. Now, she only cares for her boyfriend, leaving me, her mother, behind." Upon hearing Shun's mother's words, Chu Xian's panic escalated, and he exclaimed, No, auntie, my senior didn't mean it like that." Hearing Chu Xian's protest, Shin's father patted Shun's mother on the side, saying, All right, don't tease them. This isn't the place for such talk. And it's getting late. Let us eat and chat." Afterward, they left, but all Chu Xian wished for was to return to his dormitory. After all, if his senior's parents discovered that he was living with her, he might not escape unscathed. "Uncle, auntie, I want to join for dinner. You two enjoy your time with my senior. My roommate is waiting for me in the dorm," Chu Xian said cautiously. However, before he could finish, Shin Mushi grasped Chu Xian's hand firmly, preventing him from slipping away. "No, you can't leave. If you dare to run away, you'll regret it." At the sound of his senior's threat, Chu Xian immediately dismissed the thought of escape and reluctantly resolved to join them for dinner. Since they had arrived in the Northeast, how could they not indulge in its renowned cuisine? After all, Northeast cuisine is celebrated as the 9th major culinary tradition of China. Several individuals arrived at a highly rated restaurant in a taxi, where they were ushered to a table by the waiter. Mr. and Mrs. Shin occupied one side, while Shin Mushi and Chu Xian settled on the opposite side. Once again, the task of ordering fell upon Chu Xian, for reasons unbeknownst to him, since entering university. He had taken on the responsibility of ordering for group meals, which proved challenging as he endeavored to remember everyone's dietary restrictions. Accordingly, Chu Xian once more selected dishes according to the preferences of a senior, albeit there was a notable absence of spiciness in Northeast cuisine. Soon, the dishes he had ordered were presented by the waiter. As Chu Xian gazed at the spread before him, he felt somewhat remiss. Having ordered an abundance of food out of fear that there wouldn't be enough to satisfy everyone, only to find the portions quite substantial. At the table, he nibbled cautiously like a startled rabbit, apprehensive that Mr. and Mrs. Shun might pose uncomfortable questions. Sensing Chu Xian's unease, Shinmushi began to serve food onto his plate, whispering, "Do not be too anxious. It's merely a casual meal, and it's not like this will be a frequent occurrence." A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she spoke. "All right, enough of your display, you two. I can't tell if I'm having dinner or being served dog food," Mrs. Shun remarked with a hint of jealousy. As she said, "It's just a simple meal." "Don't be too tense," Chu Xian affirmed, nodding vigorously in agreement with her words. The atmosphere remained relatively relaxed, devoid of any challenging inquiries. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Chu Xian rose to settle the bill, with Shunmushi following closely behind. Just as he was about to scan the QR code, Shinmushi swiftly took the code from his hand and completed the payment, leaving him astonished as he looked at her in disbelief. Calmly meeting his gaze, Shinmushi stated, "I know what you're about to say. The last time Chu Yin came, she took care of the payment, so naturally, it is my turn this time." With that, she took his hand and led him outside the restaurant. At that moment, fireworks suddenly illuminated the distant sky, perhaps recalling the moment when Chu Xian had confessed his feelings. Shinmushi instinctively nestled into his embrace. This scene was witnessed by Mr. and Mrs. Shun, who had just descended the stairs. Rather than intervening, they chose to observe quietly from a distance. "Ah, Lao Shun, do you think what Chu Xian's father mentioned 10 years ago still holds true?" Mrs. Shun inquired softly. With a benevolent expression, Mr. Shun replied, "Are you referring to the betrothal agreement that old Chu mentioned when he departed?" Mrs. Shun pressed, "What else could it be? Before arriving, I feared that young Chu Xian might not treat Shishi well. However, it seems my concerns were unwarranted." Mr. Shin continued, "Indeed. The two children appear to be quite well together. Is there truly a need for a betrothal to sustain their relationship?" Having exchanged their thoughts, the couple turned their attention back to the embracing pair, and at that moment, Chu Xian also caught sight of Mr. and Mrs. Shun observing him from afar. Chu Xian quickly separated himself from his senior, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his face. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Shun approached the two, and Mrs. Shun, her face aglow with excitement, inquired about their next plans. "The delightful night is just beginning," Mr. Shun remarked, glancing at his wife, determined to prevent their children from becoming unwitting examples of poor behavior. Observing Mrs. Shun, Chu Xian marveled at how she seemed far younger than her 40-something years, her attire, demeanor, and overall vitality suggesting a youthful spirit. He mused to himself that his senior's personality must have been inherited from her mother, while her looks were a blend of her father and mother-esque features. Just then, a voice brought him back to reality. "Come on, Chu Xian, let us head home." Upon hearing his senior's words, Chu Xian felt a wave of panic wash over him. "Senior, I'll be staying in the dormitory tonight. You and uncle and aunt should go home," he stammered. "No," Shinmushi replied coldly. "If you insist on this, you might as well live in the dormitory indefinitely. You have two choices, either obediently accompany me home or hand over your house key." "Senior, you're being too harsh," Chu Xian thought, knowing he could not choose the latter option. Without hesitation, he took Shinmushi's hand and returned home with her and the others. At that moment, Shinmushi playfully declared to her parents, "Mom and Dad, Chu Xian and I have been living together for quite some time." Chu Xian interjected, "Do I still have a chance to explain?" In a certain community of Jiqing, Chu Xian stood in the living room beside the sofa, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Shinmushi stood beside him, while Mr. and Mrs. Shun sat on the sofa, looking at the two with puzzled expressions. "Why don't you come sit with us, Mrs. Shin asked, her curiosity piqued. "Come, Chu Xian, sit beside me and share your story about you and Shishi." Hearing this, Chu Xian glanced at his senior before cautiously making his way toward Mrs. Shun. With a smile, she exclaimed, "Haha, Chu Xian, you're so nervous? Is it because Shishi mentioned that you two are living together?" Chu Xian, feeling bashful, nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Shin turned their gazes toward him, smiling as they continued, "Silly boy, She told us long ago that you two were living together. The moment you moved in, she informed us. With that, Mrs. Shun invited the two to sit beside her, urging them to recount the events of recent times. As Chu Xian listened to Mrs. Shun, he felt a measure of his anxiety dissipate and began to share the stories of his time with Shin Mushi. Strangely, he found himself elaborating on the tales when speaking of his experiences with his senior. Unknowingly, upon returning to school, Chu Xian encountered his senior once more. As he recounted his confession to her from Linzhou, Shin's mother, who had been listening, could not help but reveal a look of contentment. It is worth noting that she had never met Chu Xian before. He had only existed in the conversations of Shun's father and Shin Mushi. Thus, this visit to Jiqing was largely motivated by her desire to observe her future son-in-law, who surprisingly seemed to meet her expectations. As time swiftly passed, midnight arrived. Chu Xian, tonight, you should endure and sleep alongside your uncle Shun, Shin's mother continued. Mushi and I will share a room. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian immediately interjected, No, Annie. You and uncle can share a room. Let Mushi have her own, and I will manage on the sofa. Shin's mother intended to persuade him further, but alas. Chu Xian had already taken his blanket and pillow to the sofa. Reluctantly, Shin's mother and father had no choice but to occupy Shin Mushi's room. Upon entering, they were captivated by the photos and cups on the table, pieces of pottery they had crafted together, while a significant portion of the wall displayed Chu Xian's photographs. Shin's father and mother exchanged smiles, seemingly reminiscing about their own past. In the stillness of the night, Chu Xian lay on the sofa, unable to find sleep. It was now 3 a.m., and he had tossed and turned for a full 3 hours. Standing at 6 feet tall, the sofa felt rather diminutive, forcing him to curl up to avoid spilling over. Just then, he heard the sound of the doorknob turning. In the dimness, he could not discern whether it was his senior or her parents emerging. Consequently, he tightly shut his eyes, remaining perfectly still, feigning sleep. The footsteps approached, growing nearer, and Chu Xian felt his heart leap to his throat. Chu Xian, are you asleep? Recognizing his senior's voice, he feigned the appearance of having been woken. Mushi, why are you still awake at this hour? The tranquility of the night rendered his voice particularly pronounced. Shin Mushi, noticing this, swiftly covered his mouth and whispered, Sho, come with me. With that, she led Chu Xian back to his room. Let us share the bed. I know you want to be comfortable on the sofa, given its size. Also, your acting just now was truly dreadful. Embarrassed by her comment, Chu Xian scratched his head and mumbled, Mushi, wouldn't it be inappropriate if uncle and Annie find out? Shin Mushi, blushing, replied, if you don't want to share the bed, you can sleep on the floor. Hearing this, Chu Xian's face turned crimson as he stepped out of the room to fetch his blanket. Just as he reached the sofa, he encountered Shin's father, who was returning from the restroom. Looking at Chu Xian with a hint of confusion, Uncle Shun asked, Chu Xian, why are you still awake at this hour? You should go to bed early, or you'll end up with dark circles under your eyes tomorrow. Chu Xian felt a touch of embarrassment, akin to a child caught in a misdeed. After Mr. Shun emerged from the restroom, Chu Xian feigned a trip to the facilities himself, only to hastily return to his room, clutching his blanket and not glancing back. Inside the room, Shin Mushi, having witnessed the earlier scene, lay on her bed pretending to be asleep. Noticing this, Chu Xian placed his blanket beside her and gently pinched her soft cheek. Oh dear, domestic violence. Chu Xian, you are now pinching me. If you dare to pinch your wife today, tomorrow you shall strike her. Shin Mushi theatrically lamented, embodying a dramatic performance. Chu Xian tenderly brushed his fingers across her forehead. But you're not even feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense? By the way, when you mention wife, do you mean you wish to be my wife? Shin Mushi shyly lowered her head, realizing that her playful intent to tease Chu Xian had backfired. You naughty boy, she whispered softly. Tonight, we must maintain this distance. If you cross it, I shall tell my mother that you are bullying me, humph. With that, she positioned a long plush vegetable dog between them and turned onto her side. The night was dark, and Chu Xian lay awake, not feeling particularly drowsy. He gazed blankly at the ceiling, occasionally stealing glances at Shun Mushi beside him. Are you asleep, senior? He quietly probed after about half an hour. Confirming that Shin Mushi had indeed drifted into slumber, he continued in a hushed tone. Senior, I truly like you so much. Just thinking about you being my girlfriend fills me with joy. I feel like a devoted boyfriend. I can't wait to turn 22. Good night, my darling. With that, he gently kissed her profile and closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Mushi had heard every word he had uttered. Moments before, she had intended to go to the restroom, which led her to overhear his heartfelt confessions. Carefully, she sat up, her face breaking into a beautiful smile, and leaned over to plant a kiss on his cheek. I like you too, my silly darling. Chapter 80. Somewhat awkward old Shun. Where do you think Chu Xian has gone? Mrs. Shin inquired of her husband, puzzled. It's almost noon. Has he gone to class and not returned yet? The couple sat on the sofa, gazing at the empty living room, oblivious to the fact that Chu Xian was currently sharing a room with Shin Mushi. Inside, they were fast asleep. Shin Mushi embraced the long, plush vegetable dog, while Chu Xian, unbeknownst to himself, had fallen asleep on the floor on the opposite side of the bed. In the depths of his slumber, Chu Xian vaguely heard a knocking at the door. Mushi, are you awake? Where has Chu Xian gone? Came Mrs. Shun's voice from outside. Chu Xian felt a dull ache in his head as he rubbed it absent-mindedly, while instinctively reaching for the door. Soon, he opened it, yawning, and greeted, "Good morning, Auntie." However, after a prolonged pause of 2.5 seconds, he began to sense that something was amiss. Upon seeing Chu Xian emerge from his room, Shenmu's mind felt momentarily foggy. In response, Chu Xian frantically attempted to explain, which roused Shenmu Shi from her slumber. Stretching languidly, she playfully inquired, "Chu Xian, what are you doing? Senior, why don't you explain to Annie?" With an expression of helplessness, Chu Xian turned to Shenmu Shi for support. Rubbing her eyes, she feigned a pitiful demeanor and declared, "Mom, it's exactly as you think." Hearing her words, Chu Xian became increasingly flustered as he endeavored to clarify the situation to Shenmu's mother. After an extensive 30-minute explanation, Shenmu finally began to believe him. "I must say, Shi, how have you become so mischievous?" Shenmu inquired with a smile. In the past, Shenmu Shi had been quite serious, rarely smiling in front of outsiders, let alone exhibiting any mischievousness. The transformation in her demeanor made Shenmu all the more curious about her future son-in-law's enchanting influence. "Chu Xian, when I entered the room this morning, I didn't see you at all. I only found Shishi alone in bed," Shenmu questioned, her curiosity piqued. Chu Xian, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and replied, Auntie, I slept on the floor last night. You probably didn't see me because I was hidden by the bed." Upon hearing this, Shenmu chose not to pursue the matter any further. Just then, Shenfu had finished his morning routine and called for everyone to hurry and wash up. 30 minutes later, having tidied themselves, they stepped out of the house. This was the first visit for Shenfu and Shenmu to Jiqing, and as the host who had lived there for 2.5 years, Shenmu Shi was eager to show them around. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and their first stop was Aunt Lu's hot pot restaurant. The establishment was as bustling as ever, with every table occupied by eager patrons. Aunt Lu, overwhelmed with work, did not have the chance to greet them. Noticing this, Shenmu Shi paid no mind and took a seat as usual. "Shi, do you come here often?" Shenmu asked, glancing around the busy environment. "With so many customers, it must be delicious," Shenfu added. After all, Shishi has lived here for nearly 3 years. She can certainly distinguish between good and bad food. Shenmu Shi, unfazed by their conversation, focused on placing her order on the menu, while Chu Xian sat beside her, nervously sipping water to ease his embarrassment. Before long, Aunt Lu finally finished her tasks and hurried over to their table. "Shi, it's been ages. It feels like you haven't been here in a while." "Aunt Lu, I've been quite busy with Chu Xian. Allow me to introduce my parents." Shenmu Shi replied, standing up gracefully. Aunt Lu and her companions were engaged in lively conversation and laughter, while Chu Xian, seated nearby, continued to drink water incessantly. Before long, he had emptied an entire pot of tea. Aunt Lu turned to Chu Xian with a smile and inquired, "Chu Xian, what seems to be the matter today? You appear rather anxious." Upon hearing Aunt Lu's question, Chu Xian trembled slightly as he placed his cup down and softly replied, I am not nervous at all." He then forced a strained smile. The others chuckled at his response, and at that moment, Mother Shin spoke up, "Chu Xian, your demeanor now is strikingly reminiscent of your Uncle Shan in his youth. When he first came to my home for a meal, he was so nervous that he mistook the white wine on the table for water." Intrigued, Chu Xian listened intently as Mother Shin continued. That was his first experience with alcohol, and predictably, he became quite inebriated, proclaiming brotherhood with my father. I vaguely recall my father being quite pleased. With those words, Mother Shun gazed fondly at Father Shun. Following her reminiscence, Aunt Lu chimed in, Indeed. When my husband first visited my family, His hands trembled uncontrollably while he attempted to serve himself. After a while of reminiscing, Aunt Lu turned to the kitchen to bring the dishes ordered by the group to the table. However, it seemed that these dishes far exceeded those ordered by Shinmushi. Boisterously, Aunt Lu declared, "Today's meal is on me. If you find it insufficient, just let me know." With that, she turned and departed. "Senior, why is Aunt Lu so kind to you?" Chu Xian asked, puzzled, while both Father Shun and Mother Shun looked at Shinmushi with curiosity. Noticing their intrigue, Shinmushi began to share her conjecture. "Perhaps it is because of my good looks," she stated with an air of calmness. Chu Xian, unable to contain himself, remarked, All right, senior, you're a bit narcissistic." To this, Shinmushi retorted coolly, "Isn't it true?" Hearing her words, Chu Xian shivered slightly and quickly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks from the pot, saying, "Senior, the meat is ready. You must try it." The reason Aunt Lu was particularly kind to Shinmushi stemmed from the fact that 2 years prior, this establishment had just begun its journey. Initially, many patrons frequented the restaurant, but due to malicious rumors spread by competitors, fewer and fewer people came. During this time, Aunt Lu and her husband contemplated closing the hot pot restaurant. However, one fateful day, the arrival of 2 young ladies transformed the fortunes of the establishment. One of the girls, possessing remarkable beauty, often attracted secret admirers who would come and dine at other tables. Gradually, the owner became increasingly familiar with the 2 girls, and the restaurant's reputation for its flavors and ambience spread like wildfire, leading to its eventual popularity. Chapter 81. Climbing the mountain. Father Shun and Mother Shun seemed quite pleased with the lunch, occasionally exclaiming in delight. Chu Xian observed them, feeling that the atmosphere exuded by Father Shun and Mother Shun was quite different from that of his own parents. In Chu Xian's eyes, his parents are rather rigid, having meticulously planned his future to the extent that his sister has been providing him with living expenses throughout his university years. In contrast, his senior sister's parents exude a friendlier demeanor, allowing for open conversation without the slightest hint of parental authority. After finishing their lunch, Chu Xian and Shun Mu, she proceeded to settle the bill at the front desk. Despite Aunt Lu's insistence that she would treat them, the 2 insisted on paying, aware that failing to do so would render them reluctant to return in the future. "Where shall we go this afternoon?" Shun Mu, she calmly inquired of her parents. She, your father and I had already planned to go skiing," Shun's mother replied with enthusiasm. "You know, it rarely snows back home. And since we are finally in the north, we must seize the opportunity to ski." Shun's father chimed in. "Indeed, we prepared a detailed itinerary before we came. And I even heard that G City had snow recently." Before Shinmushi could respond, Chu Xian interjected, "Uncle, Auntie, my senior and I are actually planning to go skiing next Monday. Why not join us?" Hearing this, Shin's mother exclaimed excitedly, "That sounds great. Chu Xian is quite reliable." Shinmushi felt a wave of exasperation, thinking to herself, "I am your daughter. Why do I feel like a mere adopted child?" Subsequently, Shinmushi led the group to Beishan Park in G City. Even though it was already mid-November, the number of visitors showed no signs of dwindling. Shinmushi, assuming the role of a tour guide, began to share information with the 4. For some unknown reason, Chu Xian suddenly recalled the image of Li Bu'er waving a small flag in Shenzhou, leading him to chuckle softly. The sudden laughter left the 3 momentarily bewildered, and they turned to look at Chu Xian, who awkwardly apologized. "My apologies. The bridge before us is called Wobo Bridge. In summer, one can row boats on the lake. But I suppose that is not an option now," Shinmushi explained. As the group peered down as directed, they found the bridge's underside devoid of anything. Perhaps due to the chill of the weather, they continued along the path until they arrived at a railway. Shinmushi elaborated, "Beyond this point lies the Jiulong Gate. This railway is reportedly the only one in all of China that traverses a park." Not long after crossing the railway, the fences on either side began to lower gradually, prompting the group to halt and gaze at the empty tracks. Soon, a train sped by, disappearing from view in an instant. "Senior, have you seen a train pass through here during your previous visits?" Chu Xian curiously asked Shinmushi. "No. I have come here with Xiao Xiao many times without witnessing this. It's quite fortunate that we saw it today." The group arrived at Jiulong Gate and, like others, took photos to commemorate the moment. This time, Shinmushi refrained from any further explanation, as the official information was inscribed on a stone tablet nearby. To the west of Jiulong Gate lies the majestic Jiulong Waterfall, crowned at its summit with a grand character for fortune. Said to be inscribed by a certain emperor of the Qing dynasty, renowned as the greatest fortune under heaven. Following this, the group officially commenced their ascent. It must be noted that mountain climbing is indeed a strenuous undertaking. Despite the mountain's gentle slope, it left Chu Xian breathless, while Shunmu Shi appeared unperturbed. You ought to engage in more exercise, Chu Xian, Shunmu Shi remarked calmly. Upon our return from winter break, let us run together. Upon hearing her words, a sense of despair enveloped Chu Xian. Although he had resolved not to become a mere idle soul, the thought of running seemed excessively tormenting. Yet, the sole silver lining was the prospect of sharing the experience with his senior. All right, senior, he conceded, before inquiring, when do we anticipate our holiday? Shinmushi paused for a moment, then replied, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be at the end of December, as our school typically concludes winter breaks before New Year's Day. At this, an inexplicable excitement surged within Chu Xian. So early? That means we have just over a month until the break. Shinmushi continued, indeed, given that our school is located in the north. Our winter break lasts 2 months, while summer vacation is merely 1 month. At that moment, Shun's parents, who were ahead, turned to the two and said, Shi. Chu Xian, what are you two doing? Surely, the stamina of 2 young individuals cannot be inferior to that of us middle-aged folks. Provoked by their teasing, Chu Xian and his companion hurried to catch up. Time passed, and they arrived before a bell tower. Along the way, they had encountered numerous scenic spots. Yet Chu Xian had failed to remember them. Before the bell tower, many were capturing photographs, and above it hung a plaque inscribed with the words Peaceful Heavy Tower. Why is this bell tower called the Peaceful Bell Tower? Chu Xian inquired, perplexed, to which Shinmu Shi patiently responded. Inside this tower resides a bell weighing 36.5 kilograms, symbolizing the hope for peace throughout the 365 days of the year. After absorbing her explanation, Chu Xian beckoned the others to join him for a photo opportunity. Following this, they strolled through the ancient temple complex and the moon viewing pavilion. Once they had finished exploring, the group began their descent. Though North Mountain is neither lofty nor vast, it still left Chu Xian and his companions feeling fatigued, to the extent that Chu Xian yearned to recline upon the ground. Even Shinmu Shi, who had previously maintained her composure, now exhibited signs of breathlessness. As dusk approached, Shinmu Shi hailed a taxi, mysteriously leading the group to a certain destination. The nights in Jiqing during November are long, and by the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The four found themselves by the riverbank, where Shinmu Shi and Chu Xian were well acquainted with the locale, while Shun's parents gazed at the scenery as if having unlocked the door to a new world. The Jiqing Grand Bridge shimmered with vibrant neon lights, and unlike the summer, the roadside shrubs were adorned with glowing strands, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The boats on the river did not cease their passenger tours despite the onset of winter. Chu Xian and his companions arrived at the riverbank, purchased 4 tickets, and boarded the vessel together. Although the river was somewhat chilly, it seemed to have no effect on their enjoyment of the surrounding scenery. Upon disembarking from the sightseeing boat, Chu Xian bid farewell to his friends and chose to return to the dormitory after a prolonged absence. Although Shinmushi was reluctant to let him return, she had to concede to the events of the previous night. Remember to inform me upon your arrival at the dorm, Shinmushi softly reminded him. With a smile, Chu Xian replied, understood, senior. We shall meet again tomorrow. It's as if we are parting forever. He then hailed a taxi from the roadside. Shinmushi, arms crossed, glanced at her daughter and said, all right, enough of that. They have already gone far away. 30 minutes later, Chu Xian appeared at the entrance of his dormitory just as the dormitory supervisor was preparing to lock the doors. He managed to slip in just in time. Are you a resident of this building? The supervisor inquired. I don't recall ever seeing you before. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Xian thought to himself that he couldn't possibly admit he seldom stayed in the dormitory. Thus, he concocted an excuse, saying, Auntie, I never leave the dorm. I'm here every day, so it's understandable that you wouldn't recognize me. Upon hearing his explanation, disbelief was clearly etched on the supervisor's face. Seeing this, Chu Xian had no choice but to lead her to his room, enlisting the help of his roommates to verify his identity. 5 minutes later, after the supervisor secured the dormitory door, she accompanied Chu Xian to room 303. Inside, Li Bu and the others were engaged in their usual word games. As Chu Xian entered, he looked at them as though they were his lifeline. Oh, Xiangu is back. How was your time with the in-laws? Fan Yin teased playfully. At that moment, the group noticed the dormitory supervisor behind Chu Xian. I just returned to the dorm, and the auntie doesn't believe I belong to this building. So I had to bring you all to vouch for me." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances and quickly responded, "Auntie, we don't know him. He is probably not from our dorm." Hearing their remarks, Chu Xian let out a rare expletive, "You stars above." Before he could finish, the supervisor attempted to take him away. Sensing his imminent departure, Ho Qingren quickly interjected, "Auntie, he is indeed from our dorm. We were just teasing him earlier." Upon hearing Ho Qingren's response, the supervisor relented and proceeded downstairs. Meanwhile, Li Bu'er lay on his bed, chuckling, oblivious to the fact that he was about to face a reckoning. Chu Xian first changed into his pajamas and then went to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon his return, instead of heading straight to bed, he picked up Ho Qingren's slippers and approached Li Bu'er, saying, "So, I'm not from this dorm, am I? You don't know me, right? Do you believe that Brother Ho's size 43 slippers can leave a size 40 imprint on your face?" Chu Xian threatened Li Bu'er. Despite this scene, Li Bu'er continued to mock from his bed, urging, "Come on, come on." Meanwhile, the dedicated photographer of room 303, Ho Qingren, was capturing the moment with his phone. The reason Li Bu'er felt so audacious was that, in his mind, Chu Xian was not the type to engage in such antics. As anticipated, Chu Xian did not grasp the slipper. Instead, he climbed directly onto Li Bu'er's bed and left a semi-permanent mark on Li Bu'er's leg with his large hand. Instantly, the entire dormitory echoed with a howl of despair. "Brother Yi, are you scared?" Su Yu inquired of Zhang Yi. Sensing that the beds of the two seemed perpetually on the verge of collapse, Zhang Yi silently glanced at the bed above him and, with trembling hands pressed together, replied, Not scared, right?" After Chu Xian descended from Li Bu'er's bed, he returned to his own, and the others wisely refrained from questioning the events of the past few days. Chu Xian lay on his bed and attempted to video call Shin Mushi. But after a long wait, the call remained unanswered. 20 minutes later, Shin Mushi called back, explaining, "I was in the shower and didn't have my phone with me." With a mischievous grin, Chu Xian replied, "How about you bring your phone next time you shower, senior?" Shin Mushi, with a serious expression, retorted, "Not a chance. You big pervert. Are you trying to kneel on your keyboard again?" She continued, "Why did you call me so late? If I hadn't been waiting for your call, I would have showered earlier." Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian, feigning innocence, recounted the earlier incident, which made Shin Mushi laugh so heartily that the entire 303 dormitory could hear. They could hardly believe that such a stern senior would behave like a child in front of Chu Xian. "So, your delay in calling was to deal with Li Bu'er?" Shin Mushi gently asked. "You shouldn't bully him too much. He looks rather pitiful." Hearing this, Li Bu'er clung to her words like a lifeline, claiming, "Chu Xian often bullies me in the dorm, although many of his claims were fabrications." Shin Mushi chuckled, saying, "Did you hear that? I didn't expect my little boyfriend to engage in friendly exchanges with his roommates every day. No, senior, you must believe me. It's all his nonsense." Chu Xian hastily explained, then turned to Li Bu'er with a smile more terrifying than a cry. "Once I finish this call, you're doomed." "Senior, what are we doing tomorrow?" Chu Xian asked. "My parents said they want to go to the morning market," Shin Mushi replied. "Remember to come to the community entrance at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chu Xian incredulously checked the time and exclaimed, "Senior, it's nearly 11 now, so I still have 6 hours of sleep, right?" "Very clever, Chu Xian. Well, I won't keep you. Get to bed early. I need to use the restroom before I sleep," Shin Mushi said affectionately. With a look of grievance, Chu Xian said, "Senior, have you forgotten something?" Shin Mushi feigned ignorance and inquired, "What have I forgotten?" "Ah, right. I forgot to send you today's photos. I'll send them to you shortly." Chu Xian, looking dejected, replied, "All right, senior." With that, he intended to hang up the phone. Observing her young boyfriend's demeanor, Shin Mushi felt a mixture of amusement and pity, and then remarked, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Good night and sweet dreams." Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian's expression transformed, and he joyfully responded to her. It is no wonder that Shin Mushi had saved Chu Xian's contact as little wife, for he truly resembled a newlywed bride in that moment. After ending the call, Chu Xian cast a gloomy glance at Li Bu'er. Ho Qingren, having procured a whip from somewhere, placed it in Chu Xian's hand and exclaimed, "So, you are Li Bu'er?" As expected, the dormitory was soon filled with a chorus of wails. At that moment, someone shouted from downstairs, "What time is it up there? Did someone in your dorm step on a dog's tail?" Chapter 83. The morning market at 4:50 in the early morning of the weekend. Chu Xian appeared promptly at the entrance of the community, crouching by the flower bed while scrolling through short videos. He felt somewhat perplexed. In such cold weather, would vendors really be setting up stalls? Not long after, Shin Mushi, along with her parents, emerged from the community. Upon spotting Chu Xian squatting by the roadside, Shin Mushi briskly approached him, gently taking his hand and saying, "Have you been waiting long? Are you cold?" Behind them, Shin's mother, witnessing this scene, mimicked her daughter and turned to Shin's father, saying, "Dear, my hands are so cold too." Shin's father, bewildered, was unsure of what his wife was attempting to convey, and then unexpectedly produced a warm pack from somewhere, placing it in Shin's mother's hand. She was taken aback by his gesture, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. After this brief interlude, Shin Mushi summoned a ride through a car-hailing app, as it was still around 5 o'clock, and the taxi's arrival was uncertain. 30 minutes later, on a street in Jiqing, a black sedan stopped, and several fashionably dressed individuals stepped out. Rather than perusing the morning market, it appeared they were there for a fashion showcase. Chu Xian silently mused that he had miscalculated. The weather had not seemed too cold when they first ventured out. But now, inexplicably, light snow began to fall. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Shin's mother was currently thrilled, admiring the surrounding scenery. After all, snowfall is a rare occurrence in the south. Quick, Lao Shun, take a few pictures for me. I want to flaunt them to my friends once we return. With that, she pulled Shin Mushi and Chu Xian to her sides, while Shun's father played the role of the designated photographer, capturing moments of the trio. Once everything was settled, they ventured deeper into the morning market. It must be said that this market was quite expansive. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to stretch endlessly, filled with a myriad of goods and throngs of people. Before arriving, Chu Xian anticipated that the frigid weather would deter many people from venturing out. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Both Mr. and Mrs. Shun, along with Chu Xian, found the bustling scene rather intriguing. Soon, Chu Xian spotted an authentic Anhui beef board noodle stall in a nearby corner. He chuckled awkwardly to himself, reflecting, this delicacy is indeed quite popular. Gripping Shin Mushi's hand tightly, he feared that the throng might separate them. At that moment, Shin Mushi inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Chu Xian glanced around and was drawn to a vendor selling egg burgers. He pulled Shin Mushi closer and asked the vendor about the prices. The vendor replied slowly, 3 yuan each, 5 yuan for 2. Upon hearing this price, the group became intrigued. Before arriving in the Northeast, they had heard in short videos that transactions were conducted using Northeast currency. At the time, they believed it to be a jest, but to their surprise, it turned out to be true. As Chu Xian prepared to pay, Shin Mushi stopped him, suggesting they wait until they returned, as the food would likely cool down quickly in the current weather. Chu Xian found her reasoning sound. After instructing the vendor to reserve a few for him, he continued to hold Shin Mushi's hand as they moved forward. It was then that they noticed Mr. and Mrs. Shun had vanished during their conversation. Shin Mushi, however, was unfazed. She sent a message to inform them of their meeting point before proceeding onward. Along the way, Chu Xian transformed into a curious child, gazing left and right, marveling at how the market's offerings were not only cheaper than those at school, but even more affordable than at home. Meanwhile, Shin Mushi stood quietly beside him, watching him with a fond smile. "Senior, what do you think of this?" Chu Xian asked, holding up a small ornament. Shin Mushi took the ornament from his hand, scrutinizing it closely before replying, "It's quite nice, but I prefer a jade green hairpin." She then turned her gaze towards Chu Xian. Hearing her words, Chu Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as he pulled Shin Mushi deeper into the market. The vendor remained at his stall, bewildered, pondering what a green hairpin might be. As the snow began to fall more heavily, they had to abandon their planned route and retrace their steps, where Mr. and Mrs. Shin awaited them at the authentic Anhui beef board noodle stall at the entrance. It must be said that Chu Xian and Shin Mushi's appearances were strikingly beautiful, and amidst the snowy landscape, their features seemed even more pronounced, attracting admiring glances from passers-by. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, where Chu Xian proudly displayed their bounty on the table. "Hee, everything was so inexpensive that I accidentally bought too much," he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. The four of them then began to enjoy their breakfast. As Chu Xian consumed his meal rather quickly, he soon found himself resting his chin on his hand, staring blankly at Shin Mushi. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Shin Mushi cast a slightly flushed glance at Chu Xian, who replied, "No, senior. I was merely contemplating how lovely you look." If you hadn't pursued music in the past, perhaps you would have become an actress by now. Shinmushi's face turned crimson as she hastily peeled an orange and offered it to Chu Xian's lips. Senior, this orange is quite sour. This orange is quite sour. Chu Xian grimaced as he spoke. Across the dining table, Shun's parents felt an awkwardness and decided to move to another table. As the snow fell heavier from the sky, the group returned home, with Chu Xian accompanying them. On the way, an idea struck Chu Xian, and he queried Shinmushi. Senior, do you think I would look good if I dyed my hair like yours? Shinmushi quietly replied, Yes, I believe it would look nice. What color are you thinking? Would you like me to dye it for you? You can dye hair too? Chu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Shinmushi continued. I think it's quite simple. After some discussion, they ordered 2 shades of hair dye online, one in haze blue and the other in raspberry red. Upon arriving home, Chu Xian and Shinmushi changed into their pajamas, preparing to take a nap. Meanwhile, Shun's father lounged in the living room watching television, while Shun's mother busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch ingredients. Chu Xian lay on his bed, reflecting that nothing could compare to the comfort of his home bed, unlike the hard ones at school, as he curled up beneath the covers. At that moment, the doorknob turned gently, and Shinmushi hurriedly entered, diving into Chu Xian's embrace. Senior, what brings you here? Chu Xian asked shyly. It's so cold today. I just wanted a hug, she replied. As time passed, noon approached, and while Chu Xian remained in deep slumber, Shinmushi gradually opened her eyes. She gently pushed aside Chu Xian's arms enveloping her and, after casting a tender glance at him, turned to leave. Shinmushi carefully turned the doorknob and peered through the small gap to ensure her parents were not in the living room before stepping out. However, as she exited, she collided directly with her mother, who was coming out of the bathroom. Mom, what a coincidence, Shinmushi said, a rare look of panic crossing her face. Just as she prepared for a reprimand, her mother unexpectedly asked, Are you awake? Has Chu Xian risen? Shinmushi, caught off guard by her mother's inquiry, stammered, Chu Xian is still asleep. He probably didn't rest well last night in the dorm. Shin's mother chuckled and replied, All right. You youngsters really love to stay up late. When you reach our age, Xiaoxi, you should wake Chu Xian soon. It'll be time to eat. Shinmushi simply nodded in agreement and returned to Chu Xian's room once more. In the room, the current Chu Xian lay sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep, occasionally mumbling in his dreams. Shinmushi, propped up beside him, strained to catch the words escaping his lips. However, despite his extensive ramblings, she could barely decipher a few phrases. Senior, could you share a chicken leg with me? Chu Xian once again spoke in his slumber. Shinmushi chuckled at the sight of him, pondering how he seemed to be indulging in a delightful dream. Yet, why did he wish for her to offer him a chicken leg? Was she truly inferior to a mere piece of meat? At that moment, Chu Xian continued, I choose the chicken leg. Hearing this, Shinmushi felt a surge of annoyance, pouting her rosy lips as she gazed at him. All you think about is eating. Am I not worth more than a chicken leg? Just then, Shunmu's voice called from outside the door, Mu Shi. Has Chu Xian woken up? It's time for lunch. Upon hearing her mother's call, Shinmushi seized her pillow and dramatically flung it onto Chu Xian's chest, coldly stating, Wake up, it's time to eat. With a start, Chu Xian opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of his senior and her pillow. Good morning, senior. He yawned. Shinmushi, with a frosty tone, retorted, It's lunchtime. How can you still say good morning? Chu Xian pressed on, Senior, I want a kiss. At his words, Shinmushi offered a chilling smile and replied, Kiss? Go kiss a chicken leg instead. With that, she turned and left the bedroom without a backward glance. Bewildered, Chu Xian wondered why she was upset. He had done nothing wrong. Was it possible he had sleepwalked? Rubbing his eyes, he took a moment to gather himself before emerging from his room. Shin's parents and Mu Shi were seated at the dining table, awaiting his arrival. He greeted them as he settled beside Shinmushi. However, as soon as he sat down, she subtly shifted her chair away from him. The 3 adults exchanged confused glances, wondering what had caused her behavior. Chu Xian, equally perplexed, dismissed it, reasoning that every couple has their quarrels. As fate would have it, today's lunch featured chicken legs. Shinmushi picked one up and placed it in Chu Xian's bowl, exclaiming, Here's your favorite chicken leg. She emphasized the words chicken leg with noticeable intensity. Sensing her tone, Chu Xian felt a twinge of fear, thinking, could it be that I truly sleepwalked? Did I mistakenly bite her arm, mistaking it for a chicken leg? After dinner, Shin's parents went downstairs to take out the trash. while Shin Mushi and Chu Xian headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chu Xian, glancing at his senior, repeatedly asked, "Senior, did I really sleepwalk and upset you?" Shin Mushi was washing the chopsticks in her hand when she replied lightly, "No, if you're sleepwalking, I would simply kick you off the bed." Before Chu Xian could respond, Shin Mushi continued, "You were talking in your sleep, and I overheard you." Chu Xian, astonished, exclaimed, "I didn't mention my ex-girlfriend's name or anything. Surely that wouldn't anger you, would it?" Upon hearing the words ex-girlfriend, Shin Mushi shot him a frosty glare, a terrifying smile creeping onto her lips as she coldly inquired, "Oh, ex-girlfriend? Would you care to elaborate?" "Calm down, senior. Please put down your chopsticks before we proceed." Chu Xian stammered, clearly flustered. "I was just teasing you. I don't have an ex-girlfriend. That girl I confessed to, Chu Yen, must have told you about it." Hearing this, Shin Mushi finally relaxed, pouting slightly as she remarked, "Humph, you naughty boy, always teasing me." Chu Xian chuckled, and Shin Mushi added, "To be honest, if given the chance, I would love to meet the girl who rejected you and thank her for not accepting you." Chu Xian smiled awkwardly. Well, perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Unbeknownst to him, on a day not too far off, the two would indeed cross paths. After finishing the dishes, Shin Mushi was about to return to the living room when Chu Xian once again extended his arm, blocking her way. "Senior, you haven't explained why you were angry." Shin Mushi recalled the last time Chu Xian had her pinned against the wall, her face flushing as she lowered her head and recounted the incident of him talking in his sleep that morning. Chu Xian found the situation amusing and comforted her. "Senior, that was merely sleep talk. In reality, I would undoubtedly choose you." "Not necessarily," Shin Mushi replied, a touch of pride in her voice. "All right, let us head to the living room. Now, can we share a kiss?" Chu Xian asked Shin Mushi. Though her cheeks were flushed, she closed her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, the front door swung open. How exhausting. But I must say, the snowy scenery is rather beautiful, wouldn't you agree, dear? Shin's mother walked in, speaking to Shin's father. Upon seeing the two poised for a kiss in the kitchen, Shin's mother abruptly turned to leave, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my eyes seem to be failing me. Come, accompany me to buy something." With that, they shut the door behind them. Chu Xian and Shin Mushi exchanged awkward glances, neither having anticipated that a scene reminiscent of a drama could unfold in reality. Shin Mushi quickly rose on her toes to plan a swift kiss on Chu Xian before dashing out to chase after her parents, leaving Chu Xian standing there, bewildered. In the afternoon, Chu Xian and Shin Mushi sat on the carpet in the living room, engrossed in a word game. "Ha ha ha, as expected of me," Chu Xian exclaimed, exhilarated by his impressive performance, having not achieved such results in quite some time. "Let us go out on a date," Shin Mushi whispered to Chu Xian. After contemplating for a brief moment, Chu Xian stealthily returned to his room. 3 minutes later, dressed and ready, he emerged, saying excitedly, "Senior, shall we go?" However, as he stepped out, he was met with the sight of Shun's parents already seated on the sofa, while Shin Mushi looked at them with an expression of resignation. Plans have changed. Let us go to the mall. The four of us," Shin Mushi said, shaking her head in exasperation. Although Chu Xian longed for a private outing with his senior, he conceded that being with her parents was not entirely unwelcome. Perhaps it would be acceptable. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the shopping plaza. Perhaps it was a trait common among women to enjoy shopping. As soon as Shin's mother alighted from the car, she dashed inside like a wild horse, pulling Shin Mushi along with her. Chu Xian exchanged awkward smiles with Shin's father, and they entered together. Though Shin's mother and Shin Mushi seemed to have disappeared into the throng, the two men walked in silence until they finally spotted Shin Mushi at a jewelry stall. "I say, you two are moving far too quickly. Chu Xian and I have been looking for you," Shin's father remarked with a hint of complaint in his tone. Shin's mother playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Apologies, apologies. It has been ages since I last visited a mall, and I momentarily lost control of my excitement." She then showcased the jewelry she had in hand. "What do you think? Isn't it lovely?" However, neither Chu Xian nor Shun's father had much familiarity with jewelry, and thus their interest was minimal. As the saying goes, men remain youthful at heart. Both Shin's father and Chu Xian found themselves captivated by a model shop on the other side. Chu Xian was somewhat intrigued. Shin's father, being in his 40s, surprisingly had an affinity for such items. Even models whose names Chu Xian could not recall were readily identified by him, suggesting that he was a seasoned enthusiast of the subculture. Chu Xian mused to himself, recalling that his last shopping excursion had been with his senior. and now he found himself alongside his future father-in-law. After a while, Shun's mother and Shin Mushi rejoined them, with Shun's mother tugging at Shin's father and Shin Mushi pulling Chu Xian as they headed outside. It was evident that the two women shared an uncanny synchrony in their actions. Subsequently, they ascended to the upper floors, and unbeknownst to them, bags of various sizes had somehow appeared in their hands. Time slipped by slowly. Chu Xian had never perceived the mall as so vast. Now, both his feet and arms ached from fatigue. As dusk settled, Shun's mother, satisfied with the numerous bags in their possession, led the group out of the mall, though the items they carried had accumulated into a small mountain. Dragging his weary body back home, Chu Xian placed the assorted bags into a corner as usual before retreating to his room, collapsing onto his bed. Just as he lay down, an abrupt ringtone shattered the tranquility of the room. With a hint of annoyance, he picked up his phone and, upon seeing that the caller was Li Buer, pressed the answer button. "Hello, what is it?" The voice of Chu Xian carried a hint of weariness. "Brother Xian, are you returning to the dormitory tonight?" Li Buer inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "I'm not quite sure. What's the matter?" Chu Xian asked, forcing himself to sound attentive. "Well, there's something, but it's not a big deal," Li Buer replied hesitantly. With a sigh, Chu Xian resignedly said, "All right then, I'll head back for a bit." After hanging up the phone, despite his reluctance, he felt obligated to comply with Li Buer's request. He laboriously rose from his bed and exited his room. After briefly explaining the situation to the other three, he set off towards the exit of the complex. "Li Buer, you better have a significant reason," Chu Xian muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. 40 minutes later, Chu Xian arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. Before he could open the door, he was met with the cacophony of a heated argument inside. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he stepped directly into the dormitory. Inside, Li Buer and Su Yu were embroiled in a dispute for reasons unknown. Given that it was still relatively early, only Su Chun and Zhang Hao remained in the room, attempting to pull the two apart in an effort to quell the discord. However, their attempts seemed to yield little success. Observing this, Chu Xian swiftly pulled Li Buer outside, leaving Su Chun and Zhang Hao to continue persuading Su Yu. Seated on the windowsill of the corridor, Chu Xian initiated the conversation. "You didn't summon me here merely to mediate, did you?" Li Buer replied. "Oh, certainly not. You have no idea how unreasonable he is being." He then recounted the events that transpired. Essentially, Li Buer was unaware that Su Yu was sleeping, thus he did not moderate his volume, inadvertently waking Su Yu. Although Li Buer had apologized at the time, Su Yu remained aggressive, even resorting to insults out of habit. This provocation pushed Li Buer to retaliate, leading to a back-and-forth argument until Zhang Hao and Su Chen arrived to somewhat diffuse the situation. After listening to Li Buer, Chu Xian felt an immense headache coming on, silently contemplating that the dormitory would fall apart without him. He then began to counsel Li Buer. After a lengthy discussion spanning several minutes, Chu Xian guided Li Buer back into the dormitory. Su Chun and Zhang Hao had also managed to reconcile with Su Yu, and after exchanging apologies, the atmosphere returned to normal, or so it seemed. At this moment, Chu Xian approached Li Buer and gently inquired, "So, what was the reason for summoning me to school?" Li Buer scratched his head, wearing an innocent expression, and replied, Would you believe me if I said I forgot?" Chu Xian retorted, "You're quite the character." Li Buer continued, "Brother Xian, don't forget that we're going skiing tomorrow. We meet at the school gate at 8 in the morning. A bus will come to pick us up. Also, I spoke with the teacher, and they said I could bring a friend." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian immediately transferred the money to Li Buer, and then he intended to leave the dormitory. "Xianer, come here and mediate." Ho Qingran, who had appeared out of nowhere, was now embroiled in a dispute with Fan Yin over some matter. Chu Xian felt a resurgence of frustration. Surely, this dormitory won't disband in my absence, will it? Chapter 86. Skiing on a Monday morning. Chu Xian awakened on the unforgiving wooden bed of the dormitory. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he had scarcely slept at all throughout the night. The argument between Ho Qingran and Fan Yin had drawn the entire dormitory into the fray, with everyone except Su Chun splitting into two factions, which made Chu Xian's thoughts all the more critical. Consequently, he had no choice but to remain in the dormitory that night. At that moment, Li Buer began to mumble in his sleep once more. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering figure of Li Buer, Chu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. How could Li Buer be sleeping so soundly? Last night, Chu Xian had anticipated an ordinary evening, exchanging goodnights with his senior before heading to the restroom. ready to retire for the night. However, Fan Yin inexplicably suggested they listen to horror stories. As the most timid member of Dorm 303, Chu Xian was naturally resistant to the idea, but the others seemed exhilarated. Reluctantly, he buried his head beneath the covers. Yet the sound from the speakers was far too loud to ignore. Time ticked away, midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, while Chu Xian tossed and turned in bed, the others having long succumbed to slumber. In the stillness of the night, the audio blared sharply, and Chu Xian felt as though he could see shadows lurking in the darkness without even closing his eyes. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he could no longer endure and got out of bed, intending to turn off Li Buer's speakers. To his dismay, the speakers had been placed at the far end of the room. Not wanting to wake his roommate, he retreated back to bed. After an indeterminate amount of time, the speakers finally ran out of battery, and only then did Chu Xian drift into a restless sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Buer's alarm rang out with uncanny punctuality, jolting Ho Qingran and the others awake. As they slowly opened their eyes and beheld Chu Xian's prominent dark circles, they erupted into laughter, with Li Buer laughing the loudest among them. Seeing this, Chu Xian sprang from his bed and exclaimed, "What are you laughing about? Do you have any idea that your speakers were left on all night? I endured a night of horror stories. I tried to turn them off, but they were placed out of reach." Upon hearing Chu Xian's account, Li Buer suddenly recalled that he had indeed forgotten to turn off the speakers before dozing off. He cast an embarrassed glance at Chu Xian, his smile shifting to the others in the room. As expected, Li Buer was destined to endure a round of friendly banter. Despite being the one who least wanted to hear horror stories, it was ironically Chu Xian who listened the longest. Fan Yin chuckled as he addressed the others. Amidst this scene, the anguished cries of Li Buer echoed. 30 minutes later, Chu Xian and his companions appeared at the foot of the dormitory building, with Li Buer, as expected, being the last to arrive. As he descended the stairs, he urged the others to wait for him. However, due to the steep incline at the front of the dormitory and the recent snowfall, the ground was quite slippery. The moment Li Buer set foot on the surface, he heard a thud as he fell to the ground. Chu Xian and the others stifled their laughter while approaching him, and when they helped him up, they couldn't suppress their amusement any longer. Yet, as the old saying goes, joy often leads to sorrow. Just a few minutes after helping Li Buer, Chu Xian lost his footing and found himself sprawled on the ground, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the earth. "Xian, we haven't even reached the ski resort yet. Get up and stop sliding around," Li Buer teased. At these words, Chu Xian yearned even more to find a hiding place. After this brief interlude, the group finally arrived at the bus waiting outside the playground, where Shen Mushi had been waiting for an unknown amount of time. Upon seeing Chu Xian, she slowly approached him, asking, "What's wrong? Did you sneak in some gaming last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" Hearing her words, Li Buer and his companions awkwardly boarded the bus, leaving Shen Mushi and Chu Xian outside. Chu Xian first escorted Shen Mushi onto the bus and then recounted the events of the previous night. After listening to his tale, Shen Mushi revealed a barely perceptible smile. At that moment, Chu Xian noticed something else and inquired, "Senior, didn't your parents say they would join us for skiing today?" After glancing at her phone, Shen Mushi calmly replied, "Yes, but they want to be accompanying us. We'll send them our location later, and they will make their way over." Once the teacher in charge completed the roll call, the bus swiftly departed. One moment, Chu Xian was engaged in conversation with his roommates, and the next, he found himself gently leaning on Shen Mushi's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. This endearing display inevitably drew the attention of Li Buer and the others. However, with Shen Mushi beside him, they dared not steal glances. "Chu Xian, wake up," Shen Mushi softly called about 30 minutes later. Senior. I want to sleep a little longer," Chu Xian mumbled, rubbing his eyes and cuddling closer to her in a playful manner. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the many on the bus who were watching him with amused expressions. After everyone had disembarked, Chu Xian and Shen Mushi followed suit. Although they had yet to enter the ski area, they could already feel the chill in the air, and a breeze had begun to blow. "Senior, shall we wait for your parents in the lobby?" Chu Xian suggested, shivering slightly. "Why is it so cold today?" Having spoken, he took the senior's hand and led her into the hall. Inside the hall, an individual was addressing the attendees about important details and assembly times. Subsequently, the crowd followed the staff to rent skiing attire. Chu Xian inquired, "When will your uncle and aunt arrive?" Shen Mushi replied, "Perhaps very soon. When I asked them earlier, they mentioned they were already on their way." Meanwhile, in front of a residential complex in Jicheng. A middle-aged couple was waiting in the cold wind for a taxi. Chapter 87. The skiing adventure commences. Chu Xian and Xin Muxi found themselves sitting in the hall. Boredom settling in as over 50 minutes slipped by unnoticed. Shall we venture in and play? Xin Muxi suggested, glancing at Chu Xian. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Shi, Chu Xian. Following the sound, they spotted Shen's father and mother approaching them briskly. Why are you so late? It should take about 30 minutes from the complex to get here. Xin Muxi questioned her parents with a hint of confusion. Shen's mother shot a knowing glance at Shen's father before responding. Isn't it because of your father? You clearly sent the destination. Yet we still ended up in the wrong place. Xin Muxi intended to say more, but was interrupted by Chu Xian. All right, uncle and aunt. Let us head in quickly. After completing the necessary procedures and renting their skiing outfits, the group proceeded towards the interior of the ski resort, an expansive area. According to the senior, this place was actually a resort where skiing was merely one of the attractions. Numerous restaurants and souvenir stalls surrounded the periphery. Upon entering the ski resort, Chu Xian immediately sensed the biting cold, a distinct chill that felt almost tangible, penetrating even through the ski attire. Not far off, he noticed several familiar figures. Ho Qingran was instructing a few individuals from 303. As the only person from the northeast who had skied before in their dormitory, she naturally assumed the role of coach. Senior, do you know how to ski? Chu Xian curiously asked Xin Muxi, with her hands on her hips. Xin Muxi proudly declared, of course. I learned how to ski quite some time ago. Hearing her words, Chu Xian gazed at her in admiration. You're amazing, senior. Could you teach me? Xin Muxi patted Chu Xian on the head and continued, no problem at all. Just come to me, and I guarantee you the most memorable falls and the quickest learning experience. Although something felt amiss in her words, Chu Xian chose not to dwell on it and redirected his attention to the ski resort. This was not Chu Xian's first visit to a ski resort. His last experience had been during his childhood when his father took him and Chu Yan to a small artificial ski area in Tang City. Oh, I must confess that during that time, my father seemed to care quite a bit about himself. Life was rather joyful back then. Chu Xian appeared unaware that, inadvertently, a faint smile graced his lips, tinged with a sense of sorrow, yet also reminiscent of happiness. What is the matter? Xin Muxi inquired softly, regaining her demure demeanor. Oh, nothing much, senior. I was merely reminiscing about the past. I wonder where our uncles and aunts have wandered off to. Let us go have some fun, replied Chu Xian, as he took Xin Muxi's hand and led her toward the cable car. Hey, Xingu, why haven't I seen you two around? Li Buer asked, perplexed. As the pair approached, mind your own business. Focus on yourself first. Everyone else is on twin boards, and you are the only one on a single board. Thinking you're special, Ho Qingren couldn't help but retort. Chu Xian and Xin Muxi exchanged smiles as they explained to the group. We were just waiting for my senior's parents. With that, Chu Xian pointed out the location of Shun's father and mother, who were enthusiastically sliding down the slope. Their cheers audible even from a distance. Xingu, I've been meaning to ask you how things have been with your uncle and aunt these past few days. Li Buer mumbled, his expression somewhat mischievous. You little rascal, didn't I tell you to mind your own affairs? Stay out of others' private matters, Ho Qingren snapped, tugging at Li Buer's ear and leading him away. Once the group had moved on, Chu Xian began practicing his skiing posture under Xin Muxi's guidance. Relax your legs. Bend your knees. Keep your upper body straight. It must be said that Xin Muxi's instruction was quite rigorous, exuding a coach-like authority, which made Chu Xian shiver slightly. Now I will demonstrate the correct technique. Be sure to observe carefully, Xin Muxi said calmly. Chu Xian memorized her movements, diligently mimicking her actions. Just as he was about to glide forward, a voice drew near. Hey, Xingu, quick, get out of the way. Li Buer called out, approaching on his single board. Upon seeing this, Chu Xian hastily forgot about his own skis and leaped to shield Xin Muxi. Before either of them could react, Li Buer's board slowed down, and due to inertia, he knelt right in front of them. Ho Qingran, not far away, captured this moment on video and was nearly in fits of laughter. What are you doing? It's not even New Year yet. Kneeling like this won't earn you any lucky money, Chu Xian remarked teasingly. Brother, can you help me up? Li Buer said, a hint of panic in his voice. For in such a crowded ski resort, kneeling publicly was certainly embarrassing. At that moment, Ho Qingran and the others approached Li Buer, and after a collective effort, They finally hoisted him back on his feet before drifting away again. As for that video, it would eventually allow Li Buer to taste the sensation of becoming an internet celebrity in due time. Senior, did I accidentally hurt you just now? Chu Xian asked softly. Shin Mushi smiled gently and shook her head, saying, No, such matters are perilous. What if things go awry and you get hurt? Concern laced her voice. Oh, it's fine, Senior. I believe a minor collision wouldn't pose much of a problem for me. After all, I'm a boy, rugged and resilient. However, if you were to get hurt, that would be an entirely different matter. How so? Shinmushi inquired. Chu Xian, a tad embarrassed, replied. If you were to sustain an injury, I would feel immensely guilty. Shinmushi chuckled softly, calling him a silly boy. Senior, could you help me up? I can't seem to rise while wearing these skis. Helping you up is feasible, but first, you must loudly declare that Shinmushi is the unparalleled, super beautiful girl of the universe, and then I shall pull you up, Shinmushi teased with a hint of pride. Shun, Chu Xian barely uttered a syllable when Shinmushi swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Oh dear, I told you not to say it. And yet you actually did, with so many people around. Shinmushi had initially thought that Chu Xian, being shy, would keep silent and instead continue to act cute. But to her surprise, this foolish boy dared to speak out loud. Shinmushi tugged at Chu Xian's arm, yet despite her efforts, his bottom remained firmly planted on the ground. In an instant, Shinmushi found herself stumbling forward, landing right in front of him. They faced each other, so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat, their lips merely an inch apart. Chu Xian flashed a mischievous grin, and, seizing the moment while Shinmushi was distracted, quickly leaned in to kiss her. This scene felt oddly familiar. Subsequently, Chu Xian stood up triumphantly before Shinmushi, who stared at him in disbelief. He then removed his skis and headed towards higher ground. Chu Xian, you rascal! Shinmushi exclaimed, flustered, as she followed closely behind him. Unbeknownst to them, their brief exchange had been captured by a photographer lurking nearby. Chapter 88. My good disciple. In the ensuing period, Chu Xian found himself caught in a cycle of falling and rising repeatedly. He had lost count of how many times he had tumbled, only aware of a dull ache in his backside. Senior, skiing is so difficult. I feel utterly useless, Chu Xian lamented, disheartened. Shinmushi, observing his despondence, offered words of encouragement. You're actually learning quite quickly. When I first started, I fell far more than you. But didn't you say you learned swiftly? Chu Xian scratched his head, pressing for clarity. Shinmushi, a bit bashful, admitted, I just wanted to impress you. All right, I shall go fetch some refreshments. You practice diligently, said Shinmushi, as she made her way towards the hall. Chu Xian remained in place, waiting for his senior. After approximately 10 minutes, Shun's parents approached him. Following a brief practice session, they had gained commendable control over their bodies. Even Li Buer managed to avoid falling. However, as Chu Xian turned to glance at Li Buer, he found him once again kneeling awkwardly before a couple of tourists. Chu Xian managed an embarrassed smile and quickly retracted a compliment. Chu Xian, isn't Mushi with you? Shin's mother inquired curiously. After explaining that his senior had gone to buy water, Chu Xian began to feel that her absence was rather prolonged, prompting him to head towards the hall. Inside the hall, he spotted a rather unremarkable young man with yellow hair attempting to flirt with a beautiful girl. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the girl was his senior. Despite her clear rejections, the young man persisted. Hey gorgeous, how about we add each other on WeChat? He leered. Shinmushi replied, No thanks, I have a boyfriend. Please step aside. Just adding a friend, the young man retorted. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xian approached him and said, Hey man, is this really how you charm a girl? The young man looked confused. Who are you? It matters not who I am. What matters is that I can teach you how to woo women, Chu Xian replied confidently. Really? The young man asked, intrigued. Absolutely, no doubt about it, Chu Xian assured him. Listening to their exchange, Shinmushi felt a mix of confusion and curiosity about what her little boyfriend was up to. Here's the deal. I possess a manual for charming women, and I usually only share it with men. I see a connection between us. So today I want to charge the usual price of 998. Just 98 will do, Chu Xian proposed. Upon hearing his words, Shinmushi felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling how certain infomercial hosts had made similar claims in the past, usually to deceive unsuspecting customers. Yet, the young man seemed to take Chu Xian seriously, pulling out his phone to transfer money. Witnessing this, Chu Xian felt no hesitation in pulling out his own phone. After all, The young man had been persistently bothering his girlfriend. A minor trick on his part seemed justified. Pay close attention. I'll only teach you this once. Chu Xian feigned the demeanor of a seasoned flirt. He then turned to Shinmushi and said, Beautiful lady, I adore you. Would you elope with me? Shinmushi found his words amusing, while the young man stood there, mouth agape, unsure if he should be astonished or confused. The next words from Shinmushi only heightened his shock as she coldly replied, All right, why not? Before planting a quick kiss on Chu Xian's cheek. Without looking back, the two left, leaving the young man in a state of disbelief, his mouth still agape. Before departing, Chu Xian left a parting remark for his eager pupil. Often, the most profound emotions require the boldest expressions. Subsequently, Huang Mao incessantly roamed the ski resort, inquiring about the girls. Unsurprisingly, his efforts were met with slaps and scorn, for he could never have anticipated that the girl in question was already in a relationship with another boy. Upon returning, Chu Xian and his companion could not escape the barrage of questions from their parents. They recounted the earlier incident to Shun's father and mother, who found themselves in fits of laughter, even envisioning the expression on Huang Mao's face at that moment. Afterward, the group was finally able to ski in peace. Under the guidance of Shun Mushi and others, Chu Xian managed to gain a rudimentary control over his body. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, an unpleasant voice pierced the air. You, starry-eyed fool. You tricked me and got me slapped several times. Following the sound, they discovered that it was none other than Huang Mao, angrily approaching Chu Xian. Noticing this, Chu Xian donned a standard smile and remarked, Oh, isn't this my good pupil? How do you find the methods I taught you? Effective, are they? Effective? Look at my face. Do you think it's effective? Huang Mao retorted, visibly infuriated. Chu Xian glanced at Huang Mao's face and could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, It shouldn't be like this. I thought I demonstrated it quite well just now. Oh, I forgot to mention a prerequisite. That girl was my girlfriend. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Huang Mao could no longer contain himself, spewing a torrent of foul language directed at Chu Xian. Unfazed, Chu Xian protectively positioned Shinmushi behind him, smiling as he allowed Huang Mao to rant. Even when Shun's father and mother intended to intervene, Chu Xian restrained them. Realizing that his words had no effect on Chu Xian, Huang Mao shifted his ire towards Shinmushi, taunting. What kind of girl would be interested in someone like you? If she likes you, she can't be any good. Before Huang Mao could finish, Chu Xian delivered a sharp slap to his face, firmly pinning him to the ground. Listen, you can insult me as you wish, but insulting my girlfriend is where you draw the line. It is you who is shamelessly pursuing my partner, yet you have the audacity to criticize her? Chu Xian's expression turned cold. In the distance, Ho Qing Ran and Li Bu Er, noticing the escalating situation, hurried over. After all, while they did not bully others, they could not stand idly by while their own were being victimized. At that moment, a voice called out from behind Huang Mao, You little brat. Let go of my son. Chu Xian looked toward the voice, chuckling to himself. So, you've brought backup. Noticing the situation, he released Huang Mao, bringing him before his mother. However, to Chu Xian's surprise, Huang Mao distorted the truth, turning the tables and claiming that Chu Xian had instigated the conflict. The mother of the boy with yellow hair, without inquiring into the circumstances, began to unjustly accuse Chu Xian and his companions. In order to resolve the matter, she demanded 5 from them. Faced with the grotesque demeanor of the woman before him, Chu Xian was tempted to unleash a torrent of profanity. However, before he could utter a word, Shinmushi played a recording of the recent events for them to hear. Upon listening to the recording, it became evident to the mother of the yellow-haired boy that she was in the wrong. After indulging in a brief moment of verbal triumph, she left in a huff. Nevertheless, Chu Xian returned the tuition fee that had been given to him earlier, for the boy's face was already marked by the lesson he had learned. As the two were about to depart, Uncle Shun imparted a piece of advice, urging them to better supervise their child, who had forcibly sought to add a girl as a friend and had spoken in foul and abusive language. He warned that they might encounter someone with a temper. Yet, before Uncle Shun could finish his words, the two had already walked further away.